Tell me, have you ever thought about someone else doing a job besides you? For example, they work as a loader and carry huge boxes of goods. Or he trains hard and persistently in the gym, lifting incredible weights with a barbell, and even earns money instead of you. It's so beautiful, sitting on a beach somewhere near a huge blue ocean, drinking a cool cocktail. This was the life of a young boy, filled with all the joys and events of youth, but everything was not as usual, because dragons were present in his life and almost every day they attacked the city, mercilessly destroying houses. The quiet life was technical, because at that very moment, one of the dragons destroyed the boy's house, smashing 2 floors, but miraculously leaving the inhabitants alive. The 2 boys and girls were watching TV when the 2 floors above them collapsed with a roar. The shockwave threw them across the room, covering them in dust. The boy never gave up his cherished wish. At that moment, he looked at the bodies of the dragons. "Take away all the bodies here," he said. Suddenly, there was a terrible roar, and a huge dragon's paw of incredible size stepped on the ground with all its might. He was huge and looked like a boulder, with curling horns and an incredible jaw. The guy stood in front of him in his ammunition, and with a sword in his hand. "It's a damn big one," thought the guy, smiling slyly and raising his sword. "But I have something else. Everyone to your positions," he shouted loudly. Suddenly, 4 more young warriors appeared from somewhere, also wearing swords and knives, and they quickly descended on the dragon from above, which did not see them. In midair, the soldiers began to stand around the dragon's head as if they were taking it into a ring. The unsuspecting dragon continued to attack the boy, when at that moment there were already 3 warriors above his head, pointing their weapons to attack. And a terrible battle began. The boy mercilessly chopped the body of the dragon with hatred, not allowing it to attack him. And his partners attacked the dragon's head with their sharp swords, mercilessly piercing it. The reason for this attack was simple. The guy had cloning skills and could create his own clones. But besides that, he had to work remotely, just like an ordinary person, developing new versions of computer games. At the same time, he also did quite well at university, and he had to have time to cook for himself to gain strength. He had to do a lot of things. But there were just as many things he wanted to do, namely play the same computer games. Or it is interesting to travel to the southern countries and look at the Gulf from the mountains somewhere in southern Italy, or hang out with my friends in a nightclub somewhere, or go on dates with girls. It's a shame that you could only do one thing at a time. That's why he always dreamed of having 2 bodies to do everything he wanted and dreamed of. And one day it happened. He created his clone, the best and most accurate version of himself. It happened under strange circumstances. One day, he came to his university, where his students from different courses were already gathering in the square. 2 students next to each other were talking loudly. One said that he would finally begin to awaken and gain a cool skill. "Better learn a skill that will increase your intelligence," said the second. The boy listened to their conversation and thought irritably that it was too tiring for him. "I want to go home," he thought. It was Jong Sang-woo, a student at Gyeongguk University. He was a fat, inconspicuous, nerdy kid who didn't stand out in the crowd. "I would so much like to have 2 bodies," he muttered softly as he stood with other students in the square. Suddenly, the microphone started working, and everyone saw a man on stage. It was Park Won-tae, the Class A hunter in charge of the 10th Awakening Program. The Awakening Program was a program introduced by the government to help awaken abilities, and to do so, people had to go through a portal. "I sincerely hope that our citizens will successfully complete the awakening. So let's start now. The first group to go forward," Park Won-tae shouted loudly. Students and other city residents lined up in 2 long lines in the center of the square. "It's almost my turn," Song Chang-woo thought nervously, and he was sweating profusely. He walked up to a nice girl who greeted him and asked him if he was from Group 37, number 7. Sung Chan-woo replied that he was. "Let me check your identity," she said, and pointed the scanner at the guy's bracelet. "Confirmed, Mr. Sung Chan-woo. Please hand over all your devices and enter this portal." She answered him happily and pointed to the black hole. The boy stood mesmerized in front of the hole, the air around which was electrified. Sung Chang-woo was scared, and he timidly stuck his hand inside the hole. The wormhole identified him, assigned him a number, and gave him the right to use the portal. The guy was lying on the ground, struggling to get up. He scratched his head and could not understand why it hurt so badly, as if he had lost consciousness. He looked up and saw a glass dome, and 2 drones hovering over his head. There was a crowd of people around him who were getting up from the floor, and one of them asked if they were all in the bunker. Everyone was standing in the room, and there were people standing on the balcony. "It looks like I'm not the only one who feels this bad," Song Chan-woo thought as he looked around at everyone. Not far away, he noticed a girl shouting frantically that she was gaining an incredible ability by looking at the Firebird in front of her. 3 men ran up to her and began offering her membership in the guilds. The girl listened to them in a confused state of euphoria. How I envy her, Sung Chang-woo, who continued to sit on the floor, said quietly. Suddenly, a young man in a suit also approached him, greeted him, asked how he was feeling, and congratulated him on waking up. I don't feel very well, Song Chan-woo muttered as he struggled to get up. You'll be fine soon. Did you test your skills? The man asked him. The guy exhaled, sweated, and replied, Now! Instantly, an electronic display appeared in front of him, showing the characteristics collected and analyzed by the system. He was surprised to read his strength, health, stamina, and mana values, none of which were even 1%, and the skill he had gained was cloning. It has appeared, and I only thought so, the amazed guy exclaimed loudly. How weak I am, thought the guy as he read his scores. But the main thing was the skill that allows you to create a clone that wags like its user. He thought about it because there were no conditions for using the skill. His thoughts were interrupted by a man standing next to him saying that the status check was complete. Don't be upset, all beginners have very poor initial performance. And what is your skill? A young man asked the guy curiously. Cloning, Sung Chan-woo replied to him in a confused manner, and he laughed happily. Is it very bad? The boy asked again. The man explained to him that there was a man who had the skill of illusory cloning, but his clones could not do anything. But rather than waking up without a skill at all, you can demonstrate your skill to officials, and they will be able to give an accurate assessment. Sung Chan-woo looked toward the crowd where the skills were being evaluated, and something incredible was happening there. People were demonstrating their skills in full glory. An unfamiliar guy was demonstrating his crazy karate moves, which he hadn't even known before. And in front of him were people from the crowd and evaluators who were recording everything, and everyone was watching this show closely. Sung Chang-woo felt sick at what he saw, and he sweated again. The man continued to say that he needed to undergo an official scan in the research team and registration, after which he would be able to return through the portal. Sung Chang-woo meekly went for the scan, and when he entered the glass flask, he froze. A moment passed and the research team member said it was over. The guy exhaled loudly and was relieved. The examiner replied that the probability of displaying one or more skills was 73% and the identification was complete. Looking up at the guy, he said that the cloning skill had been registered and the Awaken's registration form had been sent to the ID bracelet. After a while, Sung Chang-woo was already on the bus on his way home, and he was happy to think that everything had gone much faster than he had thought. He looked closely at his bracelet and wondered what this skill was. After a while, the guy was already at home in his cozy apartment. Upon entering the apartment, he asked loudly if everyone had done a good job. This was his way of addressing his 4 computers, which were on and generating something. Sung Chang-woo looked carefully at the screen of one of them, where a computer game was playing. He sat down in a chair and started checking the files that had been created while he was away, but the game performance was too low. Garbage! He exclaimed loudly and collapsed on the bed in frustration. Sung Chang-woo looked at the ceiling and thought about whether the popularity of games is declining today, but maybe we should hope for a new one. I need to find an extra job to pay for my rent and tuition, he thought. At that moment, he wanted someone to work for him. Oh, that's right, a clone, Sung Chang-woo exclaimed loudly and abruptly got up from his bed. He looked closely at the electronic bracelet on his arm and was determined to test his new skill. Sun Chan-woo stood in the middle of the room and concentrated with his whole body. As the air around his body began to glow and electrify, Sung Chang-woo closed his eyes and concentrated even more. His efforts were so strong that steam began to escape from the boy's clothes. Mentally, he began to summon the clone, and a blue glow began to emanate from his stomach. The guy opened his eyes and pointed his hands to the center of the room. Unable to stand the tension, he began to scream loudly. After coughing loudly, Sung Chang-woo saw a blue stream of air begin to come out of his body and form into a cloud in front of him. The cloud began to glow with a fierce radiance, and the air in the room began to vibrate. When the smoke cleared, Sung Chan-woo saw an exact copy of himself, but completely naked. Song Chan-woo stared numbly at the clone with square eyes as if he were looking at his reflection in a mirror. Looking at him carefully, he mentally concluded that this clone had a body identical to his own. Coming out of his daze, Sung Chang-woo stepped closer to the clone and tried to say something, but only sounds came out. Finally, he said, "Are you a clone?" His voice was shaking. "Yes," the clone answered him monotonously. "Can I touch you?" the boy asked him, frightened. "Yes, my master," the clone answered him. "I feel a little uncomfortable," a thought flashed through Sung Chan-woo's mind. He reached out to the clone and touched his shoulder with fear. "It's a real physical body, not an illusion," thought the amazed Sung Chan-woo. He looked at the clone again and said, embarrassed, that he had to do something first. Sung Chan-woo quickly found a sweater and pants, and the clone dressed very quickly. The guy was now standing in front of an absolute copy of him. "So I can give you orders?" the guy asked again. The clone answered yes. Sung Chang-woo thought about sitting down first, and the clone knelt down in front of him. I don't even have to say anything out loud, the guy exclaimed in surprise, excited. And he mentally said again, "Get up!" And the clone quickly stood up. "Say it again," thought Sung Chan-woo, and the clone sat down again like a robot. But he was already sweating and short of breath, and the clone started coughing. The guy looked at him in amazement and thought that the clone had the same poor stamina as him. He really was an absolute copy of him. At that moment, his cell phone rang in his pocket. It was Gyeondae, and he was writing to him. Sung Chang-woo opened the messenger, where Hyundai wrote a dozen messages asking what skill his friend had learned. He began to quickly reread everything Gyeondae had written to him. The clone finally cleared his throat and stood up. Why does he write so much? Sun Chan-woo was nervous, trying to avoid answering the question directly. An electronic screen appeared in front of his eyes, showing that his endurance had increased by 1,000%. On the other side of the city stood a blonde guy dressed in an elegant suit. It was George Lucas, the owner of the Shimmering Skill, a C-class runner-up in America. He was standing in the Office of Enlightenment when the secretary came in and reported that out of a population of 300 million people, 80% had been enlightened. He asked her how long it would take to reach 100% enlightenment. She replied that it would take 5 years to reach that point. 5 years is not that long, he muttered to himself. George Lucas went to the window and stared into the darkness of the city for a long time. It was the largest building in the city, standing in the very center and the most mysterious. Meanwhile, a guy was running in the city park, and it was clear that he was already too tired to run. He was dressed warmly with a hood over his head. His face was red and wet, and he could barely catch his breath. 2 townspeople were sitting on a bench, and one of them looked at the runner and said that this guy was running again. The other replied that he had seen this guy before. The strange man ran here every day, but it seemed he was about to faint. He ran to a bench and sat down, barely catching his breath. He was completely frozen, sitting there sweating and panting, his eyes blurring, and suddenly he saw someone's hand holding out a bottle of water. It was some guy in a cap he didn't know who held out a bottle of water even closer and told him to drink it before one more lap of the race, and laughed. But the runner suddenly got scared and pulled his hood even tighter, took off, and ran away in silence, leaving the surprised stranger behind. The stranger watched him go and just thought that maybe the runner was just an introvert and walked away. After a while, in his apartment, Sung Chang-woo got on the scale and saw a pleasant figure of 74 kilograms and 800 grams, which is how much he now weighed. He scratched the back of his head and thought that he had been eating for 2 lately, but he had lost 9 kilograms. He did nothing, and his body was getting better every day. Sung Chang-woo looked at his electronic vital screen and saw that his health, stamina, and reflexes had improved. But there was one thing he hadn't realized. First of all, the pain and fatigue felt by the clone is not transmitted to him, and he remembered how he used to send his 3 clones to the stadium every day to train. Secondly, the clone disappears when it gets damaged or uses up energy, and he recalled how one of the clones on the 20th lap simply deflated, leaving his clothes behind. Third, with every change in his body, the clone copied him completely. Fourth, if the guy is far enough away, orders can be given mentally. At this point, he remembered how each of the clones was doing their own hard exercise. He wanted even more for the clones to clone more on their own. He closed his eyes and dreamily thought that if it were possible, an infinite number of clones would appear, but it was not possible. He sighed, got up, and sat down at his computer. He opened the Hunter's Wiki site and said he never expected the day to come when he would be studying this site that provided basic information for hunters. While studying his characteristics, Sung Chang-woo thought about when a clone trains to fulfill an order, and so the guy had the opportunity to raise his characteristics. Sung Chan-woo was thinking that he could double his score if he moved along with the clone, and that's when a flyer for a local sports club caught his eye. The guy was carefully reading the list of services and their cost and thought about it. Out of habit, he looked at the computer screen, where games were playing automatically, and he smiled slyly, saying out loud, "So I'll be the head, and you'll be the limbs." Sung Chan-woo had already come up with a plan of action at that moment. He opened mobile banking on his phone, but the balance was not enough to register at a sports club, and he read his monthly expenses in frustration. With a sigh, he began to think about where else he'd spent his money and remembered that he had probably spent a lot on food. "I need to find a part-time job as soon as possible because the family workshop was not doing well," he thought, and began to quickly type in the job options. "It's better to find some construction work. It will help me train my body and earn money at the same time," thought Sung Chang-woo happily as he looked through the vacancies. As he scanned the job requirements, he thought that it would be better to do it himself, because a clone would not be able to do everything well. One of the vacancies caught my eye. The Vucon Center was looking for a part-time worker to deliver in the evening and at night with a salary of 100,000. This was perfect for Sung Chang-woo, and he quickly dialed the phone number. After a couple of rings, the phone was picked up and he said he was calling about a job opening. He was told that there would be no interview for this job, and that he could start working. He replied that he was ready to start tomorrow. The caller asked him if he could start today. The guy was nervous for some reason, but said it was possible. The caller made an appointment at the logistics center for 7:30 in the evening, and they said goodbye. This conversation seemed rather strange to him. He thought that no one was working in the company, that they had to start working today. Sung Chang-woo decided that he didn't care, because the pay was still quite high. After a while, he arrived at the work location. It was a large industrial enterprise with technical buildings and loading docks. He checked the address on his phone. Everything matched, and said out loud that it was probably here. Standing next to the boy was his #1 clone, wearing a medical mask, cap, and hood, so that no one could see their strange resemblance. Sung Chang-woo looked at the clone and thought it would be fashionable to say that he was his twin, but he changed his mind because something could go wrong. He began to instruct the clone on how to behave, and told him that his name would be Gondo, and that he should respond normally when he entered the company. The guy stood in the middle of a huge building and scratched the back of his head, and thought that the building was big, and he did not understand where to go to get inside. Suddenly, when he looked at the man's figure, he recognized his friend. It was Sang-woo. It was indeed him. The man happily approached Sung Chan-woo and asked him what he was doing here. The boy happily and surprisedly exclaimed, "Mr. Dokchil." Deep down, he was relieved to see a familiar face. Sung Chang-woo shook Dokchil's hand and explained that he had come here to work. Sung-woo was surprised to note that the man had lost a lot of weight and did not recognize him. When he heard about the guy's work, he waved his hand in the direction of one of the buildings with owls, which is where the company's office is located. "What good fortune that we met," Song Chung-woo happily replied. Dokchil laughed and said that they would see each other again. After his friend left, Sung Chang-woo felt himself getting very nervous and grabbed his head. He looked at the silent clone and asked if he was nervous. The clone replied that he was not. The guy turned around and walked toward the office, saying that they would have to finish everything quickly and then they would eat at home. The clone silently followed him. After some time and unloading 30 boxes of cargo, Sung Chan-woo came to the conclusion that the delivery work was too much for him, and the clone worked like a robot, silently and skillfully carrying the boxes, without complaining about anything. In addition to them, there were other guys in the warehouse who were silently and skillfully loading boxes. Some of them were unloading cars, while others were putting boxes on shelves in the warehouse. Sung Chang-woo looked at them and couldn't understand if they had some kind of magical skill for dragging these hateful boxes. His hands were dropping. Meanwhile, the clone continued to work silently and skillfully, so much so that the employees watched in amazement at such an unusual newcomer. The guy started to cry, and at that moment he thought that he could have avoided coming, but the clone did a great job. Finally, the hour-long break for all employees has arrived. Sung Chang-woo sat down on the floor, barely shifting his feet and hobbling, his clone quietly pacing beside him. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of his eyes holding out 2 cans of Pepsi Cola. "We need to replenish water in our bodies and eat, so here, take it," said Dokchil, quietly approaching them. Dokchil sat down next to them and looked closely at the clone, saying that he was very surprised that the young man worked so hard without saying a word. I asked him what his name was. The clone quietly replied Kim Kyung-do. The man turned his gaze to the boy and asked, "Is this the first time Sun Chan-woo has done this kind of work?" "Yes, and it's very, very difficult," Song Chan-woo answered him, barely rolling his tongue. "Nevertheless, it is a very courageous act, and most of the boys can't stand it and run away before lunch," Dokchil said. Sung Chang-woo finished his Pepsi, and tears welled up in his eyes, and he thought that he could easily have been among them. "What university do you study at?" the man asked. "Gyeongguk University," the boy replied. "It's a good school," Dokchil summarized. Sung Chang-woo said that the university was not that good after all. Meanwhile, the clone silently drank his Pepsi greedily. "If you weren't so modest, I would give anything for my daughter to go there. I don't understand who she turned out to be," the man told him. "Don't worry, I didn't study very well either, but I still managed to get in," the guy reassured him. "But how did you do it?" the man asked him. "I got 2 licenses and a special permit," Sung Chang-woo answered him. "A special permit, that's really what will help me," the man answered him happily. He had really found a way out of his situation. Dokchil thought for a minute. He needed to solve his problem. After a moment, he looked up at the boy and offered him another part-time job. Sung Chang-woo wondered what other work I could do. He was bursting with curiosity, and the man explained to him that instead of doing this hard work, he suggested that the boy take care of his daughter. "What?" a surprised Song Chang-woo asked him. "I'm going to work out?" the guy with the rounded eyes asked the man again, looking at his card balance on his phone. "Do I understand correctly that I have to catch up with your daughter in all subjects?" he asked the man. The man explained that his daughter was not doing well in school. "And how much will you pay me?" Song Chan-woo asked him. "I promise to pay you 50,000 for each lesson, for 2 hours and twice a week." "That kind of money? Not so bad," In just 2 hours, Song Chan-woo thought in surprise. Deal, the guy exclaimed and shook his hand. The man thanked him sincerely. He stood up and said that after work he would discuss it with his daughter and call Song Chan-woo tutoring, and everything is going well, he thought with satisfaction as he looked up at the starry sky. He reopened the electronic scoreboard and looked at the message that health and stamina had risen again by 1/100%. At this point, one of the workers rolled out a wheelbarrow with 2 more boxes and loudly said, "There's still work to be done." Sung Chan-woo smiled and said out loud that there was still some work to be done. But the boy decided to eat some food and looked into the bag he had taken with him for a snack, but it was completely empty. He looked in amazement at the clone, who had stuffed all the burgers in the bag into his mouth and was trying to chew it all up quickly. Sung Chan-woo laughed and exclaimed, "Did you really eat all of this? Have you gone mad?" The clone stuffed all 5 burgers into his mouth at that moment. His mouth stretched so that his eyes grew in size. "You shameless glutton," the guy shouted, but his clone silently continued to eat the whole package with pleasure. The next morning, the guy woke up in his bed. He really finally got some sleep because he was exhausted from work the day before. He tried to get up, but a sharp pain pierced his entire body, and he remained lying still, grimacing. From that moment on, he was determined to use a clone of Namer 1 for this loader job, because he wouldn't last that long on his own. He looked at the electronic screen of his characteristics, which had risen again, and it became clear to him that Clone 1 was still working. Mentally, he ordered him to go back. He had to take him back and call him again because he could lose his clothes. But the guy decided to eat anyway. After about 20 minutes, Sung Chang-woo leaned back happily in his chair. He was finally full. Suddenly, he heard sounds at the apartment door. Someone came up. The key turned in the door lock and it opened. This was clone number 1. He finally came back from work, soaked and quite dirty, saying, "I'm back, my master." Song Chang-woo was scared at that moment. He couldn't get used to the fact that he now had his own twin clones. The guy ordered him to wash and change his clothes. The clone obeyed the order, and 10 minutes later stood in front of his master, washed and in clean clothes. "Give me your hand," Sun Chan-woo ordered him menacingly. The clone meekly held out his palm, and the guy took out a long needle, thinking that if he withdrew it, clone number 1 might disappear into the wind. And at that moment, he poked the clone's arm with the needle as hard as he could. The clone didn't even twitch in pain. Blood stood out on the finger, but the clone's face remained completely calm and peaceful. Sung Chan-woo rushed to quickly wipe away the blood, apologize, and say that he was holding up well. The blood was wiped off, and the clone asked the guy when he would get the regeneration characteristic. It could come when the wound was made permanently. Sung Chang-woo carefully studied the information about regeneration, wondering if this characteristic would appear if he did this to the clone's arm for a month. The guy told the clone to eat ramen more often, especially when he felt hungry, and then to continue training. The clone meekly agreed. Then he took out an additional phone and gave it to the clone, telling him to be in touch when he went to work. Sung Chang-woo got dressed and went outside with the intention of finding the gym from the flyer. He walked down the street and read the flyer again. The address seemed to be in the right direction. At that moment, someone grabbed the guy's neck from behind and shouted his name. "Long time no see, you idiot!" A big guy, a head taller than Song Jang-woo, exclaimed. Kim Kyung-do said to him in surprise, turning to him. "I'm hot. Get away from me at last," the guy said, dropping his hand. "I didn't recognize you at first. You've lost a lot of weight," Kim Kyung-do told him. "I'm doing sports and I'm going to the gym right now," Sung Chang-woo replied to him in a businesslike and irritated manner. "Really? I go to the gym too." "What gym are you going to?" Gondo shouted at him. "But I can see your muscles behind that layer of fat," the boy scolded him. "The strong body, as it is called," explained Sung Chang-woo. "Oh, it's a nice place," Yondo replied in surprise. "I didn't notice anything special in the advertisement for this hall, except for the high price," the guy said again. "But the coach there is a real beauty." Yondo slyly answered him and smiled with a rounded smile. Yondo grabbed the boy with his huge arms and pulled him toward the gym, shouting, "Come on!" After a while, they reached the gym, and when they entered, they both saw a burly man pumping his muscles with a dumbbell. The next guy was pumping up his muscles with a barbell that had too many rings on it, but he was quite skillful with it. And the third guy was sitting with a plate and eating a chicken breast with appetite, not noticing anyone around him. "This place looks really nice," exclaimed Sung Chang-woo, looking around him. "Are you sure?" Gyondo asked him again. The guy who was eating chicken quickly stood up when he saw the new visitors and began to apologize for his lunch, and after greeting them, invited them to the gym. "We'd like to register," Sung Chang-woo replied. The administrator said that right now, on the occasion of the opening of the hall, there are huge discounts. Sung Chan-woo agreed to buy a 3-month subscription and asked the administrator to show him the simulators, thinking that in the future, a clone would do it. The administrator gladly agreed to show me everything and proceeded to process the documents and make the payment. The gym was really cool, with a variety of new exercise equipment in spacious rooms and freshly renovated. Sung Chan Woo eagerly laid down under the bar and took it off the hooks, and he began to do push-ups, sweating instantly. A moment later, the administrator came up to him and said that the guy was doing a very good incline bench press and that he needed to increase the weight on the bar over time. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a man's shout from the corner where another barbell was standing. The administrator and Song Chang Woo turned around at the sound. In addition to them, a guy who was masterfully swinging dumbbells also turned toward the sound, and another guy who was running on a treadmill also rounded his eyes at the sound. The sound ended, and everyone heard the barbell being placed on the rack. For a moment, the gym was silent. It was Gunda. He deftly stood up from the bar and began to squeeze his pumped-up arms. While the guys were filling out the paperwork, he decided to start training. "Wow, that was impressive. It looks like you've been practicing for a long time," the administrator asked Yonde. "No, it's my first time," Gyeongyul told him. "Then you must have gotten a power boost after waking up? What is your current power level?" the administrator asked. "Not much, just 2% and a tenth," Gyeonde replied. Strength does help lift weights, so it must be the skill he was talking about, he thought. Suddenly, his phone rang in his pocket. Picking up the phone, he heard Dokchul's voice. The guy said hello. The man told him that he had talked to his wife and daughter yesterday and wanted to know if he had time now. "If you don't mind, I'd like to talk to you in person at my home," Dokchul said. The boy replied that he would come as soon as he could. The guy decided to finish his workout and went outside. Gonde is shameless. He didn't check in after his performance, the guy thought irritably as he entered the elevator. "I'm going to go to the gym when you can do it properly, or are you jealous of me?" Gyeondo was indignant, to which Sung Chan-woo replied that the reason was probably the absence of the coach. Hyungdae was embarrassed and answered with a childish grin. "Yes, that's even better because I don't have to worry about my clone," he thought as he got off the elevator. It was Dokchul's house. Sung Chang-woo walked up to apartment 603 and began to listen. A girl's voice shouted that her father had decided everything for her. The girl screamed for her father to send the boy home. "So tell him that yourself," her father shouted at her, and at that moment abruptly opened the door, hitting the boy. Dokchul opened the door and looked at him in surprise. Sung Chan-woo grabbed his head, his eyes darkened and tears came out. The boy sat down in pain, and the apartment fell silent. The girl looked at them both numbly. She was a rather pretty teenager, with fashionable purple hair and rather modern clothes. Finally, the flickering in the guy's eyes ended and he was able to get to his feet. Dokchul rushed to him to apologize for not noticing him at all. Sung Chan-woo reassuringly told him that he was fine. Dokchul's wife entered at that moment with a plate of sliced fruit and looked at the guest in surprise. "I didn't recognize you. You've lost a lot of weight," she said. "I've been doing a lot of sports lately, and we haven't seen each other for a long time," the guy replied. "Actually," and at that moment he noticed a girl sitting quietly at the table. "Is that Ms. Hyeon?" he asked his father. "Yes," she answered quietly, blushing and not looking up from her beautiful eyes. "I'm pleased to meet you. I'll be your tutor from today. I heard you want to go to Yongguk?" asked Song Chang-woo. The girl stood there red-faced like a cancer, very uncomfortable because Song Chang-woo must have heard her screams. "Are you in your senior year now? I'd like to see your performance in school before classes start," Sung Chan-woo asked her. "Success?" she exclaimed with tears in her rounded eyes. She was thrown into a fever by his words. But she went silently to get her report card. Sung Chan-woo took the report card in his hands and quickly skimmed through the grades of the subjects. And to put it mildly, he stood in shock. He was both cold and hot. Her ratings ranged from 5 to 7 points, and he carefully read the report card while her parents were silent. The girl covered her face with her hands in shame. At that moment, Dokchul realized that he had to get out of the house, so he quietly went out into the hallway, grabbed his jacket, and began to put on his shoes. "I'm off to work. Thank you, Sung Chan-woo," he shouted and ran out the door, his wife screaming that he was a traitor. Sung Chan-woo finally looked up at his future student and remained silent, searching for at least some words in his mind. The girl sat across from me and didn't even look up, burning with shame and crying imperceptibly. Finally, Sung Chang-woo began to say that he hadn't gotten high scores on the SAT either, which was a standardized test for admission to higher education. "Really?" The girl finally answered him and smiled sincerely as a child. And somewhere inside her soul, her fear was gone. "Of course, let's do our best," he told her. "Good," she replied happily. Sung Chang-woo suggested that she start classes from today and set up a schedule of twice-weekly classes. "We have a long and difficult road ahead of us. The boy, shocked by the grades, said thoughtfully, and they went to the girl's room. The girl sat down at the table and opened her notebook and textbook. Sung Chang-woo read the topics she had covered, and they started from the beginning. She listened attentively to his explanations and was very diligent in solving the examples and writing down the calculations in her notebook. After a while, Song Chan-woo returned to his home, and as he undressed, he thought that the girl was not as hopeless as he thought. He glanced at his computers and muttered aloud that clone number 1 must have already left for work. The guy sat down in his chair thinking that he had given the clone a spare phone, and if the number of clones increased in the future, it would be difficult to buy another one. He opened the Hunter's Network tab, wondering if he should look for skills related to his own in this network, and he started reading the lists of skills sales and their prices. There was everything you could want. The guy had tears in his eyes. He reopened his mobile bank on his phone and looked at his balance of 233,001. The guy lay down in frustration and looked at the ceiling with his arms folded. He was extremely disappointed. And then a thought came to him, and he said it out loud. Maybe he should become a hunter if they earn so much. At that moment, he opened the news on his phone and read about the richest A-class hunter and his most expensive house. Sung Chang-woo threw away his phone and abruptly got out of bed afterwards, a cunning plan brewing in his mind. This is an extraordinary skill, and I can't waste it on some slave labor, he thought confidently. Good, he said and grabbed his jacket. After putting it on, Sung Chang-woo decided that he would try to become a hunter after all. His mood improved as his vitality unlocked. So, in the year 2000, portals began to appear simultaneously all over the planet Earth, and monsters came out of them. This, later called the Great Catastrophe, tragically killed more than half of the world's population. For a moment, humanity lost hope, and everyone gave up and thought that it was the end of the world. But at that moment, super people with special abilities began to appear from somewhere, and together with them on the front lines, humanity was able to win this war. And now, in 2023, a profession appeared to hunt the remaining monsters, and such people were called hunters. Sun Chan-woo discovered a video about hunters on YouTube and started watching it. To become one, he had to pass a test and get a state license. He walked down the street and listened to the video and finally stopped in front of the building saying, "So that's what you are, the Hunter Center." It was a huge, gloomy 25-story building in the city center, with a sign that read, "The Center for Hunters." Sung Chan-woo happily told himself that it was probably because of the activation of his vitality that he now had a couple of hours of sleep to feel great. He took in more air and went inside the building, where on the ground floor there were weapon stores where hunters bought various swords. Some shops were engaged in repairing firearms. Hunters of all ages and appearances, dressed in completely different clothes, were scurrying around. He looked around and came to the conclusion that not many people had come to take the test. Suddenly, he saw a girl who announced that registration for the license exam would take place on the ground floor and would end in 20 minutes. On the ground floor, the guy thought in surprise and for some reason began to feel very nervous. He went down to the floor below, entered the room with the sign, "Room for the Hunter Exam," and opened the door with the words, "Excuse me." To his surprise, the room was packed with people. Most of them were men who looked rather strange. Sung Chang-woo was confused for a moment and stopped, because he could not understand why there were so many of them. One of the guys who heard his apology started laughing at him. Another asked, "Who is this weirdo?" Suddenly everyone heard someone walking, and in a moment, a fat man appeared before the eyes of all the visitors and loudly exclaimed that he was glad to see everyone. His name was Han Myung-hwan. The exam consists of a written part and a test, and if someone is caught lying, they will be disqualified without the right to retake the exam this year, Myung-hwan said. "We don't forgive liars," he repeated loudly, impressing all the applicants with this statement. Sung Chan-woo felt a terrible atmosphere of oppressive pressure, and because of this, he was completely confused and frightened. And now, we're finally going to start the hunter's exam. Han Myung-hwan barked loudly, and the classroom fell silent. At that time, a white sedan was speeding through the city center. The driver with the earpiece in his ear was talking nervously to someone, promising that he would transfer the money by the end of the month and reassuring his director. Suddenly, he heard a light bumper knock behind him. Someone had already caught up with him, but the guy ignored it and kept driving. It was Kang, the executive director of the JM agency, who was in a hurry to go about his business as usual. "You can go crazy. Money is slipping through your fingers and it doesn't come easily," Khan said to himself. Khan looked at his watch and exclaimed that the hunter's exam should be over soon, and he accelerated and rushed across the bridge to the city center. Meanwhile, a message appeared on Song Chang-woo's bracelet that he had received the status of an F-class hunter, and he thought it was all very easy. The tests had only 20 questions and a lot of time, and they were too easy for the guy. On the practical task, the targets were hung very close, and the aptitude test was a conversation about morality from school. They asked him if he could shoot a person, and he said no. This work involves risking life and using weapons. Is it normal that there is such a low threshold for entry? Thought Sung Chan-woo after the test. He was confused again and stood there thinking about all the strange things that had happened to him today. It seemed that the government wanted everyone to become hunters. Strange and disturbing thoughts overtook the boy. Okay, I won't bother with this issue, the guy said out loud. The guy went out into the yard with heavy thoughts. It was full of people, and among them were people in suits handing out business cards. They were very polite and practically grabbed everyone's hands, telling them about the privileges of their companies. People listened to them with interest, carefully reading their business cards and drinking coffee together. They must be representatives of guilds trying to recruit hunters, he thought. Congratulations on passing the exam for a hunter's license, Sung Chang-woo suddenly heard behind him. My name is Kang Junmo. I offer cooperation. With every purchase or search for hunting items, we are ready to provide you with the best deals. At that moment, the guy opened the electronic scoreboard of his characteristics and automatically thanked the representative. He was surprised to read that his cloning skill level had increased, and he could now summon 2 clones. The representative was praising his agency at the time when suddenly the guy threw him a "I'll contact you later," grabbed his business card and quickly ran away. The manager looked after him with tears in his eyes, exclaiming, "Don't forget about us, please." He was sure he would recruit him right then and there. Sung Chang-woo reached his apartment, and it was already dark outside. He decided to test his new and improved skill. The guy was tired from his strange day. He grabbed his head and sat down in a chair tiredly. Nothing could be better than cloning, he thought with satisfaction. He tensed and concentrated, smoke enveloping his entire body and half the room. There was an electric shock all around. The second exact copy of him stood in front of Sung Chan-woo. Now there were 2 of them. I look forward to working together, number 2. He greeted the second naked clone happily. He pulled out a business card and all 3 of them looked at it carefully. Now, we are ready to become hunters, the boy exclaimed with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the company's manager, Jim Kang Junmo, got into his car and threw away the rest of the business cards, muttering with satisfaction that he had finally given them all away. I really hope that they will contact me, he said out loud as he stretched his tie. He was also tired from this crazy day. He remained silent and looked out the window, thinking about something, with a beautiful night city stretching out beyond. The next day, Kang Junmo arrived at the office of his work, which was the official representative office of the leading guild in Korea, Haesong. His director was sitting in his office drinking coffee and analyzing the documents. You need to settle the amount written in the documents, he told Junmo. I understand everything, the manager replied clearly as he reread the document. Suddenly, his cheerful mood disappeared and he read the document again and rounded his eyes in surprise. The amount is very suspicious. The price for the troll should be at least 5 million, he told the director. Junma, have you been a member of the Haesong Guild for a long time? The director asked him in displeasure. Yes, that's right, Kang answered him. Khan tensed up. Then start thinking, the director barked. If we work by the rules, what will we have left? He continued. The director stood up and put his hand on Khan's shoulder, adding more calmly that he understood that he was a decent man, but that he should not interfere in the affairs of the guild. At this point, Junmo crumpled up the document in anger. Okay? His director asked more politely. After a while, Khan was sitting in his car, closing his eyes, thinking that if he had known it would be so hard, he would have kept quiet. At that moment, his thoughts were interrupted by the ringing of the phone, and Khan began to randomly search his pockets. When he found him, he answered, Kang Junmo from Jim is here. Hello, this is Song Chang-woo. You gave me your business card and I'd like to clarify a few things. They agreed to meet in half an hour at a Starbucks in the city center. Kang Junmo drove up to the meeting place, and when he entered the coffee shop, he began to look for the boy with his eyes. In the corner at the table was Sung Chang-woo, who raised his hand and called out to him, I'm here. The manager of the Mershi came over to his table. Kang sat down and apologized for keeping him waiting. Sung Chang-woo cheerfully replied that he had just arrived. Junmo offered to order something to drink. The guy agreed and they ordered 2 cold caffeinated soft drinks from the barista. Khan asked the boy if he understood correctly that he wanted to go into territory that a beginner could handle. Yes, that's right, the boy replied. What is your skill? Kang asked. Cloning, Sung Chang-woo answered him quietly and looked into his cup in silence. Cloning. I've heard of this skill. It creates illusions that are not capable of anything, the manager thought to himself. Well, he's a beginner with illusions that are useless and will not help in the hunt, the manager continued to think as he looked at the boy. Excellent skill. Here's the contract. Please read it, the manager finally said, handing over the documents. I recommend the area for hunting slugs. They are not aggressive and safe, but they release poisonous gas. But you need to wear overalls, Khan said. For me, it's not a problem, the guy answered him, taking a picture of the document. There is a second area, a horned hare hunting zone. You can hunt there for a long time, but because they are fast, you can't earn much. The area is fenced in, so it's safe, Khan continued. There are also low-class monsters. These are giant rats. And they also live in areas where you can be guaranteed complete safety, he continued. I like both locations, and the value of the items for sale is attractive. He finished reading the documents and said he would like to sign a contract. Kang was insanely pleased at this point. Thank you very much, Mr. Hunter Sung Chan-woo, he said to the boy. What specific territory are you choosing? You misunderstood me, the guy said at that moment, putting his personal stamp on the documents. When I said I liked both locations, he continued, the manager's eyes went square. Khan was covered in sweat. He couldn't understand what the guy was talking about. I will hunt both, Song Chang-woo explained to him loudly and nervously. One of the clones sat down in front of Kang Junmo, fully clothed and masked. I heard about your cloning skills, Kang told him. That's right, the clone told him loudly and flashed his eyes. Can I see it in action? Junmo asked slyly. Of course I understand, the clone replied and crossed his fingers, squinting strangely. He concentrated, and in an instant there were 3 of them, absolutely identical. Concentrating again, there were already 5 clones in the room. Kang Junmo looked on in amazement. At that moment, one of the clones grabbed his sword from its sheath. All the remaining clones also drew their swords and pointed them at the clone sitting on the couch. Hey, wait! I shouted at Kang Junmo, and he automatically put his hand forward. But no one could hear him anymore, and all the clones drew their swords and swung in synchronization. They began to fight furiously with each other, angrily and for real. What the hell? Calm down, everyone! Khan shouted, covering his face with his hands. He was seriously scared. One clone stabbed the body and arm of another clone sitting on the couch with his sword. But the latter calmly told Khan that they were all fake and an illusion. Can I touch the sword? Junmo said in surprise and reached for it. Yes, of course. Illusions can't do any harm, the clone explained to him and stabbed his palm, which remained intact, and the sword went completely through it. But these clones are great for distracting monsters, the clone continued to say cheerfully. Finally, Kang Junmo laughed nervously at what he heard, but he was really scared. I've seen enough. The last cloning skill I saw was definitely related to illusions, Junmo thought. But this one, and Kang looked at the clone in front of him, who had calmly turned into an ordinary Song Chang-woo. This clone put the seal on the contract I issued, Junmo thought in surprise. And he can safely drink a lot of coffee. Khan continued to watch him as he poured himself a 3rd cup of coffee. This is really the first time I've ever encountered this kind of skill, Kang thought in amazement. Or maybe you're just twins, he asked Song Chang-woo uncertainly. Song Chang-woo laughed out loud and heartily throughout the cafe. He turned to his walking clone and said, laughing, that it was quite logical to think that about them. And he put his hand on his shoulder in a friendly way. This is my clone, and I realize that this skill can be confused with another similar one, but it's an illusion, Song Chan-woo said cheerfully. But in fact, there is another clone, and I send him to a fitness center, the guy added. A fitness center? Does this mean that clones can also build muscle? Junmo asked in surprise. You're raising your performance with clones, Kang whispered. That's right. If the clones become stronger, I become stronger, Sung Chang-woo replied. It's amazing. This isn't some ordinary F-class hunter's skill. It has incredible potential, Kang thought, amazed. His thoughts were interrupted by Sung Chang-woo saying that he wanted to ask Kang something. Yes? Kang asked him again. Could there be any problems if the same person enters 2 places at the same time? Asked Sung Chang-woo. Yes, there may be difficulties because the fact is that there is a record at the entrance, Junmo explained. Sung Chan-woo was very upset, but I will talk to the hunting association, and we will try to solve this problem, but you will probably need to scan your bracelet and demonstrate your skill. Of course, but I won't be able to use my skill until tomorrow night because of the recharge time, Song Chang-woo replied. In that case, I suggest we meet at the Hunter Center in 2 days, Junmo offered him. And now back to our contract. Khan returned to the topic of their meeting. I had already put my stamp, clone number 2 sent a photo of the contract, and so I checked everything. The guy happily replied to him. Junmo stood up so abruptly that the guy jumped in surprise. I look forward to our cooperation, Kang Junmo cheerfully replied. Song Chang-woo also smiled sincerely at the manager in return, and they shook hands. Likewise, the guy happily replied to the manager. 2 days have passed. Near the 20-story building of the Hunter Center, Sung Chan-woo walked down the street and read the signs on all the office buildings in search of the right one. Mr. Hunter, he suddenly heard somewhere behind him, and the boy looked back sharply. You're here so early, Kang Junmo exclaimed, as he quickly walked to meet him. I came early, in case you were waiting for me here, "So the Hunters Association is located in the Hunters Center?" asked Song Chang-woo. They entered the lobby, where there was a machine that issued electronic tickets in a queue, and the numbers of the hunters were called out and everyone was invited to come to the windows. They both approached the appropriate window, and the administrator asked them if they really wanted to access the hunting areas. "Yes, I have the cloning skill, but there is only one identification bracelet," said Sung Chan-woo. "Wait, you're the first one who wanted a duplicate," the employee replied. The administrator turned to his manager and asked for a document on dual access, and they started looking for it in the folders. Finally finding the appropriate forms, the administrator put them in front of the guy and said that these were applications for a permit, but he had to pass a skills test. "Oh my god, so many documents," he thought, and instantly felt hot. At that moment, Kang took a stack of documents and said reassuringly that he would deal with the documents, and Song Chan-woo could go to the demonstration hall. Kang Junmo sat down with the receptionist and started working on documents, and Sung Chang-woo went into the showroom, where the receptionist was also waiting for him. The boy began his demonstration of skills. He concentrated, and a cloud-like blob of energy formed in front of him and began to electrify. And in the middle of the hall, 3 seconds later, there stood his double, a naked clone. The guy who sat down next to the assistant was covered in sweat, and the girl looked down in embarrassment. In the other corner of the room, in the middle of many machines, stood a man with gray hair engraving a boy's bracelet. The man said mysteriously, carefully examining his work on the bracelet. "The request for an identical bracelet is fulfilled. The clones can enter the territory for hunting by scanning their fingerprints," the man exclaimed. He approached Sung Chan-woo and explained that the possibility of simultaneous entry and exit from different locations, as well as re-entry of clones, had been taken into account. The man came closer to the clone and took him by the shoulders, adding that, as far as he knew, this skill had never been seen in the world before, and in Korea as well. Sung Chan-woo laughed and grabbed his clone like a doll and said it was time for them to go. The gray-haired man watched them go and thought that he could be a great object for research. When he got to the lobby, he saw Kang and happily told him that everything had been arranged. The latter smiled and greeted him. "Finally, the preparations for the double hunt are complete," said Sung Chang-woo, coming closer to him with the clone. "That's right. Does that mean you're going to the hunting grounds right now?" Junmo asked him. "That's right," the boy told him happily. "And why does your clone wear a mask all the time?" Kang finally asked what he was really interested in. The guy explained that he didn't want to draw too much attention to their resemblance. They were being watched unnoticed from the second floor of the lobby. A man shouted loudly from the balcony and smiled maliciously. It was the head of the Haesong Guild, Shin Haesong. "I was wondering who it could be, but it was our Junmo," he said softly, scratching the back of his head. At that moment, the words "Mr. Kang Junmo" were heard throughout the huge lobby, and the boy and Kang looked up sharply. Someone jumped from the second floor with a crash, breaking the floor. It was Shin Hee-sung coming down. "It's been a long time, especially in a place like this," he barked. Song Chan-woo was amazed to recognize him as the head of the Haesong Guild, Shin Haesong. "I didn't even know you were still dealing with hunters," Shin continued to growl. At that moment, Song Chan-woo was surprised to think that he had jumped from a height of at least several floors. At this point, Kang Junmo looked at Shin angrily and greeted him through gritted teeth with the words, "Good afternoon, sir." Shin laughed out loud and shouted, "What kind of sir is he and what kind of good day? And who is this guy?" He turned his gaze to Song Chang-woo. "It's a hunter who is connected to our company," Kang Junmo answered him unhappily. Shin looked at the boy and mumbled that he was probably an F-class hunter. The boy rolled his eyes at these words. He was uncomfortable with the tone of the conversation. He continued to sarcastically say that it must be hard to be so far from home. Mr. Junmo, who worked with hunters in the C and B classes, was completely out of it. And after saying that, Shin Hee-sung laughed out loud in the lobby. "I can't believe you're in charge of the F class and wearing such an ugly sweater," he shouted. He was referring to Song Chang-woo's clothes and pointed at him and exclaimed, "You!" At that moment, the guy put his hand on Khan's shoulder in a reassuring manner. He looked at him in surprise. "Oh," Shin continued to laugh, noticing the guy's gesture. "Looks like our F-class has something to say," Shin barked as he approached the boy. Song Chan-woo smiled slyly and squinted his eyes. "No, I'm just glad to meet the head of the guild, which is the first in the country." The guy started playing along with Shin. "You have a keen eye," Heesun replied with interest. "The first in the country in terms of monopoly, hunting area bans, and payment ratio. I received high praise from the head of the guild," the guy said. "The kid's got it," Shin hissed at him, surprised. "I don't even know what to do." The guy laughed in his face. Shin was furious at the boy's confidence and said that he was quite a brave kid. He smiled mysteriously, exuding evil, impudence, and impunity. Shin came up to the boy from behind, taking him by the shoulders and whispered that maybe he could also master the skills of courage. Cold and animalistic fear ran down Sung Chang-woo's back, and he began to panic, wondering what to do next. Suddenly, everyone heard, "Sir." It was an administrator with glasses running in their direction. "God, the destroyer of the feast has come," Heesun exclaimed to him. "Well, let's call it a day," Shin Hee-sung fussed, leaving the guy. "What's your name?" he suddenly asked, looking around. "Why don't you find out for yourself?" Sung Chan-woo asked him. "You're a funny guy. See you next time, Mr. Junmo," Hyun-kang waved to Hyun-kyung. For some reason, the assistant said to Hysun that this was not the way to behave in the association's premises. "I know that," Shin snapped at him. Song Chan-woo, Kang, and the clone got into the car in silence. After about 5 minutes, Junmo excitedly thanked the boy for his actions. "You see, I couldn't just stand there and watch," Song Chan-woo explained to him. "Tell me, were you aware of my relationship with the Haesong Guild?" Kang suddenly asked the boy. "I'm not stupid. I realized that when I studied the JEM agency a little bit," Song Chang-woo replied. "While searching the web, I found information about Agent Junmo, which was the basis for your expulsion from the Haesong Guild," he continued to say. "Someone told him not to join the agency because then you'd be a target for Haesong," the boy said. "Oh, so this case ended up on the internet," Kang replied. "Why did you join us then?" Kang asked. "Because of the payment ratio?" Sung Chan-woo answered him happily. Throughout their conversation, the clone sat behind them in silence. "And I can also trust you if I don't like something about this job," he added. Khan drove the car in silence, bewildered. "Thank you." Junmo thanked him sincerely and quietly, and they continued to drive across the bridge in silence. Meanwhile, at the other end of the Misada in the gym, the clone was lifting the barbell with his last bit of strength. The coach looked at him in silence with fear. "One look is enough to tell you that it's dangerous for the guy. Will he be okay?" a colleague whispered in his ear. "I tried to explain to him, but he wouldn't listen," the coach told her. Suddenly, the clone's phone rang in his pocket. The clone stopped and read the text message, which said that he should finish his workout and go to the shower. At 4 o'clock, Sung Chang-woo would be waiting at the door. He drank a can of water in one gulp and went to get ready. "It looks like he's finally finished," the girl whispered. Finally, the coach exhaled. Meanwhile, Song Chang-woo decided to try hunting in the slug tunnel. He was wearing a protective suit, a gas mask, a vacuum cleaner, and a sledgehammer. Skillfully walking through the tunnel, the boy sucked in the slugs with a tube. On his back hung a transparent tank, which was already almost full of a red mixture of slug bodies. Finally, after finishing the hunt, he reached the entrance to the tunnel. The guy took off his gas mask and exhaled loudly, grabbing fresh air. "How are you?" Khan asked when he met him. "It's very hard to breathe in a gas mask, as if you were breathing through several masks," the guy answered. "For example, although the slug pit is considered safe, hunters don't usually come here and the income is low," Junmo explained to him. "I understand why, but I don't think I can hold out for long," Song Chan-woo replied. "It is possible to hunt until the container is full, then you can change it. But it will be difficult to last more than 6 hours, Khan told him. "But they say that you can survive longer if you buy a good gas mask and a better quality cooling suit," he added reflectively. "I don't think I'll last more than 2 hours, so I suggest that clone number 2 goes for me," Sang Jong-woo suddenly replied nervously. A minute passed and the clone was already wearing a gas mask. In another minute, he was tying the laces of his boots and putting on other clothes. A moment later, the clone ran to the tunnel. "Good luck, number 2, the boy shouted to him joyfully with tears in his eyes. And he happily turned to Kang and offered to go to the field with the horned hares. Junmo immediately agreed, along with number 1, the guy added and looked around. He added in disappointment that he didn't have a clone because he hadn't taken it out of the gym. The guy was embarrassed and blushed. Meanwhile, the first clone was already standing at the entrance to the gym, but no one was there to meet him. He was confused and could not understand why he had no one. Suddenly, a car pulled up next to him with a whistle, and he finally saw his owner, and the car quickly drove through the city. "So you call your clones by numbers?" Khan asked the guy. "Yes, because they look the same, and I don't see any point in naming them," Song Chan-woo replied. "Well, in principle, everything is correct," Junmo sincerely agreed with him. "I heard that you need a gun to hunt hares?" he asked Khan. "I think we need to get it somewhere, and maybe something else," Song Chan-woo continued to think aloud. "Yes, that's right, you can have your own weapon, or you can rent it right on the field for hunting, but it's better to have your own," Junmo explained to him. The guy stopped talking and looked out the window, thinking about the weapon. After about 10 minutes, the car stopped. "We've arrived," Junmo said. "What was that sound?" asked a surprised Sung Chan-woo, looking at the incredible scene outside the window. It was the territory of Uja-san. The territory of Uja-san was guarded by armed military along the entire perimeter. There were a lot of soldiers. They even regulated the flow of cars. "This place is huge, and it's not even close to the slime territory," the guy muttered in surprise. "That's right. It's the famous area where the monsters made their big breakthrough, Junmo explained. Oh, I've heard of this, he thought. Usually the portal does not let monsters out, so because of this, the hunt takes place inside the portal. But in some cases, monsters pass through the barrier, destroying everything around them and turning it into their own territory. This is what we call a monster breakout, Khan explained, pointing to a black hole in the sky that was emitting electrical discharges, as if from lightning. During the breakthrough 5 years ago, most of the high-ranking monsters were defeated, with only F and E-class monsters remaining in the area, Junmo said. The boy listened to him with interest and looked around. Doesn't anyone complain about the noise, he thought. They both stopped talking and went into the main building. Inside it was a huge hall crammed with various equipment and a bunch of people. Everything you need can be rented over there, Khan pointed to a burly man. For a rifle, night goggles, space rental, and 400 rounds of ammunition, the seller announced, you will pay 700,000 won. Sung Chang-woo felt hot, looked at his card, and realized that the price was too high for him. Kang noticed his reaction and calmed him down, explaining that this was the price of bullets, but it would pay off after the hare hunt, because a hare horn is worth 1 bucket of mucus. They went upstairs. Our place is building F on the 3rd floor, Khan explained. Does this mean that the territory is divided into zones inside? The guy asked. Finally, they were on the right floor. Once inside, they were deafened by the sound. In each section of the huge room, hunters were sitting and shooting hares as if in a shooting range. The sound was incredible. I missed again, one of the hunters exclaimed, irritated. Another hunter hit a hare with a harpoon. At his feet was a sack already stuffed with one-horned hares. Sung Chan-woo watched each of them in amazement, his eyes widening. Chair number 4, I think this is it. Khan finally distracted him by pointing to the seat. They approached a chair and Junmo asked if the boy was confident in his shooting skills. The guy skillfully reloaded his weapon, saying, "Who do you think I am?" and smiled. I missed 3 times during the hunting license exam, he exclaimed. Junmo was surprised to hear him say, "How could you miss from that distance?" "I feel sorry for the horned rabbits," exclaimed Song Chan-woo as he took aim. He covered his ears with earplugs and began to aim, saying that now the rabbits would not be able to get away from him. Khan smiled a little uncertainly and sweated as he watched the guy, but he also put on earplugs just in case. In the sights of his rifle, Sun Chang-woo finally saw his target, a rabbit. "I found it," he exclaimed loudly. "Is that so?" Junmo asked him in surprise. The guy zoomed in on the scope's image and now he could see the prey's head up close. He pulled the trigger quickly and confidently. The first cartridge case fell out of the clip. The hunt was on. 3 hours had passed since the start of the hunt, and it was already dark outside. Song Chang-woo sat with round eyes clutching his head and staring at the wall. "God, what a shame I didn't hit a single rabbit," and he bent down and cried. "It makes no sense," he cried in judgment, and a clone sat at his feet. In his mind, he recalled all the rabbits he had seen in the field today. He remembered aiming and shooting at them, and they were running around the territory frantically. "As soon as I start shooting, they run away," he began to complain to Kan, who was disappointed and began to go home as well. "I couldn't even recoup the cost of the bullets. Maybe that's enough for today?" The guy couldn't calm down. Suddenly, he called out to clone number 1. The latter respectfully approached in silence. "I order you to shoot at the rabbits with your rifle and collect them with your harpoon," Sung Chan-woo ordered. "If you're successful, send me a text with the number 1, and if you run out of bullets, call me," he added, disappointed. "I'm definitely going home." Sun Chan-woo wandered off the premises with tears in his eyes. At home, the boy lay down on the bed and began to watch his powers on the electronic screen, which had grown slightly again due to the success of Clone 2 and the slimes. He remembered the conversation with Hyson with irritation, and he felt uncomfortable again. "I still have a long road ahead of me," Song Chang-woo thought, and he was upset again. Terribly tired and yawning, he finally decided to go to sleep. The day was not a happy one indeed. He really wanted clone number 1 to catch at least 1 rabbit. With this thought in mind, the boy finally fell asleep. But he didn't see that all night long. The clone was constantly receiving texts from the phone with the score of the killed prey. Finally, the long-awaited morning came. The office building where Kang Junmo worked was gradually filled with workers. Khan stood by the window and watched the morning and thought about something. Suddenly, the phone rang in his pocket. He jerked and automatically introduced himself. "Is this the agency to which the hunter Song Chan-woo belongs?" he was asked on the phone. Kang replied that it was. "You are concerned about the slug territory manager. Come immediately and stop him," the manager shouted into the phone. Junmo could not understand what had happened. He had been hunting for 24 hours and now he was a little out of it. Khan's eyes rounded at what he heard. "I'm leaving immediately," he shouted back. Meanwhile, Song Chang-woo finally woke up. His sleep was wonderful and so he was in a good mood. Automatically, he picked up the phone and stared at it sleepily, not realizing what had happened to clone number 1. After about 10 seconds of reading, his sleep was gone. Finally, it dawned on him how many texts the clone had sent. "Oh God," he whispered. On the other side of the city, Khan finally reached the territory of the slugs. When he entered the room, he saw that the entire floor was covered with large tanks filled with slime. Did he fill all the tanks in just one day? Khan thought, amazed at what he saw. Turning his eyes, Junmo saw clone number 1, wearing a spacesuit and a gas mask. Slime from slugs poured out from under his gas mask, and the clone stood motionless, with his head tilted. Kang quickly pulled out his phone and began dialing Song Chan-woo's number. The guy surprisingly picked up the phone right away and answered, "Hunter Song Chang, Woo, I have good news. I am now standing in the slime territory and your clone has filled all the tanks with slime in a day. We are going to call the cleaners. So order the clone to stop immediately." "I'm glad to hear that, but maybe we should send cleaners to Ujisan as well," the guy replied. Chunmo could not understand what he meant. "I think the whole passage is full of horny rabbits," added Sung Chan-woo. Indeed, in Ujisan, a whole mountain of rabbit corpses was piled in the middle of the lobby. All the hunters and workers in the area came to see this incredible sight. People whispered among themselves. Some said it was crazy. Others said it was impossible to count them. The picture was so incredible that everyone began to take pictures of the rabbits unnoticed. Clone number 2 was sitting on a chair nearby. Bloody and dirty, he sat silently and did not even move. One of the agents was already persistently attacking him, saying that he had incredible hunting skills. It was the agent of the Brown Bear Guild, Kim Byung-sik, who asked the clone if he was in any guild. But in response, the clone sat there and remained silent. "Patience. Most talented people are weird," the agent thought irritably. "No, no," the other agent told him sarcastically and laughed. "We have already tried to talk to him, but he does not respond," the agent explained to him. They were recruiters from other large guilds. "But he should at least say a few words," Bensik replied. "I'm telling you, no," his colleague replied irritably. At this point, Sung Chang-woo quietly crawled on his knees to the clone and pulled up a box of extra bullets. "Keep hunting, and if an agent comes, let him remove the rabbit corpses," he whispered to the clone. "Good job, number 1, the guy said, patting the clone on the shoulder. The clone stood up like a robot and reloaded his rifle. "He's starting his hunt again," someone in the crowd shouted, and the crowd fell silent in awe. "Hey, quiet, let's watch him hunt," some guy shouted, and everyone started pulling out their phones to take pictures. Sung Chan-woo returned home and went to tutoring. While the girl was explaining something to him, he thought that his clone was a little underestimated, as they are distinguished by their drive to complete a task and the ability to make a decision without hesitation. They must be capable of more, he thought. At that moment, the girl crossed his mind. "What do you think you're talking about that you can't hear me?" she asked. "I'm sorry, I'm done with the test. You've improved compared to the last lesson," Sung Chang-woo told her. "I've been told I can do better, but what are you thinking about?" she asked. "It's just that I recently visited the territory for hunting and everything went much better than I thought, so I thought about it," the guy replied with satisfaction. "A hunting ground? Are you a hunter?" the girl exclaimed in surprise. "I had no idea. Didn't I tell you?" Sung Chan-woo asked her again. "Oh, then tell me if you know this hunter, because everyone is discussing him online today," she said, looking for a photo on her phone. "God of shots! Eagle-eyed Ujisan!" she exclaimed and poked the phone screen under his eyes. Sung Chang-woo was thrown into the cold. "Who is it?" he muttered. On the phone screen, he saw a familiar pile of rabbits. "Didn't you know? He had killed more than 200 rabbits, and that was enough for a new record," the girl exclaimed. But when people started asking him questions, he didn't say a word, so everyone thought he was cool and mysterious, and that's why all this noise was made, she continued to say. "Ujasan's eagle eye is his nickname now," the girl explained. "Nickname?" the guy shouted and almost had a heart attack. The girl did not notice his reaction and looked dreamily at her phone, saying that she also dreamed of becoming a hunter. "Are you dreaming? Are you awake?" Song Chang-woo asked in surprise. "Yes, I got a license, but I'm a little afraid to go to the territory to hunt," she explained. "While we're on the subject, how about when I get a good result on the test? You go with me once," she asked pitifully. "It's not hard for me, but let's just get you into the university and then I definitely promise to go with you," Song Chang-woo replied. "Really?" the girl squealed. "Yes, I know some safe areas for hunting," the guy laughed. "Okay, then make me a promise," the girl asked. Song Chan-woo smiled sincerely in response. They crossed their little fingers to signify their agreement. "Don't you dare change your mind," the student laughed. "Okay, try to get into the university," her boyfriend assured her. They finished their classes and Song Chan-woo left, and Dokchil's wife met him in the kitchen. "Is the lesson over yet?" she asked curiously. "Yes, ma'am," the boy answered. "And how is my daughter doing in school?" At that moment, The student came to the door and tried to eavesdrop on their conversation. At first, I was worried, but your daughter is a talented student, said Sung Chan-woo. His mother happily offered him dinner, but Song Chan-woo refused, as he had other things to do. He politely said goodbye and left. All this time, the girl was listening with interest to their conversation outside the door. "We will have another meeting with him," she exclaimed and fell dreamily on the bed. "So he's a hunter, and that's why our communication is going perfectly," she whispered happily. At first, I didn't like the idea of a tutor because he was an acquaintance of my father's, but I kept talking quietly. And at that moment, she remembered the image of Song Chan-woo. "He's so kind," she thought, remembering how he patiently taught her. "And she tells everything so well," she continued her thoughts. "And he's so handsome," she blushed at the thought. Sitting down on the bed, the girl thought and looked at one point. She got up nervously and, after walking across her room, stopped and said loudly and confidently, "I have to study." Meanwhile, Sung Chan-woo reached Ujisan territory. "I wonder if they've finished collecting the rabbit corpses," he thought, as he walked down the hall. Upon entering the lobby, he saw Agent Kang Junmo, who was also already there. "Are you here too, Mr. Agent?" the guy asked him. Clone number 1 stood next to him. "Yes, someone had to check on the assembly, but where were you?" Khan asked him. "I was tutoring," the guy calmly answered him. "You know, I have gathered a team of collectors in many territories, but..." Junmo answered him. "It was the first time I had to call so many people to collect horned rabbits," Khan said, dumbfounded. 352 animals, the agent exclaimed. The guy's eyes rounded. "By the way, did you check the calculation I sent you?" Junmo asked. "Oh no, I turned off notifications on my phone, so I haven't seen it yet," the guy replied. And at that moment, he took out his phone and looked at its screen. His eyes rounded for the second time. 30 million won had been credited to his account. "So there should be a lot?" he asked the agent in surprise. "That's right. Your skills are better than F grade, so I paid you as if you were E grade," Khan explained to him. "But I haven't been admitted to the E class yet." Sung Chan-woo was surprised and pleased at the same time. "Hey, mister." The boy suddenly heard someone's disgusted voice. "Are you the manager of that bad guy?" They looked around and saw an unpleasant bald man, and he pointed his finger at the clone. "Well, who are you?" Khan asked him in surprise. "What do you think? I'm a hunter whose prey has been stolen," the man exclaimed. "All the horned rabbits I was aiming at were killed by this bad boy, and so my hunt was a complete failure," he said. "And I demand compensation for my expenses," the man continued to shout. Kang Junmo was thrown into the cold. "Looks like we picked the wrong spot," he whispered quietly. "I didn't know there were people like that here," the guy answered him quietly. In that case," and Song Chan-woo thought about it. "I have an idea," the boy whispered. "What? What?" Khan asked him in surprise. "I have a conscience, so give me 10% of your income," the man shouted at them. Song Chan-woo burst out laughing when he heard this. "Do you think I'm kidding? Why are you laughing?" The man began to lose his temper. "What are you talking about? You won't be coming back in the next few days?" The guy answered him loudly and laughed again. "Mr. Agent, let's go," he told the surprised Khan. "Where do you think you're going, huh?" the man shouted at them. "Why don't we sit in the coffee shop on the corner?" the guy continued to say, not noticing the stranger's anger. "Listen to you." The man turned red with rage. "Don't ignore me," he shouted at the top of his voice and swung his fist. "Number 1, go," Sung Chang-woo thought with lightning speed, and the clone's eyes lit up. And he ran as fast as he could toward the stranger, right toward his fist. It was as if he had deliberately exposed his body to its blow. Flying away from him, the clone jumped and sat down. Blood stood out brightly on his mask, which constantly covered his face. "What? I didn't hit him that hard," the stranger shouted in fright. At that moment, Song Chang-woo magically took out his phone and started filming, shouting, "I'm filming this cruelty." He kept shouting at Khan that this was an act of violence on the hunting grounds and people would not leave it alone. Everyone in the lobby at that moment looked around and stared at the stranger who really didn't know what to do. "Oh my god, what will happen if this video gets on the internet with the headlines, 'Shocking news, Ujisan star beaten'?" Now the stranger was cold and sweaty from what he had heard and what had happened. The guy approached him and showed him the video of the beating. The man was shocked and silent. "Let's just go our separate ways, okay?" The stranger looked at the guy pitifully, and it was over. All three of them got out and headed for the coffee shop. This day had to finally end. "The Haesong Guild?" the guy asked Khan. "Yes, I think the hunter who attacked today belongs to this guild," Junmo answered him. "Are there any other bastards like that?" he asked him again. "The Haesong Guild is huge and all kinds of people gather there," Kang answered. "How did you know that this man was from the guild?" the guy kept asking. "This hunter had been watching me since the moment I came to collect rabbits," Khan explained to him. He thought about it and muttered that maybe the guild would want to... "Revenge!" Sun Chan-woo concluded his thoughts. "That's right. They did it because they thought your clone was another hunter who had signed a contract with them, Kang said. He was visibly nervous. The hunters of the JM agency were always humiliated by them, and so the hunters all slowly left the agency. Today, there are only a few F-class hunters left with you. Kang looked unhappy. And even now, I can't guarantee you that there won't be any problems with Haesong. Junmo quietly finished his story. To which Sung Chanwoo replied that he already knew everything, but joined him anyway. Yes, of course, Khan barely said. The guy tried to calm him down by saying that he had a plan to get stronger in the shortest possible time. And he began to tell me his thoughts about it with enthusiasm. At first, Khan looked at him in surprise, but after about 10 minutes he listened to him as if mesmerized. Their heated conversation continued for about half an hour. In the end, the guy loudly exclaimed, "Well, what do you think?" "I never thought of that," Khan replied to him, amazed. "Then let's do it tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon, he said, writing in his notebook. "Okay," the guy answered him happily. "It is better to meet near the hunting shop in the market," he suggested. It was an unusual market. There was a trade in weapons, armor, and other hunting items from the very beginning, but the department stores got to them as well, taking over most of the market. And thanks to this, you could find everything you could think of there. They came back the next day, and the store put a beautiful suit on Sung Chang-woo. This protective gear is made of titanium, and it provides guaranteed protection against E-class monsters, the salesman explained. "It's very comfortable and light. I like it," the guy said with satisfaction. The guy was holding a beautiful dagger. "I'm going to be learning pistol, so I think this will be enough," he said, checking its sharpness. "Give me 2 sets of weapons and armor," he told the seller businesslike. They packed their purchases into 2 huge black cases, and the guys moved on. "You said you needed new skills, right?" Khan asked on the way. "Yes, that's right," the guy answered. "Are you looking for the familiar skill?" Junmo asked slyly. "Yes, but I'm not sure if it's here," said Sung Chang-woo. "Let's look here," and Khan walked into the next store, where in the middle of the balls was what they needed. The guys walked around the room, looking at a huge range of skills. "Here it is," whispered Sung Chanwoo, leaning over the cherished green ball. It was a familiar skill that allowed the hunter to share his senses and vision with the creatures he summoned. It cost almost 130 million won, and the guy was shocked. He turned sharply to Khan and said, "Mr. Agent, I think we're about to move to a new level of our relationship. Do you want an advance?" Khan guessed what he was talking about. The guy nodded. Junmo looked at his balance sheet and said that he could lend him 50 million won, no more. "Thank you very much. I think I can manage the rest of the amount," replied a happy Sung Chang-woo. "Don't worry. If everything goes according to my plan," he reassured Kang as he considered the upcoming skill. "Then we will quickly recoup our investment," the guy exclaimed happily. They formalized the purchase and the guy ran home with it. He sat down on the floor and began to carefully read the instructions for his desired skill. "Pour mana into the skill ball, turn on the ball while maintaining its contact with the body," the guy read. Twisting the remote in his hands, he looked at the button carefully. The guy put his hand on the balloon. At that moment, he became scared and concentrated, with the remote control in his hand. And gathering his courage and gritting his teeth, he pressed the button. The ball glowed with a bright light throughout the room. A screen instantly appeared in front of the guy, which said that the familiar skill had been created, which shares sensations with the selected subject. He looked at the balloon, which for some reason disappeared. That was it. The skill was now ready for use. "Number 1, number 2, come here!" Sung Chan-woo shouted loudly. A second later, his 2 clones stood in front of him in full uniform. "Well, let's go," he said to the clones with satisfaction. After a while, they all met up with Kang. "So, I have an idea on how to become faster and faster. What do you think about the results of the hunt?" asked the guy to Kang. "Everything went great. I didn't even expect such a result," Junmo replied to him with satisfaction. "The clones have half the capabilities, but one of them killed more than 300 rabbits, and I killed none," replied Sung Chan-woo. "Remember how I ordered the clone to get hit and suffer dramatic damage from it? It's not easy to calculate everything like that," the guy added. "I think the clone could have stuffed my face if I wanted to." "Do you mean to say that despite the low performance, they can control it better?" Khan asked him curiously. "That's right. I'll take advantage of it," the guy answered him happily. "But how?" Junmo did not understand. "First, we need to go to 2 places," Sung Chang-woo suggested mysteriously. "These places are training grounds where I will be able to learn long-range and short-range attacks with weapons," the guy continued to explain his plan. So they went to the playgrounds. At one of them, a coach met them and offered to register. At the other, the coach happily started preparing plates for shooting. In front of both coaches stood clones wearing new titanium armor. Their appearance, to be honest, shocked both coaches a bit. The first trainer, who was in charge of hand-to-hand combat, asked in surprise if the clone really wanted to fight right away, after he had only shown some techniques. The second coach was also surprised to hear that the clone really knew the principles of skeet shooting. "Yes, I'm sure," the clones responded simultaneously on the platforms, and they got ready to spar. "Well, let's get started," the plate coach said in a trembling voice. "Attention," directed the clone and partner's stick and fight coach. "Let's go," was heard simultaneously at the venues. The clone aggressively rushed into the fight with a stick, so much so that his partner could barely stand up from surprise. The coach's eyes went up in his head at the sight. At the same time, the plate coach was numb from the plate shattered by the first shot. It seemed that the clone with the stick had turned into an iron robot that never tired. The clone with the gun behaved similarly. "Then I'll need the skill of familiars," Song Chang-woo said thoughtfully as he drank cold coffee. "A skill of familiars?" Junmo asked in surprise. "It's a skill of sharing vision with your pet. What are you going to do with it?" He could not understand the guy's train of thought. "Not only for this, but it is important that all senses, including touch and smell, will be combined," Song Chang-woo explained to him. "Now imagine me using this skill while my clones are training in wrestling and shooting." The guy closed his eyes and exhaled loudly, concentrating, and instantly his body was engulfed in blue fire. He activated the familiar skill and now he could feel everything. How a clone holds a stick in his hands. What kind of aggression the partner attacks him with. I felt the entire distance during the fight and the angle of the joints, the balance of the whole body, the movements of every muscle and the flow of the clone's power in battle. How he breathes when he starts firing his weapon. Whether he aims and directs his gaze correctly, the recoil of the weapon and everything else. All the movements of the clones were simultaneously felt by Song Chang-woo, who was enveloped in the energy of the familiars. He finally opened his eyes. "I can get it all," he exclaimed loudly. Sung Chan-woo stood completely in the magical blue energy and remained silent. After about 10 minutes, the glow disappeared and he looked at his hands and smiled. He realized that he had finally gained a long-awaited new experience. One of them is the air pressure when a stick passes by the body, the smell of gunpowder and the force of recoil of the weapon, and even fatigue. But he didn't even move a single muscle. His clones did all the work for him. He just shared all the sensations with them. It was because he felt all the movements of the clones, who had the same body as his. He thought he could repeat the movements even now. At that moment, an electronic display appeared in front of him, indicating that the strength and speed of the reaction had increased. After reading it, he decided to try sparring and shooting today and contact clone number 1. Immediately, the guy stood up again and concentrated, activating the familiar skill. He was transported to the training room, where the clone fought with the trainer on sticks. The coach confidently held 2 sticks in his hands and was about to attack again. Other visitors to the hall stood in a circle in surprise. Their coach was about to enter the fray on his own again. The clone and the trainer crossed their sticks and stood in the stance. At the same time, they hit each other on the sticks, and a loud crunching sound was heard. The trainer attacked the clone with gusto, but the clone did not miss a single one of his blows and responded accurately. "You can feel the experience in his attacks, but it looks like he's not used to sticks," the coach thought. "But his defense is a completely different matter. He perfectly dodges my attacks." The coach analyzed the fight. The coach gritted his teeth and attacked even harder. But the clone did not give up and also increased the strength of its attack. It instantly bent and, after hovering for a second, rose sharply like a spring. And at one point, he beat the coach with his stick. "Bring your face close to the coach's face." "What? That attack was very strong. He just copied my style," the coach thought in amazement. And he attacked the clone again with all his might. The audience was numb from what they saw. "He turned around," someone whispered from the crowd. But the clone reacted quickly and stubbornly repelled the attack, so much so that the coach barely had time to cross his sticks, and again the echo of the sticks cracking echoed throughout the hall. The coach exhaled loudly because the clone did hit him painfully on the arm with the stick. Picking up on this moment, the clone again swung the stick over his head. But the trainer was considered one of the best in the province, and in no time he accelerated and did a flip over the clone. "What?" Sung Chang-woo exclaimed in amazement, conveying his emotions to the clone. The clone swung the stick again, trying to hit the coach in flight, but he landed on his feet 10 centimeters from the stick. A roar echoed through the gym from this landing, and at that moment, the coach struck the clone's arm in response. "Our coach is not that simple," someone in the crowd shouted. "But still, it was too close," someone else shouted. "My arm!" Sung Chang-woo screamed, feeling a piercing pain in his wrist. "That was quite dangerous," the coach exclaimed, catching his breath. "Do you want to continue?" he asked the clone. "Are you okay, number 1? The guy asked the clone in his mind. But at that moment, the clone jumped high almost to the ceiling, and the coach only had time to throw his head back. The crowd of spectators loudly oohed and awed at what they saw. The coach also opened his mouth in surprise. He had not expected such a maneuver, because he thought the fight was over. "Are you going to continue?" the guy asked the clone again. but he only landed silently with a thud at the feet of the frightened coach. And finally he said one more time, "Please." "All right." The coach smiled and crossed his sticks again. "Great. Now we need to work on clone number 2, thought Sung Chan-woo. He activated the familiar's skill again and was covered in blue light. A young couple was standing on the skeet shooting ground. At that moment, the boy hit a plate and was showing off to his girlfriend. "You are so cool," the girl shouted, clapping her hands. "I'm not gonna say anything." For some reason, the guy decided and kept quiet, because number 2 was a good hitter at the plates. And the stranger boasted about his victories, saying that they were his. Song Chan-woo decided to concentrate on his shooting technique, ignoring the visitor's lies. The clay plate flew high into the air again. The guy watched carefully what the clone was doing. First, he fixed the position of the upper body. He went on to say that one should not move and turn only in the direction of movement, following the trajectory of the plate. And then, when the target and the trajectory converge, you have to shoot. And at that moment, the plate broke into pieces. "I have to memorize every little detail," thought Sung Chan-woo as he watched the clone's movements. "I have to learn everything my clones are capable of," he continued to think as he watched the clone stare intently at the pieces of the plate in the air. The day was coming to an end. The sky above the city was reddened by a beautiful sunset. The guy deactivated the familiar skill and the blue glow disappeared. And switching between one and the other clone is a bit difficult, he thought as he came to. Then he began to carefully examine his arm, which had turned blue from the blow. "Ugh, the mana is over and I feel insanely tired," he thought, grabbing his head, dizzy. "The movements of the clones are frantic. They are not afraid of anything, and I welcome it. Next time I will go with them to test my strength," the guy was thinking as he sat on the bench. Suddenly, a city bus stopped near him and he noticed a familiar silhouette. "Teacher?" he heard a familiar girl's voice. His student stood next to him with a surprised face. "Haeon?" he replied to her, equally surprised. "What are you doing here so late?" he asked the girl. "I was studying in the library," she answered confusedly. "Look at her, lying and not blushing," laughed Sung Chang-woo. "I'm not lying, I've already done my homework," blushed Hyun. Not far from them, 3 strangers were watching them on the sports field. "This is the one you were talking about," one of them hissed. Suddenly, one of them picked up the phone and asked, "Why did you just let Kang Junmo go?" It was the hunter who had beaten the clone the day before. He began to explain that their fight had been filmed on the phone, and the caller was screaming. The hunter explained that he would deal with it, but the caller forbade him to even approach Uja-san. "Even if something happens, you no longer have anything to do with the Haesong Guild, understand?" the hunter heard in the phone. "Now you're just a street hooligan, do you understand?" He heard, and smashed the phone against the wall in anger. The hunter began to swear angrily at the whole street, crushing the phone with his foot. "Do you even know who you're dealing with?" he yelled, pressing the phone again and again. "What's going on? Why are you so mad?" his partners asked. "I haven't seen you like this for a long time. What happened?" asked a fat big guy named Gin Seok Hyunam, and the hunter told him everything about the fight. "So you didn't do anything and just let him go?" asked Hyunam. "Yes, I did," the hunter replied sullenly. "You little brat. I knew this would happen from the moment you bragged about your work in Haesong," Hyunam replied. "The guild ordered me to stay away from Uja-san. Do you have any work for me?" the hunter asked him again. What a bastard. He got right to the point. "Hey, Chanwon, do you have anything?" "I have a couple," he replied. Meanwhile, Song Chan-woo and the girl were quietly chatting on a bench. Suddenly, the hunter looked up and stared at the boy. "Hey, Hyunim, is this the guy who filmed me?" he asked his partners. No doubt the hunter barked at them. "Calm down!" the fat man shouted. "The guy you were talking about, is that him?" Hyunim asked him again. And they both looked once again in the direction of Song Chan-woo, who continued to talk without noticing anything suspicious. Meanwhile, the girl asked him what he was doing here. "I'm just practicing," he answered her. "Hey!" They heard at the same time and looked around. "I heard that you had a misunderstanding with my partner," Hyunim shouted as he approached the crowd. "Teacher, who is this?" the girl asked, frightened. "I have no idea," Song Chan-woo answered her in confusion. Behind the fat man's back was the familiar face of a hunter. The guy instantly understood everything. "Number 1 and number 2, he quickly called out in his mind. "I'm listening to you," he calmly shouted to the bandits. "As if you don't know," the hunter shouted. "But wait," the fat man calmed him down. "I heard that you have a video of our brother making a mistake because of excitement. Is that true?" asked Hyunim. "Give him up and we'll leave," the fat man exclaimed. "Are you saying that you'll let me go if I delete the video?" Sung Chang-woo asked, taking out his phone. "That's right. I don't like this situation either." "But," the guy said mysteriously, holding the phone in his hand. "What guarantee do you have that you will do what you promise?" Sung Chan-woo asked again. "I can see you're not a fool, but you're right. You won't leave here in one piece," said Hyunim. "But you weren't smart enough to delete the video right away, so what difference does it make now?" the fat man asked him again. Pick your moment and run, he whispered quietly to the girl. No, there is a difference, the guy answered him. I didn't think I'd get into this situation so quickly, Song Chan-woo thought. I will beat you all. And the guy quickly took a stand. Ah ha 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 ha, what self-confidence, the fat man laughed. Put him down lightly, the fat man ordered the crowd. You're going to convince me to let you erase that video, the hunter shouted, and he attacked the guy with his fists. Sun Chan-woo did not react in time and was hit directly in the head. The hunter, sensing an advantage, kicked the boy's body again. Sun Chang-woo only managed to exhale in pain. The hunter got excited and struck the boy's chin with a terrible blow. Teacher! The student screamed in fright, tears in her eyes as she saw the boy being killed. The force of the blow was so strong that the guy was thrown to the side of the road. In the first battle, everything did not go well. He just had time to think. He tried to get up but fainted. At that moment, Haeun waved her hand and a bright ball formed above her palm. Stand back, everyone, she shouted. Sung Chang-woo barely stood up and whispered, Haeun, but she couldn't hear him anymore. What? Awakened? The hunter said in surprise. Oh shit, another bandit muttered. Are you idiots scared of a high school girl? Hunim shouted, hitting them in the neck. What if we don't go? The fat man shouted to her. What are you going to do if I come? He shouted as he approached. I said don't come any closer, Haeun shouted and launched a fireball. Kia! The girl continued to scream and a pillar of electric power came out of her hands. The fireball hit the unsuspecting Hunim right in the stomach, and it happened very quickly, the other bandits shouted, hiding from the shockwave. The fat man stood all in fire and smoke, completely invisible. After about 10 seconds, the smoke began to dissipate, and his head was black with soot. With such skills, you shouldn't have meddled in other people's affairs, he shouted, standing in a torn and burnt t-shirt. Grow up, girl, he shouted again and waved his hand. And he launched an electric force into the fight between Song Chan-woo and Hyun, and it was strong enough that both of them could not raise their heads. I'm not done yet, the guy suddenly shouted and struck the fat man right in the head. Hyun was numb and stunned by what she saw. Meanwhile, the guy regained full consciousness and began to attack with gritted teeth. Hunim turned his whole body toward his friends and covered his face with his palms. You bastard! The hunter shouted back and swung at the boy. Sung Chang-woo's mind raced with thoughts of a recent sparring match, when his clone didn't follow his opponent's stick, but anticipated his actions, and he didn't just use his hands to strike, he thought. He recalled that the clone used the body from the leg to the lower back, and from the lower back to the arm, and at that moment, Sun Chang-woo struck the hunter's bandit face hard. He fell down. Suddenly, a third bandit began to attack the guy, shouting, You can't run away from this, get ready to strike. Then we'll hit each other, thought Song Chang-woo irritably, and engaged him in a fight. The hunter was hit hard by it, and then he stood bent over coughing. You're not a bad fighter. You know, I didn't really want to fight a weakling, shouted Hunim. Sun Chan-woo took a stance, still under the impulse of the blocked shot. If this is the recoil from a light swing, it must be from an awakened class of physical strength, he thought, remembering the previous attack. You can't miss a beat. He barely had time to think, when suddenly a fat man rushed toward him with a shout of attack. He slapped Hunim across the face with all his might, and the fat man was turned around with a roar. But the guy did not miss the opportunity and hit the fat man on the other side of his face for the second time. You rat! Shouted Hunim, whose mouth was full of blood from the blows. He reached out to the guy, but he attacked him again. We'll have to accumulate all the losses, Song Chan-woo continued to think. What a viper! The fat man barely turned around and cursed, but the boy dodged his outstretched hands. And again, at the right moment, he hit Hunim in the jaw with all his might. No, no! One of the bandits screamed like a girl. Sung Chan-woo clenched his fists again and swung, but stopped for a moment because Hunim began to look strange. His face turned black, his eyes glowed like light bulbs, and the glare of an incomprehensible light went through my body between my muscles as if splitting it. Shouting, Die! The fat man rushed at the boy, who quickly assessed the situation and decided to retreat for a while. Suddenly, he felt someone grab his leg from behind. It was a hunter. Damn it, the guy swore, realizing that he was going to hold him back. And that's why Hunim got a second of the lead and sneakily punched him right in the stomach. The guy's eyes went dark with pain, and he stopped breathing, coughing. Oh no, Haeun exclaimed, frightened, and tears welled up in her eyes. The guy lost his regular breathing and twisted up and could not help himself. Just a breath, he thought, panicked, trying to straighten his diaphragm. Not bad stamina, the fat man snapped at him. He tried to breathe with all his might, but it was too hard for him because of the pain, and then he was horrified to see the fat man swing his fist at him with all his might. That's the end of me, he thought. Suddenly, there was a sound of an explosion, and everyone saw Hunim enveloped in thick smoke. The fat man's scream spread through the neighborhood. Sung Chan-woo looked at him as if mesmerized, not understanding what was happening. It was Haeon's work. She launched an energy flow into the fat man's body. At the same time, the hunter and the third bandit rushed at her screaming. "Have you decided to put a spoke in the wheel?" They shouted around her. And at that moment she became cold with fear. Suddenly, the unimaginable happened. Two silhouettes popped up behind the girl. They were clones. They covered Haeon with their bodies and thus saved her from the fat man. One clone stood behind Hunim, who did not see him. The other one stood in front of him. Suddenly, the fat man felt something wrong and looked back. "You!" he shouted. It was Sun Chan-woo, who was standing in front of him with his fists clenched. "I've regained my breath," he shouted, his eyes sparkling with a frantic glitter. Hunim realized what was coming and cursed loudly. At that moment, the boy jumped high and did a flip in the air. He hissed at the fat man's face. "Thanks for the test, in real combat." And he kicked the fat man's body with all his might, so that he flew several meters away. Song Chan-woo sat down on the ground, barely catching his breath. Fatty Hunim's front teeth on both jaws were knocked out, and stars were dancing in his eyes. The other two bandits were lying on the ground with their hands tied. The clones had done it. A screen appeared in front of Sung Chang-woo, indicating that his health, strength, reflexes, and endurance had increased again. And it also said that his cloning skill had increased, namely that he could now create a third clone, and he laughed with satisfaction. Tired, he lay down in the middle of the park with both clones and a frightened Haeon running to meet him. None of them even noticed when the night fell. Kayon had his arm bandaged, which was slightly stretched from the attacks. She playfully hinted to Sung Chan-woo that if it wasn't for her help, things could have ended badly, to which the guy sternly replied that it was too dangerous for her. "By the way, you surprised me. I would never have thought that the famous newbie hunter was your clone," said Haeon. And she told me how surprised she was to see the clone she had seen on the internet. "You're the one who's going to tell anyone," Sung Chang-woo replied sternly. "Don't you want to be famous?" she asked in surprise. "No, it could provoke a situation similar to today," the boy replied. "Okay, I'll keep my mouth shut," Haeon promised. "Now go," he told the girl. "We're already here," she replied playfully, because they had reached her house. "By the way, is your hand okay? Can you hold a pen?" Sung Chang-woo asked her. "It's fine, it's my left hand," Haeon laughed. "But if you are so worried, you could reduce the amount of homework," she said mysteriously. "You said you did everything in the reading room, didn't you?" the boy replied sternly. "It's only at times like this that he has a great memory," she thought, and rolled her eyes. Sung Chan-woo looked at her carefully and said quietly, "Thank you." Hyun's eyes rounded at what she heard. "I was only able to win because of your help," said Song Chan-woo, blushing. "I don't doubt that I played an important role," Haeon boasted. "But such words are not said in vain. They are said when you eat delicious meat," she added mysteriously. "Okay, I'll find time and bring you some meat," the guy replied. "Look, you promised me," the girl pointed at him and squinted menacingly. "You can't take back your words." And with that, she ran to the door of the house. The guy laughed and quietly said to himself that she would not miss a chance to eat meat. He turned around and walked away dreamily, with the mockingbirds and clones following quietly behind him. Suddenly, it hit him, and he stopped and asked, "Why are you following me? Go train." "But it's too late. The shooting range and gym are already closed," one of the clones answered him. Sung Chan-woo crouched down and picked up 2 branches from the road. He handed them to the surprised clones and told them to go to the park and train there. A month after the recent events, Kang Junmo was undergoing preventive treatment at a local hospital when his phone rang, and it was Song Chang-woo. Kang Junmo sighed and then finally picked up the phone and asked how their plan was going, to which the guy happily replied that everything was going very well and laughed out loud. He added that everything was so good that he could now hit plates with a revolver and his cloning level had risen. Namely, he added a third clone, and all the clones were standing next to him. Junmo shouted happily into the phone that this would significantly increase the speed of progress, and his mood improved significantly, and he was also pleased with his achievements. At that moment, an electronic scoreboard appeared in front of the guy, indicating that his strength, health reflexes, endurance, and mana had increased significantly. He asked the agent if it was possible to search for 3 F-rank hunting zones by tomorrow morning. Khan rounded his eyes in surprise and asked again, stammering, that there were really 3. But Song Chang understood from his voice that this was probably not possible, and Junmo assured him that he would make every effort to find him, and Song Chang happily thanked him. Yikang pulled out his notebook and looked at the schedule and asked when the guy planned to start the hunt, to which he replied that the clones would be at training, and it was okay to start in the afternoon. Sung Chang-woo finally put down his phone and spun around in his chair, pleased with himself, at which point he had already thought of something and looked in the direction of the clones. The three clones stood in a line in front of him, dressed almost identically with black masks on their faces and, as always, submissively silent. And the guy told them to go to the park to exercise and return no earlier than 12 o'clock. The clones silently turned around and followed each other in a line. The guy took them and sat down at the computer and began to carefully study the video about ways to kill monsters and places where you can hunt them. He noticed while watching the video that when he was watching a clone sparring, the learning curve of these clones is insane, and they can repeat any movement. And I started watching the next new video, where they taught me how to hunt monsters in real combat to learn everything as quickly and efficiently as possible without additional costs. Looking at the examples of weapons and listening to the advice on conducting reconnaissance of the area, the guy thought that his clones would also be able to successfully hunt with these examples. Sung Chang-woo was watching more and more videos with such interest that he didn't realize it was already 12 o'clock, and he heard his clones walking loudly down the hallway to the apartment. They entered the room and silently waited for the orders of their master, who did not feel tired of their energy, and ordered the clones to go run to the bathroom and then sit down at the table. He reviewed the raids on most of the F-rank monsters, which were giant rats, fish mutants, horned rabbits, and now it was important for him to understand whether he could hunt with examples. However, he decided that scouting with the help of familiars and hunting would allow him to get used to fighting, and therefore he should devote his time to studying his mana. Suddenly, his phone rang and he looked at it and read the message that Junmo would be there in 10 minutes. A busy and very interesting day was ahead. He quickly walked into the kitchen where the three clones were sitting and silently eating noodles. The guy ordered them to get ready and they froze with noodles in their mouths and rounded their eyes. All four silently gathered clones put on their ammunition and left the apartment together. A minute later, going down to the parking lot, they met Agent Junmo, who was already waiting for them. Junmo looked at the clones, who looked like robots in armor, and said that they now exuded a sense of danger, and smiled, to which Sung-chan replied that he felt the same way. The agent reported that all three zones were ready, and they were very cool and quite close, and smiled mysteriously, causing Son-chan to be very curious. But he asked me to keep an eye on his boys, to which Khan asked why the boy wasn't going with them and stopped at the open car door. To which Son-chan explained that he would participate from home with the help of a familiar because he still had to listen to a lecture on mana breathing and asked to drop his boys off at the zones. And the car roared away. Sun Chang-woo looked in the wake of the car and happily went about his business and turned around and ran cheerfully to the apartment. Sitting in the middle of the kitchen in the lotus position, the guy turned on meditation and relaxed when he heard the instructions to inhale and exhale slowly and release the tension in his body. He concentrated on himself, disconnected from the environment, and imagined the sensations he felt when using the skill. This would also be a good way. Sanchin heard the trainer ask him how he felt and reasoned that it was true that when he summoned a clone or used a familiars, it was as if energy was escaping. For 10 seconds, he breathed deeply, imagining mana and energy circulating through his body, and tried to concentrate on his sensations as much as possible. He sat motionless on the floor and meditated. This was not the first time he had done this, and he managed to completely disconnect from the outside world. Silence rang around him, and his body began to shine. Deep in meditation, Sanchin felt a small star form inside his body from the center of his chest, growing in size and spreading out with its ends. Then came the feeling that the body of the star began to grow, releasing incredible energy, its ends reaching the head, saturating the eyes with energy, which turned into clots. Meanwhile, on one of the hunting grounds, terrible things happened. Monsters with human legs and fish bodies attacked the hunters, who screamed at the top of their lungs. "No way!" One of the hunters crawled by wounded, shouting where this monster came from because this is a rank F dungeon and they only came here for mutant fish. But suddenly, a huge dragon jumped out right in front of him and attacked the muntin fish and sank its teeth into its head. The hunter screamed in hysterics that he had to call the guards. On one hand, he had a metal armor that protected his bones and skin, and his eyes grew wide because at that moment he saw something the most horrible thing in his life. On the metal of his hand was a terrible reflection of a monster fish, and at that moment he realized that the monster was right behind him and would attack him right now. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Junmo's car stopped at the last hunting ground of the abandoned and gloomy buildings of a former sewage treatment plant, and Kang quietly told the clones that there were mutant fish here. They are very famous for their strong jaws, and the clones who came out one after the other in sync said that they understood. The agent asked the third clone to be careful because it was a very dangerous and difficult place to hunt, and he remained silent and listened attentively to his instructions. And they finally left, and Junmo took out his cell phone and texted Sung-chan that all the clones had been delivered on time because he remembered his request. At the same time, he reasoned that it turns out that one person hunts in 3 places at once, and this is an incredible opportunity. This news will make noise among the hunters of the guilds 100%. Meanwhile, Sonchun was sitting in the apartment, having finished his meditation. He happily thought that he now had the skill of mana breathing, but the voice of the trainer explained that it was not mana breathing. He read Junmo's message, which meant to him that he needed to quickly activate the familiar's skill, and he quickly relaxed, plunging into a meditative state and activated. He was instantly transported to one of the sites where monster rats were being hunted. Sung Chang-woo was lucky because he appeared just as the clone was trying to poke a rat with a stick. Sonchun cursed at what he saw and broke out in a sweat. It was an insanely successful hunt by clone number 1, whose accurate strikes had caused the rat to scream in front of the astonished young man, who proudly thought that it looked like his clone was doing quite well and was acting quite professionally because he was probably helped by the videos of the raids. But a whole herd of aggressive big rats were running toward the clone, dozens of them, but he calmly turned around and waited for them to get as close as possible. At that moment, Sonchun thought with satisfaction that he could watch him from behind his clone, whose eyes were burning with anticipation like a robot's. Giant rats, even with frag, are quite unpleasant opponents, so if possible, it is recommended to go at them in 5, hearing all the strangers standing near the bodies of rats. But he knew a few ways to successfully attack them if they wanted to hunt solo, the thin man continued, glancing towards Sungchan. It was a hunting territory trainer who controlled all the hunting processes and recommended increasing the distance to them and immediately opening fire in their direction. The clone standing next to him quickly gathered himself and followed the trainer's advice, shooting a pack of rats that were moving towards him, and the wounded rats screamed and fell down one by one. And the trainer shouted that if it was not possible to destroy all the rats with fire, then it was necessary to engage in close combat, and the clone, throwing away his weapon, went barehanded at the largest rat. He listened to the advice that they have a very strong skull, so you have to aim for the eyes or the spine. The clone quickly pulled out his dagger and aimed to stab the rat right in the middle of its ears. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man continued to explain that rats multiply very quickly, pointing to large flocks of them scurrying around the dark corners of the vast territory. And the trainer said that if you learn this method, you can break the bank of points and earn quite a lot of money very quickly. And if you listen to his advice, you will never go nowhere. Meanwhile, a janitor with a huge rat on his shoulders appeared nearby and yelled at the coach not to block the camera and that he was sick of listening to his instructions. But the clone listened attentively and silently memorized everything. He reloaded his pistol and skillfully shot at the skeleton of a rat lying in the far corner. As expected, clones can hunt, according to the material I studied, Sung Chang-woo thought as he analyzed all the information and actions of his clone that successfully captured the rat. The guy observed how the clones were not afraid at all and did not panic when they saw new monsters. And at that moment, one of his wards attacked a stone scorpion. But he continued to think that his guys continued to hunt regardless of the level of difficulty of the raid when the clone calmly stabbed the scorpion. It turned out that with the help of the familiar's skill, the guy was constantly accumulating his skills in hunting, and a message appeared before his eyes where all the indicators increased insanely. He recalled how fast the monster fish moved around the site with its legs, and concluded that this increase in performance would now affect the speed of the clones. Sung Chang-woo looked at his wards with satisfaction and tenderness, and firmly decided that today, they would all send all the F-rank monsters to the next world. And at that moment, all the calculations flew through his head, calculating how much he could earn on all 3 hunting grounds if he passed on the knowledge. But suddenly they heard the voice of a stranger with a weapon and a flashlight shouting why the area was so quiet, because they should have already met a couple of monsters by now. The first hunter pointed a flashlight at the corpses of rats and asked what it was because everything was littered with carcasses that were difficult to count, and offered to take them quickly to the cell. Meanwhile, Song Chang-woo teleported to the clone who was engaged in the destruction of mutant fish, saw the corpses of monster fish, and thought that the hunt was going very well. But suddenly he felt devastated, and thought for some reason, he felt uneasy in his soul, as if he had forgotten something, and the feeling grew and he began to go over everything in his head. And the boy screamed when he remembered that they hadn't taken the carcasses of the horned rabbits because they were still lying on the pile. He felt bad because it was his future money. He ordered them to quickly take all the game they had hunted and transfer it to the storage room, and the clones immediately received his order telepathically and stopped. He was afraid that someone would collect all the carcasses instead of them and they would lose all the money. The guy almost cried, realizing what a mistake he had made. One of the clones was collecting carcasses at that moment. Sung Chang-woo looked around and asked the clone in surprise why there were fish corpses lying behind him, and he didn't pick them up, to which the clone looked around carefully and quietly replied that they were not his. At which Sanchan began to yell at him to open his eyes because now every head of fish counts, and we need to do without charity. And the third clone unhappily promised to collect everything. They both approached the fish's head and began to examine it closely, and as it lay there with its big eyes bulging, the boy kicked it and looked closely at its scales. Indeed, it was not their prey, and Sanchan wondered who could have done it, and the clone, standing all covered in fish blood, also looked at the alien in surprise and did not understand what had happened to it. Meanwhile, the third man bent down to the fish, noticing something strange inside it, and after digging around he took something out and handed it to Song Chang-woo, saying that this part was not from the fish. It was a part of someone's arm in armor, and Sanchan was numb from what he saw because he had never seen human body parts in person, and even the clone was shocked by this and also silent. After recovering a little, they both began to carefully examine the fish corpse in search of something else strange, and suddenly they heard an unexpected rustling and both looked at each other in silence. And the clone, peering closely at those bushes, quietly said that there was something there and, just in case, reloaded his gun and prepared to shoot. At that moment, they both heard a strange sound, as if something had flopped, and instantly someone threw the head of another dead fish in front of them. The clone was surprised and pointed a gun at it, but it was a bait. And instantly, a huge, strange fish jumped out of the bushes, its head like a fish with small gills and huge teeth, its body like a human with legs. The clone instantly began to take aim, and then disaster struck. In a second, the fish jumped in his direction and bit into his arm, cutting it off, and the third clone was numb with burning pain. And Sanchan telepathically felt the whole spectrum of pain, and everything happened so fast that at that moment he did not realize what had happened. And the next second, he screamed in pain. Due to such stress, the guy disconnected from the telepathic connection and woke up in his apartment, breathing heavily, sweating, and with a frantic heartbeat, and could not regain consciousness. Automatically looking at his hand, which was blackened but still intact, the guy panicked and cowered in a corner for a while, realizing that the connection had been broken. The guy quickly found his phone and started dialing Junmo's number because he had to resolve the situation somehow, otherwise he could lose his clone. Meanwhile, Kang Junmo was calmly driving in his car when his phone rang, and he calmly answered the call, and the guy shouted into the phone where the zone was. The agent felt sick for a moment and realized that something terrible had happened. Near Icheon were the buildings of a wastewater treatment plant, and Junmo, sweating, asked what had happened. Sanchan shouted to send clones 1 and 2 immediately, and he would explain all the details on the spot. As he dressed and put on his shoes on the fly, realizing that every minute would count. Junmo, not understanding what had happened, kept asking, to which the guy replied that everything was very serious, while the third clone stood without a hand in front of the monster. The giant fish stood in front of him and held a huge fire sword. The clone became dizzy and shaky, his eyes went dark, and he fell to his knees before him. His face was covered with blood, his eyes glowed with white light like a robot, and he was unable to even stand upright. His head was foggy. The fish monster stood in front of him in full growth, its body also beaten and bleeding, and the clone, unable to withstand the pain and blood loss, fell with a thud right at his feet. Meanwhile, a taxi pulled up to the factory building, and Sun Chan, who had paid the fare, quickly got out of the car and ran to the taxi so fast that he was out of breath. In the third hunting zone, he was, for the first time, catching his breath. The guy started looking around for the entrance to the territory. Scared, he was very worried about his third clone. The factory was a metallurgical plant and was striking in its grandeur. Many buildings and tall pipes stood around, and the eye could not find the end of it. He realized that the connection with the third clone had been lost, and that's why the electronic display appeared in front of him. Looking up, he finally saw the entrance to the territory, and upon reaching it, he was met by 2 armed guards who stopped him and demanded his documents. After checking his documents, the guards finally let him through. Walking down a dark corridor, Sanchan saw Junmo and his 2 clones in full ammunition. They greeted each other, and Junmo explained that he had called both of them at once because he realized that something had happened and that he would need their help, and the guy thanked him for his promptness. Takang asked what had happened, and Sanchan explained that the third clone had been eliminated because instead of a mutant fish, another monster had appeared, much larger and stronger. The agent shouted that this was impossible, but Sanchan assured him that the creature looked like a fishman, with a fish head and monster arms and legs. Junmo's eyes became square, and he was sweating profusely, and he was dizzy and stuttering as he finally realized the tragedy that had happened to the third clone and the consequences. When he came to his senses, he finally answered that it was necessary to immediately notify the security of the territory and temporarily close it and surround it because it was a terrible monster called the Fishman. It was a dangerous D-rank monster, and even E-rank hunters would not be able to kill it, Junmo explained emotionally. Sung Chan Woo felt uncomfortable. He didn't think it would be so serious. and he asked to inform the security post to temporarily block the territory, to which Junmo promised to do everything. But for some reason the guy denied that it should be done not now, and to inform only when both of his clones enter the portal, the guy explained, to which the shocked Junmo, not expecting such a turn of events, tried to convince him. But the guy was desperate and explained that he could not sit idly by because it was his clone and his creation, and his heart was torn with fear and pain. He really wanted to take revenge at last. The boy turned to Junmo with tears in his eyes, in which he could see despair, anger, and determination, and asked him to believe in him and his plan. He realized that he had one chance. He asked them to believe in him as he had once believed in his clones. Kang Junmo gritted his teeth and listened to him in silence because he also felt sorry for the third clone. The guy stood in the middle of the room and concentrated with all his might to make it quick and activated the skill of a familiar to enter into telepathic contact, which he managed to establish. He gave the clones an order to enter the territory to hunt, and they obediently and resolutely went, and after 5 minutes they both entered the forest and stopped to explore the area. The clones made their way through the dense forest, looking around, expecting an attack, and walking silently with loaded weapons, as if silence rang around them. Sanchin telepathically told them that the first thing to do was to find the exact place where the third clone was killed, and the guys moved further into the depths, searching all the glades. And after about 10 minutes they came to a clearing. Clone number 2 gave a sign that this was the place where everything happened. Sung Chong-woo confirmed it as well. It was indeed the clearing. On the lawn, the ugly fishman sat eating the third one, not noticing that he was being watched. The clones crouched in ambush in the bushes and kept their pistols ready. Sanchin thought at that moment that he was incredibly lucky, and that the clones had also heard his thoughts. Understanding their master at a glance, they hid and kept their eyes on the fishman. The guy's characteristics were at the E rank level, but at the moment the clones' characteristics reflected only 53%, and this is F rank, and they will cope. Sanchin thought so, and ordered them to aim directly at his head, and they raised their weapons in the direction of the fishman, who continued to eat, and the guy gritted his teeth in anger. The clones fired simultaneously, pointing the muzzles of their pistols directly at Ribalud's head. A frantic sound broke the silence. They each fired a clip, and powder smoke covered the figures. The bullets hit the monster's head. He finally stopped and stared at the monster, unable to understand what had just happened. The ugly fishman froze ominously, but did not fall from the hits. Suddenly, the clones stopped and looked at each other in surprise, realizing that something had gone wrong, because the bullets had not put the monster on the ground, and the boys were stunned for a moment. Sanchin also realized that something had gone wrong, and in a second his mind raced with options for what could have gone wrong, but the fishman had already turned his body toward them. And at that moment, with his ugly eyes, he shouted furiously to the whole forest that the clones and the boy had gone deaf for a moment. The fishman screamed again and straightened up and started to walk toward them. And then, the unexpected happened. The fishman bent his knees and jumped like a frog into the air, and for a moment everyone's jaw dropped in surprise at the sight. Easily doing a flip in the air, the monster fell to his feet in the middle of the clearing. The force of the grounding was such that one of the clones was thrown into the air like a rubber ball. But the clone didn't get confused even in the air, and began to aim and shoot the fishman right in the head. The creature was furious and tried to devour him in mid-air. Sun Chang-woo looked through the eyes of the clone and saw how the bullets easily bounced off the monster's body without even making a hole, and Fishman was furious. Finally, the clone landed safely on the ground, and now they were both behind the fishman's back, and the fish took out his sword, which glowed like fire, and began to swing it. The monster made sure that the sword got stuck in the tree trunk because of its large body, and it was difficult for the creature to wield its sword among the trees, and this information was passed on to the clones. The fishman began to frantically pull at the sword, trying to pull it out of the trunk, but nothing worked, and Sonchan's hope that he would finally be finished with him was kindled. But the monster pulled on the sword with all his might, and the trunk of the tree split in half. His eyes were bloodshot, and the advantage was now on his side, and the plan began to fall apart. And at that moment, a tree trunk whistled over the heads of all the clones, fortunately not hitting anyone, and they both barely managed to duck under it. The fishman stood against a fallen tree, his body bloody, his arms so long that they hung below his knees, and his back had sharp spikes like a dragon's. Suddenly, the unimaginable happened. Both clones behind the fishman jumped into the air at the same time, holding their weapons, and they were clearly flying at him. But the monster did not see them. The guys managed to shoot at the store in the field, and the bullets hit the monster's body, hitting its already bloody hands, making it sound like they were hitting metal. The clones looked at this and realized that the shooting did not work because the bullets bounced off the monster's body like rubber balls, not even wounding it, but only drawing attention to them. The fishman turned his whole body toward the clones and began to scream loudly, clenching his strong fist with claws. His teeth were incredibly large and could barely fit in his mouth. And at that moment, the fishman swung his fist and hit one of the clones, which flew away from the force of the blow, and the other clone hit a tree with its whole body, numbed by what it saw. But the last shot attracted attention because one bullet ricocheted and the second bullet still wounded him, and Sung Chang-woo noticed this and looked closely at the monster's head. This meant that if you aim at an existing wound, then the bullet will not be obstructed by the monster's armor, and it will clearly hit the wound and go even closer. And that is what he shouted to the clone. Finally, the monster screamed to the whole forest from the new pain of the bullets, which really wounded him much deeper and more painful than any wounds he had had before. And Sonchan joyfully exclaimed to the clones that their plan had finally worked, still not believing his own eyes from the results, and that now they would finally bake the fishman. And he ordered to fill the monster with his bullets, and the guys reloaded their guns and started hitting the monster's body, trying to hit the existing wounds. The fishman sensed something was wrong and rushed to the clones with anger, trying to get to them and finally devouring the offenders. He roared again throughout the forest, sweeping everything away. The monster began to nervously twist his whole body to avoid the painful bullets that caused him suffering, and the clones kept firing their pistols at him. The clones reloaded their third horns and continued to shoot Rybolyut at point-blank range for about 10 minutes. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood, gunshots, and roars. While watching the battle telepathically, Song Chang-woo suddenly noticed that the monster's blood running down his arm reached his sword and completely covered it, which was not a good sign. Suddenly, the sword glowed with a bright light and looked like a stick of fire. The fishman seemed to become stronger, and at that moment something terrible happened. He swung his sword and hit the clone. Song Chan-woo saw the clone cover his face with his hand from the sword blow, and no one expected this. And everyone was once again stunned by what they saw. A fierce cracking sound echoed through the forest. Not only did he hit the clone with his sword, but he also punched him with his fist, and the clone flew back toward the tree trunks, exhausted and unconscious. The clone flew away covered in blood, and the guy thought that the fishman had somehow become much stronger, and for a moment he was lost in anger and despair. At that moment, the clone hit the wood painfully, and the monster, feeling the fierce power and strength, began to swing his sword furiously, chopping everything around him, and he hit another clone. Like a rubber ball, he flew off in the other direction, and at that moment the thought flashed through Sonchun's mind that perhaps it was all about this sword because it resonated with the owner's blood. But this meant that the monster was badly wounded, and that the decisive battle would probably be short, which is what Sung Chang-woo whispered in anger and gave the order to the clones. Meanwhile, one of the clones jumped up to Fishman and swung a dagger at him, which made him stunned for a moment. He was quite intelligent and skillful and superior to his relatives. The fishman realized that he was being attacked with a dagger and felt his advantage in the battle because now their weapons were the same, so he took a stance and gripped his sword tightly. The clone immediately jumped up to him, and the monster, noticing this, turned to him to prevent the strike and hit him first, and his agility worked this time, because the guy felt a sharp pain that pierced his entire body like an electric shock. His pupils dilated, and he froze and grabbed the monster's hand in a fit of agony. Meanwhile, Sonchan was filled with anger because he did not expect this fight to be easy, and that he would have to shed blood, feeling all the clone's intense pain as if it were his own, and clenched his fists. He shouted to the clone that he had to shed even more blood, and the clone, having received the order, covered in blood, frantically rushed at the monster, trying to stab him in the stomach. Because of his huge body, the fishman was clumsy, and it worked against him. The clone struck with his dagger, and the monster screamed furiously, but that's what stopped him. But the clone attacked him each time, firing shots into his chest, some of them hitting old wounds. The fishman still stood confidently on his feet and waved his hand, but the clone noticed this in time and dodged the blow of the hand and did not notice the sword in the other, and the fishman managed to strike the sword directly into the guy's stomach, piercing it. A sharp pain coursed through his body. He gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. His armor was covered in blood. His face and mask were covered in blood, and his eyes were glowing with hatred. The fishman looked directly into the boy's eyes with his eyes bulging and his teeth bared, his endless wounds causing incredible pain. The fishman showed that he was also determined. The monster seized the moment and decided to use its legs and swung them with all its might, hitting the unfortunate boy right in the stomach with a wound that made the clone's eyes darken. The guy flew away from the impact into the bushes at the speed of light, and at that moment the advantage and victory was in Rybolyut's hands. The clone was lying in the bushes unconscious, and a minute later he finally came to. He tried to move but could not get up, so he gathered his will into a fist and stood up with difficulty. Seeing him bleeding heavily, the fishman became even more enraged and screamed furiously throughout the forest and rushed at the boy with all his strength, screaming hysterically. And at that moment, another clone jumped to his aid, who also finally came to his senses after regenerating a bit, and they both resolutely rushed at the monster with doubled strength. With the speed of light, the guys ran at the monster, holding their pistols and daggers. They ran in sync and silently, only the sound of the air being cut was heard. And the clones cunningly surrounded the fishman from different sides so that he could not attack and constantly spin around so that one of them could successfully attack him. But the guys were at a fairly safe distance, and taking advantage of this, one of the clones seized the moment and quickly struck Fishman, which was quite accurate and made him stagger. The blow severely cut his jaw, and he bled rapidly and lost several of his teeth. The fishman screamed and bled to death, his eyes darkening. The fishman straightened up to his full height and no longer attacked. Lowering his arms, the monster looked up at the sky. His body was covered in holes, and his blue skin color changed to red. Exhaling some incomprehensible sounds at that moment, he fell face first into the ground with a furious roar, and everything instantly went quiet, his helpless body lying there and not moving. And at that moment, Song Chang-woo looked at the fishman with the eyes of a clone and thought that it was finally over. The guys were sitting nearby, exhausted, wounded, and devastated. Meanwhile, Sonchan had called a team to collect the loot, looked at the corpse of the fishman, and assessing his future big earnings, decided to inform Junmo about it. While the guy was counting his income, he momentarily lost sight of the body of the fishman, and looking up again in that direction, he was horrified to see the bloody footprints of the monster in the sand. One of the clones also noticed this and sat there stunned with square eyes. Everyone was 100% sure that he had indeed ended his life from his injuries, and Sonchan ordered clone number 2 to run forward in the wake of the man who had finally come to his senses. The clone silently exploded and ran after the fugitive. The guy realized what trouble could come from this escape and pointed to the other side of the portal, because indeed the whole road to the portal was covered with blood and it really smelled like trouble. Near the portal, one of the hunters tried to enter it, but was stopped by the guards who explained that they had received a report that a D-rank monster had been found in the hunting area. The guards explained that the association would soon send hunters and they would immediately report when the situation was clear, and one of the hunters shouted that he had spent a lot of time at the party. Agent Kang Junmo was listening to their conversation nearby, thinking that Seong-chan needed to hurry. The guard, meanwhile, continued to argue with the hunter, not allowing him to enter the portal. Suddenly, the agent listened and heard strange sounds from the portal, and he could not believe his ears because he realized that the worst thing that could have happened then was happening. The guards also noticed strange noises coming from the entrance, and one of them shouted in panic to call the platoon commander and the guys and pointed his weapon at the entrance. At that moment, both guards stood in front of the entrance with their guns pointed at them, and they could not believe their eyes because a fishman was running at them with his last strength, trying to escape from the territory. The fishman was screaming in all directions, looking scary, baring his teeth, waving his fire sword and pouring his blood all around him, gaining speed. Finally, the commander jumped up and ordered to shoot and directed the guards, and they started to shoot at the monster out of fright. But it was all in vain because the bullets flew away from him. The guards were only a couple of meters away from the portal, too close to see even the monster's face, and in a moment, tragedy would strike and the fishman would break free. Suddenly, something jumped in the bushes, and it was Song Chang-woo, who had also come running, and he hid and watched the events, realizing that nothing would likely be resolved without him. The guy tensed his legs and jumped like a spring out of the bushes holding a dagger. He had a plan that was going to work, and his body was running behind the monster. The fishman had already halfway pushed his body out of the portal, lunging at the hunters and guards like a mad dog, and Song Chang-woo launched his dagger like a boomerang. And at that moment, the guy flew up and grabbed a dagger, aiming for the center of Ribalud's head. No one expected this turn of events. With all his strength, the boy stabbed his dagger into the monster's head so as to break the bones of the skull, realizing that this was the only way he could stop it. Suddenly, the fishman fell silent and stopped as if paralyzed. The boy was sitting on top of him and driving the dagger deeper and deeper, when the monster's incredible scream finally broke the silence. Sung Chan-woo was in agony, gritting his teeth and with eyes burning, both hands holding the hilt of the dagger, pressing it down. He knew it was the only place. The guards stared as if dug in. None of them had ever seen anything like it because they were sure that there could not be a monster of this rank on the hunting grounds. Finally, Ribalud surrendered from the pain and fatal wound to the head. His strength left him, and he fell loudly to the floor, and the whole building shook from it. At that moment, an unidentified man in a white office shirt and bulletproof vest entered the room, holding a phone, saying that he would report back as soon as he had conducted an investigation. He looked carefully at the center of the room, wondering what had happened here and how it was possible that this was the representative of the association who was supposed to figure it all out. In the middle of the room lay the huge body of the fishman, which had been cut by bullets and a dagger. He was incredibly large, half human, half fish with animal limbs. The agent of the association came closer to the corpse, and after examining it for a couple of minutes, he asked the guards if it was really a fishman, as it was the first time he had seen a D-rank monster in person. Finally, one of the guards came to his senses and noticed the stranger approaching and asked if he had really been sent by the association, to which he replied that he had and asked for a report. The guard hesitated, but reported that the statement about the appearance of a D-rank monster was true, but the hunter who got into the portal before the entrance was banned dealt with him. The agent asked if this was not an F-rank hunting area and that a team of D-rank hunters had arrived, to which the guard was shocked to deny that it was not D-rank or even a team. At that moment, various thoughts flashed through the agent's mind because what happened was absolutely impossible, and he was thrown into a fever by what he heard. But the guard explained that the details were still being investigated, but they knew that it was done by an F-rank hunter with clones created using the skill. The agent still couldn't believe what he was hearing, and wondered how an F-ranked hunter could have killed a D-ranked monster with the help of some kind of cloning, because it simply couldn't be. He carefully began to examine the fishman and his wounds. The marks were concentrated on the wounds, so it seemed that this was the way to strike a D-rank monster without magic bullets. Approaching Sung Chang-woo, he asked if it was possible to aim at a moving monster, to which the guy blinked his eyes in surprise and remained silent, and the agent explained to everyone that, first of all, he will scout the area inside the portal to see if there are any other D-rank monsters left there, and the guard should finish checking the circumstances in the meantime. The agent walked past the fishman's head and looked at it carefully once again, the monster's eyes already glassy, its mouth open, and its sharp teeth sticking out like prehistoric ones. And he went to the portal, thinking about what he would say to the association, because he had come, and this monster had been caught by some F-ranked hunter, and it made him sad. Meanwhile, Song Chang-woo was wiping his face with a handkerchief to remove the blood, and an electronic screen appeared in front of his eyes, showing the results he had received. He also gained an increased attack power and stamina level, and was pleased with this and turned his eyes to the crippled clones lying on the bench. Junmo also saw the guys and asked if they were okay, because it was clear that they were badly injured, but there was still a lot of time left for regeneration to help heal the wounds. He was impressed and told Sanchin that he was incredible for being able to capture a D-ranked monster, but he laughed and said that it sounded rather strange after he asked him to trust him. But Junmo couldn't help but be excited, saying that with his skills he could easily clear the E-rank zone, and the young man replied that he would learn a little and bring both clones up to E-rank. Indeed, somewhere deep in his heart, Sung Chang-woo still doubted his plan because he was afraid he would not have enough strength, when the boy suddenly shouted out about the dagger, remembering the fishman's weapon, adding that this big man had an unusual dagger with him that could absorb blood, and the whole crowd heard about it. Junmo asked him about it in surprise, but he continued to listen to him, and the guy continued to scream emotionally, recalling a situation where a monster used a sword in a battle, and he almost died. They both approached the monster, and Sung Chang-woo crouched down and tried to take the sword that was lying next to the fishman, but Kang stopped him, saying that it was better not to touch it just in case. Because the object could be cursed, he added, and the boy asked him frightenedly, Sung Chang-woo, wondering if it was really better not to touch it, and the clone would do it. The agent explained to him that such items are classified as rare, depending on their value, and that Seongchan could set the price at a couple of 100 million won, and he liked the idea. And the guy decided to really entrust this to a clone, and the rest will be handled by the resource collection team. And Junmo added that since it is D rank, we can hope for a big income. And Sanchan suggested ending the hunt because if they stayed a little longer, the journalist would eat them up and ask the agent if this thing was also worthwhile because it had slipped his mind. Finally, the boy pulled out a huge brown stone from his pocket. Junmo stared at it in silence, wondering what it could be because he had seen it before. Suddenly, his thoughtful face changed, his eyes rounded, and he opened his mouth in surprise, finally recalling the characteristics of this unexpected find. The stone had an oval shape, but not a smooth surface. It seemed as if someone had hollowed it out of a rock, and it was the size of the boy's entire palm and shone like a mirror. And finally, remembering the characteristics of the stone, Kang Junmo said to himself that it was a low-level crystal, and for some reason he felt uncomfortable with this discovery. He silently looked at the happy face of the boy, who was rejoicing at the discovery like a child, and thought that his face was so joyful that it would be difficult to tell him the real truth. But he still said that unfortunately it was a cheap item, but it could really improve his performance and a person could not use it before because of the side effects. But Sung Chang-woo's euphoria from the discovery did not pass, for he continued to smile happily, thinking that he was not too disappointed after such explanations because he decided to use it. But Junmo calmed him down, saying that all the latest finds could be sold for a lot of money, and the guy was fine and thanked him for the information and smiled. He added that all the findings and the corpse of the fishman should be left to the resource collection team. The guy was happy with his work and the clones today. He packed all the things into his backpack. The wounded and bandaged clones stood next to each other, not really leaning on each other, exhausted but heroically silent. After a while, the boys returned to the apartment and Sanchan decided that he should first call clone number 3 and let the boys rest. And the boys shouted this to the clones. Sung Chang-woo concentrated and summoned clone number 3, who appeared before him completely naked, but as if nothing had happened to him, like a new doll. And the guy exclaimed that he hadn't seen him for a long time and ordered him to quickly put on his armor and run to training. And the clone dutifully obeyed the order as if nothing had happened in the last day. The clone began to dress quickly, and he really looked completely unharmed, as if he hadn't been wounded and hadn't lost his life. The regeneration skills worked very well. After giving everyone orders, Song Chang-woo finally sat down on the floor in front of him was a treasure box containing the fishman's dagger. The boy was eager to finally take it in his hands. Opening the box, Sung Chan-woo began to look at his prize as if mesmerized. The dagger was indeed beautiful, but it was the size of a sword, made of really good steel. Next to him, the guy put a low-level crystal, his second valuable booty. He sat and admired his finds. The objects were really incredible beauty. He took out his smartphone and started Googling what kind of strange crystal he had gotten, and in a minute he found descriptive information about it. It was a crystal of power. Wikipedia said that it was indeed a low-level power crystal that had physical power in it, and that its use was possible only by absorbing mana. In this case, it could have caused a monsterization process. He thought about using it on familiars, but he doubted that it would really cause monsterization. And the guy thought, usually the disadvantages of clones like hunger and injuries of varying degrees never affected him and his condition, and it really was true and did not affect his health. For a moment, Sung Chang-woo imagined himself turning into a monster from using the crystal and showing up at Kang Junmo's house, and the latter screaming like a fool and pulling out a gun and shooting him. His imagination painted various situations where he turned into a monster and ran around scaring his friends. When he opened his eyes, he decided that he would not use the crystal for now. Putting it away, the boy began to study the dagger. Opening the box again, he admired it because it was perfect and almost perfect, and had a golden handle. At that moment, he remembered how Junmo had said that he might be cursed, and it was better that one of the clones took him. And he felt a little scared because suddenly Juno was right. And it was great that the fundraising team provided their case for the dagger, after which the clone took everything and nothing happened. So you can get cool money for it. That's exactly what Sung Chang-woo thought and ordered the second clone to take the dagger and hold it. And the clone meekly approached the case and reached out his hand to it, hesitating for a moment. But he had to follow the order. And the clone picked up the dagger and felt as if he were being pulled by a magnet, and indeed he lifted it up with a surprised face. The dumbfounded clone held the dagger very tightly, afraid of not being able to hold it, and even clenched his teeth in surprise, for the dagger was indeed unusual and he could feel it. Iso-chan asked the clone how he was feeling, and the clone replied that he heard the noise of Song Chang-woo, and upon hearing the answer, he went into a trance, covered in blue smoke, and quickly activated the skill. At that moment, the guy heard the terrible words, "Finish me off? Give me blood? Please, give me blood." This unknown voice was screaming in all corners of his brain, driving him crazy. Sung Chang-woo was thrown to the floor and hit painfully. The familiar's skill was deactivated, and he screamed, his head ringing from the volume of the words in his head. The guy looked at the clone who continued to hold the dagger motionless, thinking that it seemed to have no effect on the clone except for the noise, but it would have affected his actions. And finally, he told the clone, coming to the realization that he could use it. The clone calmly replied, agreeing Sung Chang-woo was determined to use his find. Suddenly, an email message appeared in front of his eyes saying that the regeneration was increased. He looked at the clones that looked better after regeneration. He thought that he was going to walk through all the hunting zones tomorrow, but if his clones were in such a miserable state, he looked at them and felt sorry for the guys. He suggested that the three of them meditate today and try to open the breath of mana, and tomorrow they would continue to meditate together, and they quietly exhaled. Seated comfortably on the floor, Sanchan entered a trance of meditation and activated it, while mentally pondering and dreaming about what he would do tomorrow in the hunting grounds. Finally, the morning came, and Sung Chan-woo, having slept well and dressed stylishly, went to his university where he had some important things planned. After about 20 minutes, his bus stopped near the university, and the guy got off and headed into the courtyard of the institution. which was full of students chattering among themselves. Everyone was quite happy, and with backpacks full of books and notebooks, the university yard was very beautiful and modernly zoned for recreation and green spaces. The vacation flew by in a flash, Sonchan thought as he entered the university lobby. He looked very good. The guy had become a real handsome man over the summer, noticeably losing weight and getting fitter. The young man also felt these changes and at that moment thought that all this must have happened because he had thrown all his energy into improving his own characteristics and only his clones were working. Sonchan was always a real outsider at the university, and now no one recognized me or even said hello. And it was true that his appearance had changed a lot. After walking several floors and flights of stairs, the guy finally found the audience he needed, opening the door quietly, at which point he began to get nervous. And when he entered the classroom, Sung Chan-woo went to the desk where one of his classmates was sitting, a large guy, and they looked at each other in surprise. And the guy asked in surprise if the big guy was also here, and his fellow student asked the same thing. The guy threw his backpack next to him, and the big guy sat down a little, giving up his seat. Explaining that he had been promised good grades here, he signed up for it, to which Sonchan sarcastically replied that he did not think he was interested in grades and smiled. The big guy said that he and Sonchan continued to go to the gym. The guy sat down next to him and said that of course, and laughed. She sat down with her friend in surprise and whispered quietly, "Is it really Sang Songbei?" And her friend looked carefully at the boys and asked if it was the fat guy. The next pair of girls also noticed Sung Chang-woo and started discussing him without recognizing him. And they both decided that there would be couples at the Faculty of Technology now. The big guy heard both girls' conversations and whispered to the boy that he was popular, and Sonchan laughed and said that now he understood why no one said hello. But I still asked him if he had really changed so much outwardly, because he hadn't really noticed any dramatic changes in himself, except that he had lost 25 kilograms. The big guy recommended that he just go to his parents and let him be sure that they would not recognize him, and laughed out loud, and it was really true. And the guy asked him again if he had changed so much because he was going to go home soon, and his classmate replied that he was mocking him because he barely recognized him. He suggested having a drink somewhere in honor of the start of school and gathering all the guys, but Sonchan refused, explaining that he already had a personal meeting and other plans. The big guy shouted at the whole audience. He instantly became irritated and shouted as if he had been insulted, even though their friendship was not strong and the boys got along well. Sonchan made excuses that he couldn't go because he had another important appointment, and he felt bad about the situation because he still considered the big man his friend. But his friend came in shouting that Sonchan was a dirty traitor because he had made a date at the beginning of the semester and it was a girl, to which the guy was surprised to hear what kind of girl. He tried to calm him down and started apologizing. The two guys in front of him looked back at the shouting and saw that it was Chan and Chongxing, who had also heard everything and were also his friends. The big guy couldn't calm down and was shouting blue in the face that they had memorized everything. And the trash finally ended only when the professor came in and everyone hissed at him to shut up. Meanwhile, at the World Academy of Hunters, in a huge lobby with large electronic screens hanging on the walls and many people sitting at tables with computers, the foyer was tiered in a circle with balconies under glass hanging over it. And if you looked closely, you could see a man watching all the processes. Meanwhile, in the upstairs office, a staff member came in through the window where the stranger was looking and reported that the Oracle had predicted the disaster. He asked if there were any other details, and it was the head of the association, Michael Harris, a middle-aged red-haired man with a bright beard dressed in a business suit. Yes, there are details, namely the opening of the portal and the invasion of several hundred giant monsters, added the assistant, who was a rather young guy in a suit. And Harris asked, half-turning, whether they managed to establish the date and place of the portal's appearance and the type of monsters. And the guy explained that the highest level of danger was confirmed to be level A. Based on the predictions, we have approximate coordinates. The assistant continued to report, his face tense and very serious. The guy was visibly nervous about what had happened. Meanwhile, events were unfolding on the other side of the Korean peninsula in the Republic of Korea. In the middle of the room stood Park Won-tae, an A-class hunter, and was told about a large-scale meeting that he asked the speaker what was going on and began to quickly tie his tie. Suddenly, he heard a girl's scream calling him. The man opened the door abruptly and bumped head-on with the girl, hitting their foreheads quite hard, and they laughed. She was very beautiful. Park Won-tae called the girl Miho and asked her what she was doing here. She looked frightened at Won-tae, who fell to the floor and screamed loudly, and he helped her up. She laughed and said that it seemed to be a very serious matter that even Vontae was called to the meeting. It was his old colleague, and they had been working together for more than 5 years. The girl's name was Han Miho, and she was the head of the 6th YOLO guild in the country. She was 27 years old, tall and slender, always elegantly dressed, and surprisingly beautiful and intelligent. In addition to being a hunter, Park Won-tae was also the head of the third guild, the Canes, and they went to a meeting. As they walked, Miho laughed at Won-tae's beard, and he made excuses for being too excited. Finally, we entered a large meeting room where all the heads of the country's guilds had gathered. There was tension in the air. Everyone realized that something extraordinary and bad had happened and was nervous. In the corner of the hall, sitting in a chair, was the familiar Shin Hyson, head of the country's first Hyson guild, who scolded Park Won-tae for showing up, even though it was clear that he didn't like him. And Han Miho also whispered that he was a nasty old man and she couldn't stand him for his dishonest methods. Park Won-tae was not happy about the meeting either. Won-tae went to the window and silently looked out at the street, asking what Hyson wanted from him, to which he said that Won-tae was prickly and could have said hello and laughed. Park snapped back, saying that if he had no business with him, he would probably go home. He hated this idiot and had repeatedly gotten into arguments with him. Suddenly, Shin shouted out loudly to the Tower of Odin, abruptly interrupting him and sarcastically saying that he remembered the first capture team of the Canis Guild heading there recently and smiled unfriendly. At this point, a woman interrupted the conversation, exclaiming that time had passed and there was no news at all, and another man in glasses wondered if the sweep had been successful. A stout, gray-haired man, the head of the second guild in Tian, Kim Il-gong, entered their conversation and exclaimed that they should not cross the border because he also had no patience for Shin Hee-sung, who again began to attack Park Won-tae, asking that the results seemed to be quite disappointing because his memory has been failing him lately, and quietly laughed again. Won-tae continued to stand by the window, his jaw clenched with anger and helplessness, but he tried to keep quiet and not provoke a new scandal. Things were really becoming threatening and difficult. Han Miho stood next to him and silently looked at Park Won-tae with tears in her eyes. She was hurt by her colleagues' words and their accusations because she took their words personally. But suddenly the door opened and everyone looked around and saw a small, thin old man with a gray beard. It was the head of the association, the head of all the guilds, and the Association of Hunters, Oh Byung. He reached the end of the room and saw Won-tae at the window, and Hyson slumped in his chair and asked menacingly what had happened here, realizing that there had already been a conflict between them. Shin Hae-song fell silent and coughed. The other participants in the meeting immediately fell silent and lowered their heads. Byung was respected among his subordinates for his wisdom and honesty. Boo-hun was small and looked like a dwarf. He sat down on a chair and loudly exclaimed that he was very happy to meet and thanked all the chairmen who had come to the meeting. He reported that the World Hunters Association had sent a warning about a disaster approaching South Korea. And at that moment, Hyson smiled wickedly as if mocking. But Byung continued to say that there was information about the formation of a portal and the invasion of monsters. And since it threatens Class A monsters, he asked everyone to unite. Suddenly, a young man from the audience asked about the day and place of the portal's opening, and Byung-hun replied that there were no details except that it would take place in South Korea. And at that moment, the gray-haired head of the Tian Guild, shouting that they were proposing to cover the entire Korean peninsula, loudly slammed his fist on the table. Bo-hun looked at the documents and said that he had just gathered everyone to discuss this point, but he knew for sure that it would happen soon. And the participants of the meeting began to make noise and complain that there were not enough hunters for raids and how they could prevent all this if they did not know the place and time. But how were they going to cover the salaries of the hunters with the money that would be allocated for defense? And Bo-hun was confused for a moment until Won-tae raised his hand and suggested a solution. And Bo-hun exhaled quietly to himself. He loved Won-tae for his combination of youth and intelligence. For his honesty and intelligence, this young man always gave high performance in his work. Won-tae suggested that rapid response teams from each guild should first patrol their areas in a state of readiness, and when the opening occurs, they will be there. It was then that all the forces of the guilds would have to be concentrated in the area, absolutely all of them, and those who refused would be punished, and Shin squinted and listened intently. Bo-hun, thinking about his words for a moment, said that it was a pretty good idea, and if no one was against it, we should vote, and asked for a show of hands for and against. One woman said it was not difficult because they patrol their base areas periodically anyway, another man added. And Bi-hun gave everyone the opportunity to discuss it. He asked everyone to vote for the decision once again. Han Miho was the first to raise her hand. She had listened to Won-tae with pleasure and was confident in his decision and always supported him. To the surprise of the audience, Shin Hye-sung raised his hand. He decided not to stand out from the crowd and realized that all his colleagues would support this idea because he knew each of them well. And Boo-hun announced to everyone that he was glad that they had managed to come to a common agreement because he was personally satisfied with this solution to the issue, because he could not come up with another plan. Park Wante summarized that he hoped that each guild would protect its territory and maintain close cooperation with each other. Everyone was silent and nodding their heads. Meanwhile, Sung-chan Woo was sitting in class on the first day of the semester at the university, happily greeting his classmates and laughing at the fact that no one recognized him. Finally, the bell rang and the lecture was over. He put on his headphones and quickly made his way to the university courtyard. The first day flew by quickly, and the guy didn't notice how the classes ended. When Sung-chan Woo went outside, he was surprised to see a green-haired guy and his student, the beautiful Hyun. The two of them were discussing something emotionally, and it looked quite strange. The stranger told her that she fully met his tastes and demanded her phone number so that he would disappear from her sight and did not let the girl pass. To which the girl replied that she had a boyfriend, but the stranger insisted on at least becoming friends, not allowing her to make even a step, being quite mature in comparison to her. And Sung Chang-woo came closer and asked her what she was doing near the university, and Han smiled at him happily because she hadn't expected to meet him so easily. She rushed to Sung Chang-woo saying, "My dear, you're finally here," and smiled sincerely, acting out her true feelings for the boy. It was quite strange and unusual for their relationship. The word cute reflected not so much surprise as incomprehension on the guy's face. His eyes widened, and for some reason everything inside him tightened and he could not understand what was happening. But Haeon didn't waste any time. She quickly grabbed him by the arm and said that she had been waiting for him for so long and dragged him away, leaving the confused stranger behind. For a while they walked in silence. Sung Chang-woo was somehow numb to what had happened, and Haeon, seeing his reaction, smiled quietly, looking down at her feet, and 5 minutes passed. Finally, the guy came back asking that she didn't want to give her number and so grabbed his arm and ran away, to which Haeon replied that she had only said she had a boyfriend. She loudly exclaimed that there was no boyfriend, and Sonchan looked at her in surprise and finally laughed. The tension in the conversation instantly eased, and they began to chat amicably. The guy asked what was wrong with her school and remembered her request to buy her meat and offered to do it today, noting that she was wearing normal clothes today, and laughed. She really looked very pretty in the new dress, and asked that Sonchan probably couldn't take his eyes off her, noticing how he was really looking at her. The guy rounded his eyes and blushed, and suddenly his phone rang. He looked at the screen and read a message from Junmo that he had been paid the entire advance on his account. Sung Chan-woo was incredibly pleased with the result of his hunt because he had already won 50 million, and his skill was the best, and everything was going great. His mood improved significantly, and he ordered the girl to choose more expensive meat, to which she warned him that she ate a lot, and was he sure about it, noticing his mood. But the guy assured her that everything was great, and offered to take veal and not to worry about money. And Haeun asked in disbelief if it was not too expensive, so they reached the Korean cow shower. They sat down at a table and ordered a portion of roast veal. Both quickly ate a piece, and the meat was incredibly tasty and juicy, rolling their eyes at the taste. Haeun exclaimed that it was incredibly delicious, and Sung Chan-woo nodded his head and chewed with a mouthful. He was also tasting it. This restaurant was the best in terms of meat preparation. And finally, after swallowing, he exclaimed that it was something crazy. Haeon looked up at the menu hanging on the wall and felt uncomfortable because the prices were too high. So she asked again. One portion cost 25,000 won, which was very expensive in Korea, and the meat was extremely expensive, to which the guy said not to worry and just eat. And he asked the cook to prepare 4 more servings. Hyun almost choked on the words. It cost 100,000 won, a cosmic amount of money to just eat it. Suddenly, something incomprehensible happened. Everyone sitting in the restaurant's phones rang at the same time, and the visitors looked at the screens, and it was clear from their faces that something terrible had happened. People started whispering, and even the staff was surprised to see that everyone was reading the same information on their phones, which caused incredible panic. A TV was hanging on the wall of the restaurant, and some evening show was on, when suddenly a message about an emergency appeared on the screen. It was not a drill, but a real situation, a threat of invasion. This alarm signal was transmitted throughout Korea. The message from the TV sounded over and over again. At that moment, Sung Jong's classmates were walking by the restaurant. His burly friend noticed them both in the window and shouted that Sung Jong was mean. One of the guys tried to calm him down, but the fat man shouted that while they were walking around, he was admiring a girl, and the friend with the glasses irritably replied that maybe he had a date and should be left alone. The whole company turned their heads to the restaurant window to which the fat man pointed, and there was indeed Sung Chan-woo sitting with a girl, chatting and eating something, laughing from time to time. They didn't know Haeon, so they all stood together and silently stared at the couple, both talking about something and not noticing that a crowd of boys had gathered behind the glass. Suddenly, the bespectacled man started screaming, and the guy standing next to him asked why he was screaming. The bespectacled man was a quiet honor student and never shouted, but this tore him up. At that moment, the phones of the whole company simultaneously rang. The fat man cursed while reading the message, and another friend asked what was going on because he also received something, probably spam again. And the fat man, having read it, quietly said that it was probably all over. His eyes rounded, his heart started beating furiously, and it became unbearably hot. He opened the chat, and there was panic. All the guys finally read their messages, and panic also began, some asking that it was too quiet for a distress call, and others adding that sirens shouldn't sound. At this moment of general hysteria, Song Chan-woo came out to the doorstep of the restaurant, wanting to breathe in the air and see what was happening outside, but seeing his friends, he became numb. He asked where they came from, and the door opened and Hyun came out, looking at the crowd in surprise, and then turned her gaze to Sonchana. And the fat man awkwardly explained that they were walking around the second circle and looked at him sitting there eating, and asked who it was behind him, and someone from the crowd shouted that it must be a girl. At the word girl, Haeyeon's eyes lit up strangely and she smiled, and Sungchan explained that she was his student, who had recently helped him, and he had given her a drink as a sign of gratitude. And Haeyeon introduced his fellow students, Kyungdo, Chan, and Jongsun, and the girl greeted him with the sweetest greeting, introduced herself, and bowed, and Kyungdo muttered in surprise that he was really teaching her. Sonchun showed the bag and added that they hadn't even had time to finish the meat, so he asked them to pack it with them, and gave it to Haeyeon, who offered to eat it with her parents, and she thanked him. He told them not to turn off and to go straight home because their parents were probably worried. At that moment, the boys were silent. Only Chan whispered that he was a real teacher. But Haeyeon asked if there would be nothing else. For some reason, she thought the evening would be long and interesting. The girl had fantasized about an incredible evening because she liked the guy. And at that moment, the alarm sounded, and Sonchun asked her menacingly if she thought her parents would like her wandering the streets. He was not much older, but conscientious. His friends could not stand it, and started shouting various comments, and Sonchun was forced to shut their mouths and snapped at them. He was already annoyed by the bullying of his friends. He shouted that it was a sense of security and ordered everyone to run to their houses, and he barked so that the boys and Haeyeon started to get ready to go home. But no one took it seriously. Seongchan looked at his friends and got angry because he didn't like it when someone pried into his personal life and made jokes about him, even though deep down he liked Haeyeon too. And the boy looked at them in surprise and did not understand why they were constantly laughing at him instead of listening to his instructions. The boys laughed loudly at Sung Chang-woo, laughing so hard that they began to support each other so that they wouldn't fall over. And the young man asked himself if he was the only one who was reacting so strongly. And why did everyone behave like that? Always looking at how Haeyeon and the guys were laughing, and it was not obvious that the message scared them in any way. It seemed like nothing had happened. Sung Chang-woo exhaled and tried to calm down. He decided to call Agent Kang Junmo, and the boy took out his phone and dialed his number. It was the only person who would understand. After 3 rings, he heard Junmo's voice and asked if he had heard the alarm, to which he replied that he was just about to call him about it. And the guy asked if there were any other details of this disaster, and Junmo explained that this is confidential information, but the association plans to report threats for another 3 months. This is because it was not possible to determine the place and time of the portal formation, but they say that it is very dangerous given the scale of the monster invasion. Everyone thinks that these are Class A monsters, but the guy asked if it was so dangerous. Why didn't the association announce a mandatory evacuation? And the agent explained that the problem was in 3 months because businesses would stop. So he was warned in this way and will be going home to his family now and asked him to be careful. And Sonchen wished him to be careful as well. The guy quickly caught a taxi and arrived home, entering the apartment without even taking off his clothes. First of all, he asked the clones how they were feeling because he was worried about them. Clone number 1 was sitting on the bed. He looked quite intact. The other clone barely wheezed that he was alive. His head was wrapped in bandages. He was lying there and hardly moving. Number 1 is almost recovered, but number 2's wounds are too deep and serious, and he hasn't gotten better at all, Song Chan-woo thought at this point, feeling very sorry for the boys. An electronic board appeared in front of Son Chun, indicating that the clone was recharged and available for use, and he decided to recall it, and the clone blinked in surprise. The guy went into a trance and laid out number 2 again before his eyes stood the second clone without bandages as if he were new. He stood and examined his whole arms and his body. No pain was felt. And he ordered him to put on a new cap because he was confusing them again. The clone silently took out a new cap and put it on. Sung Chan-woo was happy that his idea had worked and that everything had worked out for his brainchild. At that moment, the door opened and the third clone walked in, and he also looked great. The whole combat company was there, and everyone was very determined. For a moment, Sonchen thought about where to go. He would no longer be able to attend university, and he had to come up with something. since he had no chance of moving for the next 3 months. And the guy decided that it was better to go to his parents because he hadn't seen them since the last semester of school and, frankly, he missed them because he loved them so much. They packed up and took the bus, and an hour later arrived at Sung Chan-woo's house. When he got to the right floor and approached the door of the apartment, he stopped. But finally the bell rang, and in 10 seconds his mother opened the door and the boy exclaimed that he was home, holding out a bag of meat and smiling with the clones. The mother whispered in shock, looking at them, not recognizing her own son, and she could not make out who the people were behind him. Sung Chang-woo noticed her shock and silence and thought that they probably didn't recognize him, and somewhere in his heart he wondered what her reaction would be to his new appearance. The woman whispered, "Could it be San?" When she finally came out of her shock, she recognized her own son by his eyes and hairstyle, and she couldn't get over what she saw, and she had always been proud of him. And the boy loudly exclaimed that it was him and laughed. His mother, recovering from her shock, asked him why he was so thin, and Sanchin laughed again and grabbed his head. At that moment, everyone heard the father's voice asking what was wrong and if it was him, adjusting his glasses and looking intently at the guest's face, not recognizing his son. Suddenly, another girl's voice came from the room screaming, "Is my brother back?" It was the boy's sister, who was running down the hallway to the apartment door. She exclaimed that if he had come, he could have visited his beloved sister right away. She grumbled as she approached the door, and then her voice trailed off and she looked at her brother in shock. Sung Chang-woo looked at his father and sister and smiled sweetly in his heart. He was indescribably happy to see them at that moment. He realized how much he had missed them all this time, and the girl was surprised to ask who it was. And at that moment, the guy remembered how Kyondo had warned him that his parents would not recognize him. His mother whispered why his friends were wearing masks to her, who couldn't get over her shock, and his sister kept asking who they were. Sung Chan-woo slyly replied that they were not friends. He looked back at the clones, who were silent as fish, and shouted for them to take off their masks, and they immediately pulled them off their faces and began to smile as well. My mother, father, and sister's eyes crawled to their foreheads at what they saw. No one could say a word because they had never seen anything like it. They were all silent and just blinked their eyes. The mother screamed that their faces were exactly the same, and the boy, seeing that she was going to faint, began to explain, while the clones stood quietly with the same expression on their faces. The woman calmed down a bit and asked if this was his skill, and the guy confirmed that 2 months ago he had taken part in the Awakening program and smiled sincerely at her. Finally, the whole family went into the kitchen and sat down at the table. The mother could not calm down and asked her what she knew about the program, and she explained that most of the youth participated in it. And his sister dreamily said that she would like to participate in the program, and his father asked that he was probably considered a hunter now, and Sung Chan-woo laughed again. The mother worriedly asked her son if it was dangerous, but she could not get over the shock of what she saw. She was hot and cold from what she saw, and it all did not fit in her head. But Sanchan assured them that with such a skill, he was not doing anything dangerous, and asked them not to worry because it was his clones who were doing the hunting, and waved in the direction of the boys. And he loudly shouted that they had announced the danger and they should also go to the shelter. Remembering the recent events, he was going to go to the shelter with his family. His father explained that they had gathered all the necessary things in case of an emergency, but that they still needed to observe the constantly changing situation first. The father added that he had to work tomorrow and the whole family could not just up and leave. The girl looked at her phone at that moment and her school was closed. The guy listened to them and reasoned that the whole society as a whole did not see a threat in the current situation, and it was necessary to announce the true scale of the threat. He said that from today he would live with them, and his father asked him what about his university, to which the boy replied that lectures had been canceled. He realized that he would not convince his parents and offered to eat, putting down a package of Korean cow's soul, explaining that he had taken the meat from the restaurant because the alarm was sounded. His sister was very excited about the Korean veal, and his father ordered to get out the snacks because everyone was hungry, and everyone started fussing around the kitchen, and suddenly his mother looked at the clones. When they heard about the food, they lit up. They were very hungry, but they were silent. And Sanchan explained that the clones also eat, but you don't need to waste meat on them, so you just need to give them rice. Meanwhile, a terrible portal opened in the neighborhood where the boy lived, and at one point a terrible thing happened. It was an explosion, and Sun Chang-woo was already lying in the middle of the room. After gathering all his strength, the guy finally stood up holding his bleeding head and barely managed to say what had happened, trying to look around and understand the situation. Sung Chan-woo sat with a bloody face. His head was very dizzy and his eyes were like fog, and he tried to understand what had happened, remembering only fragments of events. He looked around in pain, a terrible picture before his eyes. His parents' apartment was completely destroyed. There was no ceiling at all, and instead, the starry sky was visible. The worst thing was that there were dozens of dragon monsters flying in the sky above their house, some smaller and some incredibly large, and there was an incredible scream of people. There was no wall with a window in front of him at all, and the whole block was like a palm tree, with houses completely or partially destroyed, some on fire, and a monster standing over one. The monster was a mix of a lizard and a dragon, had huge clawed ears and glowing eyes, and leaned on the house with his paws so that the upper floors cracked and collapsed. At that moment, a terrible thing happened. The monster opened its mouth and gave a column of fire to the houses that stood nearby. Instantly, the fire engulfed all 4 buildings and they burst into flames. Sung-chan Woo looked and could not believe his eyes. It was like a picture of the apocalypse. He heard the screams of people under the rubble and could not believe that the portal had opened and the worst had happened. Suddenly, he was electrocuted and remembered his parents and woke up to see his parents and sister lying unconscious, and he was thrown into the cold, his hands trembling from what he saw. Mother and Ju lay facing each other as if they were asleep. Song Chang-woo stood up abruptly and ran to them, remembering his lessons on first aid, and on top of them was his armor. The guy picked them up and realized that they were the equipment of clone number 1, and he covered them with his body from the explosion, knowing what the consequences would be if the clone did not. Sanchin began to look for his boys among the ruins of the apartment, but there was no one there, and he began to get nervous, and he started to feel hot again, and hysteria was quietly building in his head. Suddenly, he heard a rustling in the corner and looked closely, and finally saw his 2 clones sitting quietly under the rubble, one of them missing an arm. The guy rushed to the clones, excited, and the 3rd clone calmly reported that he had stopped the bleeding without having an arm up to the elbow because he had applied a tourniquet and was as calm as a boa constrictor. Sanchin was panicking, thinking that clone number 1 was destroyed and the 3rd was seriously wounded, and he did not expect the portal to open so soon, not knowing what to do next. And at that moment he heard the sounds of his mother starting to move and oohing and awing to get up. The boy rushed to her with tears in his eyes, but she did not hear him because she was most likely shell-shocked. The father and Ju came to after the mother. They were coughing up dust and holding their heads. The mother saw her son and asked if he was hurt, and the boy said he was fine. Suddenly, my father looked around and saw the ruins. He could not believe his eyes. The apartment was destroyed. Everything he had worked for all his life was destroyed, and tears came to his eyes. But the guy exclaimed that they shouldn't think about home right now, realizing that they were going to be homeless for the near future. Meanwhile, the portal was fully opened, and monsters of all ranks rushed into the city, destroying and burning everything around them. And there was an incredible roar from the buildings on which the monsters were jumping. They were raging everywhere, chasing people, some of them catching people and running around as if with toys in their hands, shouting at the top of their voices. There was destruction, chaos, and panic all around. Under the rubble were all the cars that people were fleeing in. Buildings were piled up and people were dying right in them. Some relatives were sitting next to them with devastated eyes crying. And some people climbed to the roofs of buildings in panic, and the monsters grabbed them with their claws and flew away, shouting victoriously to the whole city with the victim in their claws. From the portal came monsters of all kinds and colors and sizes, some looking like dragons, some like foolish huge birds, flying in herds, some screaming, some shooting fire. Meanwhile, Sun Chang-woo's entire family was chaotically gathering the remains of at least some things. Their refrigerator had survived, so they filled their backpack with leftover food, which gave them some confidence. Among the ruins, Sun Chan's father found his wooden bat and decided to take it with him just in case, because they had no other weapons in the house, which he regretted at that moment. Jo stood in the armor of clone number 1, a girl who was calm compared to her parents and behaved with dignity, only grumbling that the armor was too big. One of the clones stood next to his bandaged arm, and Sanchin explained to Ju that he was a pretty strong guy and smiled, and Ju looked at him in surprise. Suddenly, there was a terrible explosion, and everyone barely managed to duck and cover their faces from the repeated shrapnel that flew again with the dust, but still hurt their bodies. Sung Chang-woo opened his hands and saw a huge monster lying in the middle of the apartment, his body crushing the remains of the ceiling. He was huge, like a man. The boy looked at him in surprise, and it turned out that the portal had formed somewhere on a high place, and ordinary monsters could not survive it because the corpses of other monsters were lying around. If there was no happiness, misfortune would help, Song Chang-woo thought at that moment, and pierced the monster's head with a rebar he found nearby. And the monster breathed his last breath and died without rising. Meanwhile, Ju rushed to the door trying to open it, but it would not open. So she pulled on the handle, but it would not give in, and her hands turned red from the effort. "It seems the front door was warped and it was completely locked," exclaimed the father in despair, who also tried to open it, but he also failed. The mother stood and cried. Sanchin jumped up to his father and shouted for his bat, and his father surprisingly handed it over. The boy took the bat and twirled it in the air. He quickly activated his strong punch skill, and his eyes glowed with blue light at this point. He also wanted to check how much his punching power had increased. Sung Chang-woo swung with all his might and hit the handle with the bat, successfully breaking it, and it flew off with a clang, and the door made a dull sound of impact. The guy started hitting the door frame hard, so hard that it bent from those 10 blows, and the door fell off like a lid from a tin can. All the family members stood there, as if mesmerized by what they saw. The fat man, Sun Chan-woo, who had been sluggish and weak, had really changed and become surprisingly strong. Their apartment was on the 12th floor, the elevator was destroyed and everyone ran down the stairs to the courtyard. And on the way, whole floors were destroyed and people were screaming somewhere. Running out into the street, everyone was horrified. The entire street was littered with stones and parts of houses, and the corpses of unfortunate victims were lying everywhere, with the crushed corpses of monsters lying among them. Sanchin asked his father, frightened, how far it was to the nearest shelter, and he replied in despair that it was about 2 kilometers, which was too far with the road conditions. The guy looked around. There were some puddles in which parts of torn monsters were floating, and some spots were bubbling like jelly, an incomprehensible stench lingering in the air. Looking up, Sanchin saw the skeletons of people who had been burned alive in the scorching fire, and instantly, before they even had time to fall to the ground, shock at what he saw flashed through his eyes. About 50 meters away, there were body parts of a stone monster that had crumbled like a construction set on a rock, the kind of monster he had only seen in Marvel Comics. The young man nervously thought that there were still many monsters who were not affected by the fall, and whether they would be able to walk 2 kilometers under such circumstances. Suddenly, Jiu shouted to him that he should go down to the basement because there was also a temporary shelter underground, and there was also a shelter under their house that Sanchin had forgotten about. And the whole family ran headlong towards the basement, which was on the other side of the house. And they ran, and the Armageddon around them continued. Everything exploded and burned. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice behind him and he abruptly stopped and started looking around, trying to understand where the voice was coming from, but he could not figure out where it was. Finally, he saw that in the middle of the street, under a pile of stones on which the dead monster was lying, there was a man with a part of his body and legs pinned under the stones. Sung Chan-woo came closer. It was an older man. His head was covered in blood and he was barely breathing. It was clear that the man was in great pain and was already losing consciousness. And the guy screamed that there was a man here, and suddenly the monster lying on top of him opened his terrible eyes and started to scream, and for some reason he came to and even started to move even with his wounds. The victim looked around, and when he saw him, he started screaming hysterically. His panic was fierce. The stones started moving and adding to the pain even more, and he screamed even louder because of it. It was a monster of the troll rank. It was huge, completely naked, with round eyes and teeth like a fish, but for some reason it had no ears. The boy's father also ran up to him and saw the whole picture with the monster and the victim in the rubble, and the man was numb from what he saw, tears welling up in his eyes. He told his son that he had to think rationally because they could do nothing to help him, but he dryly told him to go downstairs. The father realized that he would not be persuaded and ran on. The guy went through the options for his actions because number 3 would not be able to fight in full force, and number 2 could not save this man alone, so the situation was such that the guy was left alone. The man screamed again, interrupting his thoughts. He did not see the boy and was screaming with his last strength somewhere deep in his soul, knowing that no one was likely to save him. Sometimes the guy could not find the right decision because he was not in the body of a clone without the support of his guys. He did not understand and, frankly, did not know what to do next. He was ready to accept his death, but still try to save his husband, while his mother shouted at him to go down to the basement. And the man cried bitterly like a child. And at that moment, Sung Chan-woo decided to try and clenched his fists. He could not leave a living person here, knowing that the man would die. Sanchin ordered to close the door of the shelter and wait, and his mother, watching with tears in her eyes and realizing what her son was up to, Jiu also screamed in despair. The guy ordered clone number 2 to follow him, and clone number 3 to defend his family to the last, and Jiu screamed that he had lost his mind and cried tears. His father also shouted that he would not return, to which the boy replied that he was a hunter after all, and his eyes lit up with combat fire because he had a plan. Sung Chang-woo took the bat and the clone and rushed towards the monster and the fallen man, both of them determined and not bothered by the fact that they had no useful weapons. Jo rushed after her brother in tears, but clone number 3 caught her and held her tightly and did not let her run after him when the earth is teeming with monsters who want to destroy the world. Any hunter in such a situation has to go into battle, and the guys were decisively approaching the monster. which, sensing their strength, began to rage with its arms swinging. The boy jumped into the air behind the monster so that it wouldn't notice him. He had already used this technique in the battle with the fishman because he needed to find out what the monster was capable of. Up close, the monster was even bigger and uglier, with hands like a human, with fingers and nails, but they were huge, with a head full of wrinkles and absolutely round eyes. Sung Chan-woo flew over the monster and stood up right in front of him, and when he saw him, he screamed loudly. He saw another victim, and the overwhelmed man fell silent in surprise. The guy ordered the second clone to pull the man out of the rubble, and he ran to the man, who looked at him with even greater surprise as he noticed their absolute resemblance. If you are already working as a hunter, it is your duty to the state and people to bring down monsters. These words were once said by Kang Junmo, and they were recalled by Sanchan at the right time, and he shouted to the monster to attack, while standing in front of him with only a bat in his hands. Meanwhile, the clone quickly began to disassemble the stones that had hit the man. All this was watched by some unknown monster hiding in the rubble, with only its red eyes glowing in the darkness, and it did not make a single sound. Meanwhile, the picture seemed to have frozen. The guy continued to stand in front of the monster, who was screaming like a man, and the man was also screaming, and he finally realized that he was not alone on the street, and only the clone was really busy. He finally scattered the stones and threw the last one away. The man was unblocked in just a few minutes, and his legs were intact. He finally crawled away from the stones, not believing that it had actually happened. Tears in his eyes, he thanked them, then got to his feet and ran to the nearest basement. The stone disgusting monster was seriously angry. His little eyes were bloodshot, and he was determined to finish off some small person as soon as possible and kick. It was huge, and Sanchan sighed, but neither of them had a drop of pity or fear. They were determined, after all. Two were better than one. The guy ordered the clone to unholster his weapon, and the clone silently took out a tube of weapons from behind his back and began to open it, realizing that they only had about 10 seconds. And Sanchan pulled out a low-level crystal from his pocket and exclaimed that he needed to use everything he could. The clone looked at him curiously. Looking at the crystal, the young man thought that he was not in a situation to choose methods and remembered what warnings were written about it and what the consequences could be. And he shouted to the clone, throwing the crystal to him to eat it. It was the only way to use it, to eat it completely, and the clone followed his order and ate it. It crunched loudly because it was still a stone, but easily, and for a moment it seemed incredibly tasty, having finished it to the last crumb, and it was clear that he liked the crystal. The clone stood with his back to Sung Chang-woo, and he could only hear him chewing. The guy was surprised how easily the clone chewed it because for some reason he thought the crystal was quite hard. And the magic began. The clone's face changed dramatically. His eyes turned green and his pupils narrowed like a cat's. His skin turned red like the crystal itself. Sanchan saw the second clone and he was speechless. He coughed. He did not expect to see such changes and had never seen anything like it. To be honest, the clone himself did not expect this, because in addition to the change in his eyes and red face, he grew a tail like a scorpion and looked at himself in surprise. Sanchan asked the clone with fear in his voice, taking 2 steps back, if he was still on his side, and the clone hoarsely answered him that he was, because even his voice had changed. The monster also noticed these strange changes in the clone, and even coughed at what he saw and asked the boy if he was with him at all because he could speak human language and it was a strange feature. Meanwhile, an electronic scoreboard appeared in front of Sung Chang-woo's eyes, indicating that his strength had increased significantly, and he thought it was cool, checking his hands and nails to see if they were as they had been before. This meant that apart from increasing the clone's strength, the monsterization had no effect on anything else. And Sanchan happily thought as he looked at the monster that he was now ready. And the monster began to approach, carrying a stone bat that was about waist-high in his stout hands. And stepping heavily, he made terrible sounds as if stones were falling from the sky. He hit the ground with the bat so that the boys jumped up involuntarily and swung with all his might at Sanchan. For some reason deciding to finish him off first, the wind almost knocked him off his feet. The guy ducked and gritted his teeth to avoid getting caught in the dirt and sand, but still managed to resist the gravel and small stones that hit him in the body and face, but did not seriously injure him. Song Chang-woo decided to attack the monster with a bat and began to spin it in the air. And although the forces were not equal, the boy realized that he had to defeat the monster, and it was possible through cunning. He was too small compared to the monster, and the latter easily bent down to him and reached out his hand to grab the boy, as if in a King Kong movie, and Sanchan froze. But the clone noticed this and quickly jumped towards the monster and had already managed to get the fishman's magic dagger and hit the monster's wrist with all his might, cutting it completely. The clone's eyes turned yellow and glowed, and the guy resolutely struck the arm again to cut it off for sure, and the blood splashed into his face, making him look ominous. The effectiveness of this blade is simply off the charts, thought Sung Chan-woo, who stood there impressed by the capabilities of his trophy weapon and glad to have his arm cut off. The monster screamed in pain, screaming for the whole block, opening its mouth with small sharp teeth and waving the stump of its arm at him. He began to beat his stone bat around the boy in frustration, trying to hit him, while he phantomly waved his severed arm like a hose. Each time the boy dodged his blows, he thought it was a great fortune that the monster was so clumsy, and he calculated how he could get to the monster's head to hit it. And when the monster opened its body completely, the boy picked up the speed to jump and began to jump on its thick body and reach the very head. When the monster saw him, it froze for a moment, and at that moment Sung Chang-woo decided to attack him, but he managed to cover his face with his hand, and still hit his fingers. The monster's 3 fingers flew off in a furious blow, and Sanchan was glad to see this result, believing that without both hands the monster would be less active and dangerous. But before his eyes, the severed arm grew back completely, and the guy stood dumbfounded by what he saw, as he did not expect the monster to regenerate. But the monster calculated everything and caught the moment when the guy was dumbfounded by what he saw. He hit him with his new hand with all his might, so that he flew 20 meters away. The guy screamed in pain. His head was dizzy and his eyes went dark. He fell bitterly on his side and his arm hurt like crazy, and he thought it was probably broken. But he managed to barely get up, his bat still in his hand, which meant that his arm was working and the monster's regeneration was furious. Sanchan really miscalculated this time. Meanwhile, the clone tried to attack the monster, having gotten a large piece of sharp rebar somewhere and poked it like a chicken in all parts of its body, which was spinning around trying to catch it. Sanchan looked at all this carefully and noticed that the wounds and cuts inflicted by the clone regenerated very quickly. They actually healed right before his eyes and hissed. The guy wondered what to do with this trouble and after a moment shouted to number 2 to make him bow his head, and the clone, accepting the order, jumped closer to the monster. The clone also had a plan to do this, and taking out his dagger, he stabbed the monster's leg with all his might, trying to make the cut as deep as possible, and the monster went crazy with pain and bent down to his wound, screaming in pain, and the clone really hit the painful nerve spot, and he instinctively began to cover the wound with his hands. Then the monster suddenly bent over and screamed again, at which point Sanchan quickly pulled out his gun and hit the monster in both eyes, and a terrible scream of pain spread through the street. Sanchan expected that for some time he would not be able to see, so he fired again to be sure, and then again and again all the bullets entered the monster's eyes. It was really enchanting because the simultaneous blow to the leg and shots in the eyes had the desired effect. The monster jumped on one leg holding his eyes and screamed sickly, swaying. The guys ran away from him to a safe distance and watched his hysteria, but after a minute he began to regenerate, and his pierced eye became as if it were new. Sanchan quickly activated his strong punching skill and again easily, like a fly, hit the monster up to its neck, which looked at him frightened for a moment and fell silent. And at that moment, the young man swung his bat with all his might, trying to stand clearly on his feet and aiming at the monster's head, feeling the power of the increased impact. He took a swing and hit the monster squarely on the head. The force of the blow was such that the bat made a cracking sound, and the monster, unable to stand, began to fall on its back. With a terrible roar, he fell so that a cloud of dust rose into the air. The guy could not resist, and also fell in front of him. A screen appeared in front of him. His indicators increased significantly. Suddenly, pain pierced his palm, which must be due to its effectiveness, he thought, looking at his hand, which had turned black. He looked at the monster lying in front of him, which had only one leg bigger than himself, a creature of the same level as the fishman, Sanchan thought, as he looked at it. And he shouted to the clone to run for cover, because there, Ju was already in tears, and the clone stood there looking at the monster's corpse with interest and being pleased with the outcome of the battle. Suddenly, the guy nervously started looking for his phone in his pockets, which he must have dropped somewhere during the battle, and asked the clone to give him his own, continuing to search for it on the ground. The clone handed over his iPhone, which was still under the influence of the crystal, and looked magically red and stained with monster blood, but as always, it was calm and obedient. Sanchan looked at him and laughed, saying that looking like that, and with a face like that, he would be kicked out of the hideout, and laughed. Sanchan was happy that the fight was over. Suddenly, he listened and pointed deep into the neighborhood, and the clone turned to the side and listened alertly to the strange noise coming from them. It was the screams of people approaching in their direction, running and screaming because they were being chased by other monsters of all ranks. And the boys noticed one hunter hunting for a monster. With his hands over his eyes, Sung Chang-woo realized that most of the monsters were moving into their neighborhood, and were even organizing a real hunt because people could not find shelter. He raised his eyes and looked at the city. A terrible picture unfolded before his eyes to the horizon as far as his eyes could see. Everything was destroyed to the ground. Suddenly, He heard a strange humming noise, and looking up to the night sky, he saw unusual shaped planes appear in the sky, which meant that help had finally arrived and there would be a battle. Song Chang-woo heard a terrible stomp and roar, and there stood a monster even bigger than the previous stone one. It looked like a scaly lizard as if armored, its eyes burning, its calls incredible. But at that moment, there were terrible shots, and the monster's head was simply torn apart, like a flash. And Sanchan realized that someone was attacking the dragon and could not understand who it was. And his head was attacked again. Sanchan saw the fiery round bombs fly over his head and hit the monster's head clearly, and it screamed like mad. And the young man looked closely at one of the piles of stones and noticed how one of the hunters was launching fire bombs with his hand. But he could not see his face, but the hunter was clearly throwing them. And away from him, he saw other hunters. They were from the Red Fire Guild, which was ranked 9th in the country in terms of strength, and these hunters had the skill of fire bombs. On the right, Sanchan noticed other hunters. They were from the Scorpion Guild, ranked 7th in the country. These hunters were skilled with swords, spears, and cleavers and were strong. These two guilds rushed to the dragon. Redfire attacked with fireballs and Scorpio chopped the lizard with his cleavers, all wanting to get a lot of money for it. Meanwhile, an unusual plane flew to the Song Chan-woo neighborhood and hovered overhead, and the boy realized that the 3rd Air Force was entering the battle and all hell was about to break loose. The pilot who was flying the plane radioed that he was already near the target and was going to open the hatch, and a voice on the radio confirmed that he had permission to hit the target, namely the dragon. And he pressed the button to open the hatch of the plane and more soldiers appeared from there. And at that moment, Sanchan regretted that this help had not appeared half an hour ago, reducing the consequences of the destruction. Among the soldiers, there was a rather familiar face. Park Won-tae, head of the Canes Guild, one of the best guilds in the country, wearing armor and an oxygen mask. He ordered everyone to get ready, and at that time the clone reached the shelter. But the effect of the low-level crystal was still in effect, and people screamed that there was a monster. Because a red bird, a monster of enormous size, was flying at them, flying directly at the plane without turning. Park Won-tae saw it from a distance, and the hunters prepared to attack. Armor rose on one of the wings, and laser-guided cannons came out. They were unusual, and followed every movement of the bird, keeping it at gunpoint. And when the bird was 10 meters away from the gun, Park Won-tae shouted fire, and they hit the monster with 3 muzzles at once, shooting it almost at point-blank range, making its feathers fly. The Megalosaurus began to run away, and one of the hunters shouted about it, but Park was silent and assessed the situation. He had a plan for this case, so he was not even nervous. And he coldly ordered that many guilds had already arrived, so we would leave it to them and go on to rescue the survivors. He decided that it would be better and more efficient. Meanwhile, monsters appeared here and there of different ranks. Some were animals, some were reptiles, some looked like robots, but all were incredibly large. After Vontae's order, all his hunters rushed to the victims of the invasion, and something terrible happened again. One of them crouched down by the monster's body and took out a crystal, and another one, sitting down next to the dead girl, took off her gold bracelet and was incredibly happy about this discovery. None of them even thought about looking for the living. They only wanted to make money. And Park Won-tae exclaimed, looking at these thieves, that they were garbage and impossible to look at, calling them scum. But they were unfortunately his subordinates, whom he did not elect. At that moment, he radioed that several survivors were about 700 meters away in a northeasterly direction, and the pilot requested confirmation of the status. And Vontae began to look closely in the direction where he noticed the people. He had to come up with a new plan of action to protect those civilians and avoid casualties. Indeed, there was a small crowd of people standing 700 meters away. Park Won-tae looked through his binoculars and saw that they were defending themselves, but they were too few to win this battle. The defense was held by Sanchan and clone number 2, who defended 3 men and a woman with a child in a circle. Dozens of monsters with different weapons were attacking them, and the guys fought back. Park Won-tae looked at them and realized that if they were hunters, they were holding up pretty well, but there were too many monsters for just 2 people to hurry. Then the pilot told him something else on the radio, and Vontae said he was heading northeast and put on an oxygen mask that allowed him to breathe in the thin air. He looked around at the remaining hunters and ordered them to divide into groups and start the rescue operation, and they grouped near the open hatch of the plane. Meanwhile, Vontae silently walked to the exit and jumped out fearlessly, wearing a special flight suit that protected him from the scorching sun and cold. His hunters didn't know where their guild leader was going because he had his own plan of action. And to be honest, Park Won-tae never reported his plans and actions to anyone. Flying Vontae contemplated the night city at a height where it seemed that nothing had happened. And as he lowered the distance, he could clearly see the destroyed houses burning in whole neighborhoods. Meanwhile, Song Chang-woo stood on the defense, although he planned to return to the shelter when he defeated that big monster. But the guy tightly clutched the rebar and realized that he would not return soon. They were being attacked by some strange green monsters who looked more like humans, but had the ears of trolls, were dressed in armor, and had faces like aliens. The monsters were armed with swords and surrounded the boy and the clone, along with civilians, and a woman who was with them tried to calm her daughter, who was crying bitterly in fear. Suddenly, the guy shouted to the woman behind him, who had a small passage without monsters, to run to the nearest basement because monsters were also coming behind her, and it was the only chance. The ring was narrowing and the monsters were advancing, and Sonchan yelled to the clone to take care of this naked monster that was still under the influence of the low-level crystal. The monster jumped up and screamed and started flying right at the man, who started screaming in fear and panic, but the clone noticed him in time and drew his magic dagger. The clone jumped like a spring and stood between the man and the monster and put out a dagger, and the monster attacked him because he couldn't stop himself. It all happened very quickly. Meanwhile, Sung Chang-woo started firing his gun at the monster that came closest to him, stuffing it with bullets like a chicken. The guy was even exhausted from this shooting. The strong blow took a lot of strength, and it turned out that he could no longer use it, and the green monster was lying at his feet. Suddenly, something thundered loudly behind him, and he looked back and was terrified. It was a huge bird that hit the ground with its beak, its head the size of the entire city of Sanchar. The bird was so close to his feet that he jumped back in fright, and then the unexpected happened, and he slammed into the ground again, and it caught fire like a volcanic eruption, flying stones hot from the ground. The monster was huge with a stone beak and eyes like lanterns and resembled a mega goose. The column of fire rose about 3 meters and hit Sonchan, who covered his face with his hands because it was hot. His clothes began to smolder, and for a moment he was confused, and the bird struck again. The hot stones flew even further towards the people who were screaming and trying to cover themselves with their hands. And the clone barely managed to protect the mother and child with his back. Standing in front of them, the woman prayed to God and clutched the child tightly. She cried and said goodbye to her life, and the bird struck for the 3rd time. The column of fire grew even larger and hit the clone with an explosion. The guy was thrown into the air by the explosion and took the full brunt of the impact, and the people only managed to duck. Sonchan screamed at what he saw. He was badly injured from the 3rd explosion and could not understand what happened to the clone. Whether he was alive or injured, everything was covered in smoke and fire. Suddenly, an incredible thing happened. A bird wheezing with fire let out a squeak, and Sonchan looked up and saw a giant tiger that had just stepped on this restless chicken and crushed it. Sung Chan-woo was numb from what he saw because he had never seen such a gigantic tiger in his life, and the only thought that was in his mind was what to do with it now, because he had no weapon. But he didn't see that behind him someone was shooting all the green monsters in cold blood, as if the young man hadn't seen or heard anything in the shooting range, as if he was mesmerized and just looking at the tiger. The guy looked around tiredly, but he didn't care who was doing what. Panic gripped him, because he realized that he had no chance of winning this battle with his bare hands. And he thought that he was probably dead because the tiger was roaring furiously and opened its mouth right in front of his face, waving its sharp clawed paws. Suddenly, there was an incomprehensible sound, as if something was whistling in the sky and thundered with a roar, and Sonchan shrank back, not understanding what it was and thinking that 2 monsters were too much. He instinctively closed his eyes, but realizing that he was still alive, he opened them a little and saw a man between him and the tiger and could not believe his eyes because it was a chance for salvation. The stranger was wearing strange armor with metal wings on his back and a mask, and he was standing with his back to the boy so that it was impossible to see his face. Civilians who did not reach the shelter looked at this picture with horror on their faces. They also realized that the tiger would not leave them alive and stood as if paralyzed. The man took off his mask and asked the boy if he was okay, and Sonchan looked at his face in surprise, which was quite familiar, and chaotically recalled where he had seen it. Finally, he remembered who it was standing in front of him, but the man said nothing, just swung his huge sword and hit the tiger in the neck before it could even mewl. The hunter fell sideways with a thud, pouring fountains of blood all around him. But he didn't even move and calmly said that he was Park Wante, the head of the Canis Guild. Meanwhile, in the shelter where the boy's family was hiding, civilians were providing first aid, and suddenly, a shout went around the room for someone to be released. All of them were extremely tired from the events and injured. Some of them were completely bandaged. Some had scratches and torn clothes and were trying to come to their senses. And it was Sung Chang-woo's sister who was screaming, fighting with the clone, and demanding that he let her go because she needed to save her brother. And the clone screamed back that he couldn't, grabbing her hands. Finally pulling her hands away and feeling them turn red, she wondered why the clone was so strong and glared at him angrily and gritted her teeth. And she screamed whether he was really her brother's skill and shouldn't he help the real body if he was a clone, to which he replied that the priority was to protect the master's order. The mother, hearing the mention of her son, began to cry bitterly again, her eyes never drying up all this time, and the father, unable to stand the tension, shouted for Ju to finally calm down. Yijo asked her father sadly if he wasn't worried about what was happening on the street, and he assured her that Son-chan would be back soon, and that she should believe in him and wait. The girl did not calm down, and reasoned that her brother must be fine since the clone was fine, and tears came to her eyes from the uncertainty and horror. And his father reminded him of how Son-chan had broken down the door, and that it was probably true that he worked as a hunter, adding that he just had to believe in him, who was also trembling inside, explaining that if they left, they would only add to his problems, and asked him not to be on a leash of emotions, and, approaching her, stroked her head, calming her down. Jo nervously pulled her arm out of the clone's hands again, who stood there silently suffering the pain of her severed arm, while someone on the street shouted for help and everyone looked at her. Her father whispered that it must be a man, and Ju rushed to the door, shouting that it must be her brother. But her father stopped her and explained that it was not his voice, and they both looked at each other. "Shouldn't we let him in?" asked a guy in the corner. "Or maybe it's someone from another building and they don't know the password to the door," asked another. But someone looked at the display, but only someone's feet were visible, and the mother asked in a trembling voice if it was someone her son had saved, and Ju rushed to open the door. Exclaiming that there was definitely someone standing there, and it was her brother, she dialed the code. She was 100% sure that it was Sung Chang-woo, and she didn't even think about anything else. After recognizing the code, the door beeped open and Ju shouted to her brother and threw it wide open, peering into the darkness and seeing nothing and no one. Suddenly, a guy came to the doorstep, but something was wrong with him. It was a zombie guy. He had no eyes and only black empty pupils as if someone had torn them out. He was covered in blood. Jo looked at his feet, they didn't reach the floor, and the zombie wheezed for help and tilted his head with a crunch. It all happened in just a few seconds, and she could not believe her eyes. And all at once she realized that the worst had happened, and the door was unfortunately already open, and there was no turning back, and Ju stood there like a stone. Suddenly, she saw someone's big hand lifting the boy's corpse, and now it was hanging like a rag swaying, and Ju realized that there were really two people in the darkness. In the next second, a hand threw the boy's corpse into the middle of the room, and it flew away with a bang. Everyone in the room clung to the walls in fear and were numb from what they saw. Suddenly, everyone heard a vile sound, and long claws, terrible human teeth, and some kind of incomprehensible head appeared from the darkness. The monster was crawling into the door and cackling. Finally, the monster showed itself completely. It was a screeching dragonfly. It hissed nastily, "Thank you," and crawled into the room, constantly repeating the word "thank you." The dragonfly was ugly, had huge metal wings, a humped scaly back, and incredibly large eyes like balls, and was quite tall. Someone shouted out that it was a monster, and all the people screamed in terror and began to scatter to the corners. Ju stood there, as if dug in with fear. She was numb, and only the clone pulled out his dagger and rushed to Ju to protect her. The dragonfly's head was approaching the girl's face and hissing vilely. He put the dagger right in the middle of the dragonfly's eyes and heroically stood between it and the girl. When the dragonfly saw the dagger, it became furious and screamed throughout the room. The clone looked at her fearlessly, determined not to retreat. He clearly understood that either he would at least try to do something, or everyone in this room would die, and he was determined to do his job. But suddenly the dragonfly got ahead of him and quickly pierced the guy's stomach with its hand, cutting with its long claws, and the clone was stunned. But what happened was even worse than it could have been. The clone's mouth started bleeding, and the dragonfly's long claws pierced Ju's stomach, who was standing right behind the clone and did not expect it. Her mouth was bleeding, and her eyes were dark, and she only had time to look around and see her parents screaming in terror because their child was being taken away from them right in front of her eyes. But the girl had already fallen to the floor, revealing the monster and the clawed body of the clone. Half the room was covered in blood, and the dragonfly was slowly crawling into the shelter. But she did not know about the clone's capabilities, and he soberly assessed his injury and gathered his last strength to take out a gun. He decided to do at least something in this situation, and the guy threw out his hand with the gun and clearly hit the electronic lock with a bullet, and it cracked with a bang. The clone's plan worked, and the dragonfly could not understand what was happening. Suddenly, a voice from the electronic lock said that critical damage had been detected and the door was being forced to close. And something was chirping, and the dragonfly looked frightened in the direction of the lock. At that moment, the clone pushed the confused dragonfly with the last of his strength, and it screeched back, clinging to the door jamb with its claws, and the boy pushed the monster out and the door closed. Meanwhile, on the street near the hideout, Park Won-tae approached Song Chan-woo and apologized for showing up so late. He continued to sit there in shock and just blinked his eyes. He was surprised to remember that this man was leading the awakening program, And it turns out that he is an unrealistically strong hunter, looking at the hand that Park Won-tae extended to him and smiled sincerely. And he thanked Vante for saving them all and shook him because he was really happy, realizing that if it wasn't for Vante, everyone would have been dead long ago. To Park objected, explaining that he had no merit in this at all. He had seen Sonchun defend this crowd of people and it was quite worthy, but the guy shouted at him and smiled bitterly. "You're the only one who stayed here until the very end and didn't run away. But you could have done that if you wanted to," Vante argued, blushing and explaining that he couldn't leave the people behind. But Vante added that in an emergency situation, it is very easy to destroy a person's conscience. And these are not empty words. And the civilians who were rescued hugged and rejoiced. Everyone around was happy to be alive and unharmed, which raised the general mood and inspired faith that the guilds would protect the city and its residents. But Seong-chan explained that he wasn't doing it to get honor or to be praised, and he was standing there completely red-faced. Park Won-tae shook his head because he did not agree with him at all. And he said goodbye, put on an oxygen mask, pressed a button on his suit and abruptly took off. He decided to fly to another place because he believed that the fight was already over. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. Vante quickly realized that something was wrong and started looking around, but he couldn't see anything until he was blinded by light. Down on the ground where the people and Song Chan-woo were standing, something seemed to explode, and they screamed because there was a monster in human form standing in front of them, engulfed in fire. And Vante had to go back urgently because one guy could not cope with the new trouble, and he started to descend rapidly to the ground. Going down below, he saw something strange like a man in armor, but the armor was completely empty and blue smoke was coming out of it. Sun Chan-woo stood in front of the body of a tiger, near which something had incredibly exploded. People were screaming in fright and running away, and only the boy stood there as if numb. And Park Won-tae, picking up speed, flew like a comet on the move, taking out his weapon, and he had to hurry because something unknown was happening on the ground, and it was probably a new monster. He quickly landed, and taking off his mask and glasses, peered intently at the monster's empty armor and asked himself who it could be and who could have disintegrated into mana like that. Vante approached the guy who was choking and barely able to get to his feet and asked if he was a hunter, and Sonchun admitted that he was and had recently become one. And Vante apologized and asked with interest what skill he had learned when he woke up, and he hesitated because he could not quickly decide how to answer. But still, he saved me, so I think there's no need to hide it from him, Sung Chang-woo thought, looking the man in the eye and saying that it was his skill, and he stumbled because he felt something. Namely, that the connection with clone number 3 broke, and he felt as if he was struck by lightning all over his body. He felt a break with the third clone that was supposed to guard his family in the shelter. He quickly apologized to Vante, and again held the trophy sword of the fishman in his hands, determined to realize that something bad had happened in the dungeon. He explained that his family was in danger and ran for cover. Vante did not understand who the family was or what had just happened, but he had some guesses, and he shouted that it was dangerous for him to run there alone, and the guy ran with all his might, realizing that some terrible trouble had happened while he was here protecting other civilians and fighting back. Park Won-tae quickly radioed to the Canis rescue squad to immediately move to my coordinates and take in the survivors, and was told that his message had been received. The man looked up at the sky and looked intently at the portal, but unfortunately it had not yet closed. The whole sky was reddening and covered with lightning, periodically rumbling terribly. Meanwhile, Sun Chang-woo had already reached the house and tears were welling up in his eyes. More than anything else in the world, he was afraid that something might happen to his parents and sister. While the guy was running, the sword in his hand activated and familiar words sounded in his head. The sword was transmitting these words. Meanwhile, he activated his running skill. His eyes turned red, and the boy increased his speed even more, leaving a red trail of fire behind him. Time seemed to drag on incredibly endlessly. Suddenly, fierce explosions rang out throughout the neighborhood, and the glare from the impacts lit up the entire sky, illuminating the ruins around them and the buildings that were left with only metal skeletons. This was the work of one of the guild hunters, who had the skill of activating a giant fireball and formed them with his own hands and easily scattered them around the neighborhood. There was another man standing next to the hunter. They were partners, and he was throwing more balls while his partner encouraged him to concentrate on one place, and the red-haired thrower suddenly screamed. Spread the support group even wider to cover the attack too much. He was a middle-aged man with a mustache and a little fat, dressed in a colorful, nice uniform. Not far from them, another completely bald hunter was hanging on a mountain on one arm only, and around him in the air was some kind of incomprehensible purple swirl of liquid. The bald man whispered that the shell was too hard and he couldn't hit the poison, and he was wearing strange golden armor filled with this purple liquid. And the bald man exclaimed, holding a huge cleaver, that the city had been hit much harder than they had expected, and the red-haired man replied that this was not the time to start a rivalry. Suddenly, they both heard someone ask a question and looked back to see a man in a business suit standing behind them, looking at them closely and smiling. It was Shin Hye-sung, who had appeared from somewhere in this broken square. The red-haired hunter recognized him and asked where he had come from, to which he replied that they did not see a bag of money. And he added that most likely never in this life will I ever know. At that moment he looked quite ominous. His eyes glowed with an evil fire, and he smiled slyly. Here again, a megalosaurus appeared before my eyes, screaming in all directions, either a lizard or a dinosaur, one of the most destructive monsters of a high rank. The bald and red-headed hunters stood there, as if dug in numb. They stared at the monster and listened to Haesong's strange words about how true power doesn't need any unification. Meanwhile, the electronic lock was still melting in the shelter. Someone shouted that a man was injured and asked for a first aid kit. The father leaned over Ju. The girl was wheezing and in great pain, lying on the floor, barely breathing. The clone armor she was wearing was covered in blood, and it was very difficult for her not to close her eyes. The mother whispered to be patient a little longer and tried to unwrap the bandage with shaking hands. A little more, and she would have probably fainted herself. The dragonfly was standing in the corridor, and now in the light, it was visible in all its glory. It was a mixture between a caterpillar and a dragonfly, and had the shell of a beetle, but everything was hypersized. She waved her hands and hissed, "Shh, come on," and waved to the guys in the shelter, asking them to come out. They stood there, square-eyed, looking at them in silence. Dragonfly bared her eyes and bared her teeth and screamed, overpowering the girl and screaming at the whole room. She had other plans for the prisoners. The girl was lying in the middle of the room, losing consciousness, and no longer having the strength to open her eyes. Her parents were holding her hands and crying bitterly as they said goodbye to their child. Her mother was hysterical. Her heart began to ache and she was short of breath. She loved her daughter dearly and always dreamed of her bright future. Meanwhile, with his sword activated, Sun Chang-woo reached the door of the shelter, and a dragonfly stood in his way with its back to him. Inside, he felt cold at the sight of the disaster. The dragonfly looked back and saw the boy. They met eyes and rage flared in both of them. The boy was driven by revenge, and the dragonfly by the desire for a new victim, only a few meters between them. Suddenly, the boy's father looked back and whispered his name in surprise. He could not believe his eyes, but he deeply believed that his son would return and would definitely help them. Sung Chan-woo stopped and stared at the dragonfly, shaking his head. The guy looked strange. One eye seemed to glow and the other was yellow and streaked with blood, and he was furious. One of the civilians screamed when he saw the guy, who was probably a hunter, and started begging for rescue. People thought they were going crazy because the tragedy was playing out again. The dragonfly froze and for some reason looked at Ju, who was lying unconscious on the floor with her parents crying. She must have been up to no good, because she was quiet for a moment and then she stuttered. My father felt her unkind gaze on him and looked up at her. A chill ran down his spine. He guessed that the creature was already up to something. The mother continued to cry inconsolably. Jo completely lost consciousness. She was lying there as if she were lifeless, but her heart was still beating and she continued to bleed because the wound was too deep. The dragonfly crawled into the room, and Song Chang-woo, who ran after it, also ran into the room and saw everything with his own eyes and was dumbfounded, like in a bad dream. Blood rushed to his head and he felt dizzy, as if lightning had struck his body. Anger, despair, and terrible energy filled him, because he loved his family most of all, and he screamed at the top of his lungs so that his cry echoed off the walls of the shelter. Even the dragonfly realized with its limited brain that it smelled fried, and that it was going to get what it deserved. He swung his sword and aimed his strike at the dragonfly, but it turned around in time, flew over the guy and clawed him through the shoulder. But the dragonfly had one peculiarity. It memorized people's words and had the ability to repeat them. "No, no, Juju," hissed the dragonfly as if mocking everyone in the room. Sung Chan-woo slashed his sword on the floor and it lit up and turned red. He gritted his teeth and screamed again at the whole room, and swung his sword. The affect gave him strength. But the dragonfly saw all this and quickly returned to the boy in 2 jumps, and it was already in front of him. And again it stretched out its claws, hovering in front of his face. And she swung, and at that moment something incredible happened. A strange girl rushed to Sanchan and knocked him down in time, saving him from the attack, and the dragonfly missed. Park Wante and his assistant sang along. He immediately ran after the boy as he was running scared for cover, but Dragonfly was only angry. The stranger kept hugging the guy she fell to the floor with to soften the blow. The girl was afraid they would not make it and it would be too late. Meanwhile, Park Wante took the situation into his own hands and, rising into the air, began to attack the dragonfly, which was rather clumsy and the room was too small to lift into the air. What can't be said about Vante, who, while in the air, took out his weapon and started shooting at the dragonfly. He was in a dominant position and the problem was the armor of the dragonfly. Meanwhile, the girl was trying to deal with Song Chang-woo's condition, and she threw him off her body and began to carefully examine his wounds, exclaiming in disappointment that they were quite serious. Suddenly, the boy twisted out of her arms and screamed like a wolf. She was frightened and did not understand what was happening to him, so she let him out of her arms and forcefully put him on the floor. She quickly activated the mana transfer skill and decided to cheer the guy up a bit because she didn't like his state of body and mind at all, and stood up to her full height. Everything around her glowed with blue light, and with her hands in a single fist, the image of a pectogram appeared. The air seemed to be electrified, and she launched all her mana power into her body. The guy was shaken violently. His eyes became white and glowing, and he began to grunt loudly as mana entered his body and filled it. He felt a little bit lighter. He instinctively tried to grab for his dagger. Park Won-tae asked how he was doing, and Yvonne said that he was very bad and started checking his pulse. The guy started coughing up blood and trying to tell the girl something, but she forbade him to speak because his wound would open again, and checked the bandage on his stomach. But Song Chan-woo did not calm down. Gathering his last strength, he whispered, "My sister, she's hurt." And Park Won-tae rounded his eyes at what he heard and began to look around the room. And the boy was crying like a child at that moment, asking for her to be saved. Bloody with pain, he tried to save his sister Ju, who was the closest thing to him. But Park Won-tae sharply ordered him not to worry and grabbed his sword and looked towards the mad dragonfly, which was also determined and visibly hungry. It raised its ugly arms and stood in a fighting stance and screamed sickeningly. The creature realized that it was this man who was constantly preventing it from enjoying its prey. Vontae gritted his teeth and grimaced at his opponent. The monster had gotten him badly, and the wounded men were simply taking him out of shape and morale. And he went decisively to meet the monster. These were the last seconds of the dragonfly's life, which began to jump with joy because it believed that the new victim was easily going straight into its paws. Meanwhile, in his office sat the familiar gray-haired man, the head of the Hunters Association, Oh Beacon. He was reading the day's report, where his advisors recommended evacuation. He stood up abruptly and walked out into the corridor with the guards, throwing over his shoulder to the advisors that the meeting should probably end there. One of the advisors followed him out. Suddenly, Oh Byung-hun heard a rather familiar voice and stopped. It was the voice of the person he least wanted to see right now, but his position required him to endure. He turned around and Shin Hye-sung was standing in front of him, smiling nastily and saying that he would like to consult him about something. They hated each other in the underground, but the counselor got angry and shouted that he was rude and was not behaving according to the protocol. But the chairman calmed him down, assuring him that everything would be fine, and asked what was wrong. And Hee-sun shouted out if he could ask this barking dog to leave them alone, because he had a very important conversation with the counselor, who was too annoyed with him because he also did not tolerate him. He blinked at the counselor, telling him to calm down, and he reluctantly fell silent. He gestured to the door of his office and went in, leaving them alone. Hee-sun asked the chairman if he planned to quickly launch a disaster warning, and he explained that he would have to publicize the scale of the invasion and warn of evacuation. And Shin suggested that everyone announce this situation, namely that the A-ranked monster was coming, and that everyone should drop everything and run away and shut down everything for 3 months. Oh Byung asked if he really thought he could handle the aftermath, and he didn't like the idea because he didn't want to panic the city, and Hye-sun started to scream. Does Bo-hun realize that everyone will start blaming the association for the losses because he is not sure that his head will not fall off his shoulders in a month? He was furious about everything that had happened, and Oh Byung asked him what he was offering to everyone. Hae-sung felt a little weak and replied that he had no use for it and sighed loudly. He suggested not to say that A-rank monsters would appear and to conceal the true scale of the invasion and shift the entire responsibility for the evacuation to them. Shin went to the window and continued to say that if he were the chairman, he would not have held any meetings and would not have issued any warnings. What was the point of this meeting? Finally, Hyun stopped talking and Oh Byung-hun, barely able to contain his emotions, shouted, wondering if he could imagine how many victims there would be. He felt sick and his blood pressure rose from what he heard. But Hae-sung believed that his plan was the best and that if people died, their value would increase. So he punched the wall with his fist, causing it to crack. He was blue with anger, and he continued to growl that the army's strength would not be enough for the D rank, and these idiots would run to the hunters and put his hand on his shoulder, adding that Oh Byung was wrong about something. He drove my grandfather to a frenzy, and he grabbed his temples, where the blood pulsed from what he heard, and recalled the words of the report that an operation was underway to destroy the megalosaur. Meanwhile, Sung Chang-woo had a strange dream in which he and the clone were having fun. The clone was doing push-ups, and the guy was lying on top of him eating cookies, and Sung Chang was yelling at him to do better. The clone was patiently working out, and the guy continued to think out loud that there is no cooler skill, that it brings money and sports for you, and that your performance is growing. Suddenly, the phone rang, and it was Agent Junmo, who ordered clone number 1 to get ready because they were going to make money. And the guy replied, "Yes, sir." But Kang Junmo got fed up with waiting and decided to go up to their apartment and open the door to call out to Song Chun, who was in a hurry and needed to be hurried. The boys jumped out into the hallway, the clone wearing armor and Song Chang-woo in a comfortable tracksuit, and asked to be sent to the hunting area with horned rabbits today. They finally came downstairs and went to the car, and Junmo asked where clone number 2A had gone, and Song Chang said that he had sent him to the gym to let the poor guy work out. When Kang asked why they don't work out together, so that the speed of progress would be faster and the clone's strength would double, Sanchan replied that he doesn't like sports very much, and to be honest, he became a hunter for fun, and you can make money on horned rabbits, so why do you need these muscles? And Khan noticed that he has incredible opportunities. Kang Junmo tried to explain the obvious truths to the boy, but Sung-chan confidently convinced him that it would be enough for him to take care of himself, and laughed out loud. Suddenly, for some reason, the guy got from the street to a strange red room and did not understand what had happened and why it happened. He looked around realizing that something was wrong, but suddenly, he started screaming like a madman. His face was full of terror, fear, panic. His eyes were square and he kept on screaming nauseously at the whole strange room. There was a man standing in front of him, but he was like a zombie. His clothes were torn and covered in blood, his eyes were gone, only black pupils, and he hissed whether he was satisfied. And Sanchan screamed and ran into the wall screaming because there were already 3 zombies in front of him, advancing on him and asking him the same question about whether he was satisfied. Suddenly, one of them asked if he was happy to become a hunter who looked very much like his classmate, and another zombie who looked like his friend kept hissing that the guy had abandoned them. And the third zombie with a hole in his stomach rushed at Sung Chan-woo saying, "Brother, save me at last." Something terrible was happening in this dream, and the events were not connected. Sanchan screamed and finally woke up and rolled on the bed. He had never dreamed anything like this before, and the dream was so realistic that at one point he thought it was true. He sat up on the bed and looked around in bewilderment, unable to figure out where he was, and unable to remember what had happened to him. Or maybe the zombie monsters were not a dream. His eyes were a little blurry and he felt sick inside, and he could barely sit up. He was in a hospital room and began to recall the terrible events that had happened the day before. And he heard a familiar voice asking him if he was okay, and these words echoed through his head, which began to hurt even more, and he turned his head, covered with bandages. Park Wante told him to refrain from exertion, and he stood in his room and smiled, and was very happy to see the guy after all the horrors that had happened in the neighborhood. Sun Chan-woo tried to rise even more and felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, and asked if Wante had brought him to the hospital, and Wante only said that he was in critical condition, and his wound was very deep, and it was very lucky that they were able to get him to the hospital in time to perform an emergency operation, Wante added, trying to stop the guy. Sanchan said that he had no idea how grateful he was to you, and twice already, to which Wante replied that it was just his job, and he wanted to talk about many things. But now is not the time because the guy is too weak, so we will postpone our conversation for later, and said goodbye and left the hospital room. The guy smiled and lay down quietly on the pillow. Suddenly, he heard the voices of his parents waiting in the hallway for permission to finally enter the ward. His mother was running in tears, and his father couldn't help but cry as well, and their joy was overwhelming. Sanchan also started calling them in response, and to say that he was overjoyed to meet them is an understatement. What he wanted most was for his family to be safe and sound. His mother was asking if he was okay, asking him not to do anything dangerous, and his father was trying to calm her down because he had just woken up and squeezed the boy's hand tightly. Meanwhile, a doctor entered the room, greeted me and explained that the operation was successful, but that it would be necessary to monitor the dynamics, and added that the speed of recovery was impressive because he had never seen anything like it. Suddenly, Sung Chang-woo asked what had happened to the portal and how many days had passed since the invasion, because his memory had finally returned. The parents and the doctor looked at each other in silence, and the father explained that 3 days had passed since the opening, and as far as he had heard, most of the big monsters had been destroyed, and there were a few small ones left in the ward for a moment. The guy grimaced in pain and scratched the back of his head, saying that he did not remember everything very well and did not remember how he lost consciousness and how it all ended. Suddenly, he was struck by lightning and exclaimed what was wrong with Ju because he finally remembered his sister and what had happened to her. He looked at his parents, who were silent for a moment. He asked again how she and the doctor and his father and mother were silent, their eyes lowered, and this silence alarmed the boy, and terrible thoughts crept into his head. And he started shouting why they were all silent. What happened? Everyone was silent again, and the guy gathered the rest of his strength and staggered to his feet, because if everyone was silent, he would find her himself. The doctor rushed to him to calm him down and led him silently to the room with the girl, explaining that they had treated her abdominal wound and pointing through the window at Ju lying on the bed. But unfortunately, the monster infected her with the mana absorber virus, Dr. Sanchan explained, as he stood looking out the window, tears welling up in his eyes. This terrible news struck him. The doctor explained that the infection occurs through monsters that came out of the portal. This virus continuously absorbs the host's mana, but usually it does not cause many problems. Since the mana of each person is different in terms of components, the virus most often dies because it is unable to completely absorb some components. But sometimes the mana composition of the carrier coincides with the virus, and then the virus absorbs mana that can no longer sustain life. And unfortunately, this is the case of Ju, and Sanchan asked if there is a cure. The doctor replied that today there is no such method, because by merging with the host's mana, the virus neutralizes the magic of healing, so all that remains is to maintain the infusion of mana into the body. And Ju can only be helped by a C-ranked healer like Bless, or some kind of mandrake elixir from the portal. But they are very rare and cost a fortune, as Sanchan already explained because he had heard of it. And the doctor confirmed this. The parents hugged and cried quietly, and Sanchan stood silently looking at Ju, and it was clear that he was thinking about something and bitterly recalling the events of that day. He remembered the boy who was stoned to death on the square, and how he was hurt by people, monsters, hunters, and the worst part was the battle with a nimble dragonfly. Sung Chan-woo looked out the window of the ward and held back his tears, thinking that if he had prioritized his family then, this would not have happened to his sister, and almost cried. And at that moment, he activated his blocked memories with the clone, namely how his clone tried to hold Ju and how she broke free and wanted to run to save her brother. Then there were memories of how Ju was wounded by a dragonfly and her stomach was torn open, and the clone was hurt as his sister lay on the floor and slowly fainted from bleeding. If only everything could be changed, the guy thought bitterly and shook with tears and helplessness. And suddenly the doctor screamed as he looked at the guy and saw a bloodstain on his shirt. The doctor was screaming because what he saw boded ill for the guy, who had a very complicated injury and a second operation, and anesthesia would be dangerous for him. But Song Chan-woo continued to recall the monsters he met on that terrible day. And the first thing that came to mind was the giant tiger that Park Won-tae had killed. Then the image of a dragonfly that was particularly vile came to mind. The memory of it made him shiver and sweat, and then he was in a fever. He hated it more than anything. At that moment, the doctor yelled that he was bleeding and called for a nurse. But Sanchan squeezed his hand so tightly that more blood came out, and the doctor tried to calm him down. The guy looked at Ju and chastised himself in his mind and cried, thinking that he could have saved others and maybe, if he had worked harder, he could not forgive himself. He remembered the last evening in his parents' apartment, how they all gathered around the table, how they all laughed and were happy to see him and ate delicious meat. And even the clones then fit in with their company, all sitting intimately, and no one could even imagine what awaited them and their home in an hour, and that there would never be a home again. They were able to put him to bed only after injecting him with a sedative. Then the doctors had to restitch the wound, and 10 hours later he woke up in pain. After sitting like that for about 10 minutes and coming to his senses, he felt ashamed for a moment for his behavior and for making everyone nervous again, when he suddenly heard some sounds. The door opened, and he saw a familiar face. It was Heian, who smiled and greeted him with a squint, and she decided to visit the boy and bring him something tasty. She felt embarrassed that she had come without permission, and Sanchan, after greeting her in surprise, mumbled a mumbled greeting about whether she and her parents were okay, and was very embarrassed. Heian came closer to the bed and continued to blush, but explained that their house was slightly damaged, and fortunately they managed to get into a shelter, to which Sanchan replied that he was glad to hear that. And he looked at her slyly, and Kayan explained that the guy hadn't been in touch since the portal was opened, so her father called his parents, who said he was in the hospital. Heian had calmed down a bit and decisively put down the box and opened the bottles of vitamin juice in it. And Sanchan asked why they called him teacher, and she explained that it was because of that. And the guy cheerfully told her that she could call it whatever she liked, and opened the bottle. And Kayan blushed and blushed again and called him a teacher, and stumbled because she said it again. She added that he should get well soon because she still needed to work with him, and smiled. Sung Chang-woo looked at her in surprise and replied that he had business to attend to. And Heian looked at him in surprise, and the guy suddenly blurted out that he wanted to drop out of the university and stumbled, blushing and looking down at the floor. 2 weeks passed. The boy was still in the hospital, getting better every day, but until he was discharged, his parents and sometimes Kayon came every day. One morning, the doctor was examining Sonchan's vitals and muttered in surprise that even though he was regenerating quickly, it was too much, and wondered if all hunters were so ill. His wound healed very quickly, and the scar gradually disappeared. After about 30 minutes, Heian visited the guy and asked him what was the reason he was dropping out of university, and that's why he couldn't study with her. Heian was upset more than anything. She didn't want to stop studying together, but she heard her parents' story about Ju. The boy apologized to her, and she tried to tell him in a cheerful voice that it was nothing, but everything inside her broke down and tears started to flow. But she said that it didn't mean they'd be in touch with each other. Sung Chang-woo was silent, thinking about something again, and Hyunjin tried to keep her face from showing her sadness. I decided to cheer him up and said that he would be very sorry to miss such a beautiful student like her, and laughed, trying to flirt, but the guy continued to be silent. At that moment, Hyun promised to go to university thanks to his studies and get a boyfriend. It was the last day of Sung Chan-woo's stay in the hospital, and as she approached the door, Haeon exclaimed that he would not have a chance to change his mind, and turned around and smiled charmingly. She was a very beautiful girl and quite intelligent. Sanchin packed his things for her talk, putting on a suit and a white shirt, thinking that he could not feel any sympathy at this point, and was determined to change his life for the sake of their grief-stricken parents, who for 3 weeks could not recover from what had happened and practically lived in the hospital because they became homeless. But here they had their most precious children. For the sake of her sister Ju, who was unconscious and connected to a ventilator because the virus was eating her from the inside and she was not getting better. The guy was already fully dressed with his packed belongings and having signed all the medical papers for his discharge. He said a warm goodbye to Haeon and decisively opened the front door of the hospital. This was a different Sanchin, a determined adult whose life completely changed the moment that damned portal opened, and he had to act quickly and decisively for Ju's sake. Sanchin hailed a taxi, and in about 15 minutes it arrived. After loading his belongings, he asked the driver to take him to the Canis Guild house, and on the way, he squeezed out information about Vante. Wikipedia gave a complete biography of the origin, activities, achievements, and place of work of Park Wante. After reading everything, the guy turned off his phone, thinking that Wante was a high-flying bird. The driver said that they had brought the guy out of his thoughts. He thanked him for the ride and paid for it, and after taking his belongings from the trunk, the guy went out into the noisy street. This part of the city was not affected. It was noisy outside and not usual for a guy who had been in a quiet ward for 3 weeks. He looked up and looked at the houses in the neighborhood, which was office buildings, but one house stood out. It was the highest and most modern guild building in the city. The guy was impressed by the scale of the guild and headed toward it with determination. He had important things to do today. Running across the street, Sanchin walked into the large glass doors that automatically opened in front of him. He looked around. The lobby was huge, and the boy was momentarily confused. Suddenly, a girl came up to him as if from the ground. She was young and beautiful and worked as a secretary and supervised the flow of visitors to the guild. But having gathered the courage to say that he had come to meet with Chairman Park Wante, the girl asked him businesslike whether he had made an appointment by looking at his notes. And Sanchin blurted out that Wante wanted to meet him and talk to him. The guy explained to her, to which she apologized because it was an unscheduled meeting and therefore there was no free time. The guy was embarrassed and confused. He thought it would be very easy to meet and talk. And then this happened and their conversation was heard nearby by a stout bearded man who shouted to wait. I asked him if he was the same Sun Chang-woo, and the guy replied in a trembling voice that it was him and that he had a temporary breakdown of fear. The girl explained that this was their head of the secretariat. "This is our long-awaited guest," the man answered her and nodded his head in the direction of the boy, smiling. The secretary wrote something down in her notebook, and the burly head of the secretariat loudly announced that the boy should follow him. Sun Chang-woo was like a twig in comparison. They walked through the corridors and elevators of the guild, and after about 10 minutes entered the huge office of the head of the guild, and the guy walked in and saw Park Wante sitting at the desk. He finally looked up and looked in their direction in surprise. The head of the secretariat announced that Sanchin had arrived, and Wante invited them both to come closer. The guy greeted him quietly, and Park exclaimed loudly that he was glad to see him and stood up from his chair. It was obvious that he was really happy to see him because he had been waiting for a long time. And he shook hands with the guy, saying that he was glad that he had finally been discharged from the hospital. And much earlier than the day the doctor had mentioned, Sanchin laughed and nodded his head. He replied that it was all thanks to his care, and that's why he came to him as soon as he got out of the hospital and would like to thank him again for everything, and he was happy to meet him. Wante was a little embarrassed and looked down, recalling all the events of that tragic day like a movie scene, and the guy added that what he did was not part of his duties, and he is very grateful that in such a situation Vante provided him with timely treatment and saved his family. The guy could not express his gratitude for everything he did for him. He asked Park what had prompted him to do this, and Wante lowered his head for a moment, silent. as if he was thinking or remembering something, because he looked rather strange. But the guy continued to say that he was told in the hospital how Vante arranged for him to be placed in a single room, which was very expensive and impossible because there were many wounded at the time. Moreover, he paid all the bills of the intensive care unit to collect mana for Ju, and even provided his parents with temporary housing and asked if it was related to their previous conversation. Finally, he told Wante that he also had a younger sister, but that she was currently missing with the first team. Sung Chan-woo stood there stunned by his words. And Vante continued to say that he probably superimposed his situation on his and let his feelings interfere, but he really hoped that the guy didn't think he wanted to put him in debt. But I already owe you a lot, the boy thought. Looking at Park, he was deeply impressed by his words and story and asked why the Wantes wanted to meet him. And Vante said that he didn't hear what skill the guy had, but it was probably real cloning, because the guy who was saving civilians next to him was most likely his clone. And Sung-chan finally answered that he had planned to hide it, and that Wante was right about the skill. And Wante heard this and asked to get to the point because he really needed his strength. He asked Son-chan to save the first team of the Kindness Guild, since he did not save those civilians on the block for profit and did not even ask for repayment of debts, because he believed that the boy was the only one who had a chance to save his sister in the first team. And he looked at the bearded man, who also sadly shook his head at what he heard. And almost crying, Park Wante whispered a plea for rescue, his hands shaking at the memory of his trouble. Sung Chung-woo was his only chance because his sister was most likely injured. Sanchan's head was spinning from these words because he remembered all the troubles and tragedies of that terrible day when his own life was destroyed. He remembered himself that day, wounded and bleeding, when his sister was dying before his eyes. And he begged Park Wante to save her in the same way. And he did everything possible. And he told him that he had already saved his family once, and now it was his turn to repay the debt. Vante was so shocked that he was afraid he would refuse, but the guy added that he would do everything in his power to save the first team, and he was completely at their disposal, and Vante almost cried and thanked them. He took him to another part of the building, to the ground floor, and gave him a nice suit of armor, and he was delighted to try it on because it was the perfect size. It was a hall for dueling of the Canis Guild. A huge room was filled with all kinds of weapons and armor of all sizes. All the utensils were designed for hunters of different skills. Vante explained that the walls here are very strong and that he could use his skills or firearms. But the guy asked if they shouldn't make an escape plan. But Puck objected because, first of all, if they make a plan, it will be good. But it doesn't mean they won't have time to prepare. And secondly, the dungeon level is on the right. Despite the fact that the first team consists of the elite of the B-rank guild, when they had wounded, it became impossible to leave him and asked if the guy understood him. And he replied that this building was the biggest danger for him, to which Park added that it was true, but that didn't mean there was no way, and asked if he knew that in the face of danger, a person gains strength. It is a flash of destructive force that can tear muscles or shatter bones, and will affect the growth of basic characteristics. At the moment, Sanchan lacks an unbreakable base, but in their case, it would be a major problem, and Vante didn't know any other way to do it either. The boy listened to him with his mouth open in surprise. He could not even think that everything was so serious and complicated, and Park exclaimed that they had no choice but to fight and quickly took out sticks and began to fight the guy. Sanchan trained and fought with all his might, occasionally getting punched in the face. Meanwhile, at the agency building, Kong Junmo received a strange message that the guy would contact him later. Junmo reread the message several times, and it seemed to him that the guy had some serious problems and was taking a break, or perhaps some other misfortune had happened. Suddenly, he heard someone walking down the hall and grabbing the handle of his office. Junmo turned around and called out in surprise, "Hunter Sanchan," and the man replied with a greeting. Song Chan-woo looked strange, with a bruise under one eye, a scratched cheek, a broken nose, and a band-aid on one cheek that had swollen so that it covered the other eye. Kang Junmo almost dropped his phone when he saw him. Somehow, he didn't expect to see the guy in such a miserable state, but the guy laughed and said it was him. The agent finally asked what had happened to him, and the guy came into his office. Except for his face, he looked quite decent and was wearing a business suit. Putting down his briefcase, the guy began to talk about the events when the portal opened, how he fought the monsters, how Vante saved him, and what happened in the shelter. Kang Junmo listened to him with bated breath and could not believe his ears. To say he was shocked is an understatement. At the end of the conversation, he asked if his sister had really been infected with the Devourer virus, and the guy confirmed it, to which Junmo asked how he was feeling, and the guy explained that he was fine because he was told that mana varies in composition even among relatives. At this point, Kang asked with interest that this was probably why the guy accepted the task from the Canis Guild, and Sanchan confirmed that it was true that Vante was a benefactor and saved his life. And Junmo said that he was very surprised when the guy stopped contacting him, but he could not even think that this happened to him because he was told about those events. But Sanchan explained that he had lost his phone that night and was still using his second clone's phone and asked to change his number to his real name. But Kang refused to do so. The guy, not understanding his agent's position, asked why he didn't want to rename it, and the agent asked what about his friends and what if they called him. And after these words, the guy remembered his classmates who were always happy to see him and recalled their gatherings after lectures. And for a moment he felt sad at this thought. Then he remembered the beautiful Haeon, and something warm spilled into his heart. He liked her not as a student but as a girl, and he was afraid of his feelings, so he kept away. But he sharply replied that it would be better now. The agent looked at him in surprise, not understanding why, and asked how the guy got his injuries, and he stumbled, but explained that it was because of Vante. Because he told him that he needed to adjust his basic characteristics, so they did a few sparring sessions and he blushed a little. He was uncomfortable in front of Junmo for some reason. How can you bring a person to such an injury? We should immediately send an official complaint against the guild's actions, Khan shouted furiously, but the guy calmed him down, explaining that it was agreed upon, and Park Wante said that his younger sister was locked in a dungeon and his despair was greater than any of us, and he knew exactly how he felt because he was like that. He went on to say that although he was beaten up pretty badly today, he plans to use all his clones tomorrow, and smilingly handed Khan a bag of goodies. Agent Kang Junmo listened to the boy and exhaled loudly. He was nervous that the boy had been beaten so badly, but he understood that sparring was the only way to go, and Song Chang put down the restorative elixirs. The next day, Song Chang-woo returned to the ground floor of the Canes Guild to continue his training. But he didn't come alone. He brought his clone with him to work out. To which Vante exclaimed in surprise that today there would be a clone, and he looked at it with interest, noticing that they were exactly the same as twins, and it was unusual to see. And Pak exclaimed that today would be just like yesterday, and grabbed a stick and ran to meet the clone and the boy, and a furious fight without rules began with only sticks. The sound of the batons and their screams could be heard as far away as the third floor, and the officers just looked at each other. After a while, they both came out with black eyes. The next day, Sung Chang-woo returned with 2 clones. The guy was glowing with happiness. He loved these fights. He was high on the results, and he finally let off some steam. After the fight, 3 hours later, all 3 of them left the floor. One clone had a broken arm, the guy had another black eye, and the other clone limped on 2 crutches. In the morning, all 4 of them were standing, and Sanchan exclaimed that everything would be different now, confident in the strength of his quartet, and the clones also smiled ominously. After a while, the guys crawled out of the training room. The picture was the same, one with a broken arm, one on crutches, one with bruises and missing teeth, and Sanchan being led by the hand. They called a taxi and went to Junmo's agency, where he was waiting for them. When Kang Junmo entered his office, he looked at all these brothers in amazement and could not say a word. The boys crawled to the couch and sat down, and Kang asked if they were okay, to which Sungchan explained that Wante was too strong and they hadn't expected it, and shook his head, explaining that his clones repeat his every move and he cannot say that we have nothing to learn. But unfortunately, the gap in basic characteristics is too large. And while the guy was telling all this, his clones were trying to regain consciousness. One was bandaging his wounds, another was drinking an elixir, and the third was sitting still, barely able to stop himself from falling. Meanwhile, Sung Chang-woo opened something on his phone and showed it to the agent and asked if he could get it. Junmo looked at the screen in surprise and said he could, because I had bought them once before, and asked the guy if he was sure of their safety, to which he replied that he could not doubt it, and squinted his eye, and the agent promised to get them. The next morning, Sung Chan-woo and his clones took the usual route to the Canes Guild. Wante was already waiting for them, and he coughed as he looked at them carefully. His eyes grew square from what he saw, and he couldn't really say a word. Sanchan looked as usual, but the clones looked not only strange, but very ominous and unusual. One of the clones was red in color with yellow eyes. Its teeth turned into sharp claws, with which it tried to gnaw through what looked like bone. It seemed that the clone had grown even taller, and Sanchan exclaimed that today would definitely be different, and laughed ominously. All 3 clones were red as crayfish, glowing yellow eyes, hands covered with claws, and all growling. Because in the evening, before Sung Chang-woo asked for something, Agent Kang happily brought him a huge box and placed it on the table in front of the jubilant Sung Chang with a bang. But the agent explained that they hadn't managed to buy many of them in a day because they had very little time, and waved to the side where 14 more large boxes of the same kind were standing. Having opened the box, they both looked in and, like small children looked at its contents fascinated, and Junmo quietly asked if it would be enough, and the boy nodded and smiled. Meanwhile, Wante looked at the clones and asked what kind of evil they were, and they began to growl, spitting and steaming. Song Chan-woo stood there happy as a little child because the plan was already working. And Puck with square eyes asked what he had done with the clones because they looked strange, and the guy replied that he had given them a red crystal to eat and showed it in his hand. Just to make it clear, "I fed my boys as many as 60 low-level crystals," exclaimed Sung Chang-woo, waving them in front of Wante's nose, and the clone tried to snatch them up and devour them. He explained that since clones are summoned creatures, they can absorb crystals and additional characteristic points are awarded to him, and at that moment the clones were eating the stolen crystals. Yi Park was surprised to think that even crystals work on these clones, and at that moment Sung Chan-woo exclaimed that he would use them and magically pulled out his trophy sword and pistol. Vante answered him with determination that a pistol or a sword would do, and clutched his orphan stick, dressed only in a shirt and pants. He was also determined, and Vante shouted to attack him, encouraging the guys to fight, and they rushed at him like crazy with their fists. Some of them just ran, and some of them jumped into the air. One of the clones rushed to attack Puck, and he only needed a wooden stick to easily fight back and beat him, who gave up for a moment and retreated, growling fiercely. At that moment, another clone attacked him from the air. The guy's characteristics definitely increased, and it was obvious, even though it is known that the characteristics of clones are always lower than the main body. This effect was from the eaten crystals, and most of all, monsterization affected the clones. They turned into red monsters. They seemed to feel no pain in time. They were as savage as dogs. But despite the new qualities of the clones thanks to the crystals, Park Wante easily repelled their attacks and threw the clones around him like pears, and they flew helplessly into the corners, screaming. And he managed to do it only with the help of a wooden stick and good physical strength. The monsterization reduced their main advantage of accuracy, and Vante whispered that it looked like they had eaten too many crystals. "But I wasn't monsterized," Sung Chang-woo exclaimed loudly, attacking Wante with vigor. And Park, fighting back with his stick and laughing, replied that it was true. But he still missed one trick of the guy, and he took advantage of the moment to pull out a gun and put it to Wante's head, and Park thought it was cool. And the guy pulled the trigger with determination, a shot rang out, and the bullet stuck in Vante's head, and Park exclaimed that it was a good attack and explained that bullets that were not filled with mana could not even wound him. The hellish fight began again. Sonchan rushed at Wante with renewed vigor, trying to strangle him with his hands, but he skillfully twisted his arms and hit him with a stick from above. Two clones saw this and rushed to attack Vante, pulling out their daggers, and the third clone also started running to help them. The picture was ominous. They looked very scary, but that was not to be, as Vante easily scattered all four with his bare hands and his stick. Two of the clones went down with a crash, and Vante shouted laughing that their attack hadn't gotten any stronger. And you need to cover not only your hand but also your dagger with mana, as if they were one, and only then can you cut the monster even with a branch, Vante recommended. All four of them stood up and listened attentively. Song Chang-woo held his trophy sword of the fishman in his hands, and thought about what it would be like to cut steel with a wooden sword. He did not believe it was possible, and was very angry at his helplessness. But Vante shouted that that was not all, and rage filled the boy's head, so much so that his eyes lit up because he did not like to be a weakling, and got used to his incredible skills too quickly. Quickly jumping to his feet, Sung Chang-woo rushed to attack Wante again, and Park exclaimed that Sung Chang had become noticeably stronger. Increasing his characteristics with crystals was a good plan. But this was not enough, and Park Wante again easily repelled all the attacks of the four boys. Waving his stick and laughing, he remained the leader of this fight. He shouted that with his senseless attacks the guy didn't even reach the C rank, and at that moment, in some incredible way, he brought all four guys together and they hit their foreheads. In addition to the stars in their heads, the boys also broke their noses. Sung Chan-woo flew away covered in blood and shouted that he would soon be pumped up and fell painfully to the ground. He rushed with his sword to Vante and cut off his stick. Vante smiled with satisfaction. He liked the kid's attitude and courage and the results of their training. The clones also rushed at him, but when they received a stick on their backs, they flew away like balls and lay there catching their breath and shaking off the pain, while Sanchin shouted that he was not going to give up. The guy was covered in blood and fought off Park Wante's hateful stick with great determination and was absolutely confident in his words and abilities. Suddenly, he shouted strangely to the clones, pointing in Vante's direction. Puck looked at him in surprise, not understanding what was about to happen, and for a moment he froze and lost his attention. But the clones, who were lying there catching their breath, barely raised their heads and looked in the direction of their master. They also did not understand what he wanted from them, and looked at Puck and then back at their master. But Sungchan shouted to look at the face of the head of the guild, Kindness, carefully, and Park Won-tae looked at Sungchan in surprise, not understanding what was happening, and even touched his face with his palm. But the guy yelled to look more closely, a familiar sight for them, and one of the clones shouted that the head was actually a crystal. Park Won-tae's mouth dropped open at that. And after these words, the clones really saw not Won-tae, but a huge red crystal, and Sungchan shouted that whoever eats it first will be the winner. And the clones ran to Park in a frenzy. Sungchan encouraged them, and the clones were rushing around like crazy, and he thought that it was not only Won-tae's request that motivated me to become stronger, and a terrible fight broke out. The clones rushed at Puck, and he barely had time to fight them off. But there were 3 of them, and in addition, Sungchan was not happy with them, as they managed to gnaw on him. And Sungchan at that moment recalled that when he came to in the hospital, he felt a whole bunch of emotions. Pain from the surgery, powerlessness from the fact that in a time of great trouble, he had to entrust his family to other people. Meanwhile, search operations began in the ruins of the neighborhood where the boy lived. People wearing protective overalls and masks were dismantling stones in search of the few survivors and bodies. Among the stones, they periodically found the corpses of monsters and many bodies of dragonflies lying bent over and covered in blood, their faces contorted with pain and anger. In addition to the rescuers, guild hunters were also engaged in search operations despite their injuries. They also helped civilians because time was precious. But the most terrifying thing was the sight of a megalosaur body lying half a block away among the ruins of houses. It was so big that none of the hunters knew how to remove it from the street. The neighborhood was destroyed to the ground, and Shin Hee-sung stood on top of one of the buildings and silently watched the rescuers scurry about, collecting the corpses of monsters and living people. Hae-sung stood there in his usual impeccable suit with his hands in his pockets. His face showed both disgust and horror at what he saw and some inexplicable anger. Meanwhile, Sungchan continued to think that his loss of strength was due to the realization that all his efforts had ultimately yielded no results, and he did not want to feel this again. He shouted that Won-tae should not worry about his characteristics and, gritting his teeth, jumped into the air, swung at Park Won-tae, and dealt him a terrible blow. Almost 6 months have passed, and on the other side of the city, there was an abandoned factory building that was a hunting area at Shindelson Station. It worked and accepted hunters. It was in the evening, when there was some sort of showdown in the zone. A young Asian guy was hit in the face and fell painfully to the concrete, losing consciousness. Opposite him stood a pumped-up big guy rubbing his fists and laughing nastily. Behind him stood a few other guys, also laughing loudly at him. A beautiful girl rushed to the guy and with tears in her eyes began to lift him up and bring him to life, asking him in a trembling voice if he was okay, and the guy stood up a little. She shouted at the big man why he was doing this because they also have the right to use this hunting area, to which the big man called her a chicken and ordered her to shut up, adding that only the Silver Moon Guild has the right to use this hunting area, and if they want to hunt, they should go to another area to look for other places. The armed guards stood not far from this crowd and silently watched what was happening, and did absolutely nothing but watch and pretend that they were not there. The girl looked down at them, thinking that the guards were not even going to intervene, and cursed because the guards who were supposed to keep order in the area did nothing. The big man shouted for her to stay and go with them. The girl looked at him frightened, turning her gaze to the silent guards, who were most likely bribed. And the beaten guy was finally lifted to his feet by a friend, who was badly injured and hanging from his shoulder, saying that their captain was a big animal and shit. And one of the hunters, who looked much older, shouted at him to close his mouth and laugh again, and the whole crowd of hunters laughed loudly throughout the territory. Suddenly, they heard someone's voice shouting to let them in for the hunt, and everyone turned around. The guards rushed to the front gate and pointed their weapons at the stranger. The big man looked at the guest in surprise. The stranger was wearing a hooded cloak, and no one could see his face. Anger flashed in the big man's eyes at the visitor. One of the soldiers yelled at him to stand still because the passage was forbidden, and pointed his weapon at the guest. The entire crowd froze and watched this event as the stranger waved his pass. And the big man approached the guest and shouted that he was stupid because he did not understand what he was saying. The stranger remained silent and looked at him, but his hood did not allow him to see his face. And the bandit shouted that, in fact, this hunting area is used only by hunters from the Silver Moon Guild, and that it was not clear. The stranger continued to be silent, and it was annoying. Clenching his huge fists, he came closer and rushed over to the guest to punch him right in the face. He always used this method to solve everything he didn't like. And at that moment, the stranger easily squeezed his fist with his hand so that it crunched. And with the same hand, he grabbed the big man and pushed him away from him with force. The big guy screamed and flew about 20 meters past the surprised faces of his company and the boy and girl, who were numb and staring at him with square eyes. And the stranger, without taking off his hood, shouted that he shouldn't swing his fists like that. The big guy was lying there like a huge sink, unconscious from a blow to the nose and barely breathing. The stranger continued to say that he had heard the name of the Silver Moon Guild somewhere. There was a deathly silence around. Everyone was shocked and did not even answer his question. But at that moment, the big guy came to and began to rise a little bit. He was still dizzy and stupid and did not even realize where he was. Finally, the stranger took off his hood, and it was Sanchun in his new armor, who loudly shouted out to explain to him how their hunt was connected to the fact that he wanted to enter the zone. The guy stood and smilingly looked at the big guy who was lying helplessly on the floor, blooming tubers from such a blow. The hunters from the Silver Moon Guild saw this shameful thing happen to their leader and rushed at the boy screaming. While they were running, everyone quickly pulled out their weapons and surrounded Song Chan-woo in a circle. One of the hunters exclaimed that the boy would not get out of here in one piece because they were of D rank, and therefore he would not be able to stand against them alone. Song Chang-woo listened to this scream, thinking that the attackers were very wrong about the loner. Suddenly, a clone in armor appeared behind him, and the guards recoiled in surprise. Not far away, the beaten guy was still holding onto his assistant and looking in amazement at the clone, who looked exactly like the guy. One of the Silver Moon Hunters called out to the battered head of Hunam and pointed a stick in the direction of the clone, who also looked up in surprise. And then the fat man began to yell that he did not know who they were and where they came from. But the boy and his double remained silent. Meanwhile, Kang Junmo was still at his workplace when he suddenly heard a soft knock on the door. The door opened, and he looked with surprise at Park Won-tae, who had just come into the office at such a late hour. Junmo was embarrassed and surprised to explain that he could have come to the guild on his own, but Won-tae objected because he still needed to. Kang nodded and opened a drawer and took out a document, asking him not to take pictures of it, and handed it to Park. But Won-tae explained that he only needed confirmation and began to read carefully. After a while, he looked up because he saw a progress report for 6 months. Kang confirmed that the guy became like a different person, even though he had only 2 hobbies: sports and hunting. But Won-tae was worried about whether such high performance would be a problem, and Junmo assured him that everything would be fine with this level. His guest reviewed Sung Chang-woo's performance once again and began to think that the young man had surpassed D rank and had already reached C rank, and that cloning had strengthened him greatly. Meanwhile, the guards at the abandoned plant stood there as if paralyzed, forgetting that they were supposed to guard the area. And at that moment, the clone kicked the fat man so that he fell back to the ground screaming. The recently beaten boy looked at them both in amazement and could not understand what was happening and how it could be possible. But the clone hit him again as soon as the fat man stood up, and suddenly one of the guards shouted out a demand to stop this outrage immediately. But Song Chan-woo did not understand what exactly he needed to stop, and the guard began to shout that the fight was becoming too dangerous. The guy said that the guards should keep an eye on the territory and that the guards did nothing when they beat the guy and when the hunters took out their weapons. After hearing him, the guard grimaced and remained silent, and Sung Chan-woo added that the guards should concentrate only on guarding, as they should. And then he ordered his clones to collect all the cell phones and smash them so that there would be no communication. However, everyone knew that the Shinsoldong station, which was located in this hunting area, was famous for its special hybrid monsters. On its territory, in a dark corner, a man was sitting holding a large red crystal, which he suddenly threw far away. This man was outraged out loud that he did not want to do this disgusting work while holding a bag in his hands. Suddenly, he heard someone's footsteps and thought it must be the examiner, so he quickly picked up the crystal. When he saw the young man, he began to shout that he was finishing. The guy asked him who he was, and the man squinted and suddenly remembered his frantic horned rabbit hunting and was surprised. The guy also recognized him, but he didn't look the same as he did on that hunt because he had grown up and matured. But the man continued to be silent, and 3 of his clones were coming up behind him. The guy looked at them and asked if everything was finished according to his orders. Finally, the stranger called back to ask how the boy was able to enter the area because there were supposed to be Silver Moon Hunters at the entrance. Sung Chang-woo stopped him from chattering and asked him what he was doing in a D-rank dungeon and how he got here. The stranger mentally cursed. But suddenly the guy looked closely at the stranger's bag and added that everything looked like there was no hunting, and the man froze at the question. The young man added that it was most likely the Silver Moon Guild that brought him here and no one else. The stranger continued to be bewilderedly silent, and at that moment, the guy looked at his phone screen, shouting that he did not feel sorry for the man at all, but that he had something interesting to tell. He turned the phone around and showed a photo of the hunters who were at the entrance, naked and crying. He explained that they did not have to worry about them anymore, and the stranger finally spoke up, exclaiming that this could not be possible because they were D-rank hunters, to which the guy hinted that he should tell him everything because he himself would be like in the photo. At this point, the man grimaced because he didn't want to speak, but had to, and explained that magical crystals could be obtained from the bodies of D-rank monsters, and he showed the crystal in his hand. The guy looked at it carefully and explained in surprise that he did not know that monsters should be of D-rank. However, if the monster's body had already disappeared, its crystal retained its shape for a very long time, as the stranger explained, waving the crystal in front of his nose. After that, they both looked at the hunting hall where there were a lot of monsters and crystals lying around, which meant that fights between them were quite frequent. But the guy looked around the room once again and finally noticed several people with bags collecting crystals and asked who they were until they got to the station. And the man explained to him that there were mostly young hunters here who had large debts or had caused large losses to the guild, to which the boy whispered that it was a dangerous occupation. The stranger nodded and added that people are thrown here to collect piles of these crystals because they are quite cheap and the life of a hunter is not very valuable. Meanwhile, people were crawling everywhere and collecting crystals in bags, and it looked like a computer game and some kind of surrealism. The stranger also collected 3 large bags of crystals and got up to pack them. Suddenly, the boy shouted at him to get out of the dungeon as quickly as possible, and the man looked at him in surprise, not understanding why. But the young man told him to get out of here before he changed his mind, adding that no one from the Silver Moon Guild was at the entrance anymore, and the man had run away. The guy looked in the wake of the fleeing hunter, who turned out to be a good man, and now free. Song Chang-woo picked up and threw the bag to the clone, ordering him to eat it all, and he frightenedly stuffed 5 crystals into his mouth and tried to swallow them all at once. Suddenly, he noticed the shadow of a man running nearby, stomping and huffing rapidly, but he did not have time to see who it was. 3 seconds later, a monster ran behind the shadow, screaming horribly. The stranger was cursing the Haesong Guild for some reason, and it was a C-rank monster, a terrible and disgusting monster that looked like Siamese twins and was named Abomination. He was the one who chased the fugitive, and a monster of his rank should not have been in this dungeon. The fugitive was Kim Woo-hyun, an ordinary Silver Moon worker who was very angry and ran away swearing, and the monster was more like a ghostly skeleton twice the size of the girl, and they inhabited this dungeon. And at that moment, the unexpected happened. The girl screamed terribly, and Sung Chang-woo heard something fall with a crash, because the poor woman stumbled recklessly and fell bitterly to the floor with her whole body. But she quickly looked back, but the monster was already 5 meters away. He caught up with her, and Kim screamed at the whole station. The girl shrank back and tried to instinctively cover her face with her hands, realizing that everything would end in trouble. Suddenly, she felt a hand grab her collar and lift her up easily. She turned around and saw Sung Chang-woo holding her like a rag. She was frightened and asked the guy who he was, to which he laughed and said that he was her savior and asked if she had a bag of crystals. But the girl looked at him in surprise and explained that she had left them somewhere while running away from the monster, and the guy sighed in disappointment because he was counting on them. He asked her why she was running and cursing the Haesong Guild because he thought she was from the Silver Moon, and the girl pointed her finger in his direction in fright. However, the guy didn't even turn towards the monster, while the clone that turned red from the crystals rushed at Scum, and Kim ducked because his appearance scared her, and she asked the guy what it was and who he was. Meanwhile, the clone turned into a red nightmare monster and rushed at the Scum trying to destroy it. Kim was speechless because the battle was right in front of her, and Song Chan-woo, not distracted by such trifles, continued to pull her sleeve. He asked her again why she mentioned the Haesong Guild. Woo-hyun looked at him, frightened, not knowing who he was. And at this very moment of the conversation, she ran away swearing, and the guy caught her by the shirt again, shouting where she was going and stopping her. Woo-hyun hung on to the rag again, only to scream for him to let her go and not tear her clothes. But the guy calmly and monotonously asked her not to run away, and she shouted in surprise that it was impossible when there were a whole bunch of monsters around. But he calmly assured her not to worry, and before the girl's eyes, all 3 red twins appeared and fought furiously with the monsters. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-hyun looked at the guy and wondered if he was a party or some kind of recruiter. However, Song Chan-woo was convincing her that it was safe here and trying to calm the frightened Kim, while a real massacre was already taking place behind him. But suddenly the unexpected happened because the monster managed to grab one of the soap makers and successfully attacked him, at which Song Chang-woo looked surprised and whispered about losing, and the girl hysterically asserted that this was indeed the safest place. He shouted to the clone that it was impossible to blow away a whole bag of crystals, but the clone just lay there, and didn't move. It was at this moment that the beastly monster rushed towards them, and Woo Hyun only had time to think that it would be better to run away rather than listen to the nonsense. However, the guy asked her to wait there in a very calm voice and walked toward the slaughterhouse. But the young man was still upset for a moment because he had invested a lot of money in his pet, and it turned out to be in vain. Woo Hyun, not believing her eyes that the boy was going to the slaughterhouse of his own free will, shouted at him to stop, but he only asked her to be quiet and stand still. And the young man finally stopped, tried to concentrate as if he was entering meditation, and quickly rose into the air. He fearlessly flew straight to meet the monster, drawing his sword as he went. Taking advantage of the fact that the monster was rather clumsy, the guy managed to hit it in the stomach, but he skillfully bounced back to his feet, and now two monsters were coming toward him. And Song Chan-woo only had time to think that he had to work even faster and rushed back into the battle. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and jumped back to the monster and attacked it with a mark. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-hyun looked on as if mesmerized, thinking that the guy was surprisingly strong. At that moment, the young man was clutching his sword with determination, his eyes glowing with fury and determination. But the monster, seeing its prey too close, screamed in a voice other than his own, so that the boy's ears were blocked. And for a moment he thought he saw the ugly face of a dragonfly from that terrible day in his life, and it was real, and he was filled with fear and panic like then. At that moment, he thought he needed to calm down, but for a moment he lost control and missed the monster's blow and got hurt in the eye. Seeing this, Kim screamed at him to be careful because she did not expect such a turn of events. But the guy involuntarily covered his face with his hands, and for a moment he could not see. It seemed that he was going to lose this battle, but his assistants saw this in time to rush to the monster and began to attack it mercilessly from all sides. And this gave precious time for Song Chan-woo to recover from the pain and prepare for the next attack, because now the monster was his target again. Gathering all his strength and confidence, the young man struck directly at the monster's body from head to toe, cutting it in half, and the monster screamed in pain as it fell apart and crashed to the floor with a thud. The guy hid his sword thinking that every time he uses it, it ruins his mood. Woo Hyun, who was standing next to him, asked him in disbelief if he had really killed the abomination monster. The guy just asked in surprise if she was still here, and then looked at the clone, who was lying there, grunting in pain. He sat down and began to carefully examine his body, asking him what had happened and if he was okay. Suddenly, the guy noticed a huge deep wound near the clone's neck and wondered why it hadn't healed yet, but the girl explained that the sword has a curse of decomposition, and the guy thought that he was lucky not to be hit by the monster's sword, and that clones could take such attacks. Meanwhile, the clone was screaming in pain. Kim looked at him and asked who he was because he looked like a red troll, and the young man replied that he was a summoned beast. But suddenly she stood up and began to look for something in her pocket, cursing loudly. She gave the boy a bottle, explaining that he should drink it, and then the clone would live a little longer. Sung Chan-woo looked at the bottle in surprise. It had skulls on it, and it was definitely not medicine. The girl just asked her not to hate her for it, but there was no other way out, so he ordered the wounded man to drink it. Suddenly, they heard a hissing and a strange stench, the clone's entire body covered in green smoke, and they both covered their noses from the foul odor. But a miracle happened. The wound instantly healed and emitted the same smoke. The guy was surprised to see this and thought that the medicine was really not ordinary. Meanwhile, the clone stood up and sat down. He really looked like a red troll and for some reason was silent. The guy began to examine his entire body, and looking back at Kim, he exclaimed that absolutely all the wounds had healed, but she mysteriously replied that it was not yet. She explained that the bottle had a small side effect, namely that it shortened life, and added that she had the skill of creating poisons. The guy thought about her words because it turned out that the clone did not have much time to live, and he gave the order to return to the battle. Meanwhile, Kim asked the boy what his skill was, but for some reason he was silent. She irritatedly asked him again who he was because he was dragging a draft beast and some other twins with him, but he remained silent. Then she reminded him that he had defeated the abomination, and the guy finally told her that he was rank E. But she kept up and reminded him that an E-ranked player could not be in a D-ranked dungeon, and how he could even hunt here. But the guy didn't say anything to her, only that he was also curious about her. But when he turned to her and saw her surprised face, he laughed and asked why she was constantly poking him. Meanwhile, in the warehouse of the YOLO Guild, workers were bringing in large cardboard boxes. All the while, a beautiful girl with cat ears on her head was watching them. It was Han Miho, the head of the YOLO Guild. She was watching the unloading and wondering if all these boxes would be enough. Another girl, Kim Sona, the guild manager, stood next to her and asked Miho what all these boxes were for one. And opening one of them, she asked in surprise who needed so many crystals, to which Miho explained that the crystals were needed for Song Chang-woo. Meanwhile, Woo Hyun looked at the boy, puzzled by his strange question, and wondered why he was so bothered by it. Suddenly, The thought occurred to her that maybe he was a bad guy after all, and she decided to be more firm with him and sharply told him that he could skip such formalities. But the young man told her that he wanted to know why she mentioned the Haesong Guild when she was running away. She just thought, thank God this guy is stupid enough. She replied that she was surprised that he didn't know how these two guilds were connected to each other. But the guy honestly explained to her that he had recently become a hunter. And she said that the Silver Moon was Haesong's sycophant and did all his dirty work for him, and that some of the dungeon workers were caught by them. The guy was surprised to ask her whose side she was on, to which Kim remained silent and recalled the horrific events of her life, and she replied sharply and irritably that he didn't need to know anything about it. Sung Chan-woo looked at her in silence, surprised without saying a word, but she was acting rather suspiciously, and at that moment she regretted telling the first person she met about her skill, and it was evident in her face. Sun Chang-woo got up offended and said he was grateful for the information and was now going back to hunting. Woo-hyun shouted in surprise that he hadn't finished yet, and the guy calmly told her that he had just started. He added that she could come out of the dungeon because he had dealt with the Silver Moon. The girl raised her cap and thanked him skeptically. Suddenly, he shouted to her that she had a great skill, and she looked at him again in surprise. She warned him that if he drank the bottle, his life would be over, but he said he was not worried about the side effects. At which Kim looked at him again in surprise, and at that moment he gave his business card in case she didn't have work to call. He finally turned around and ordered the clone to accompany her to the exit. Woo-hyun continued to stand there, staring at the business card in confusion. Meanwhile, the battle between monsters and clones was in full swing. The boy came closer to them, observing them, thinking that the art of poison could greatly help his clones, and he had to interrogate Kim. Suddenly, he was torn from his thoughts by the sound of a monster falling down near him without signs of life. For some reason, the clone, which had become enormous, seemed to be pumped up and began to hiss and deflate, and it was enveloped in smoke, and he fell in front of the boy like a balloon. Sung Chang-woo looked at his first and favorite clone in disappointment. He realized that this was a side effect of the bottle, but still hoped that somehow he would be able to hold out longer for regeneration. This picture caused him irresistible anger, and the guy thanked the clone out loud for his work. Suddenly, something incredible happened. Something cracked, and a new twin stood up from the puddle into which the clone had turned, as if it had been born. The guy looked at him in surprise and, after recovering, ordered him to get dressed. And when the clone stood in full ammunition, Song Chan-woo exclaimed that they were starting the hunt anew, and they walked together along the corridors of the dungeon without noticing that someone was watching them around the corner. A head poked out of the corner and whispered quietly that they had finally left. They were two hunters of the Silver Moon who descended into the dungeon from above, wearing only one piece of underwear. Suddenly, Hyunim whispered in surprise that he thought the clone had already died, and he was as good as new again, and the other quietly argued that they were not far away and could spot them. But the gang leader started looking for the right stone on the wall, explaining that they were guarding the territory and went down into the dungeon for this purpose. Feeling for the stone, he pushed it a little and finally opened it. It was the secret passage. Upon entering, they saw a room with equipment. One of the hunters asked what these devices were, and Hyunim explained that they were all used to supply crystals. He added that no one would find or search this place, but that these crystals could be worth millions. Taking a small crystal in his hands, Hyunim explained that it was a diamond crystal and concentrated material obtained from the purification of crystals. But the crystals greatly enhanced the negative effect of monsterization. But the Tron Corporation began to illegally buy them, and their price rose tremendously. The hunter put the crystals back in the vault, and the other man asked why he couldn't take them with him. But Hyunim explained that if they took the crystals now, strangers might get them, and quietly closed the door. But the hunters didn't notice that Kim was secretly watching them, and whispered happily that she had finally found their hiding place. After about 5 minutes, she quietly opened the door, and had to try to tear herself away from the annoying clone that was constantly accompanying her. And she finally entered the secret room, glad that the Silver Moon hunters had brought her here themselves, but not understanding why they were naked. Kim did some digging and found the door that opened the safe, and behind it were the same diamond crystals. Delighted with the find, she stuffed them under her t-shirt, smiling at her catch. She quietly closed the door, hoping that no one would notice the crystals on it. Suddenly, she heard the screams of people running from the dungeon along the corridor to the exit. And Woo-hyun decided that she had to mix in time with the crowd that was still in the dungeon. She jumped out from around the corner and ran away with the people, making herself invisible to everyone. After a while, she ran to the exit happily thinking that her plan worked, and she managed to steal a whole bunch of crystals. Finally, freedom came for her, and she ran alone down the empty corridor. Meanwhile, Song Chang-woo finally killed all the monsters and was happy to have brought all the people out of the dungeon. He threw the sack of crystals over his shoulder and said out loud to himself that his stocks had dwindled recently and that this sack was the best reward for him. At this point, one of the clones asked if he could eat them, and the guy explained that they would become monsters again and would eat them tomorrow. But suddenly his phone rang, and he read a message where Junmo invited him to come to the Canes Guild to explain the details of the plan. The next day, the two hunters returned to the secret room and discovered that someone had stolen the crystals. One of them assured Hunim what they would do now, because tomorrow would be the day of their redemption. One of the guards was also with them, and Hunim rushed to him and clutched his throat, yelling at him to admit who else was in the secret room. The guard tried to get out of his hands, explaining that they did not let hunters in without passes. And the guards only turned a blind eye to the fact that the Silver Moon occupied the entrance, while only those who were locked up by the guild came out of the dungeon. At that moment, it dawned on Hunim that only Sung Chang-woo and his men had access to the dungeon. The guards swore he was telling the truth. The head of the gang remembered the boys' faces and did not know how to take the crystals away. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-hyun was quietly walking along the night street, thinking about where the C-rank monster came from in the dungeon and that she almost died if not for the boy. Stopping, she opened the bag and looking at the crystals, whispered quietly, "If you sell them now, it will be suspicious, so it's better to hide them for now." Suddenly, a familiar business card fell out of her pocket. Kim picked it up, read it again, and thought about it. She recalls how Song Chang-woo told her in the dungeon that she had a great skill. She put the business card in her pocket, muttering that the guy didn't even know her and probably thought she would run to his guild, and then walked away in silence. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city stood the Odin Tower, a huge dungeon discovered by Baek Hwan, a first-generation hunter, and who disappeared after the connection with him was cut off and he could not return. After this incident, many hunters challenged the dungeon, but all of them failed before they even reached the initial part of the tower. But there was an exceptional person who succeeded, George Lucas, nicknamed Prygun, and it was in this place that the first team was isolated, along with the captain, who was Park Won-tae's younger sister. On the next day, Junmo and Song Chan-woo met with Won-tae about this, and Park told them that the Odin Tower is a dungeon that has an entrance but no exit. He explained that only mana can penetrate the dungeon, and that the only means of communication is telepathic skills, adding that there are two ways to either clear the dungeon or use the spatial movement skill, and therefore the cloning skill is very important. The boys listened to him attentively, and Junmo whispered quietly that he now understood why, and the boy asked if the team really couldn't go out. Won-tae gloomily explained that they had prepared a way out in advance and kept quiet. The guys asked again why the team did not leave, and Park's voice became low, and he began to tell what happened that day in the Odin Tower and how it led to the failure of the operation. Namely, 5 years ago, after the Great Cataclysm of 2005, his younger sister awakened her skill. At the time, Park Won-tae was only 16 years old and already a young warrior, and his sister Park Yuna, only 9 years old, was a little joy for him. One day, the girl came to treat her brother to a chocolate bar. When he called out to his brother and he came over to her, Park noticed a strange energy circle near her. The girl had a spatial skill. The guy looked at the circle in surprise and asked how she managed to do it, to which she explained that the circle just appeared and you could put something in it. She handed him the chocolate again. Won-tae patted her on the head and refused, and offered to eat it himself, feeling sorry for her. And taking her on his back, he suggested that we go to sleep because the little one was really tired. And they walked through the ruined city. Suddenly, Yuna asked when her uncle would come, and Park mysteriously replied that he had to sleep for 20 nights first. In their difficult childhood, this skill often saved them both from trouble. It was possible to hide food and people in the middle of this subspace. Both Park and Yuna thought it was the best property for clearing dungeons. They led a quiet life, and the little sister learned to fish on her own. She quietly grew into an adult girl, and Park became the head of the Canes Guild. One day, when she came to his workplace, she found him completely broken. She asked him what had happened. The girl was already the captain of the first team in the Canes Guild, and he explained to her that there was a Tower of Odin, but he was not sure that it was necessary to go there, and his sister was confident in her abilities. She tried to assure him that they had to go to the tower right now, and that her first team was in the best shape and she had her own skills. And seeing her brother's confused eyes, Yuna asked him menacingly whether he believed in her or not. And until the day the first team left for the Odin Tower, Won-tae was not sure of the team's success. But the expedition continued to prepare, and everyone was in a good mood, trying to calm Park down and promising to protect his sister. But Won-tae's heart and soul were not in the right place. He was visibly nervous and walked around gloomy as a cloud. Yuna could see his mood and tried to convince him that if she felt in danger, they would definitely come back. She reminded the boy that she remembers how bad it is when people leave their families and never return. Vante was shocked by her words and continued to remain silent, as if he had a feeling of trouble. But Yuna was more confident than ever, happily packing her things, confident in the victory of her team. And to reassure Vante, she reported that she had stocked up not only on teleportation scrolls, but also on provisions, medicines, and other essentials. But Vante realized that all the supplies the team took with them did not reassure him, and the day came when Yuna and her boys went to Odin's tower. They left in full gear and with provisions, and Park felt that they should have been stopped then. He watched them go, whispering that she had left after all and for some reason cried bitterly. Meanwhile, Miho came into his office and tried to calm him down, explaining that the team had been preparing for this trip for several years, and everything would be fine. She added that Wante was too concerned about the team captain because if he didn't believe in her, then who would believe in them? But Park remained silent. After listening to Miho to the end, he finally said that she was probably right and he would have to trust his own sister. But their conversation was interrupted by a bearded big man, the head of the secretariat, who reminded them that they had to leave soon. And Park Wante explained to Miho that she had asked who he had a meeting with and that it was his turn. He meant that it was a day where he had to conduct an awakening program because sometimes it was his turn. It was conducted among local university students and other city residents. Suddenly, Sung Chan-woo interrupted him and said in surprise that he had been there that day too. But at that moment, Kang Junmo stopped them both and asked if there was a way to contact the first team. Yuante explained that they used 10 telepathic scrolls every week and that the guild team had to wait at the entrance to the tower. Then he grabbed his head with his hands and said that there were no problems with the first mix, and with the second and third as well. But a month passed, and a problem arose because on that day, the guild camp was on duty at the entrance to the tower, and everyone was preparing for a telepathic communication session. One of the guild members began to activate a telepathic scroll, and everyone froze in anticipation. The guild operator put on his headphones and listened carefully to the telepathic channel to receive a message from the team. Finally, he shouted out that he had received a message, and Vante's insides broke down and he shouted out what it was about. The operator began transmitting a text message after invading the second part of the first floor when he reached a point of 700 meters. An unknown monster has attacked and most of the team is now fighting it. Vante and Miho listened to the text in fright, but the cameraman could not hear and understand which of the team was wounded. Suddenly, a terrible crack sounded in the headphones, and it seemed as if the operator's head would burst from the sound. Puck rushed to the operator, shouting that the other side had torn several scrolls at once and demanded to take control of the mana that appeared in the tent. Miho asked at that moment what happened to the communications team. Vante looked away, afraid to even think about the terrible ending. And a portal of the teleportation scroll appeared in front of them, expanding with fierce force, and everyone could barely stand on their feet because of the wind. Wante covered his face with his hands and was frightened to think what had happened to the first team and bitterly regretted not stopping them then. Suddenly, a wounded guy wearing glasses and a warm coat was thrown out of the portal. Vante was amazed to see him because he recognized the guy from the first team. It was Sante. Park rushed to him because he saw that he was covered in blood and wounded. Taking him in his arms, he quickly ordered to call a team of doctors from the guild. And at that moment, the man looked toward the portal and screamed in frustration because the portal was closing. Miho sat on the side of the portal and tried to do something, but it mercilessly disappeared, exploding in blue smoke as if it had never been there. She rushed to the cameraman and started shaking him, saying that he would feel better now because he was probably telepathically connected. But he just screamed. And then I shouted at him to tell the first team that they would send a rescue team and let them check the area every day at 2 o'clock. Suddenly, Sante spoke, saying that they had failed and the monster had torn all the scrolls and asked Vante's forgiveness. At that moment, he started bleeding, and Park ordered him to be moved immediately. Sante whispered that they had never seen anything like it. The doctors quickly loaded the guy in the stretcher and carried him to the guild hospital, and Vante was kneeling by a pool of blood, exhaustedly silent. Suddenly, an operator came up to him and explained that the connection was not yet broken, and the captain of the first team wanted to say something, and Park heard his sister's voice. She whispered that the battle was over and apologized for their failure to conquer Odin's tower, adding that they thought that everything would work out in the best possible way. Her last words were that she could wait, but would definitely return. Vante stood by the window and explained, holding back tears, that after that they had approached various hunters, but no one would take the job because they were afraid. He also approached one of the best hunters, a gray-haired woman, but she refused because her target animal could not be further than 5 kilometers away. And then there was a disaster with a portal in the neighborhood, and he fought a tiger and other monsters. But by chance it was there, among the ruins, that I met Sun Chan-woo and saw him in battle. And the guy quietly asked him that this was probably why Vante told him to increase his performance in order to get to the place where the team was. And Vante confirmed everything and added that the guy did an incredible job and now it's time to implement the plan to save the first team, and he will. So the hike was scheduled for the next morning. Meanwhile, a group of bandits was meeting in a secret room in one of the city's restaurants. The head of the Silver Moon Gang flew across the Kanata from the impact. There were men in the room, and the oldest of them was beating Hunim and shouting that he had ordered something difficult and they, the hunters, could not properly guard the entrance. It was Yang Gyuchul, the head of the Silver Moon Guild, and Hunim was his subordinate. He was a pumped-up, vile man with a bad reputation. Finally, Gyuchul sat down and asked to be told about everything that had happened in the zone in a quieter voice. Yi Hunim said that most of the people in the zone had masks on their faces, except for an unknown guy with his twins, and he was a D-rank hunter. Ian shouted again, not believing how a D-rank hunter was scattering E-rank hunters and shouting that they were not the only ones making crystals. Again, he hurt Hunim, shouting that the Haesong Guild would not wait for the delivery of the goods. Hunim's head was severely beaten, and he was holding on with his last strength to keep from losing consciousness. And Gyuchul abruptly ordered to find the stranger and bring him to him because if Hyson found a new supplier, they would be finished. The guys from Hunim's gang held their heads and listened to Jan's words in silence, nodding. But he looked at them with distrust, thinking that if they made a mistake once, they would do it again. Gyuchul was very angry about the theft and muttered about how he could get those crystals if his subordinates were such losers. But suddenly he said to a guy sitting next to him at the table that he would probably go with them. It was a young man, Kang Jong-sung, the deputy head of the Silver Moon Guild, who gladly agreed to fulfill the assignment. The next day, Junmo and Song Chan-woo talked at the gem agency. The guy said thoughtfully that it didn't seem like Wante was lying, but he didn't say the most important thing. Junmo looked at him in surprise, and the boy added that Park hadn't explained the reason why the team had gone to conquer Odin's tower. For, although he had recently become a hunter, he had heard of this tower, and hadn't it been conquered back in 2012 by the Leaper, but Junmo remained silent. Then the guy told how he was at a meeting where the jumper spoke and the hunters asked him to tell them whether there was a reward inside the tower. And George Lucas told everyone that Odin's tower was empty inside. There were only monsters and no treasures or relics. Since then, the hunters have not gone there, and the tower has turned into an abandoned dungeon. So it was not clear why Vante did not tell the team about the goal. Junmo offered to do his own investigation because it looked pretty strange, but the guy said that we should focus on the plan to save the team. And they continued to walk down the guild hallway talking to each other when Junmo noticed someone sitting on tiptoe under the wall. It was a girl he didn't know, sitting in a crouch and sleeping soundly. Junmo turned his eyes in surprise and asked the guy who she was, to which he explained that they had run into each other in the hunting area, and he had offered her a job. Meanwhile, Kang bent down to the girl and asked if she was okay, and introduced himself as Agent Kang Junmo of the Gem Guild. Woo-hyun blinked her eyes sleepily and looked at the face of an unfamiliar man. She was really scared, because it was the first time she had seen Kang and didn't notice Song Chang-woo behind him. The boyfriend was also surprised by this meeting, but the only thought that came to her mind was that maybe they could eat now. She suggested it because there was a small home-style restaurant nearby. The boys also decided to eat and took her to lunch. She greedily pounced on the food so much that the guy was surprised to ask if she was hungry. But the girl had a mouthful of food and could not say a word. The guy laughed and asked her to chew it all out first. He asked her that, judging by the fact that she had come to the agency, he could interpret it as a desire to work for the JM agency. But for some reason, Woo-hyun was silent and did not answer, thinking over his words. She didn't look him in the eye and turned away, but mumbled something that sounded like agreement. Junmo watched her silently and finally asked her what her skill was. And she reluctantly told me that she could feel objects a little and create elixirs. But at that moment, Sung Chan-woo laughed out loud, saying that you can die if you drink them, and Woo-hyun was visibly angry. She jumped up and grabbed the guy by the bangs and began to pull him painfully, proving that there are elixirs that do not die. Tearing her hands away from her head, Sung Chang-woo told her more seriously that these elixirs were very effective and that even he himself would like to learn this skill. Meanwhile, Junmo took out his notebook and asked Woo-hyun to set up a place to create elixirs, and she would finance everything, and Kang wrote it all down. The guy who was listening to their dialogue suddenly told them to sign the contract on their own because he had to leave. Kim looked at him in surprise and asked him where he was going, and he loudly said that he was going to the dungeon. She asked him if he was going hunting, and Sung Chang-woo mysteriously explained that he had a different goal. Woo-hyun kept quiet and looked at the guy closely because he looked rather suspicious. And at that moment, she threw 2 bottles at him. The guy barely had time to catch them out of surprise and explained that one of them was for strength, and the other for mana. She added that the elixir for strength melts muscles, and for mana explodes the body. He looked around at the clones in full gear and announced that they were on their way, and that when they returned he would buy them some delicious soup. Meanwhile, Yolo's guild manager, Kim Sona, was walking around the guild's warehouse and clarifying the details of the crystal transfer by phone. She talked to Miho and promised to call back when she finished the delivery. After finishing the conversation, she continued to walk, wondering how she could transport the mountain of crystals, and suddenly a wounded warehouse guard was at her feet. The girl rushed to him and saw that the other warehouse guards were in the same condition, all unconscious. She tried to bring her back to life, but it was all in vain. When she looked up, Sona saw a huge hole in the wall that hadn't been there before. And angrily shouting out who dared to break into the guild, Kim rushed to the hole, activating her radar skill with which she could see everything around her. She saw red heat dots and exclaimed that she could see where the perpetrators were hiding, and suddenly felt someone grab her throat from behind and start choking her. But her radar only picked up the warehouse, and the hands that were strangling her were reaching out of a hole in the wall. Sona screamed again who it was. But suddenly, when she felt her arms finally open, she started coughing from suffocation, and at that moment she heard the voice of a stranger who brazenly shouted to her that if he showed himself, he would not be able to hide his face any longer, and laughed. He added that they urgently needed the crystals and came out into the light. It was Kang Jongseong who had been sent by Guchiol to get the treasure. Meanwhile, behind the wall, Hunim and his henchmen were hastily shoveling crystals into boxes and quickly run away with them. Jongseong was the last to run, shouting that he had to finish the job, spilling gasoline on the floor and gleefully setting fire to the warehouse. Meanwhile, a large airplane of the Keenest Guild was flying over the mountains of Iceland. He landed on a mountain plateau hidden between high cliffs. His hatch opened and out came Song Chan-woo with his clones, who muttered that he would never have thought that his trip abroad would be like this. Not far from them was a portal that was connected to the Tower of Odin and was called the Portal of Valhalla, a rather ominous place with a fiery entrance. The guards were already waiting for the boys and informed them that Park Won-tae would meet them at the very entrance to the tower. Sung Chan-woo looked toward the tower and whispered that it was the same Tower of Odin, and he went there with his clones because he also had grandiose plans for her. After a while, the boy reached the strange edge of the cliff and froze at what he saw. He whispered quietly that this was the entrance to the tower because he had never seen anything like it. Because on one side was an endless cliff and on the other the universe stretched out. The boy whispered in amazement that it did not look like Odin's tower, and feeling the piercing cold, he ordered the clones to return to the guild camp nearby. Meanwhile, in the camp, Vante reported that someone had attacked the Yolo Guild warehouse and that the attack had been planned and that all the crystals were missing. And at that moment, Song Chan-woo entered the tent, and they both looked at him in surprise as if he were a ghost. But both of them rushed to hug the boy, incredibly happy to see him, exclaiming that this day had finally come. Vante brought warm coats to the boys, knowing that it was very cold here on the plateau, and they gladly put them on. Then he opened a map and announced that the place of disappearance was 40 kilometers away from the entrance to the tower and pointed to a spot on the map. Sung Chang-woo looked at the supplies and thought they were suspiciously low, but only replied to Wante that he thought it was much further away. But Vante was sad and preoccupied, so he took the teleportation scrolls and handed them to the boy, explaining that they had prepared them and needed to divide them between them. The guy handed the scrolls to the three clones because it was the key point of their operation. He asked Park how to use them, and he explained that all the information was already inside the scrolls, and he just needed to tear them up. And Miho added that they told the first team to check the area every 2 hours, so it is possible that the boy might come across traces of the battle. At this point, Vante turned off the map with the projector and asked if the boy had any questions. Song Chan-woo thought about his words for a moment and looked at him intently. And then he asked what they would have for dinner when Vante's sister returned, and Vante froze at these words. And with his head down, he whispered that he would like to have a home-cooked dinner for the first time in a long time. With a sigh, Wante handed the boy a sword and Uhyun's elixirs, and the boy announced to the clones that they were on their way. All three clones and Sunshin were escorted by the guild members to the portal entrance, and one by one they entered the entrance, which was covered with a blue jelly-like mass like a film. Meanwhile, Song Chang-woo sat down comfortably on a chair, announcing that he had also left, and closed his eyes. And he quickly activated his familiar skill and covered himself in blue light. Park Won-tae was watching him at that moment, and everything inside him shrank. Only one thought was in his mind at the moment, that this guy was his only hope. Meanwhile, the young man's skill worked, and he began to see through the eyes of the clone how all three of them entered the portal, where there was a fierce winter blizzard and he felt cold. He began to move down the aisle almost blindly, covering his face with his hands. After passing through the snowy entrance, the clones finally came to a strange valley where it was quiet, and everything was covered with snow, and the beauty of what they saw fascinated them. Looking through the clone's eyes, the boy was amazed to see that finally they were facing Odin's tower. A minute later, the second and third clones came up to him, and they all stood together and looked around, assessing the situation. Just in case, the first one shouted that they were there, because the guys might have gotten confused. The first boy looked at his hands carefully and clenched them, then opened his fingers. For the young man, it was a rather strange feeling. He had been controlling his first clone on his own, and thanks to the familiars, he could now control everything personally. Because before, he could only give orders, but now he felt as if he was doing everything himself and the guy directed everyone to move forward. They passed through an ice tunnel that would crumble and then rebuild behind them. And that's why everyone always said that escape from the tower was impossible. The guy looked carefully at the list of monsters on the front of the tower that the guild had given him. The first type of monster was a frosty bat with large size and sharp teeth. She was an E-ranked monster and always lived near the entrance, gathering in large packs. And so, we had to be wary of their attacks from all sides and be vigilant. Mice had a peculiarity. Their flocks always had a leader who was larger and had the D rank. Suddenly, the same huge frosty bat, the leader, flew at the first clone and the boy quickly drew his sword. His comrades drew their swords with him and simultaneously struck the monster, leaving it without signs of life. Having defeated the first obstacle, the guys went on and wandered silently, thinking that everything was going well. But that was not to be, for monsters from the main pack were already flying at them, and the boys rallied and began to fight back all the mice in a circle. There was no end to them, but all the mice were much smaller, but there were incredibly many of them. Having fought off the mice, one of the clones asked the first one how far they had traveled, and he replied that it was about 13 kilometers. He added that they are about a quarter of the way there, and will soon face new monsters according to the instructions. And a minute later, new strange monsters with white hair and bats in their hands appeared in front of the boys, looking more like Bigfoot with red eyes. All the guys prepared for the attack and took out their pistols and were ready for a warm welcome. And Sung Chan Woo activated the skill bullet of mana that charged the bullets with power, and they saw 3 monsters behind and 2 in front of them and shot at them simultaneously. But there were even more snow monsters and they were coming at the boys in a crowd. But the clones were completely calm and stood in a circle and prepared to repel the attack. Standing with their backs to each other, they simultaneously began to shoot at the monsters that roared at them. But the monsters were quite maneuverable and exceeded the boys in height by several meters. But the guys fought back like ants at their feet. Song Chang Woo looked through the eyes of the clone and thought with satisfaction that they were all doing well. Suddenly, the biggest hairy monster jumped out at me, and it seemed like it was about to take its last breath. But something incredible happened because the ground began to move and crack under the feet of the first guy, and he was frightened and did not understand what was happening. And at that moment, someone's huge hand lifted him up and he stood as if on a plate, barely able to stand. Meanwhile, the guy was sitting on a chair covered in glow and in a trance. Vante and Miho looked at him, wondering if he would be okay. And the girl whispered that the first team was the most elite team in the guild. But this is where they survive now, and Vante stopped her saying that everything was fine. He explained that at first he was building strategies to free the team and needed C-rank hunters at most. But the speed of Sung Chan Woo's growth was unexpected, because he somehow raised his statistics to the 20th level in just 6 months, which is the B rank. But the most important thing was that the clones also became stronger, and it was safe to say that they had the skills of B rank hunters. Han Miho was surprised to hear him say that the first team was the one he was on. In terms of his strength, he is equal only to Song Chan Woo and his clones. And Vante added that in his opinion, the guy could have become even stronger if not for the robbery of the YOLO Guild warehouse. Miho thought about it and asked what it meant that no one could match the strength of the ice golems on the first floor of Odin's tower. That's what was written in the team's report, and Vante reminded him that he had personally warned the boy about these monsters and that they should avoid them if possible. But it was the human golems that were hard to miss and avoid because one of them lifted the first clone with one hand. It was a terrible monster whose body was made of pieces of ice like a huge iceberg. It had only one eye and resembled a rock. The first clone looked at him, realizing that his end had come. But the guy decided to try to attack the ice golem. Because there was no other way out, he resolutely drew his sword and rushed straight at the golem, swinging it. But the ice golem only growled, showing his incredibly huge teeth, and the blow was useless to him because he was armored, and the monster angrily rushed at the boy trying to catch him and he ran away, dodging the monster. The guy realized that his sword did not cause any wounds and he did not see any way to mutilate it in any way. In addition to the ice golem, a crowd of Bigfoot ran toward the clone, growling furiously. But the guy jumped away in time to watch the Bigfoot running at the golem, all of them furiously angry at each other. Suddenly, the ice golem grabbed one of the small monsters and lifted it high above the ground. He threw the Bigfoot into his mouth like an apple. The guy was numb from what he saw, not believing his eyes that the Bigfoot had been eaten. Suddenly, the golem noticed all the clones and reached out to one of them with its hand. But Sun Chan-woo quickly ordered them all to scatter in different directions, and the boys rushed to different sides. Again, the Bigfoot attacked the golem, distracting it from the clones. Suddenly, Sung Chang-woo remembered that he should aim for the golem's core. But looking at the monster's body, he could not understand where the core was located. But suddenly he had a thought because the monster had only one eye in the center of its forehead and it was glowing. And this was its core, and he did not understand how to destroy it. Meanwhile, all the clones were shooting at the ice golem with their pistols, but the bullets flew away from his body without even scratching it. The mana balls were too weak, even though they were magical, and this method did not work. There was only one option left, the boy thought, looking at the golem's core. And at that moment, the golem noticed the clone and rushed at him with all its might. Song Chan-woo again ordered everyone to immediately leave the monster's attack zone. Everything happened so fast that the first clone did not notice the golem attacking the fifth clone. The fifth clone, having fought back a bit, was on one knee and did not see the golem's hand coming toward him. And the golem instantly crushed the fifth right in front of the first clone. He saw that the man who had been crushed had a teleportation scroll, and he didn't understand how it could be that this clone had the scroll. And the first one rushed to the fifth one with an idea and a need to take a risk. Meanwhile, the ice golem took the clone with no signs of life and opened its mouth. But the first clone was running at a rapid pace along the body of the golem, straight to its mouth. And at the very last moment, when the golem opened its mouth wider, the first clone jumped straight to the cloak of the crushed man, and having reached him, he managed to grab something. It all happened so fast that the golem didn't even notice him. Meanwhile, the monster closed his mouth loudly because the prey was already inside him. The rest of the clones stood there as if paralyzed and unable to say a word, while the first one was rapidly descending to the ground. Suddenly, the unimaginable happened. Smoke began to pour out of the monster's teeth, and it seemed to gape its one eye and hum. With the first clone already on the ground and laughing loudly, the monster began to look quite helpless. But he shouted loudly how he felt and how his throat was filled with laughter, and he showed a piece of the scroll that he had managed to get out of the fifth man's cloak pocket, which meant that the scroll was torn and activated. At this point, the monster's stomach began to turn suspiciously red and boil. The monster's eye became frightened, and the rumbling from its stomach became louder. This meant that when the clone deliberately jumped for the teleportation scroll to pick it up, he realized that he would not be able to destroy the monster's core on his own. So he came up with the idea of teleporting the golem to another place using the body of the fifth clone. The first clone stood there, barely able to catch his breath from the tricks he had performed. With a terrible hum, the monster tore through the air with a crack, glowed red, and teleported to another part of the tower. The first clone stood there like a victorious hero, his eyes glowing with red fire. Finally, part of his plan had worked and the guild would be surprised. An electronic scoreboard appeared in front of the guy, indicating that his health and stamina had increased and that he could now create as many as 7 clones. He was very happy about this. He was not interested in other indicators of cloning alone, but after thinking about it, the guy said out loud that he probably wouldn't be able to summon a clone right now, and he ordered all the other clones to go further along Odin's tower, and the boys continued their journey in silence. Meanwhile, George Lucas was taking a shower in a luxury apartment on the other side of town, and his personal assistant shouted from the room that the list of requests for visits this month was ready. Lucas was silent and only asked him if there were any requests from Korean guilds. But the assistant replied that he had no such request, and George Lucas looked at himself in the mirror in surprise and remained silent. Meanwhile, in one of the cheap apartments was a hunter who had been released from the Shindelson dungeon by Song Chan-woo, who had guests who couldn't get through. It was Hunim and the guys who asked if the Silver Moon Guild had caught him. At that moment, Milovitz recalled all the events of that day and how the Heeson Guild had betrayed him. Hunim looked at him closely and asked him suspiciously how he managed to escape from the strangers. But the hunter only replied that he had help. They sat at the table and Hunim explained that Changwon had a lot of work to do and needed help, to which the hunter agreed. Suddenly, they both heard a knock on the door, and they both froze for a moment and looked at her at the same time. Hunim got up and went to open the door, asking who was there and opening it a little. He saw a part of someone's body and a huge fist, and for a moment he froze. And at that moment, Hunim was hit in the face by a man flying across the corridor. The owner of the apartment ran over and began to lift him up, not realizing what was happening. Suddenly, they both heard someone's voice calling out to the owner of the apartment, Park Hapsa. It was Kang Jong-sung himself. Nevertheless, he calmly asked who had done the damage in that dungeon. He added that Hapsu was the third person he was trying to find out from. Park looked at him in surprise without saying a word. The other two didn't say anything to him either. Meanwhile, Hunim struggled to get up from the floor, and Jong-sun asked Hunim again what happened on the hunting grounds. But at that moment, the big guy decided to block Jong-sun with his fist, which the guy deftly grabbed without even moving, and he began to squeeze it so hard that everyone could hear the crunch of his fingers. But Jong-sung clenched his fist harder and harder, saying that he was also strong, and easily brought Hunim to his knees. At that moment, Jong-sung hit Hunim in the stomach with his other hand, and the man screamed throughout the apartment. He calmly told him to think before attacking Hunim, because he was very angry when people like him got in over their heads. Suddenly, Park shouted at Hapsu, demanding that the fight stop and offering to go with Jong-sung. For a moment, Jong-sung froze and looked at Hapsa in surprise, not understanding his behavior. And then he started to take Park away, shouting that he was talking nonsense and threatening that he would be taken away anyway. But for a moment he stopped and asked Hapsa if he thought that Hunim was being beaten because of him. And then, hitting Hunim again, he shouted that he would be finished because he had screwed up. He struck the fat man so hard that he fell to the floor like a sack. Hapsu frightenedly rushed to Hunim, shouting for him to get up, but the man was unconscious. Meanwhile, Kang Jong-sung walked up to the fat man and kicked him as if to check if he had received enough. But at that moment, he heard Gapsu shouting that he knew everything. Jong-sung asked him what he meant, and Gapsu fell to his knees. He said that he knew the guy who attacked the Silver Moon Guild and asked for pity on them and started crying. But Kang Jong-sung just laughed at his words and adjusted his hair. His bodyguards, along with Park Hapsu, looked at him in surprise, not understanding this reaction. And Jong-sun looked back at them ominously and added that when you beat someone to a half-living state, everything comes out, and laughed again. Meanwhile, near Odin's tower, all 5 clones continued their mission. When they came out onto the snowy plain, they saw skeletons in cloaks just like theirs, dozens of them. The first clone signaled them to stop, but he gave the order to remain on high alert and ready from that moment on, and it was very strange that the monsters had not yet appeared. They walked another 100 meters, and the corpses of the hunters became more and more, silently staring with their holes in their eyes. The first clone watched, and Sung Chang-woo thought that he finally understood why the bodies were not taken away from here, because it was simply impossible to do so. And only one question remained unanswered: who took their lives? The first one looked around and asked where they were now, and someone said that they were near the target. And Song Chang-woo gave the order to look for traces of the first team's battle because it looked like they were somewhere in a spatial shelter not far from the site. But the guy remembered that the team was supposed to check the situation every day at 2 o'clock, and suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a clone standing behind him. He attacked someone with a dagger, and an unknown person stopped his attack by wounding him to the point of blood. A new unknown monster with eyes glowing like light bulbs rushed at the boys and stabbed them in the arm with a clone dagger. Sung Chang-woo was frightened that this monster had appeared out of nowhere and that he was invisible because he appeared as if out of thin air. Meanwhile, the monster grabbed the dagger sticking out of the clone's hand and tried to drag the boy to himself. But at that moment, the boys were horrified to see that there were hundreds of such monsters, and they seemed to grow out of the ground and attack them. And he understood the reason for so many corpses of hunters around him and why the first team had failed in their mission. While the boys did not see them, the monsters quickly appeared and surrounded them in a circle. And at that moment, Song Chang-woo ordered the clone to inject the elixir in the syringe, and the clone quickly injected himself with the potion, feeling the insane strength in your muscles and confidence in your movements. Song Chang-woo gave the order to quickly fight through the crowd of monsters, and the boys silently drew their swords. And they rushed straight into the crowd of monsters, confidently cutting their bodies with their swords. At the same time, they noticed how the monsters became transparent and began to disappear in an unexplainable way. All 5 of them stood in a circle, fighting off the scarecrows, and it was impossible to count them. The first clone thought in frustration that he could no longer see the monsters disappearing and reappearing like ghosts. But the guys fought confidently, having already taken out their pistols and did not give up a single meter. Sung Chang-woo watched their attacks and didn't understand how the clones managed to block the monsters' attacks, because they confidently defended themselves effortlessly, as if they were playing. Sung Chang-woo decided to return control to the first clone and understand the reason for this miracle. And he whispered to the clone that he entrusted him with the trophy sword so that everyone would make their way forward. And the clone raised the sword above his head, and it glowed with red light. The first clone confirmed the order and desperately rushed into battle to join his comrades. One of the monsters saw him and rushed to meet him, but the boy put out his sword in time to prevent his attack. Sung Chang-woo whispered in surprise that his clone had indeed blocked the attack and the monster had indeed retreated. The clone became aggressive and its eyes burned with hatred like a monster. He desperately fought off attacks with ease, one after another, making his way through. Sung Chang-woo looked at his boys intently and finally realized their secret. They could hear the sound of the wind that the monsters made when they attacked. For some reason, he thought he could imitate the clone's movements because he had experience, but it didn't work out that way, and he still has a lot to learn. Meanwhile, the events were unfolding inside the space where a girl in a fur coat was sitting on the ground with her head bowed down. Suddenly, someone called her, calling her captain, and she quietly responded. A voice asked her that it would soon be 2 o'clock and they had to check the situation, and there were more people in cloaks sitting next to her. And the girl mumbled out loud whether the rescue team would come today. It was the captain of the first team of the guild, Canis Park's young sister Wante. Her hope for this miracle was fading with each passing day, but she got up and went to check the situation because it was already 2 in the afternoon. She wandered with the thought that today would be the same as yesterday, another day in the middle of this terrible snowy desert. Suddenly, Yuna stopped and rounded her eyes in surprise at what she heard, counting 1 noise per 3 o'clock. And at that moment, the first clone struck with his sword. Then, she counted down 2 more for 9 hours, and both clones attacked the monster with their swords. She could not believe her ears but decided to continue her observations. And the guys upstairs were chopping down monsters left and right. Sung Chang-woo analyzed the attacks and came to the conclusion that the monsters had no defense and no speed. The only thing that posed a threat was their ability to become invisible when attacking with a sword. With all this, there was only one negative moment for all the guys. Fighting off monsters like mad robots without a break, withstanding dozens of attacks on just one clone at a time and fighting back, only with their sticks and swords. There was only one problem, the incredible number of these monsters. But there was something else that bothered the guys, the wounds that the monsters inflicted on them, although not large, but there were already quite a few of them. The monsters were coming in droves, and there were so many of them that everyone realized that they had to get out of there quickly. And it wasn't just tens or hundreds of them anymore, it was a good 1,000. Suddenly, something strange happened in the middle of the space. A large red glowing ball appeared in the air, spinning like a sphere, and Sung Chang-woo joyfully shouted that she was finally the first team and these were her signs. He shouted an order to everyone to run quickly towards the fireball, which was like a beacon showing them the way, and the boys rushed towards it. Meanwhile, Park Yuna could not believe that she was hearing a human voice for the first time in so many months. The girl rushed to her team, shouting that there were people outside. Her boys looked at each other in disbelief, but Yuna assured them that she could hear the sound coming towards them. Meanwhile, the boys were running as fast as they could, and the monsters were chasing them, nipping at their heels. The team behind the sign became quiet at one point and really heard the sounds. The guys exploded with joy that it was really a rescue team. The clones were already reaching the tower wall behind which the first team was, and the monsters were still not far behind. Yuna once again began to listen telepathically to the sounds and felt them approaching. But she also heard the roar of the crowd of monsters and shouted her guesses to the team. And panic began among the team because everyone realized that the rescue team was probably not alone, but had monsters on its tail, and they were all running towards them. Meanwhile, the clones were approaching the portal sphere, and the first clone began to shout for help, promising to save the team later. Suddenly, Yuna shouted to the team to gather and get ready. She announced that she had decided to help strangers from the outside. Her men quickly took out all the weapons they had and prepared to attack because it was too dangerous to delay. And they all approached the window of the telepathic portal, and outside, the clones were already running to its entrance. All the fighters of the group quickly activated their knivax and weapons and came close to the portal that separated them from the outside world, like a mirror, and they released their magic arrows, which, like harpoons, caught each of the clones and began to pull them all together inside the portal. The speed of the clones increased incredibly, and they felt as if something unknown was magnetically pulling them inside the entrance. Finally, only a transparent wall of the entrance remained between them and the team, and the clones successfully jumped into it as if into a magic mirror. They were swept into a pipe, but the first clone shouted to everyone that they were finally safe. Meanwhile, Yuna led the team, ordering that she close the space herself and they should lower the shield. And activating her spatial skill and concentrating, the girl closed the entrance and the guys put up an ice shield and the monsters stayed outside. But everything finally quieted down. Yuna looked around and heard someone thank her. It was the first clone who explained that they were a rescue team and had come to save them. All the members of the first team stood silently and looked at the guys in surprise. Only Yuna timidly asked if they were from the Canes Guild. The first clone laughed and explained something like this, adding that they came at the request of Vante, the head of the guild, to save his sister and team. Finally, one of the team members, a stout, bearded man, exclaimed that he knew the chairman would not leave them and would save them. They started asking the clone about Sante, whether he was okay, because he was the only one who managed to escape from here. And the first clone said that Sante really got out and was alive, but he was very wounded and unconscious. Yuna almost cried at what she heard, and the boy thought to himself that the girl had a strong sense of friendship. And he explained to the girl that Park Wante was waiting for her and the boys at the entrance and that this was a priority, and that he was also wildly worried about everyone. He suggested that we leave right now and showed him the teleportation scroll that Wante had given him. But suddenly, he noticed a certain disappointment on the girl's face because he thought she would be happy to be saved. And he looked at the team and saw that the number of people did not add up to 8, not 10. Yuna noticed his look and replied that she knew there was no point in asking for more from the one who had come to save them. And with tears in her eyes, she asked me to help them again. All the team members were also joyless and gloomy. The guy listened to her in amazement, not understanding what else could have happened, but he asked her what was wrong. And she explained that one of her team members was killed during this one, and added that they could not leave her here. And again, tears rolled down her cheeks. Finally, the guy understood why there were 8 of them, but he still thought that maybe someone was just wounded, so he asked what happened. Yuna's face became gloomy, and she was silent for a moment, and it was clear that these were hellish memories for her. But she explained that the whole team was ambushed and that a red-haired young girl was with them. She was a very skilled warrior and healer, and was walking behind the team, and suddenly the guys in front heard a crack. And when everyone looked around and saw her lifeless body, it all happened very quickly. The bearded man added gloomily that no one even managed to react in time, and Sona died in an instant. Song Chang-woo listened carefully and thought that when they were also ambushed, he was attacked first, so it seems that the weakest is attacked here. Yuna continued to tell us that when Sona was attacked, she opened subspace and ordered the team to hide there. She wanted to join the battle but stopped because if she had died, the team members would not have had shelter. And then she immediately used the telepathic scroll to make an emergency report. But in all the chaos, the team members did not notice how one of the monsters had infiltrated them. The monster hid in the boxes with telepathic scrolls and no one saw it. And this gave him the opportunity to blow up all the boxes at once, which scattered everyone from the force of the explosion. And all the telepathic scrolls were instantly torn to pieces and scattered. Sun Chang-woo listened and finally understood how all the spare scrolls were lost. And at that moment, the entrance to the teleporter was closed before all the team members were supposed to enter, and if the girl had left, the sub-process would have closed as well. Finally, Yuna spoke up. The boy quietly asked where their colleague was, and the girl formed a small teleporter and showed a picture of the body. The guy looked and thought that it would be a long way to go to avoid encountering monsters. And Yuna added that she did not run away for the sake of her team and endured almost 6 months. And unable to leave the body of his girlfriend in the dungeon, the boyfriend promised to take the body after listening to her. All the team members, along with the commander, were immediately happy, and the girl sincerely thanked him. But the guy set the conditions that his goal was to save them, and if the surgery didn't work out, he would immediately start taking everyone out. Yuna quietly said that she understood everything, and that Sona would not want any of them to die either. The guy's second condition was that they would take the body themselves, to which Yuna looked at him in surprise, saying that it was very dangerous. But the first clone smiled and asked me not to worry about it, explaining that they were not people but clones. The girl's surprise knew no bounds. She could not even think that these were not people standing in front of her. Meanwhile, something was happening in the Silver Moon Guild building. Jongsung sat on top of Junmo's back and laughed, saying that it was a great coincidence that the hunter who had brought them trouble was working for him. Junmo could barely breathe, and Jongsung continued to mock, adding that being expelled from the Haesong Guild was probably not enough for him, and that he needed to lay low and stay out of the way. Junmo looked at him with eyes full of rage and hatred, and Jongsung continued his torture, twisting his arm and shouting that he was asking him again. He demanded to know the boy's name, to which Junmo just told him to go to hell and refused to say his name. Jongsung began to twist his arm even harder, and Kang Junmo screamed in a voice that was not his own. Then he began to twist his right arm when a guard entered the room with documents in his hands. And he handed me a leaflet with all the information about Song Chan-woo. Jongsung gave up tormenting Junmo and sat down to read. After a while, he finished reading and exclaimed to Junmo that they had found information about the boy anyway. The document contained a profile of the boy with his name, address, and skills, and he sent his bandits to the boy's home. He added that he would take Kang Junmo with him. Kim Woo-hyun, who had snuck into the apartment and hid in the closet, listened quietly to their conversation. Woo-hyun wondered what the bandits had forgotten in this apartment, but it was clear to her that trouble was definitely coming. Meanwhile, Jongsung started twisting Kang's arms again, and he shouted out why they were looking for Song Chan-woo. Jong Soon sat on him again and, catching his breath, said that this guy had scattered his guys and suddenly asked if he had heard anything about diamond crystals. But he continued to talk about how he knew how straightforward Junmo was, and that it was unlikely that the boy had told him anything because he had run off with all the crystals they had made. Woo Yun stood there, covering her mouth, listening to what she heard, which was that the bandits thought the boy had stolen all the crystals. Meanwhile, in the Tower of Odin, Yuna was impressed by what she had heard, and finally recovering, she asked that as far as she knew, clones do not have bodies. The first clone explained that they had bodies, so there was no need to worry about their lives, and gave the order that the fourth and fifth clones would take the scrolls, and they will protect the team and stand at the entrance to the subspace, while he and numbers 2 and 3 will take the body and return quickly. He told Yuna not to go outside under any circumstances, and the bearded man told him that they could all help him. After all, this was an elite team. But the first clone reminded everyone that it was his duty to return them safe and sound. The girl reminded him how they had come here with monsters on their tails, and the guy boastfully replied that he had a way to deal with them. He planned to use this method this time and asked us to believe in him and wait inside. Yuna looked at him tiredly and remained silent, but a storm of emotions raged inside her, and she agreed to this plan of action. And the clones began to prepare their equipment for the exodus, and Sung Chang-woo confidently thought that he had been pumping his performance for 6 months and was therefore confident. In addition, he had the passive characteristic Devil's Absorption, which meant that he could absorb some of the monster's characteristics, and they all came together. He secretly drank the bottle that Woo-hyun had given him, and for a moment remembered the strange girl. Putting on a cloak, he firmly decided that if he had such a chance, he should grab it without thinking. Suddenly, he approached the fourth clone and asked for the dagger. He also asked him to take care of his sword and elixir, and threw his things to him. Approaching the other clone, the guy reminded him of the details of the plan. When they take the body, they take it away and leave quickly, and he accepted the order. Yuna looked at the gathering closely and said that there was a high probability that the monsters who were chasing were still there because they tend to wait for several days. And with tears in her eyes, she asked him to be careful, and the guy, trying to be gentle, agreed to be careful. Sung Chang-woo sighed, and his clone looked at all the guys and exclaimed that it was time for them to go. The boys gathered together and went to the plateau where the body of the dead girl lay. Quickly approaching the portal's entrance, they saw a plateau stretching out in front of them, covered with the bodies of monsters and hunters covered in snow. And among them, the boys clearly saw the girl's body. The first clone ordered everyone to run quickly to her without stopping. He carefully examined the territory to calculate all his further actions, and looking back at the first team, he once again reminded them to stay away from the portal entrance. But the bearded man still asked to intervene, and the whole team was nervous. But Yuna reminded us that everyone saw these guys running away from the monsters, and it's still 40 kilometers from the entrance, and you can't get there by accident when you're running away. And they all decided to trust fate and wait for them inside because the clones had a plan. Deep down, everyone hoped that the plan was a good one and that it would work. Meanwhile, the first clone covered his face and picked up a dagger. As he approached the exit, the guy took in air into his chest and the surface began to vibrate, sharply hitting the mirrored surface of the entrance, where a monster was waiting for him on the other side. The surface parted, and the guy jumped out and stabbed the monster with his dagger, which made it jump aside. Realizing that he had fought back, Song Chang-woo peered into the snowstorm, looking for the body and estimating the distance to it. He shouted loudly to the boys that they were going to break through and ran straight toward the monsters that were running toward them. There were dozens of them, and they were blocking the body of the deceased, so there was no other option but to make their way through. While scattering and wounding monsters, the first clone finally saw the girl's red hair fluttering out from under the snow. Suddenly, he heard the scream of another clone who had been shot in the side and was bleeding, and the guy saw monsters coming at them. And he didn't expect that from behind, because it meant that the monsters blocking the shield caught up with them, and the guys were surrounded in a ring. And the guy, realizing the desperation, decided to drink the bottle right now and opened it. He quickly drank it in one gulp, immediately feeling its strength in his muscles. The guy coughed for a moment and thought he had even doubled in size. His face became angry and his eyes shone with cold lightning, and he screamed loudly. He activated the skill bullet of mana, which charged bullets with mana, and pulled out his gun and rushed with only one thought: don't let it hit his body. Gaining a frantic speed, he rushed to shoot back at the monsters. The force of his bullets was such that when they hit the bodies of monsters, they destroyed them in parts, and they began to fly up into the sky in pieces. The first team, meanwhile, did not move away from the entrance to their portal, and the whole battle was in the palm of their hands, which they watched as if mesmerized. In this way, the guy fired back and made his way to the girl's body, which was already 30 meters away, and he quickly asked the second clone if he could move around, to which he replied that it was not a problem. He ordered to wrap the body. The men rushed to load the body onto a stretcher, and the clone of Song Chang-woo felt mana continuously flowing into his body and seemingly tearing it apart from the inside. He shouted to his clone that he would distract the monsters and make them run away quickly, and stood in the middle of the plateau, illuminated by blue smoke. The monsters instantly saw him and began to roar in a crowd from all directions. The guy's body was glowing with white fire, and lightning was striking around him. He looked very ominous and scary. Meanwhile, the guys were quickly carrying the body out, and the first clone, Song Chang-woo, took up the fight. His strength was enough to scatter monsters in all directions, smashing them to the ground while shooting and wounding them. Meanwhile, the other two clones quickly carried the body out because their road was completely empty. They ran like lightning to the entrance and crossed the mirror barrier. Yuna joyfully rushed to meet them in disbelief and constantly thanked them. The rest of the team rushed to the boys, and one of them grabbed the teleportation scrolls. And then the bearded man shouted to quickly tear up those scrolls, but Yuna screamed that not all the clones had returned, and one of the guys calmed her down. He reminded them that they were just clones, not people, and at that moment lightning struck throughout the plateau, and the first clone felt that the scrolls had broken because his body was covered with cracks like a mosaic. The guy didn't even realize what was happening at first, but he remembered that the portal would probably open soon. Yuna looked at him, shouting for him to return to the portal as soon as possible, but I only heard his voice shouting that he was not coming back, and the portal began to close, leaving the clone with the monsters on the plateau. The guy smiled and looked towards the entrance and whispered that they would meet on the other side and waved his cap goodbye. All the monsters gathered around him, confident that the prey would finally be theirs. But suddenly there was a terrible explosion and everything was covered in fire. Meanwhile, Sante was lying unconscious in the city hospital. He had never opened his eyes since he joined the guild. Next to him stood the head of the secretariat with a plate of peeled apples and whispered that today was the day of the salvation plan. He quietly asked the boy to open his eyes because perhaps the plan had already been finalized, and he was supposed to meet everyone with a smile. On the other side of the globe, in the guild camp, Vante and Miho were nervously waiting for news. They were silent and only occasionally looked at each other and listened, constantly glancing at the entrance of the tent. Suddenly, thunder rumbled from the sky and lightning flashed all around them, and they both covered their heads with their hands and ducked. A portal opened in front of them, and Miho exclaimed in fright that another ice hole would pop out. Vante was completely silent, and everything inside him was tight because he had been waiting for this moment for 6 long months. But he felt like he was experiencing a deja vu effect because Sante had recently come to them through a similar portal, and fear clutched his heart. He closed his eyes in anticipation of the worst thing he had ever imagined, and when the wind died down, he barely opened his eyes. And he saw his younger sister Yuna, who was standing in front of him, emaciated and frightened, looking directly at him with her huge eyes. Park Won-tae looked at the girl as if numb, and he couldn't believe it because he had imagined their meeting hundreds of times, but he couldn't say a word in reality. Meanwhile, Sung Chan-woo continued to sit on the chair, only his face was more calm and peaceful. And after a second, he finally opened his eyes, thinking that, for the first time in his life, he felt his body exploding, and his head was dizzy. Looking up, he saw Vante and Yuna in front of him, still looking at each other in silence. Only the girl finally started to cry, and Vante whispered that she had finally returned, to which the girl smiled and happily replied that it was indeed her and she had returned. Park couldn't help but burst into tears, and his sister asked him if he hadn't made a mess of the guild while she was away. Finally, he threw himself into her arms, sobbing like a child. The man did not hear a word she said, and Yuna fell silent because she had never seen her brother in such a state. But Vante just whispered to her that everything was okay now and squeezed her even harder, not letting go of her and asking if everyone was back. And then the girl broke down and burst into tears, saying that Sona had tragically died because of her. Meanwhile, Miho watched this long-awaited meeting and admitted to herself that she didn't think the team would ever come back alive. Sung Chang-woo, who had seen them all alive, quietly thought to himself that he was really scared this time. Meanwhile, Vante was crying and thanking them for bringing her back safe and sound. But Yuna continued to sob bitterly for Sonia and could not stop the pain that tore at her from such a loss. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Sobe regained consciousness and thanked everyone loudly. The head of the secretariat, along with the guards, almost choked on an apple when he heard this. The guy was sitting on the bed, smiling and asking me to finally come home. He looked pretty good. And at the foot of Odin's tower in the guild camp, the clones were cleaning up the territory. Song Chan-woo stood and studied his characteristics when the clone drew the elixir scroll and his sword to him. The guy studied the numbers of the message with noticeable pleasure, where all his characteristics grew significantly, and he rejoiced like a child at that. When he suddenly heard someone calling his name, he looked around in surprise and flinched a little. It was Park Won-tae and Yuna who finally came up to the boy, hugging and crying. They fell to their knees and shouted words of gratitude to him. The guy was confused by this picture. He started to raise them, explaining that it was just his job and his promise to fulfill Vontae's orders, and they did not raise their heads, which was very uncomfortable for him. Finally, Vontae stood up and said that he would not let this case end like this because from now on, if the boy gets into trouble, he will not let it go. Then he should definitely contact him, and the Canes Guild will drop everything to help him at any time. The guy was completely confused by this, and he handed Vontae the remaining scroll, to which Vontae replied that he should take it for himself because he was going to give him everything that was left. The guy was extremely uncomfortable and refused to take it back because it was the guild's property and put him in an awkward position, so he reluctantly gave it back, because it would be cool to have a teleportation scroll after all. And meanwhile, Yuna asked Vontae if the guy had been in the tent all this time. Puck confirmed and explained that the young man had used the familiar skill, and Yuna whispered that she had thought all along that they were people, not clones, and had been lied to. Meanwhile, Song Chan-woo was in tears because he regretted not keeping the scroll for himself and gave it to him like a gentleman. To calm himself down, he stepped out of the tent and bright lightning blinded his sleepy eyes. The day was in full swing, but it was quiet and snowless. He approached Wante and, as a courtesy, said that he would have a lot to do on his return, to which Park replied that he had to visit his comrades and to prepare for Sonia's funeral, whose body was already being loaded onto the plane. And he was silent. His face showed how bitter he was at the thought that the girl had died because she was one of the best healers and a good person. The guy was also silent, realizing all of Vante's pain and the situation. But suddenly his phone rang, and he had forgotten about it. Taking it out of his pocket, the guy was surprised to read a message from Uhyun because he had no connection while he was in the portal. The boy's eyes rounded as he read it, because Kim wrote that Junmo had been taken by the Silver Moon bandits and was on their tail, and she wrote the address. Anger tore him up inside, and he rushed to Vante and asked if they could perform right now. Surprised, Park asked what happened, and the boy shouted that the bandits had grabbed Junmo and taken him to another location. And the guy explained that in the past he had a conflict with the Silver Moon, because they tried to appropriate the hunting area he was going to enter. Vante silently took out a scroll and handed it to the young man, explaining that he would use it to get to the bandits. The boy was surprised and excited. He still tried to object, but Vante reminded him of his promise that they would do everything to help him. Meanwhile, the bandits moved into the territory of the Silver Moon Guild and posted guards everywhere to patrol. Woohyun also managed to sneak in behind them and watched from the corner, wondering why Sung Chang-woo hadn't answered her yet. Suddenly, she heard someone calling out to her and looked around in fright. And at that moment, someone painfully squeezed her throat and lifted her into the air. One of the gangsters spotted her and asked who she was and why she was hanging around. Woohyun blinked her eyes in fright, realizing that she was in trouble. Suddenly, the bandit stopped talking and looked at her carefully as if remembering something. He said in a confident voice that he had seen her somewhere before and tried to remember, not noticing that the clones were sneaking up behind him with Sonchun. For a moment, he lost his focus and the guys rushed at him, knocking him down and putting daggers to his body. Sun Chang-woo jumped up to him and grabbed him by the throat and asked where the agent was, and the bandit began to cough from suffocation. He angrily asked where the agent was taken, and his face showed all his determination and anger. The bandit began to gasp for breath, and Woohyun rushed to the guy, screaming at him to stop because she saw where Junmo was being taken. She began to tear the guy's hands away from his throat, repeating that he would die that way. Finally, he removed his hands and ordered to tie up both the bandit and the guard who jumped to his aid, and the clones quickly followed the order. Sung Chang-woo asked the girl again where the agent was, and she explained that he had been taken to the guild. She added that in addition to these bandits, several other people were constantly patrolling the neighborhood around the warehouse, and the young man told her to stay put because it was safer. All the clones had already gathered around him and were looking at their master inquisitively, waiting for new orders. Meanwhile, as part of the guild, Jong-sung continued to interrogate Kang Junmo. The agent lost consciousness for a moment from the constant beating. He was sitting with his hands tied and had a very swollen face. One eye did not open at all, and his head was constantly dizzy. Meanwhile, Jong-sung mocked him, saying that few guilds privatize hunting areas. But turning to the guard, he suddenly asked when the guy would arrive at the warehouse, and he said that it would probably happen in a couple of hours. Yong-sung sharply replied that it was getting late and he was already hungry, so he should probably order a delivery. Junmo sat there swollen and exhausted. Suddenly, he and the guards heard a strange sound, as if someone was scraping metal, and the bandits quieted down and looked at each other. Not understanding what was happening and where this sound was coming from, I looked at Zhongxiong at the same time. And then, before their eyes, the beam that closed the door began to spin around its axis, cutting a circle in the metal door with a grinding sound. Everyone looked at her at the same time, and as she cut the circle that fell out with a crash, behind it stood the figure of a guy, his face in the darkness. The figure asked if they were from the Silver Moon, to which the guard whispered in surprise that the guy had gotten there very quickly. And Zhongxiong looked at him curiously. He asked the guard why he was alone, because he had been told about the others, and the guard rushed to check where all the guys were. Zhongxiong waved his hand, saying that the sooner they finished, the better, and he was quite calm and fearless and not even surprised. All the guards who were in the room were already standing in front of the boy, taking out their weapons and preparing to attack, and Zhongxiong only shouted that they shouldn't kill the young man. But suddenly Junmo woke up and, seeing Song Chang-woo, shouted at him not to engage in combat under any circumstances. He looked miserable and was badly injured. Meanwhile, the guy looked at him and told him to wait a bit and grit his teeth. All the guards tensed up at such confident words and clutched their weapons even tighter, not fully understanding what would happen next. But the guy shouted out to the whole room that he would do to all the bandits what they had done to the agent. And at that moment, one of the bandits swung a bat and desperately ran at him screaming. But the guy didn't budge and elbowed him, deftly knocking the bat out of his hands. Then he grabbed him by the arm and twisted him sharply and turned him over in front of him. Then he grabbed the other arm and twisted it in the other direction until everyone heard a characteristic crunch and the bandit fell to the floor screaming without moving. But at that moment, another big guy ran at him with a knife, and Sun Chan-woo continued to stand calmly and just looked him in the eye. He swung the knife screaming, but the guy deftly clamped his hand so that the knife just stuck out and twisted his arm and threw the body in the other direction. Zhongxiong covered his face with his palm and sighed, repeating that his subordinates were all idiots. And Park Hapsu stood there as if numbly watching this unusual fight because he had never seen anything like it before. After scattering the 4 guards around the room, who were lying there moaning, Sun Chang-woo calmly turned around and walked toward Haps. Jong-sung, who was sitting and watching, loudly exclaimed that Hunim had a good sense, because he had predicted that they would throw it and was right. But in the meantime, Hapsu clenched his fists and stood in front of the boy and shouted at him to slow down, to which the young man only looked at him silently. Jong-sung again intervened with his comments, saying that it is not too late to say where the crystals are, and then he guarantees that he will let the agent go alive. Suddenly, the guy turned to him and said that he was talking nonsense and that the guild had already crossed the line and it wouldn't end that way. Jong-sung, who was behaving rather strangely, just smiled and said that the guy had a pretty good monologue. He pulled out a letter and exclaimed that it was found when they searched Junmo's office and that it contained all of the boy's personal data. Son-chan continued to be silent. Suddenly, Jong-seon exclaimed that he recognized the guy was strong, seeing how he skillfully threw the D-rank guards around, saying that he must be C or B rank. He looked at the characteristic sheet again, muttering that the characteristics were quite good, and looked up in surprise and asked if the skill was really cloning. And he started laughing out loud, not understanding why he hadn't used the skill yet and therefore had to fight like a kamikaze because his skill was garbage. He continued to shout that he now understood why they all train like crazy because they know nothing but fists. His clones, who are always with him, are also weak and have no skills at all. And that's why such deprived people always walk in crowds. And he continued to laugh. The guy calmly listened to him to the end and replied that perhaps he needed to check for himself whether this skill was talentless or not. At that moment, several more clones came through the door. Junmo's surprise was overwhelming because there were indeed even more of them, and he realized what was coming. Suddenly, Hunim shouted that they were the same guys who were in the dungeon, and he recognized them. To which Jong-sung quietly muttered, it looked like the guards outside were also neutralized. But he didn't mind. He decided to check the guy out. Meanwhile, Jong-sung came closer to the young man, hiding a large cutter behind his back, and exclaimed that now there were as many as needed because there were not enough at first. To which Song Chang-woo replied that he was too self-confident and probably needed to show how incredible his skill was. But Jong-sung bared his teeth and exclaimed that he was not sure that Sung Chan-woo would ever see him again. And in front of Junmo stood an angry Park Gapsu, who was up to no good. And Kang saw Josian's skill, namely incognito, the best concealment skill that is difficult to recognize, even for an intelligent skill, and Gapsu suddenly disappeared. And Jong-sung quietly pulled out his cutter, gritting his teeth, saying that feeling a presence and feeling the urge to kill is all bullshit, because his skill erases all traces and asks the clones who has experienced this. He grabbed the cutter completely and shouted that everyone would not even understand him because they had never experienced anything like it. And he rushed into the battle at breakneck speed, thinking that it would end in an instant. But Song Chang-woo stood still with his back to him and only quietly ordered him to grab him, and the clones rushed to Jongsung, grabbing him with their hands like iron claws. It happened so quickly and unexpectedly that Chonsan was locked in a vice-like grip, barely blinking. Finally, the guy came back and the whole crowd laughed out loud. And for the first time, Jungsan looked at them frightened, not understanding how the ordinary clones managed to grab him on the fly and why he couldn't get away. Meanwhile, somewhere in the city center, 3 of Sung Chang-woo's friends from university were sitting in a beer bar. The guys were having fun and drinking drinks. One of them joked and said, "How come none of the people present had a girlfriend?" Suddenly, his 2 friends were embarrassed and blushing, and the guy apologized, seeing their reaction, and suggested that they just have another drink. The burly guy asked his friends who was in touch with Sun Chanwoo, because it looked like he had changed his phone number. He drank a glass and added that the guy was not in touch at all because he could not get through, but he heard that he was still a hunter. At this, the other 2 guys were surprised to hear him say that they hadn't even thought that Sun Chanwoo was a hunter because he was too soft for that. One of them added that even when someone laughed at him, Sung Chanwoo only laughed it off. So is he now fearlessly hunting monsters? The sturdy fat man said that he had seen the boy's anger once. In his 3rd year of high school, he personally agreed to leave Sanaa, but some hooligans caught him and demanded the money his parents gave him. At that moment, young Sun Chanwoo passed by him and the high school students. But he noticed them and heard what they were demanding, and in a second he fearlessly rushed to fight the elders. The boys asked him if he had saved him, to which the fat man laughed and added that they had both been beaten and later taken the money from Song Chanwoo. One of the guys with glasses asked why Sanu got into the fight, and the fat man explained that the guy got angry because he saw that he was in trouble. He added that he always cared about himself, but when someone else was in trouble, he became a completely different person. Meanwhile, at the Silver Moon Guild warehouse, Chongshong continued to stand there puzzled and unable to understand what was happening, and Sung Chan-woo calmly gave the order to investigate and fire the agent, and the clones went to work. Jongsung had tears in his eyes from helplessness and shouted to the boy as he could see him. But the guy smiled and said that Jongsung was too confident in his skills, but he had returned from a monster fight and now he had the same skill. Jongsung became hysterical at these words and began to resist and break free from the clone's hands like a small child. He shouted that his skills were not garbage and started sobbing even harder. Meanwhile, the clone cut the tape on Junmo's arms, who was barely sitting in a chair. And Sung Chang-woo monotonously explained to Jung-sung that it was not just physical training, but he was right about one thing, and at that moment he remembered the past. How he received the scroll and how he looked over all his characteristics with satisfaction when he activated Devil's Absorption and absorbed the power of all the monsters. His stats were excellent, and he glowed with a blue glow and threw himself at Zhongshan with his fists. But he suddenly began to stop him as soon as he saw his fist near his face. Suddenly, the unexpected happened. Jongsung screamed in such a voice that everyone's ears were blocked, and his face became scary and aged. He was screaming so hard that his mouth started bleeding, and his eyes seemed to fall out from the strain. And in front of everyone, he was piled up with wooden boxes, and clones rushed to him. The whole huge mountain fell with a roar on Jongsung, completely covering only his legs. But Song Chang-woo stopped the clones and ordered them to quickly bring Agent Junmo to the hospital, because he was getting worse. Junmo could barely stand up and asked the boy with a wheeze what would happen to them, and Song Chang-woo assured him that everything would be fine, but first he needed to heal. Meanwhile, he looked in the direction of the fallen bandit, noticing that he was still moving and crying. But even though he was crippled, his brain worked, thinking that the guy's strength was incredible and different from the characteristics of the document, and his clones are no weaker. And if they clamp down on him, it will be impossible to escape. After about 5 minutes, Jongsung finally stood up and gave the guy an angry look, not believing that his characteristics could have grown so much in a short period of time. But at that moment, he noticed the bottle peeking out of Sung Chan-woo's pocket and thought something was wrong and admitted his helplessness out loud. But he did not expect his boyfriend to notice and even catch him. And the young man exclaimed that this was an excuse, and he did not even want to hear it. And at that moment, Jongsung straightened up and shouted loudly that there would be no such mistakes because he would try to make the boy feel the power of a B-rank hunter and draw his sword. He added that he had not yet shown his full potential, and his face turned black and his eyes glowed with blue light. Sung Chan-woo continued to stand calmly and replied in the same voice that he was not very interested and wanted to see everything the man had. At the same time, Jongsung started running, picking up speed hysterically, thinking that he could not be seen when he used the hiding skill. But inexplicably, these strangers did catch him, and he would not like to believe it. But it seems that guests can pick up sounds and vibrations that spread in the air when he moves. And in this case, he decided to try to block all sounds and swung his sword and released a force that blew up everything around him. All this time, Sanchan was watching him, noticing that the bandit was quite fast and that he could not feel him well, and that his reflexes were probably much better than his. Meanwhile, Jongsung was running around and finally stopped in front of the guy, and Sungchan just asked him what it was all about to muffle the sounds. Because there was dust around and the guy hit the runner on the head, and he screamed in a voice that was not his own, condemning him as an idiot, adding that when he kicks up the dust to muffle the sounds, it only becomes more visible, and Johnson flew off to the corner of the room, and he was lying sobbing with his face down. It seemed as if he was crying, or coughing, or laughing. Sung Chang-woo looked at him carefully, suspicious that something was wrong with that sobbing. Indeed, the bandit raised his head and began laughing hysterically, to which the guy asked in surprise if he had gone crazy. Suddenly, the unexpected happened because Jongsung showed a bottle of potion in his hands that was in the boy's pocket. And the guy looked frightened into his pocket, but it was empty, and Jongsung kept yelling. Not surprisingly, they all have such crazy strength, and he found it suspicious because they all increase it with a potion, and he opened the bottle and drank it. The bandit was already feeling the effects of the potion in his body and did not hear the boy's shouts that it was better not to do it, but he quietly added that it was his choice. The force that activated was so strong that it seemed to spread to the entire building, and Johnson stood engulfed in red flames. He looked at his hands in amazement, thinking that the potion had doubled his strength, and it was difficult to achieve such an effect with others, but his hands had become even larger. He looked at the boy and shouted at him to tell him who made the potion, and then he would spare one of his hands. Meanwhile, Sung Chang-woo was making a plan of action in his head, thinking that the 4th and 6th clones were currently occupied by the agent, so he would use the 2nd and 3rd. And he looked at Jongsung and said mysteriously that leaving one hand would not be enough. The bandit was furious and started laughing again, thinking he had the situation under control. Song Chang-woo quickly drew his sword and prepared to repel the attack, mentally ordering the clones to restrain Jongsung. And as soon as he started to move toward the guy, the clones picked him up again and blocked him. But at that moment, something incredible happened. The bandit strained all his muscles and easily threw both clones away, and they fell on different sides. And he triumphantly held them on top with his bare hands so that the guys could not even move. Jumping up, Johnson approached the guy who pointed his sword at him in 2 jumps, and he launched his force right at him, and Sung Chan-woo barely restrained the blow, which was too strong. That even the sword was smoking and heated up like a frying pan, and he could barely hold it. Jongsung stood in front of him with a cutter and shouted victoriously whether he realized his current situation or not. He added that he thought that he had studied only the documentary characteristics and did not realize that he had studied it well. Meanwhile, there was a guild guard standing near the house where the boy's parents lived, and the bandits who sent Jongseon easily disarmed and beat him. One of them, a burly redhead, nervously exclaimed that he did not understand why the entrance was guarded by a hunter who was sitting on the floor unconscious. The redhead then asked his henchman if the address of Sun Chan-woo's house was correct, and someone in the crowd grunted that it was. And with the whole crowd, they started to climb to the right floor, because if they stayed late, they would have been beaten by Jongsung. At that moment, the boy's parents were in the kitchen having dinner when they suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. The surprised father looked at his wife because it was quite late and went to open the door. When he opened them, he was surprised to see an uninvited crowd of armed guests. Meanwhile, in the warehouse, Jongsung was going crazy with his power and started flying around the guy, threatening that with just one call he could take his family's life and bury them. The guy confidently repelled his attacks even in the air. Jongsung also did not miss and threw himself at the guy, constantly attacking with his huge cutter, only sparks sparkling from their weapon strikes. But at that moment, Jongsung was attacked with a dagger by clones from behind, and he didn't even have time to see them. And shouting that they were annoying assholes, Jongsung now started fighting with the clones, while the guy was catching his breath. But unnoticed by the bandit, he activated his trophy sword, which lit up with red flames and prepared to attack, and he deftly struck the bandit's weapon with his sword, which shattered into pieces, and Jongsung screamed in surprise. But at that moment, he quickly activated the strong punch skill, and his eyes lit up with rage again. With curses, he rushed toward Sonchan, feeling superior in strength. He struck the guy with all his might, so hard that lightning struck and a fire broke out between them, and the guy was violently lifted into the air. That he punched a hole in the ceiling with his body and fell on a pile of stones without signs of life. The clones froze for a moment, missing Jongsung sneaking up on one of them from behind unnoticed. And then he hit the guy in the side with all his strength, which bent him over. But the clone was no slouch either, and he struck back, even making Jongsung fall to his knees in surprise. and a fight broke out between the guys on equal terms, with the clone repelling every attack of the bandit with dignity. But eventually, after about 3 minutes, Zhongsheng threw him to the floor as well. Meanwhile, Song Chang-woo finally regained consciousness and began to crawl a little, whispering that the effect of the potion was too good. But suddenly he heard someone saying that he had lost, because he was acting like he was doing great, so he must have lost. He crawled to the corner where Woo-hyun was sitting with the clone and Hapsu, and it was she who was shouting at the boy. To which Song Chang-woo hissed through gritted teeth that he was actually winning and looked at Hapsa in surprise. Kim caught his eye and explained that the clone sitting next to him had caught Hapsa when he attacked her. Suddenly, everyone heard the footsteps of Zhongsheng, who came up to them laughing and asking what they were talking about, probably preparing a plan. And at that moment, Sonchan quickly stood up and grabbed his sword and ordered everyone to hide. And he prepared to attack, to which Jongsung laughed and reminded him that he was joking when he said that the bandits had gone to the guy's house. But when I saw the guy's look, I realized that he needed proof and took out my phone. He called someone and told them to cut off the boy's fingers and send him a photo. Suddenly, something inexplicable happened. Jongsung dropped the phone on the floor and looked at it in surprise. I told him that something was wrong and his eyes became round and his face surprised. He abruptly fell to the floor and started screaming about what was happening, as if his legs had given out. And Sonchan watched and thought that it had finally happened and prepared to watch with interest. He recalls how Kim Woo-hyun had recently given him those 2 cherished bottles at the guild and explained that one of them melts muscles and the other tears the body apart. At that moment, Jongjeon started screaming about what was happening to his arms and legs, to which Shangchan only calmly replied that he had warned him, that it was better not to drink the potion, and hovered over him, watching Zhongsheng writhing in pain. And he was lying there as if paralyzed, not realizing what had happened because he could not lift his arms or legs. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was one of the bandits who had come to the guy's apartment. Jongsung turned around with his last bit of strength and turned on the speaker with his nose and yelled at them to quickly take the Sonchan's family hostage. He told the boy that he was a moron and that if something happened to him, his family would disappear, and demanded that he be given the antidote. He dialed the bandit's number again, and at that moment, an unknown voice told him that he had the wrong number and that he was from the Canis Guild. That evening, when someone knocked on his parents' door, his father opened the door and saw a bearded man, the head of the secretariat of the Canis Guild. He barely made it through the door and politely asked if they needed any help. The father looked at the big man and remained silent in surprise. But the bearded man calmly told him that he had come to inform him that Sung Chan-woo had successfully completed the mission and was on his way back to Korea. The father was worried and asked if his son was hurt, but he did not see how the big man behind the door had one hand on the redhead's head to keep him quiet. The head was so strong that he managed to hold the bandit and not even move when he fought back. But the bearded man only calmly replied that his son was safe and sound, and his father happily invited the guest to have a drink, which he politely refused. At that moment, 4 more armed bandits were waiting for him in the corridor. The chairman said goodbye and, closing the door and continuing to hold the redhead by the head, intelligently invited everyone to go outside and talk. At that moment, the redhead's phone rang and it was Zhongsheng, and the man silently picked up the phone and heard him ordering him to cut off his fingers. He also heard him screaming about taking hostages and being given the antidote immediately, and Baradnya just said that he had the wrong number. And he looked at the whole gang and introduced himself as a member of the Canis Guild. He defiantly threw the phone away, saying that the severed fingers were not serious, and cursed. He calmly walked down the street to the silence of the rest of the bandits, calling his boss, Park Won-tae, and reporting that he had settled everything. Meanwhile, Jongsung's agony continued as he looked frightened at the phone from which someone told him it was the Canis Guild and swore with choice words. And at that moment he began to cough, his body slowly began to shrink and dissolve, and Jongseon rushed to beg for mercy. But Sonchan just stood there and silently watched him suffer without saying a word. A minute passed, and Jongsung's appearance was not very good. He looked like a mummy because the bones of his skull and crossbones were already showing. And finally, the guy bent down to him and whispered that if he wanted to live, he should spend all his energy on breathing and nothing else. Then he grabbed him by the arm and told him to listen to him very carefully. He twisted his arm and hissed at Jongsung to never touch the people around him again, and he screamed with a voice not his own in pain. Kim Woo-hyun was watching the boy the whole time, confused and surprised by what she saw. And she was also curious about how her potion worked in real life. But Song Chan-woo kept twisting his arm and asking if Jongsung understood him, and he just kept yelling unbearably. Meanwhile, Kang Junmo was taken by the clones to the hospital where he received first aid and a cast on his broken arm and was placed in a ward. The agent's face was covered in bandages, but he was feeling quite well, and suddenly he heard a familiar voice calling him. He looked toward the window and saw Sun Chang-woo crawling through it. The agent asked him in surprise why he didn't go through the door, and he replied that it was late. The agent calmly replied that he would be back in service in a few weeks, and looking at the guy's clothes, asked why he was bleeding. The guy wiped the blood from his cut cheek, explaining that regeneration would do everything and he was already fine. He added that the agent didn't need to worry about the silver moon, because they would never touch him now, and he quietly replied that it was good. The guy hesitated a bit and dared to ask if he needed to be promoted, and Kang looked at him in surprise. He explained that his reputation had improved greatly after working for the portal following the disaster and the rescue operation, but that no one had appreciated him since then. And the guy explained that he needed to improve his performance to pay for hospital bills, but after the last situation he thought about it, because if he had a D rank, the Silver Moon would not have attacked the agency and would not have gotten into it, and that is the only reason for his question. Junmo thought for a moment and reassuringly explained that if the boy's rank was raised, it would be quite beneficial for the agency and would even raise his rank. He added that it would be the best way for the guy to show what he is capable of, but he would also attract more attention, so the situation could be repeated. So the choice was up to him. Sung Chang-woo thought for a moment about his next plan because he had already made up his mind. The next day, Sun Chan-woo went to the specialized center to apply for a rank upgrade. The registrar checked the guy's data and confirmed that he currently has E rank in his cloning skill. Suddenly, the man stopped and asked if he was the only one who came because usually teams apply, and the guy nervously thought that he was and knew it would happen. And the guy recalled that Junmo explained that usually the criterion of rank is the ability to defeat a monster of the same rank, and therefore, it is necessary to assemble a team. Sung Chang-woo asked if this meant that the monster was stronger than the hunter, and Junmo replied that this was true when the fight was one-on-one. He looked at the guy and smiled, adding that this was not his case. Therefore, Sung Chang-woo told the registrar that he would handle it on his own, to which he explained that he would need to bring evidence of the hunt and the target and verify it. He added that only after that he would receive a letter of confirmation and would have to return to the center. And Son-chan, a little embarrassed, asked if he could get promoted to B rank right away, and the registrar, thinking that the guy was mocking him, replied that it was impossible. After thinking about it for a moment, the guy agreed and asked what kind of monster he needed to get D rank, to which the registrar irritatedly explained that the monster for D rank was a fishman, thinking to himself that with the cloning skill the guy was too confident. He also added that Ribelyud has high endurance and strength, to which the guy stopped him and asked him if he could just defeat him, and everything would be fine. At these words, the registrar lost his temper and growled that everything was correct and wished him good hunting, chasing every word. But the guy did not notice his irritation and read his questionnaire, thinking that now he understood the conditions for D rank and left the office. The registrar watched him go and thought angrily that it was unlikely that the guy would do anything good. For some reason, he was sure that the young man would come back and ask for his promotion to be revoked. And in the meantime, the guy sat down in a cafe across the street and had lunch. 2 hours passed, and the registrar, who had been nervously watching Song Chang-woo in the cafe through the window, was angry, wondering why he wasn't going hunting. But the guy stood up from the table and the registrar wondered if he would finally start hunting. But to his great surprise, the guy came up to him again and the man silently looked at him, not understanding what was happening. Finally, he mumbled that the guy probably wanted to withdraw his application for promotion, to which Sanchin calmly replied that he had already destroyed Ribelyud. The registrar's eyes rounded and he uncertainly asked the guy again, thinking that he must have heard him wrong, but the guy loudly and clearly repeated that he had already destroyed Ribelyud and received evidence, and therefore he was requesting D rank. At the same time, he recalled Ribelyud's huge body in that incredible battle. The registrar continued to be silent and thought that the shop assistant was talking because he had been sitting and drinking coffee all this time. But finally, he said that the young man had not even gone to the hunting areas yet, and the boy asked to check whether he had received confirmation from the Pulvanchon lands. The registrar skeptically looked at the email and could not believe his eyes when he saw the confirmation of the zone where it was written that the guy had killed 5 fish people. He looked up in surprise and asked how that could be, and the guy saw his reaction and asked if he was okay. The registrar began to stammer and dialed Pul Wangchan's phone number and asked the policeman if it was true that Song Chan-woo had killed 5 fish people. The guard opened the reports and confirmed that a hunting pass was indeed issued in his name, and the registrar thought the system might have broken down. Perhaps the guard was bribed because Sanchan never went out at all. His thoughts were interrupted by the young man asking if he had received confirmation. The man began to stammer, saying that he would give me a raise right away, while thinking that it was still impossible because he was sure that something was wrong. He gave me a pass and congratulated me, continuing to think that he would definitely tell me where to go right after work. The guy looked at the document and asked for a promotion to C rank, And right now, the registrar's face stretched out from what he heard. Meanwhile, it was already dark, and on a remote street, Kim Woo-yeon climbed into a hiding place in a fence and got her treasured sack. She was very upset and looked at that sack, remembering how Song Chan-woo told him about her theft in the prison, and he asked her questions in surprise. And she explained that she had stolen the crystals in Shindelson, and that was why the JM Guild had suffered and apologized for her actions. And the guy finally realized why Jongseong was always talking about returning the crystals. She recalled how Song Jong-woo looked at her, and how that look made her feel ashamed and bitter, and how she repented in her heart for her actions, knowing and seeing what the guy was willing to do. But she remembered that he reassured her that it was not her fault, saying that it was a matter between him and the Silver Moon, and she had nothing to do with it because the bandits had threatened his family and Junmo. He added that the crystals were her problem and the Silver Moon's, and he was sure that she had stolen them for a purpose and not just to play. He understood that the Silver Moon and the Hyun had done something to the girl, but he was not going to take her problems as something insignificant. He asked her not to apologize to him. The girl adjusted her cap and repeated these words to herself again. And muttering out loud that this was a problem between her and the guilds, she threw the bag over her shoulders and walked down the street. After walking about 100 meters, she started running in a hurry. Meanwhile, in the office of the permit center, all the employees were listening to the dialogue between Sanchin and the registrar, with their ears perked up. They whispered to each other, and someone suggested that we film it on the phone. And the situation repeated itself. The registrar again received confirmation, and with a trembling voice congratulated the guy on receiving the B rank, and he politely thanked him. Sung Chan-woo stood up and was about to leave, telling the registrar that he would take a break for the day. The registrar broke out in a cold sweat because he had never seen anything like it. His colleague, who was sitting next to him, whispered with delight that finally this guy had come, and the man asked him with surprise what he knew about the young man. And he explained that he knew Sanchin because he was one of those who made requests for duplicate entrances to the hunting zones, and their technician was shocked by such skills. He added that it is actually very strange that nothing has been heard about the guy until now, because he probably had a low rank. But this stranger made it to E rank in just one day, and their social networks will go crazy about it. And looking at the amazed registrar who was watching Sanchin, he added that he should have at least taken an autograph. A week passed and a lot of things changed about Song Chan-woo. All the newspapers and social media wrote about how he was incredibly getting his ranks. He became a star on the internet, and it was written everywhere that the guy was the only one who could summon unique clones and control them. Meanwhile, Song Chang-woo received a message and couldn't believe his eyes. There were 5 billion won in his bank account from the Canis Guild, and at that moment he received a call from Vontae, who asked him what the amount was. And he explained, laughing, that it was a reward for the successful completion of the task, explaining that the rescue of the first team was the task, and it seems that Junmo did not tell everything. The guy replied that he did not think that there would be such a sum. Vontae only added that the first team would like to see him and invited him to visit, and the guy promised to come, hanging up the phone and fell to his knees with such happiness. He was happy because with this money he would no longer have to worry about his sister's hospital bills, although he had to continue paying the bills and keeping his sister in the intensive care unit. But the most important thing was that he would now be able to reach someone with this money. To the C-ranked healer Bless, and as soon as he finds him, he will fall to his knees and beg him to cure his sister until he agrees. Meanwhile, in the Silver Moon Guild, the head Yang Yu-chul yelled at Jong-song and cursed him because he had not fulfilled the task of the Haesong Guild. Besides, if the Canis Guild intervenes, it will be a dangerous turn. And who will buy Yolo's stolen crystals now that he has decided to destroy the evidence? And at that moment, while he was burning papers, Miho came into his office and, looking menacing, asked him if he had cleaned out their warehouse. Guchul, stammering with fright, barely managed to say that she had misunderstood because he knew her temper. He offered to discuss everything, clenching his fist with brass knuckles, and Miho shook her head, which meant that there was going to be trouble. But Guchul rushed at the girl, but she anticipated his attack and tackled him, so he fell, spilling blood all over the place. The girl was bursting with anger and shouted at Guchul to shut his mouth because she had nothing to talk to him about. Meanwhile, events were unfolding on the 25th floor of the Canis Guild building. Kang Junmo, who had recently been discharged from the hospital, came to see Wante. Park asked how he was feeling, to which Junmo replied that he was not allowed to move his arm yet, and asked if it was true that the Canes had protected the young man's family. He thanked him for it. Vontae said it was nothing, and asked if it was really the Silver Moon Bandits. Janmo confirmed that it was them, and asked if he knew the hunter, Kang Jongsung. And Wante said that he knew him because Jongsung is the deputy head of the guild, and he heard that the guy made it so that Jongsung could never recover. But at that moment, Junmo surprised him by telling him that Jongsong was a hunter he had worked with in the Haesong Guild, and Wante looked at him in surprise. With that, Miho opened the door to them and heard one of them ask if the Haesong Guild was involved, but unfortunately there was no direct evidence. And she went in and said that the idiots from the Silver Moon were mining crystals and transporting them to Haesong, and that several other guilds were involved. Vante looked at her in surprise and said that it looked like she had paid an unplanned visit to the Silver Moon, to which Miho took out an envelope and put it on the table. She bent down and greeted Junmo nicely, to which he asked if she had really met the bandit, and Miho explained that he was still alive. After reading the documents, Vante asked her what DIP was, and she explained that it was a performance-enhancing drug and meant that someone was supporting a low-ranked guild. She added that the Haesong Guild was involved in almost every case, and this meant only one thing, that dealing with crystals is extremely dangerous and complicated, and she kept silent. The work of hunters was legalized after the disaster, and then the management of the hunting grounds was legalized with the help of the army, and taxes on the income of hunters and imports and exports were introduced. As a result, a lot of jobs appeared, but not everyone wanted to work under such conditions, and some hunters went into the shadows by founding their own companies. As a result, the hunters settled in the shadows and traded in prohibited weapons and information to protect their territories. Meanwhile, in one of the bistros, the bartender was washing dishes when the door suddenly opened, and Woo Hyun came in and happily told him that she had brought the crystals. The bartender looked at the sacks in surprise and whispered that she had finally found them, and Woo Hyun asked who she could sell them to quickly at a decent price. Suddenly, the bartender whispered with his head down that she should forgive him, and Kim couldn't understand what had happened to him. And at that moment, two men with white masks on their faces entered the bistro and ordered her to go with them. Woo Hyun was frightened and asked who they were. She looked at the bartender and he sullenly told her to forgive him because his family had been threatened and there was no other choice. Suddenly, another man dressed in a suit came into the bistro and cursed at them for making too much noise. He looked at the masked men and asked them who they were and whether they were sure they knew where they were going. A masked man approached him and shouted loudly to get lost, to which the guest said that with such behavior, he would be buried somewhere. And at that moment, I received a loud fist in the face from the mask. After flying across the room, he fell and hit the wall painfully. The masked man cursed loudly and pointed his fingers, ordering Kim Woo Hyun to come out quickly because he was very late. Suddenly, someone unknown kicked him, and he flew even further away. It was Sung Chang-woo, who had caught up with Woo Hyun the day before by following her. Woo Hyun stared at the guy in awe. The last time they met, he had said that she was connected to Jim's agency and that he would be able to help her. He offered her to sell the crystals, so she was the bait in the bistro and their plan worked. Meanwhile, at an unknown location, two men were talking, one of them saying that it was no more than 10 minutes and that it was forbidden to record, and one must not go beyond the established issues. The other constantly agreed. One of them was Shin Haesong, the head of the Haesong Guild. He was searched by a strange guard trying to find a weapon, and Hyson just laughed at him standing there with his hands up. The guard blinked at him because he was uncomfortable with the way he was being mocked. Hyson looked at him and began to calm him down, saying that if he had planned something like that, he would have run away long ago. The guard, who looked like some kind of zombie, finally told him that he could go in because the oracle was waiting for him. Shin Hee-sung entered an incredibly beautiful hall with a high ceiling like a church where an oracle sat on a high pentacle on a throne. More precisely, it was the prophet oracle dressed in a black robe with a large hood that did not show her face, who turned to Haesong. She asked him why he was here again, and Heeson noted to himself that the prophet sounded surprised. Through the hood, only the profile of the oracle was visible, and she quietly said that she knew why Gin had come, but his answer had not changed. He had to retreat. Haesong, a little angry, exclaimed that last time she told him that he would have everything and the most powerful people would obey him. He added that everything was going great for him, and now he was being told to step back, to which the oracle explained that his fate had turned and changed because of someone, and it was not one or two people. Meanwhile, in the bistro, the bandit was sitting with his mask broken, and Sanchan put the phone under his face to unlock it. The mask whispered quietly to him to just finish him off. The guy was surprised to hear him say that because he would never do that. And then his eyes sparkled, and the guy shouted that he would rather give it to those guys because it seemed that he had pissed them off and waved his hand in the direction of the other bandits. Mask groaned at the idea, and Sung Chan-woo added that he didn't think the other gangsters would give him a quick end. Meanwhile, a burly man was sitting in the building of the Haesong Guild. At that moment, his phone rang and he picked it up. It was the captain of the first guild squad, Heeson Shin Chin-kook. The communication was unintelligible, but he heard that the crystals were returned and he ordered to take them to a third factory and check that the DIP product was ready. It was Sun Chan-woo who called, and he purposely spoke indistinctly and said that he had a bad connection, but he said that he was in the dungeon and was on his way. The phone was the mask's. The guy sat down and asked him where the factory was located, but the mask refused to tell him because he thought that would be the end of him. The guy turned to the bandits and shouted that the mask could not speak, to which they gladly replied that he should leave the bandit to them and they would look after him. The mask claimed that Song Jong-woo was a vile idiot because he had given him his word, to which the guy calmly replied that he had only promised not to kill him. He added that he was soft-hearted and could not bear to see cruelty and would probably go home. Mask screamed in helplessness. He promised to tell me everything he knew. Sung Chan-woo broke into a smile. Mask told him where the factory was located, and Kim Woo-hyun wrote everything down in a notebook. The guy asked her to send the location to Kang Junmo, and she did. Suddenly, Woo-hyun blushed and lowered her eyes and quietly thanked the guy for everything, for helping with all this all the time, to which the guy smilingly replied that it was not worthy of gratitude and they left. But Kim said she had heard about his cloning skills and seen articles, and indeed his clones were very similar to him. The guy was surprised by these words but said that she was probably not interested in other people, and suddenly she asked him her name. Sung Chang-woo started saying strange names, and the girl irritatedly spelled out her name and demanded that he memorize it. She asked again where all the clones were because the guy came to the location all alone. Song Chang-woo just looked at her mysteriously and sighed loudly, because his faithful men, meanwhile, in the bistro, were circling the frying pan where the meat was being fried and breathing in its aroma. Then they quickly sat down at the table and watched as if under hypnosis as the meat was placed on their plates. One of the clones ate a piece and felt some kind of unearthly pleasure, because Song Chan-woo didn't often indulge them with such delicacies. For a moment, he remembered that it was thanks to the cows, but the pleasure was greater than the pity. Did Park Won-tae ever listen to a voice message on his phone where someone's voice said that the crystals had been returned and needed to be moved to a third factory? He recognized one of the voices as the commander of the first unit of the Haesong Guild, Shin Jin-chuk, his own son, Shin Haesong. This confirmed the connection between the Haesong Guild and the crystals if we compare all the facts. At this point, Miho began to say that there are 5 places from which crystals are supplied to Haesong, and since Silver Moon has left the game, there are 4 left. Won-tae asked if they could prosecute Haesong using this evidence because the production of crystals was illegal. Miho replied that she would like to do so, but it is not possible because Haesong does not produce them on its own and is also under the protection of an association. And even if they provide a whole bunch of evidence, Shin Hee-sung will still get away with it in the eyes of the head of the association, Oh Byung-hun. She added that in this situation, everything should be done carefully and without haste. She explained to Junmo that he shouldn't go out alone and that the guild would provide him with the necessary security and have his back, and that he should warn the young man. Kang Junmo just looked at her and told her that Sung-chan had nothing to worry about because there was no one who could steal him. Meanwhile, the boyfriend read Junmo's message that he should be careful and asked Woo-hyun not to go out and stay in the office. The girl was surprised and asked him if he had really repaired everything in the office after the Silver Moon guys had destroyed it. Sung-chan just asked her if she was sure she hadn't been to their new office, and Woo-hyun asked what kind of new office it was. And the guy took her to another building where they were met by Junmo, who greeted them happily and said that he had just arrived. Everyone went up to the right floor, which was equipped to a high standard, with everything from a coffee machine to the coolest computer occupying the floor. And the guy suddenly said, jokingly, that the agency would soon become #1, and that this office was too small, to which Junmo replied that it was because they had Son-chan. Then the guy looked around and said mysteriously to Woo-hyun that there was something for her, and opening the door, he led her into the laboratory for potion making, which was assembled with the latest technology, and the girl was stunned by what she saw. As if in a toy store, Woo-hyun walked along the shelves and devices, looking at them, and the guy explained that the agent tried very hard to do everything at the highest level. At that moment, Junmo joined them and asked Kim to let him know if she needed to buy anything else, but she couldn't say a word. Junmo came closer and whispered to her that there was a room next to the lab with a bed and food, and she could use it. Woo-hyun, embarrassed, quietly thanked everyone, realizing that Kang probably knew that she had no place to live. Suddenly, Junmo's phone rang and he picked it up, his eyes rounded. He listened in silence and his face became even more surprised that even sweat was on his forehead. Sung Chang-woo looked at him, and at that moment, Kang called out to him in a trembling voice. The guy asked him what happened, and Kang just squeezed out that he needed to get to the hospital quickly. Meanwhile, Shin Hee-sung himself stood in the Silver Moon warehouse and silently watched the collapse around him. He came to a puddle and told me to show myself in a low voice. And out of this puddle, which looked like black grease, the body of a bizarre man in a zombie-like mask instantly emerged. Shin asked where Yang Gyuchul was now. The Chimera told him that he was being held in the YOLO Guild and that all the documents on the DIP had also been taken away. The man handed him a piece of the mask covered in blood and continued to say that the boy knew the address of the factory with the crystals. Shin Hye-sung only gritted his teeth in hatred after these words because everything was going down the drain. He pulled out 2 corked flasks and, throwing them to Chimera, asked him if he knew who to test them on, and he assured him that he would do it. And Heesun exclaimed that if they want to learn about IP so badly, they will give them a chance if they don't worry about the product not being finished. Meanwhile, the head of the Silver Moon Guild was chained up at the Yolo Guild. Suddenly, a stain of grease appeared in front of his eyes, and Guchol's insides went cold. Ian looked at the chimera that emerged from the puddle and hissed what he was doing here. The chimera explained that he had been sent by their boss. He began to draw the liquid that Heesun had given him into a syringe from the flask in front of him. Guchol screamed out in fright at what he was going to do to him. But the chimera did not respond to his cry, but only assured him that Guchol had nothing to worry about, and he reached for his neck to give him an injection, saying that it didn't hurt too much. Jan just yelled at him to stop. Meanwhile, Vante was walking down the street with Miho, and she smiled and told him that he didn't need to see her off, or maybe he was afraid that she would be kidnapped. He replied that in that case they would have to worry about the thief, and at that moment, when they reached the Yolo Guild building, they saw that everything was on fire. Miho frantically ran to her guild, realizing that the building was already on fire. When she reached the entrance, she saw a huge monster at the entrance that looked like it was carved out of stone, with people lying around it. Sitting down with one of the guards, she asked him frightened what was happening, and he whispered that a monster had suddenly appeared in the building. He explained that the B-ranked hunters couldn't stop it. Miho only whispered that this meant the monster was at least D rank and gritted her teeth in anger. She looked at the monster from a distance and could not understand where it could have come from because there were no portals nearby. Miho looked closely at the monster's face and something seemed familiar. He had an unusual scar on his face. She saw the same one on January Huxel when he was fighting in the warehouse. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Kang Jung-sung was lying unconscious under an artificial respiration machine, having never regained consciousness after drinking the bottle. And at that moment, a masked chimera appeared from the puddle and whispered to Khan that the chairman trusted him and therefore sent him to the Silver Moon. And he turned into an incomprehensible body. And at that moment, he started to take something from the second flask of Heesun's syringe to restore his arms and legs. Suddenly, he heard someone yelling at him to stop, and it was Kim Sona, yelling that she would not allow anything to happen to Jong-soo in this hospital. The chimera turned around and started walking right at her, saying that he would do whatever she said. And suddenly, Chimera jumped to the girl, shouting that he would do it to her, and he pointed his syringe directly at the girl's neck. But at that moment, someone grabbed his arm and shouted that only nurses and doctors were allowed to give injections in this hospital. It was Sun Chan-woo, and a fight broke out between the two of them. The guy tried to twist Chimera's arm so that he would drop the syringe. Meanwhile, Park Won-tae drew his sword because the monster was already approaching him. He was screaming like a madman and the ground began to move under his feet, and Vante rushed to him, and at that moment the monster hit the ground with his fist, which threw the man into the air. His impact was so strong that the walls of the buildings cracked, some vibrated, and some began to collapse. Meanwhile, Wante, who had landed on his feet, asked Miho if it was true that Yang Yuchul had a rank, to which she replied that Yang had only B rank and was the best. She added that this monster was definitely Guchul and the scar on his forehead, and Vante wondered how a person could be turned into a monster and remembered the conversation about the DIP. It was a powerful drug, and most likely the Silver Moon Guild could have used it to produce those crystals. He shouted that if this was true, then Jung-seon was in danger in the hospital, and that Sona had probably told Junmo about it. Meanwhile, the monster was already rushing right at them. Vante only managed to shout that he had to deal with this monster first. At this moment, Miho concentrated and formed a fireball in her hands. She fired it right into the center of the monster, aiming for its heart, and the bullet entered the monster's body and disappeared as if it had been absorbed and did not explode. But the monster saw this and jumped right up to the girl and swung his fist right next to her face. And it was at that moment that Park Won-tae raised his fist and intercepted his punch. The monster's paw was bleeding because the bones had broken. Vante managed to activate his strength and skills and his eyes burned with hatred. He used his sickle swing skill and slammed it into the monster's body, and from this blow, half of the monster's arm fell off and he looked at the stump for a moment, puzzled, not understanding what had happened. And Vante and Miho jumped into the air and flew, both taking out their weapons directly at the monster. And Park shouted that he was 100% sure that it was Yang Guchul, and they both prepared to attack. Meanwhile, the monster Guchul was screaming like crazy, clenching his fist and trying to restore his arm. But Vante jumped up and attacked him with his sword from behind, and there was an incredible crack, and he stabbed him with his sword so that the monster turned into a fountain of blood. At that moment, a stout gray-haired man with a huge spear jumped out of the air. When Vante saw him, He asked where he came from because it was the head of the Taean Guild, Kim Il-gun. He greeted him in surprise, asking if he had passed by somewhere nearby, and Il-gun asked him to explain what was going on. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Song Chan-woo tried to stab Chimera. The Chimera intercepted his fist and hissed at the guy as he found out where he was. And at that moment, Kim Sona activated the fireball and shouted that they had seen the Chimera teleport to the hospital. She threw a fireball right at the boys, but the Chimera saw it and waved its hand and swallowed the ball. Sona could not believe her eyes because it could not be. But it was at this moment that Song Chan-woo took advantage of the Chimera's momentary distraction from the ball to kick it with his trademark gift of the foot. That Chimera fell to one knee and covered his face and screamed in pain. When he recovered from the blow, he exclaimed that he seemed to have quite good strength. But Sonchan ran up to Sonia and asked if she was okay, to which she replied that he had pulled up just in time. They looked at the Chimera, and Sona whispered that it was no wonder that it happened to Jongsun. And he looked at Sonchan with an ominous mask and whispered mysteriously, "It looks like all his clones have already arrived here, and indeed they have." The clones got fed up and quickly ran to the hospital. Sonchan looked at him intently, asking if he would just run away now, to which the Chimera slyly replied that he would not fight so many hunters. I told him that they would probably see each other again, and that he should remember that there are many shadows around, and one of them will be him, for example, in the intensive concentration ward. What is directly below them on the floor below, and Sung Chan-woo rounded his eyes after these words, and the Chimera reminded him that his younger sister was lying in this very room. After these words, Sonchan became enraged and drew his sword and attacked the Chimera. His eyes also lit up and he shouted that this is the way to provoke, not something else. Indeed, the guy burst into tears at the mention of his sister and became dazed with anger, and the Chimera disappeared into thin air. After that, all the events developed very rapidly. The monster on the street was quickly destroyed by Wante Miho and Il-gon. And Kim Il-gong was very angry when he found out the whole story and told the whole truth to the public, telling everyone that Shin Hye-sung was a mean guy, and Miho was at a meeting with the State Security Service. The officer asked her suspiciously, "What about that monster A? Was it true that he was the man in the yellow warehouse?" But Miho avoided the truthful answer by saying that she had misinterpreted it. "Did you check the factory and find no crystals?" All the members of the Silver Moon who were involved in the production of crystals also disappeared somewhere, leaving an empty production facility. But there were still reports that some monsters were seen in the city center, and this message was soon deleted and people quickly forgot. And the hunters received large payments for the monsters' skins and bloodheads. Thus, the invasion of unknown monsters finally ended, leaving behind anxiety. Meanwhile, Song Chan-woo came to Junmo and said that they needed security after the Silver Moon incident. Junmo didn't understand what he was getting at and asked why they needed security and what it should look like. He understood, but he asked if the guy wanted to use his clones, and Sonchan confirmed that this was the idea because they didn't have to pay. And the young man explained that the agency's gym and hunting facility needed to put one clone each near his house. Junmo asked why not 7 clones. Song Chang-woo mysteriously explained that he would have to send one clone there, and Junmo couldn't understand what kind of place it was. But the guy explained that it was a rather familiar place, namely the entrance to the portal of the Odin Tower, where he rescued the first team. His idea was to have the clone openly call out to the tower monsters through, for example, a loudspeaker, just like Sonchan himself did when he tried to distract the monsters to clear the way. The main thing is to show the monsters that the clone doesn't seem to have any weapons and they will run to him in a crowd. And then a fierce battle will take place, and its main result will be a huge amount of monster mana. Meanwhile, in the city center, the opening of the Korean Hunting Academy was taking place, attended by many guests and journalists. Won Haksu, the president of the academy, welcomed everyone and thanked them for attending, saying that the academy has begun its journey around the world to teach low-ranked hunters how to fight monsters and provide them with free training to increase team survival. He added that they would welcome all hunters who want to learn, and at the end of the year, the most capable hunter will receive an elixir based on the results of the competition. Meanwhile, in the JEM agency building, in its gym, clones of Song Chan-woo trained with dumbbells weighing 250 kilograms each as if they were toys. And Song Chan-woo swore that they don't sell dumbbells weighing a ton because they can break the floor of the hall. Meanwhile, the new academy has announced the acceptance of documents even for hunters with low scores in performance, and such hunters will be welcome. Sung Chan-woo watched the opening of the academy on TV and looked for the remote control to finally turn off the news. Not finding it, the guy continued to watch as Haksu showed the elixir that would be the reward for all the academies of the world. Sung Chan-woo carefully examined the elixir while continuing to listen to the fact that this prize could further develop capabilities, and he was very interested. The Korean Academy of Hunters had an architecturally beautiful building, and it was with a photo of this castle that a TV commercial began. It said that everyone believes in the sacred system, and if your skill is weak and even your characteristics are low, everyone can study at the Hunter Academy. Sunchin watched the commercial to the end and asked Junmo if it was true that the academy would be giving away the elixir. Junmo replied that he was also surprised, but he double-checked everything, and it was true that the elixir would be a prize at the competitions of academies around the world. The guy asked again whether each country really has its own academy, or whether an ordinary academy could offer such a prize. Junmo explained that this was not an ordinary academy because it was founded by an educational group whose head was a leper, and it's one of the biggest organizations in the world, and Strypoon is a pretty young, smart guy and a good businessman. Sung Chan-woo asked again why such a large organization would organize such a thing, to which Junmo replied that it was indeed quite strange, but it all started with the idea of closing the gap between low-ranking and high-ranking awakened ones. They want to reduce the number of victims by improving the abilities of the hunters, and the lower the rank, the better. To which Sonchin replied that he should have known this earlier. He wouldn't raise his, and Junmo said he was in the number 2 preferential category. Woo-hyun remembered how they bragged about their skills, but Junmo objected to her because even an F-ranked person has the skills of shooting mana shots and strong blows, which are the most basic of all, and the girl coughed. Kang continued to say that the E-ranked skills are about 20, and the B-ranked skills are about 70, so Sanchan will have a good advantage when entering, and he loudly exclaimed that he would not be able to get in because he did not have so many skills, to which Sanchan grunted that he understood. Junmo was silent for a moment and added that the academy had a good system for receiving donations, to which Sanchan asked what it was, and Kang asked if he had any money left. The next day, Sun Chan-woo went to the building of the Korean branch of the Academy of Hunters. President Won Hak-soo personally met him and greeted him with a joyful greeting, saying that it was a great honor to meet such a special person. Sung-chan told him that he was not special and that he was grateful for being accepted to the academy, and Hak-soo laughed out loud. He added that the guy is very modest about himself, given that he has donated more than 2.5 billion won to their relief fund. The young man only modestly replied that he was also happy about it, not believing that he had entered for money. But he thought that the academy was more like a university. Hak-soo was saying something, and Sung-chan continued to think that it was good that Kang had bargained to this amount, and that he would have given 10 for the elixir. In addition, the level of students is likely to be from F to E rank, and there may be a D rank as an exception, so there will most likely be no real rivals for him. His thoughts were interrupted by Hak-soo, who said that another hunter of the rank of Sanchan would be training with him, and Sanchan asked him to repeat himself. But Won only added that he couldn't tell the name of the hunter yet, but he was as famous as Sanchan and laughed out loud, and the boy rounded his eyes, realizing that he would have a rival. Meanwhile, the walking lecture began, and a young teacher came into the classroom and greeted me. It was Kang Hee-suk. He will be teaching basic elemental magic to everyone, and told us about the curriculum and that classes will start next week. But Sanchan did not listen to him. He only thought about who his rival might be, and who could be replaced like him and even have a B rank. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided that whoever it was, he had to be the first and he would achieve it. As he reflected on the first lecture, the teacher said goodbye to everyone until next week. Suddenly, a red-headed girl announced to everyone that there would be a party for freshmen in the evening and invited everyone to come to the bar in front of the academy at 8 in the evening. Sanchan gathered his things and muttered that the welcome party really looked like a university party, but he had a training session planned. Suddenly he stopped because he finally realized that his rival B rank would probably be at the party, and he decided to stop by the bar for a bit. In the evening, at the Britchka bar, Sonchan was not laughing as students surrounded him and asked if he had really defeated the B-rank monster and smashed the Silver Moon. One girl even demanded that he show his cloning skills, and the guy tiredly replied that he couldn't because the clones were hunting. He raised his hand in exhaustion and asked everyone to finally shut up because he had only one question for everyone. He asked if it was true that besides him, another hunter of the B rank was accepted to the first year. The girls looked at each other and replied that this was the first time they had heard such a thing, and that they did not know anyone like them. Sanchan realized that they all seemed to be unaware, and shouted for everyone to forget about the issue. He couldn't calm down, and after searching the internet, he couldn't find any information other than that, and the stranger most likely didn't come to the party. And the guy decided that there was no reason to stay and said goodbye to everyone, explaining that he had to go. The girls who were already fans of him disappointedly asked him to stay because there were a lot of drinks and everyone wanted to drink with him. And they put a 2-liter mug of beer in front of him, and Sanchan silently took it and drank it in 3 seconds. Around him, everyone at the table fell silent, shocked by what they saw, and stared at the empty mug in silence. Song Chang-woo slammed it on the table and said that he was done interrogating and laughed out loud. The girls looked at each other and at the boy and continued to be silent as Song-chan cheerfully said goodbye to them. As he put on his jacket, he muttered to himself that it was interesting that because of his resistance to poison, he did not get drunk from alcohol or whatever. He looked at his fellow students laughing and drinking alcohol and quickly left the bar. After walking a few dozen meters, Song-chan noticed a female figure on the street, and a woman's voice called him. The guy looked around and the girl was standing in a hood and her face was not visible, but she asked him if the party was going on here. Song-chan politely replied that she was right, she still had time for it, but the girl suddenly asked why he was leaving. The guy was a little surprised by the question but said that he didn't know anyone in the bar and decided it was time to go home. And suddenly he thought that the girl's voice was quite familiar, and at that moment she took off her hood and cap, saying that he could at least have a drink with her. Sung Chang-woo was dumbfounded by what he saw, and in the darkness, he saw a rather familiar blue hair. In front of him stood the beautiful Haeon, who had grown up considerably, and cheerfully told him that he must know her. Finally, Song-chan forced her name out loud and asked her, stammering, what she was doing here. The beautiful girl replied that she was a student of the academy like him. Song-chan could not believe his eyes and ears, but asked her what had happened. Did she not get into the university? But Haeon shivered and said that she was cold. She offered him a drink and a conversation, to which he rolled his eyes because nothing had changed in her, but he agreed. They walked about 30 meters and entered a small restaurant, and Haeon ordered a purple splash cocktail, excited as a child. Sung-chan teased her about whether she was sure she had graduated because she was already asking him to buy her a drink, and Haeon just cheerfully replied that she was. She took the glass in her hands and took a sip, and looked at Song Chang-woo intently. He noticed the look and asked her what had happened and why she hadn't entered the university because she had apparently failed the entrance exams, and she said that she had. The guy didn't understand Haeon and asked her again why she had entered the academy, and she reminded him that she had dreamed of becoming a hunter. And she told him in detail how, against her parents' wishes, she entered Gyeongguk Academy and ordered another cocktail. After drinking, Haeon told Sung-chan that it was his turn to tell her because he was her teacher, and he asked her not to call him that because he no longer teaches her. The girl thought about it, not being very sober anymore, and realized that they had entered the academy together and that he was no longer her older friend, she added, looking at him mysteriously to see if he would be against Op. Meanwhile, Sung Chang-woo began to feel a little drunk in his head, and he muttered that it all seemed rather wrong. And he asked her to forget everything and still call him teacher, to which Haeon laughed and asked if he was offended. She started calling him Sanu Oppa loudly and demanding that he look at her, and the guy tried to calm her down. But the girl demanded another glass even though her head was already foggy. Song-chan said that she had enough to drink, but it was getting late and Haeon got drunk. The guy was looking at her lying on the bar and didn't understand why she was drinking so much if she didn't know her limits, and Kayan demanded that she return the glass. Suddenly, she got up and grabbed Song-chan's cell phone and started looking for his number. And then she rewrote it and whispered with satisfaction that she finally had Sung Chan-woo's number. She put her head on her hand and said that he would not get away from her now and snored. Song-chan looked at her in surprise and just blinked, and then asked to be counted. And he had no choice but to put the girl on his back and walk home like that. On the way, Haeon began to wake up. Looking around, she could not understand what was happening and why she was riding Song-chana, and why he was carrying her in such a way. She was dizzy and still drunk. Finally, she asked if they were going to the boyfriend's house, and Song-chan just grunted that she was awake. Haeon was more or less sober and told him that it was no big deal that she had passed out, to which the guy added right there in the bar. And he suggested that Haeon walk on his own, and Haeon thought for a moment. She pretended that she was still sick and could hardly walk on her own, but the guy, who was barely carrying her, said that he didn't care. Suddenly, she hugged him tightly around the neck, and he blinked in surprise and called him Sanu Oppa again. I asked him why he hadn't written to her in 6 months, and he was momentarily confused by the question, and he was silent, and Haeon kept saying that even though he had changed his number, he could still find a way to contact her if he wanted to. She was still hanging on to him, and the guy was silent, and the girl kept telling him off that she was going to hit him for it and missed him. Kayon was very drunk and whispered in his ear that they had a fun time, and it was scary to think what would have happened if they had not met at the academy. Finally, the guy came back and said that tonight was one of the best evenings in the last 6 months. Haeon was silent, and Sung-chan thought about what she had said, that maybe he was lazy after all, that he hadn't taken the risk of meeting his old friends. But he was really afraid of repeating the same mistakes and regretting them again. And I remembered my state and despair when I saw my sister through the window of the ward. But he told Haeon out loud that it was because people don't change that easily. And having brought her down to the ground, He added that he had no choice but to cut off all ties with all the people close to him. And giving her the cap, he added that he hoped she understood that there was never a moment when he did not worry about all of them. Hyun finally looked around and realized what the boy had brought to her house, and she had misunderstood again. And in her usual cheerful way, she put on her cap, exclaiming that she forgave him this time. The girl turned around and walked to the door of the house, saying that next time she would not accept his apology. Seonchun watched her go and thought about his apology and asked again if he was sure he was without it, to which Haeyeon laughed and said that he was right on the money and went home. Meanwhile, in the poorhouse of the Haesong Guild, Shin sat in his office and silently looked out the window. Heesun was gloomy and unhappy about something, and it seemed like he was up to no good. He went over in his head all the posts he had seen about Song Chang-woo on the internet, about how magically he had gotten promoted, and about his skills and strength. And then, in the middle of the office, Chimera appeared from a puddle, bowing his head and apologizing, explaining that Seonchun was stronger than he expected, and he lost. He handed Shin a syringe, but he just mumbled that he couldn't believe it was the same young man, and scolded him for asking for his autograph. Suddenly, the door to the office opened and Heesun threw over his shoulder that he was there. A young man came into the office and asked why he was sitting in the dark, to which Haesun explained that he had to think about something and asked if everything was ready. He explained that he could leave the following week and that he would have to prove his worth for all the pain he had to go through to get in. The guy finally came out of the shadows and called Shin Hyun his father and agreed with him. He assured my father not to worry because he was sure of his success. His name was Shin Ji-young, and he was a B-rank hunter. A week later, there was a second lecture, and the teacher announced to everyone that they would be learning the basics of elemental magic. Sung Chang-woo sat in the audience and whispered quietly that he guessed he would see Hyun often, but he could not imagine that they would end up in the same class, and looked at the girl sitting nearby and pointing her fingers that she was watching him. Meanwhile, the teacher formed a fireball and announced to everyone that this would be the first skill that everyone would learn because it is the most flexible spell that everyone loves. And it is a basic skill not only for hunting but also in case of disasters. Sung Chan-woo listened to this elementary stuff with skepticism. He listened and wondered which method the academy would use to study spells, the study of the mechanism of mana or the theory of magic. At this point, the lecturer announced to everyone to get in line to receive the spheres he was holding in a huge box. As soon as skill areas appeared in the world of hunters, everyone just went crazy with the fact that people can learn any skill if they want to. But after a while, people faced a harsh reality and high prices because the complexity of production and limited circulation were the reasons for these prices. That's why high-ranking hunters swept all skill areas off the shelves, and a domino effect occurred because only high-ranking hunters could afford it. Although people expected that the distance between the low and the high would decrease, it was the opposite. And the lecturer said that he would have enough spheres for everyone. Sung Chang-woo looked at the sphere in his hands and couldn't believe that they were being given away so easily because it was a simple skill, but it cost 8 million won. Meanwhile, Haeyeon was delighted to just play with the sphere. It really looked fantastic. And at that moment, Seonchun received a message that he had mastered the fireball skill and looked at his hand, which was completely burned. At that moment, the lecturer asked everyone loudly if they had mastered the skill, and the audience shouted back that they had. And the teacher suggested that they test this on the practice area, where he asked how they could increase the strength of their skills. In front of him was a cube of ice. The students looked at the ice in surprise, and the teacher continued to explain that before they had to change the mana flows, but now everything is automated. And he added that the only thing that matters is the strength of the skill. And at that moment, he activated the fireball in his hands again. He launched it directly into the depths of the ice, and the fireball exploded with a bang as it hit the cold surface, smashing a third of the depth into pieces. And the teacher announced that today they would practice improving their skills and asked everyone to stand in line again. It was Haeyeon's turn to form a fireball, and concentrating, she threw it into the ice and again there was an explosion, but it was much smaller. The teacher congratulated her, and she replied that she had the mana ball skill, so it was easy, and the teacher recommended that she use it all the time. Next up was Sung Chan-woo, who was looking forward to trying out his new skill and seeing what he could do. The students began to whisper that he was a B-ranked hunter and that his mana was probably 10 times greater than theirs. But the teacher, hearing these conversations, laughed and said that he himself was waiting for Seonchun's results because he was also interested in how the boy would do. He added that it was rare to see a B-ranked hunter use the skill. Meanwhile, Song Chang-woo was preparing to throw because he didn't want to be embarrassed. Meanwhile, the teacher suggested that everyone in the room take 2 steps back, just in case, and all the students moved. Seonchun closed his eyes and began to concentrate. He was very nervous, but he told himself to calm down and form his mana into a ball. And I told myself to visualize an explosion of power like when he uses a strong punch and give it all out in one attack and he transferred all the power. He launched a bullet into the icy depths so deep that the lecturer covered his ears just in case, watching Sonchan. And Heian looked on, wide-eyed, at the work of a real strong hunter. But at that moment, something unexpected happened, and there was no explosion. Absolutely nothing happened that Sonchan froze with his arms outstretched. The crowd of students saw this and began to giggle in anticipation of the enchanting show. But the teacher began to calm everyone down, explaining that what Sonchan had done was not wrong. The only problem is that he put too much power into the skill, and the fireball melted from the excess mana he pumped into it. He added that all this proves that anyone with a higher skill level can outperform a high-level hunter, and Sonchan stood there stupidly silent. Out of frustration and shame, he could not say anything that even Heian began to comfort him. Meanwhile, the teacher invited the next student to throw. Suddenly, the door opened and someone politely apologized, saying that he was late, and the whole audience looked around. And a tall, handsome, fashionably dressed guy entered the room and explained that he had mixed up the classes for training and asked to be the next one to go. The students fell silent and just looked at him, and someone whispered that it was Shin Ji-young himself from the Haesong Guild, and the girls whispered that he was handsome. Meanwhile, the teacher helpfully exclaimed that he did not think he would have the honor of teaching him in this particular class with 2 B-rank hunters. Sung Chang-woo, hearing the teacher's words, looked in surprise at the boy, not believing his ears that it was the one with the B rank and from the Haesong Guild. This meant that this guy was his rival with the B rank. Meanwhile, the teacher asked Shin if he had gained a skill area, to which Ji-young replied that he already knew the fireball and had worked with it. And holding his jacket with one hand and forming a fireball with the other, he easily launched it towards the depths of the ice and a huge explosion occurred. Hayeon and Sun-chan were numb from what they saw. It was very professional and accurate. Meanwhile, Ju-young looked around as if nothing had happened and asked the teacher if this would be enough. But he was also impressed and could not say a word in response. And after about 5 seconds, he finally came to his senses and exclaimed that it was perfect because it was exactly the level to which everyone should go. Song Chang-woo was completely confused by all these events. He felt hot and stupid, thinking at that moment that a B-rank hunter should be so strong. His legs felt like cotton wool, and he sat down on the floor, listening to the other students say in awe that Ji-young was indeed a real B-rank hunter. Meanwhile, surrounded by girls, Shin Ji-young was collecting all the praise in the world, and Sung-chan decided that his first class was a complete disaster. Together with Haeyeon, they went to lunch, and the boy laid his head on the table saying that even the beans she was eating had more benefits than he did, and cried. The girl tried to console him, saying that a lot of students failed to use the fireball, and the teacher emphasized that they had to practice with the ball constantly. But Sung-chan just looked at one point and remained silent. He had never felt so disgusted. Kaeyeon kept telling him that he would do well if he studied for the next week, and that she could help him. And Sung Chan-woo got up at that moment and finally told her that constant use is easy, to which she asked what he meant, and he explained that he just needed to use what he had at hand, and, activating the summoning skill, teleported to the 5th and 6th clones that were on the hunt. He asked his men whether they had mastered the fireball skill, and they unanimously replied that they had, and Sonchan ordered them to use it. And the clones skillfully began to generate balls and masterfully juggle them in the air. Sung Chang-woo watched all this and was torn with anger, and the fact that his clones could also use him made him shake with anger. That he began to mentally calm himself down, telling himself that it was not the time to envy his own guys. And he menacingly ordered all the clones to continue using the fireball for the next day. But don't throw it anywhere, just maintain the skill as long as you have enough mana, and to continue using it during the hunt. And the clones again unanimously accepted the order. At that moment, Sonchan recalled how his classmates laughed at him, saying that he really had a B rank and that they were worried about their grades in vain. The guy was determined to prove his strength to them and returned to the lab. Woo-hyun constantly walked and formed a ball, deciding that if the key to promotion. In the constant use of the ball, it has a unique advantage over others. And at that moment, the guy remembered how he had used a bullet in the glaciers of the Odin Tower. Meanwhile, the clones guarding the hospital's entrance also trained with fireballs and were getting a lot of flack from the staff. And other clones trained with them during hunting, so that they didn't want to buy burnt monster skins from them. But they all trained together, and as a result, Sonchan got a boost to his fireball skill and burned his left palm and regenerated from that. Hyun, who was watching, didn't understand why, with so many clones, Sung-chan was also training and getting injured himself. But the boy explained that he would do everything together. He added that thanks to her advice to reject all distractions, he was able to maintain the fireball for a long time and concentrate on it. Hayeon explained to him that when she awakened, she used different skills and even tried to increase the size of the bullets. But the consequences were not good, and easily forming a new ball, She said that this is the power of the system the professor was talking about. At that moment, Sonchan looked at his bandaged arm and thought about her words and the system. And Heian just asked me not to go overboard and reminded me that I had to go to class, and Sungchan followed her with the balloon. The lesson had already begun, and the teacher happily asked everyone if they had practiced their skill much. He loved it when everything went according to plan. And he added that today they would practice on the balls again, pointing to the new ice depth. And at that moment, Shin Ji-young came into the classroom. He greeted everyone with a pompous laugh and looked flawless again. And passing by Song-chan, Woo Ji-young thought that last time he had clearly shown everyone the difference between him and Song-chan, because he deliberately pretended that he couldn't find the class and came just when he was supposed to perform right after Song-chan, showing everyone that his skill was better. He was standing behind Song-chan and was sure that he would not have a chance to get a grade higher than his in this class and would not allow him to win the prize, because any asshole who gets in his way will end up dead. And at that moment he was hit by a blast wave and illuminated by a glow. It was Song Chang-woo, who formed a fireball and hit the ice with a perfect strike and explosion. The teacher who saw this whispered in amazement that this could not be possible. He rushed to the boy, shouting how he had managed to do it because it had only been 3 days, and Sonchan replied with satisfaction that he had trained very hard, especially since he heard from the students that a B-ranked hunter should be able to do something like that. The students and Ji-young fell silent in surprise. Everyone was whispering among themselves, discussing the bandaged arm and remembering how clumsy Sonchan had been last time and not understanding how it happened. Meanwhile, the teacher enthusiastically told Sun Chan-woo that his training had brought incredible results, to which the boy only replied that the best motivation for him was the previous performance of Shin Ji-yeon, who was preparing to perform at that very moment. When the class was over, Sonchan and Haeon went out into the yard and discussed the boy's furor. Haeon only said that she would not bandage his arm anymore, but the guy stuck out his left arm and said that it was much better and took off the bandage where the arm was, as if it were new. Since they had different lessons, they said goodbye, while someone was watching them unnoticed. Sonchan stopped and formed the balloon again and promised to pump it up to the 20th level, and saw a message that his level had been raised. Suddenly, Ju-young came around the corner and asked Seongchan what he wanted, maybe money or real estate, or he could get a unique skill set. He could have bought anything he wanted, if only he had said so. Sonchan looked at him in surprise and asked what was wrong. But Ji-young just told him not to pretend, and said that Sungchan wanted him to refuse to compete for the elixir. And Seongchan sharply replied that he would not give up the competition even for all the real estate in Seoul. Ju-young just gritted his teeth, and he hissed that Sung Chan-woo would regret his decision, and he was irritated by this answer because he had expected something else. But Sonchan only made a foul-mouthed gesture and shouted to Shin that if he were him, he would watch his words because everyone who threatened him ended up badly. Shin Ji-young's words and gestures made him redden with anger, and he shouted after him whether he really wanted to ruin his plans. Sunchan finally met up with Woo-hyun in the lab, and the girl gave him a bottle of mana, explaining that she had made more elixirs, to which he said that they were the only ones that increased the resistance to poison, to which Kim replied that she had recently improved her skills significantly, and now the side effects are weaker. Suddenly, the guy asked her if she had heard the news and that she would be okay now, but Kim didn't understand what he was talking about, and he explained that it was about the DEP's drugs, and that it was all over, and that it was she who had dealt the last blow to Haesong. Woo-hyun remained silent in surprise. And then she added that everyone did what they could, but it was obviously not enough, and she thinks that this was not their last opportunity. Seongchan thought about what she said, because those idiots from Haesong had pissed him off, but he didn't realize the dark past that connected Haesong and the girl. But he suddenly asked her if she knew Shin Ji-young, and Kim was surprised to hear that of course she did. He was Shin Hee-song's second son. The guy was surprised to ask her if she knew what skill Shin had. Woo-hyun started to work, but explained that Ju-yun had often been a news star as a child, because Hee-sun's older son was not very talented, and all the attention was focused on the younger one. And even before kindergarten, everyone around him said that he would be the heir. But at some point, Ju-young disappeared from sight and everyone gradually forgot about him. Sung-chan asked what the reason was, and she continued that his skill. He was very strong and was called the Great Sage, and it was said that he used any skill from the highest level. Sonchan listened to her with his mouth open, and then he cursed and asked how this was possible, to which the girl sarcastically replied that who would say that if not him, and let him look at himself. Now Seongchan understood why Shin Ji-young had such incredible strength. He spun the bottle thoughtfully and decided that he had to figure out how to deal with it. Meanwhile, the events took place in the hunting grounds of Zone B on Mount Wanmi. 2 hunters were sitting in the thickets of the forest. One of them put his finger to his mouth and hissed at the other to shut up, and standing near the tree, He quietly told the other to look at the clearing, where the clones of Song Chan-woo stood with a weapon and a fireball and apparently caught something. One of the hunters recognized the clones, but the other drew his attention to what the clones had hunted. And at that moment, the two clones left the clearing, leaving their prey to the huge monster. One of the strangers started shouting that they would steal the loot, and he didn't want to get his ass handed to him by the clones, to which the other just hissed. He went on to explain that clones most likely call a search party only when they have completely cleared the entire area, and probably do not keep track of their prey. And you can imagine how much of their prey they can take for themselves. Meanwhile, the clones called in a team to collect the monsters' bodies in Area B6. There were 10 giant ants, 3 trolls, and 20 scorpions. But the operator of the detachment reported that they did not see any monster bodies in the zone. At this time, Sanchin was working out in the gym and picked up the phone and asked what the 5th clone wanted from him, and instantly his eyes rounded, because the clone told him that it seems that someone stole all the monsters' bodies while the team of collectors was on their way to them. The 5th asked if they should be caught, and Sanchin ordered them to be caught but left alive. Meanwhile, 2 strangers were looking at a bunch of monsters and rejoicing that they hit the jackpot and succeeded, and one of them admitted that he did not believe in success. Another hunter reasoned out loud that the bodies could be sold on the black market and no one would track them, and stood there counting the profits. Suddenly, one of them rang his phone in his pocket, and the other looked at it frightened. The number was unsigned, but a familiar voice asked if everything was successful, and the hunter was pleased to say that they had been a complete success. He ordered me to continue in the same spirit because the clones had no idea who was behind it, and the call was cut off. It was Shin Ji-young who called and whispered after hanging up that Song Chang-woo hadn't changed since he was an F-ranked hunter. But I remembered that crazy video from 6 months ago that took the internet by storm, where Song Chan-woo and his clones were stacking a whole mountain of horned rabbits. And it was then that people called one of the clones Hawkeye, who had caught those rabbits. But no one believed that an ordinary hunter could have such skills. And people started arguing how clones could hunt so well and said that clones are focused on maximum efficiency and work like robots. Juyan focused on maximum efficiency. If clones think about efficiency, they don't call a collection team. Until they put down the number of monsters they can take out and none of them calls the team every time, it's wasted time for them. And Ji-young said to himself that it is ideal to steal high-ranking monsters that are expensive, and thus he will take away Song Chan-woo's earnings. And he finally agreed to his proposals. Meanwhile, Song Chang-woo was at Kang Junmo's agency. Junmo looked at him and asked what had happened, and the boy was frightened to say that someone had stolen all the bodies of the monsters that the clones had killed. Khan listened to him in surprise and asked if something like this had happened before, and the boy recalled that a couple of rats had been stolen once. But that was an accident, and after that incident, the guy ordered the clones to call the cleaners as soon as they cleared the area. But this time everything happened very quickly. Junmo was very suspicious of this, and Sung-chan thought that maybe it was karma punishing him because he had once tried to steal the fishman himself. He remembered the day when he asked his 3rd clone why he didn't take the body of the fishman, and the clone refused because it wasn't his trophy. The guy was devastated by the news and complained that he could not carry the bodies with him because he did not have the skill to preserve them, to which Junmo suggested asking. He asked the right person about learning the skill of storage, and after a while, the guy was standing in front of Wanta Yuna's sister. The girl was extremely happy to see him because she always invited him to visit, and Sonchan explained that he was busy and asked to discuss a matter. Her team was also happy to see him and congratulated him on his promotion. But the guy blurted out that he wanted to ask Yuna for something, and the girl asked him what he wanted. And sitting away from everyone, Sonchan asked her to teach him how to use the subspace skill. At that moment, the guy remembered how he had once learned breathing meditation techniques from an online lecture, and explained to Yuna that he wanted her to tell him everything in detail. But the girl explained that unfortunately, it doesn't work that way, and the guy disappointedly apologized for his strange request. But she explained what she said, namely that this is not the type of skill and it does not work the way Sonchan imagines. Because her awakening skill is not something that can be learned. For example, Vante's skill is Unbreakable Blades, and it is a passive skill, and her subspace skill is an active skill and can open a portal to a subspace in which you can store items, and each skill is unique. That's why he won't be able to use it even if she explains it. And similarly, Yuna can't learn and use Sung-chan's cloning skill. The girl added that there are people with similar skills. For example, the jumper is not the only one who can use instant teleportation, but they are still different skills. There are no 2 people in the world with the same awakening skills. Everyone has differences, so they are not identical. The guy looked at her pitifully, and Yuna only added that she didn't know if there were any records left, and that they could go to the Heritage headquarters to find out. This Heritage headquarters was located in New York, and the girl sent the boy there. even though he thought that Yuna would go with him. Sanchin walked through the airport and was surprised to understand the language spoken by the people around him. The secret was in his bracelet, which perfectly translated English and transmitted information directly to his brain. The guy got into the elevator and left, thinking that Heritage is the place where he learned his skill as a familiars, and who would have thought that he would be here? And while he's here, maybe he should look at other skills as well. The elevator doors opened and Sanchin saw a girl who greeted him. She introduced herself as Arya Bershayel, the CEO of Heritage, and asked if he was really Sung Chan Woo from the Canes Guild. Sanchin was embarrassed that the director was a woman and so beautiful, and he greeted her with a laugh. Arya opened the door to a gorgeous hall with balls on pedestals and invited him to the Heritage where he might find the skill he needed. Meanwhile, on Mount Wanmi in Zone B, the clones were skillfully hunting a variety of monsters. One after another, they hunted monsters of different levels without giving her a chance to live. However, they did not forget Sonchan's order to use the fireball from the skill he activated when hunting, and this accelerated their hunting many times over. With each launch of the fireball, the clones' skills were honed to perfection, and more often than not, all it took was a bullet to bring down the monster. Their skill reached the point where one clone could launch several fireballs simultaneously. Thus, they were able to hit several monsters with fire at once who had no chance. There was fire and ash on the territory of Zone B, and in some places the smoke seemed to be like the apocalypse. But in one of the corners of the territory where the clones had already passed, two hunters were working on their leftover carcasses, which were burnt and not suitable for delivery. Putting monster parts in bags that could still be sold, the strangers made sure not to get caught by the clones. But suddenly they came across another group of hunters nearby who were also collecting monster bodies, and the hunters quietly crept up on them and told them who they were and what they were doing with the monsters. One of the hunters emphasized that they were stealing their prey. But the strangers were not to be outdone, and they began to shout at these accusations, demanding proof that it was Sanchana's monsters who had pointed their weapons at them. And the hunters finally realized that other hunters had figured out their methods, and he suggested that they not make a big deal about it, and divide the monsters equally, and if other teams meet on their way, the whole crowd can at least fight them off. He added that all of them were obviously also B-rank hunters, and if they drew attention to themselves, they would be in trouble. And one of the hunters agreed after thinking about it. There was a girl among the hunters who said that she expected a normal attitude and work, to which the hunter replied that everyone would make a good team. After a while, they all went into the dungeon where they secretly saw the 5th and 6th clones hiding with weapons, tracking someone. One of the hunters asked what they were doing here because he thought the clones had gone to training, and the other told him to calm down because everything had already been sold. Their whole team decided not to be afraid of anything because there were still many hunters wandering around, and they agreed to go home as if nothing had happened. And just as everyone turned in different directions to leave, daggers flew in front of their faces and stuck in the walls. The whole gang stopped in fright. When they saw military boots approaching them, they had already seen traces of them in the fields today. All the hunters broke out in a cold sweat and began to shiver. A moment later, both clones were standing in front of them, and one of them asked if they could come closer to them because he had a few questions for them. One of the hunters started shouting that they dared to throw daggers at them, that they wanted to get into trouble, and that he would call the guards. But the clone silently took out his phone and put it on speakerphone and turned on someone's incoming call. It was Yu Yan who called and asked if they had stolen the prey and sold it on the black market. But the hunter just shouted that it was an accusation. He demanded evidence for such accusations, and Uyon asked him sarcastically if they were sure they wanted proof. She added that she was now standing at a black market outlet, and that they probably all wanted her to bring the bodies of the monsters for inspection. The hunter was stunned by these words. Meanwhile, the clone suggested calling the guards. The whole gang stood there, frightened and silent, feeling that their lies had been revealed. They all finally went outside, and one of the hunters shouted to be told their demands. And the clone told how once his owner was a beginner and wanted to take someone else's trophy, and so the owner understands what happened. He added that they would be required to return all the money for the stolen bodies and not to make a big deal out of it. The hunter snorted, saying it was a generous offer. He asked why the clone hadn't been called in earlier, and they explained that it would have taken a long time to get the security and the experts to come. Therefore, this proposal would be beneficial to all of them, to which one of the hunters assured that he could not understand the other. They were both just a manifestation of the hunter's skill. And who gave them the right to impose conditions on hunters in the rank of his proposal was the best. Everyone simultaneously drew their weapons and prepared to attack. He was against the return of the money and believed that since there were 5 of them, if they killed the clones who were not real people, it would not even be a crime. He shouted at the clones that they should have called the guards better, but instead they dragged everyone to an abandoned place, to which they replied that it would be even better. Meanwhile, Woohyun silently stared at her phone. wondering if the clones would be able to solve the problem on their own. At that moment, an employee of the outlet approached her and asked her how she ended up here, to which she sharply asked who sold all these mascaras and pointed. And the worker said that a team of 5 B-rank hunters came and asked what happened, and the girl explained that it was all stolen from Sanshin. The worker rounded his eyes and shouted that it was Sanshin's own loot, and then cursed at the idiots who sold him the stolen goods. The man was disappointed with the situation and asked where Seongchan was when this happened, and Woo Hyun explained that he had gone to the Legacy. Meanwhile, at the Heritage headquarters, the boy was taken to a room for making skill spheres, and Bershayel explained that this is where all the skills are created, and this makes up 80% of the world's volume. Suddenly, Arya asked that she had heard that Sanshin had taken an online course in meditation and breathing practices, and the guy confirmed it. She also asked him if he knew that it was possible to master skills like Fireball in the same way. Seungchan was stunned for a moment at what he heard. The girl went on to say that he was probably wondering why all the people were buying such expensive skills, and explained that it was because they were difficult to learn. It takes at least 6 months to learn an elementary basic skill on your own, and if the skill is more complex, it will take years and decades. That's why people use skill spheres, because the function in the sphere is linked to the system, so even people with terrible mana control can learn skills. But they are very difficult to manufacture, and Sanshin added that this is probably why these areas are so expensive. Arya replied that it was true, and whether it was true that he was looking for a subspace skill, because fortunately there was only one left, and pointed to the sphere. And it costs 10 million. The guy was looking at the sphere with joy, thinking that it was cheap, and Arya added that the price tag was not in euros, but in dollars. Sanshin quickly translated it at the exchange rate, and it turned out to be 12,800,000,000 won, which was really a New York price. But Bershayel laughed and explained that this is one of the cheapest skills related to subspace. To which Sanshin replied in confusion that he knew it was not a cheap pleasure, but the price was too high for him. But suddenly, Arya made an offer for which she would give away the sphere of skills for free. She bent down and whispered in his ear what his body wanted. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of Zone B, a fight broke out, with all the darkness hunters trying to get up from the ground, not believing that the clones had put them down so easily. But the 5th and 6th clones were just a little bit of a mess, and they were also B-rank hunters. One of the hunters hissed out of helplessness, asking how this was even possible. The clone, meanwhile, jumped high into the air and flew directly at the man, and the hunter girl tried to shoot him with a bow. But the clone was completely unaffected and had already managed to get his weapon, and right in the air, he easily deflected the huntress's arrow as if he were waving away an insect. The girl was shocked to see such a miracle, and it was incredible. The other 2 hunters rushed to the clones in a rage and also took out their weapons. But one of the clones activated an airstrike and launched at both of them right in the air without landing. The force of the airstrike was such that for a moment the hunters were blinded and fell to the ground unconscious. Another of them, who had a huge trident as a weapon, grabbed it and rushed to help his comrades, but at that moment he was electrocuted because the guys who were still in the air used lightning to hit them. Suddenly, the 6th clone took out his Kijal and threw it into the air. It broke the bowstring of a girl who was trying to launch another arrow. The bowstring snapped and hit her in the face, causing her to scream loudly throughout the yard. Finally, one of the clones landed on its feet behind the hunter with the trident, and he understood everything and raised his hands without turning around to signify that he was surrendering. The other clone approached the hunter, who was sitting on the ground in despair, and only whimpered that there was no logic in it all, because they were also B-rank hunters. Other unconscious hunters were still lying on the ground. The 5th clone approached one of the hunters on his knees, and he whimpered that he agreed that the guys had won and they would return everything stolen. After listening to him, the clone sharply repeated that they should transfer all the funds immediately. He started to say his bank account number, and suddenly something hit him with a fierce force. It threw his body back into the air. Some unknown girl with blue tails hit him with a bat at that moment. The 5th clone was thrown a good 100 meters and fell to the ground with a thud. The girl was strangely dressed in short shorts with fur and a sports top, and she was the captain of the 2nd Assault Unit, Hunter A-rank Lee Hyun. Meanwhile, Arya put her hand on the shoulder of the surprised Sanshin, who did not understand what was happening, and added that she had heard that you can touch the body. Then she bent down and looked him straight in the eye and clarified that she was touching the clone's body, and the guy gasped because he had already thought the wrong thing. But she explained that she wanted to study the clone's body and would give him the sphere for free. Poor Sanchan couldn't get over it because he thought she wanted something. Arya continued to tell me that when she first heard about his skill, she didn't believe that clones have their own bodies and not an illusion like everyone else. But this news has not yet spread around the world, and so she would like to be the first researcher, and to create at least a bad version of his skill, because no one will be able to reproduce it completely identically, but you can do something similar. Sung Chang-woo listened to her and could not understand why they wanted him to do this. And he could not understand whether to agree to this, but he really needed the field, and it was free. But the guy was worried that his cloning skill could be freely sold to hunters, and he asked Arya how much difference his skill made, and the skill that is available in the field, and Arya explained that it all depends on how they will be able to learn his skill, but there will still be some limitations. She cited Park Yuna-Wantai and her skill as an example and asked if he had seen her subspace, to which the boy replied that he had even been in it. The girl explained that the difference between Yuna's skill and a similar sphere is the size of the space itself. In the original, it is very large, while in the sphere it is limited, and therefore, his copied skill will also have limitations. And after these words, Songchan agreed, and Arya said that this was great news. But Sung Chan-woo made a serious face and said that he would have his own conditions, and if they fulfilled them, he would immediately provide his clone. Meanwhile, on the territory of Zone B, the fifth clone was lying still, and the ground around it rose as if after a shell hit. After a couple of minutes, he finally got up holding a syringe, and Lee Hyeon, watching him, was amazed at how he managed to block it. One of the beaten hunters whispered who she was, to which Hyeon replied that she was a righteous hunter who had come to stop the violence, and ordered them to leave. All the hunters gathered each other and crawled away in gratitude. Suddenly, a dark figure of the sixth clone appeared in front of one of them. He insisted that they could not leave without transferring the money, and at that moment, Lee Hyeon jumped up and swung her sharpened bat, which looked more like a flat sword, shouting that it was no longer his decision to make. She struck the clone, but the clone dodged the blow by crouching down in time, and she missed. Hyeon looked at him in surprise, not understanding how he had done it. But the girl was annoying and cruel and kicked the clone in the face with her foot, screaming. And at that moment, the clone used the power of mirroring and again repelled her attack, which threw Hyeon far away from him. One of the fleeing hunters saw this strange fight and ran screaming after his colleagues. Meanwhile, the fifth clone woke up and finally stood up, his body aching from the fall. But both clones stubbornly followed the fugitives, repeating like robots that they had to make their profit, and asked Hyeon to get out of the way. The girl looked up at them with such impudence and whispered that they probably did not realize who they were. And she deftly jumped to her feet and stabbed one of the clones right in the stomach. But her sword was unusual and had a powerful magical power that caused a stream of fire to pass through the clone's body. And Lee, furious, just shouted that she would kill them both and they would get nothing. Meanwhile, at the Heritage headquarters, Arya explained that they were going to get a clone of the boy for study for 3 months, and during this period, the clone would do everything to cooperate with them. And even if the clone is lost, no one will take the donated sphere away, and the guy only added that the clone would need to be dressed. To which Arya only replied that the headquarters was already at a disadvantage, going to the closet to find the right clothes. After getting the necessary things, she asked Sonchan to call his clone, and the boy went into a trance. A minute later, the room was filled with smoke, and when it cleared, they saw a naked clone. Sonchan threw him his clothes and ordered him to get dressed immediately, and Arya looked at the clone and just smiled and whispered that it was very impressive because she had never seen a clone with a real body. But Sonchan explained to her that it was called Number 7 and was created for hunting in certain places. He added that since the side effect of the potion had weakened a bit, its self-destructive effect had also weakened. Arya was surprised by this description, but she took out the bullet and handed it to Sonchan as a fulfillment of her part of the agreement, and the boy was breathless from the bullet. He was happily looking at the orb and wondering how to turn it on, when it shone on its own, and an email message appeared in front of him that the skill was unlocked, and Arya laughed and congratulated him on his new subspace skill. The bullet in the guy's hands disappeared as if it had dissolved, and he decided to finally try his new skill. The guy launched the force from his hand and something cracked loudly. The subspace was activated, and something like a black hole appeared in front of him. Sonchan approached it and began to look at it with amazement, looking like a large piece of glass that had cracked in the middle. Once inside, he whispered that everything here was very similar to Yunavante's, and Songchang touched and felt the wall, and the space was indeed much smaller than Yuna's, measuring about 3 square meters. When Arya came back out, she asked him how he liked the new skill, and he said that everything looked great, but he needed to check if the clones could use it. The girl looked at him intently because she did not understand what he meant, and at that moment, the 7th clone approached the entrance to the subspace and put out his hand to test it as well. Arya stammered and asked if his clones use skills, and he calmly explained that they use anything but cloning. She was deeply shocked by what she saw and thought only one thing: the guy's skills were amazing and she had to get them at any cost. Meanwhile, Sonchan allowed the 7th to enter subspace, and he followed his orders. But suddenly he looked at the clone. Something was wrong, and the guy was feverish from what he saw. And he asked him what he was doing here, and for some reason the clone was behind him and not in front. And he answered frightened that the master himself had ordered him to enter the space. And the guy realized that there was another entrance at number 7, which was probably made by the clone. The guy looked into the entrance again, thinking that it probably doesn't matter who creates the space, but they are connected. And at that moment, he didn't notice how the sword Hyun peeked through the wall and stabbed the 7th clone directly in the head with all its might, who fell to the ground screaming, and her sword fell next to him. Sonchan rushed to the unconscious boy, not knowing where the thing came from. Meanwhile, Lee Hyun stood empty-handed and cursed at the clone and his skills, not understanding where her bat had gone, to which the 5th clone calmly explained that this happens when someone throws his weapon around and it most likely fell into subspace. Meanwhile, Sonchan tried to revive the 7th batter, who was dying, and frantically grabbed the bat and went to the B zone where Lee was sitting. When Sonchan came out of the portal, he asked her if she had thrown the bat, and the 5th clone quietly whispered in his ear that it was this huntress and he had nothing to do with it. The guy was upset by what happened, and Lee brazenly exclaimed that it was her, thinking that Sonchan himself had appeared in front of her. But not far from them, the 6th clone was lying in a pool of blood, and the guy did not get up. Sonchan rushed to him, asking if he was okay, and he barely answered that he had stopped the bleeding but could not feel his legs at all. And the guy whispered that he had done a good job, canceled the clone's call, and finally asked the 5th what had happened. But the clone explained that they found a team that stole the bodies of monsters and tried to get money from them, and at that moment, they were attacked by Hyun from Haesung. Sungchan took out the 6th clone's gun and whispered how much he was sick of this Haesung, because every time someone from this damn guild tries to ruin other people's lives, to which Hyun replied, "Does he really think he can do anything?" But Sonchan just threw the 5th to cover him and went straight to meet Hyun, but Lee was not one of the timid ones and resolutely met him halfway. The girl had a bad temper and was always self-confident and determined in her actions. Meanwhile, Ju-young received a message from the hunters in Zone B that the mission had failed, and he was vomiting with hatred that the B rank had failed. He had one hope in the captain of the 2nd squad, Lee Hyun, whom he sent to look after the hunters because she was evil. Indeed, Hyun, who was simultaneously attacked by the 5th clone and Sunchan, easily held their weapons with her bare hands because she had incredible strength and mana characteristics. At the same time, she mocked the boys, saying that they were not the only ones who were so brilliant in this world. But she kept wondering why the clone couldn't figure out who his rival was, and that must be why he went to Sonchan. And at that moment, shouting that one must know one's place in the rank and file, and she would teach everyone a lesson, the girl hit with all her might. The ground split between the guys with a huge crack. Lee Hyun ran frantically, shouting that Sonchan was getting too fast. And the thought crept into the guy's head that the girl seemed to have a whole A rank, even though he managed to break her arms by blocking the attack. At that moment, Hyun asked if the boy wanted to give her the weapon and held out his palm, which was covered in fire. And the bat Sonchan was holding also glowed with fire, and began to tear out of the guy's hands as if it were being pulled by a magnet and he could barely hold it back. The guy continued to hold it with both hands, and the bat was already glowing with a blue sheen and slipping out of his hands. And yet it broke free and flew into the arms of its owner, as if a magician were calling for its goodness. Hyun caught her bat and exclaimed that she had a couple of cool chips that were made with the latest technology. She asked if Sonchan was going to fight her with this toy gun, and the boy only noticed that her arm was not that broken. Clenching his fists, he assessed the whole situation, shouting that it was not her problem and that he would fight it. To which Hyun smiled and whispered that, strangely enough, the guy did not give up. At that moment, one of the clones handed Song Chan-woo the Fishman's trophy sword, and he asked if the 3rd clone was still in the hospital, because it would be better if he was here. And telling himself that it was probably time to start fighting, he took an attacking stance and activated his sword. Meanwhile, Hyun was in a frantic mood and was provoking him to attack her. And Sonchan ordered all the clones to attack this annoying girl, and the guys immediately took to the air. At that moment, Arya looked through the portal and saw what was happening, frightened and unable to believe her eyes. She did not even suspect that subspace could be used as a portal, and she understood that one should not interfere in personal disputes. But she realized that this was the perfect moment to intervene so that Sonchan would owe her a favor, and remembering the bat, she recognized the weapon as being manufactured by Tron Industries, and so she didn't want to miss the opportunity to annoy the developers from Tron. Arya stepped away from the portal and dialed the phone number to ask Hubert if he had finished the prototype he had been working on for so long. And the battle was in full swing and Hyun was dodging and fighting off all the clones' attacks, but she was still a little wounded. She was jumping around like a leech, shouting that her opponents were fast enough, and she was enjoying it immensely and laughing. She suddenly asked Seonchun if he knew what her skill was, and she slammed her bat on the ground and fire enveloped everything around her, and Haeon activated damage recovery and it seemed that the bat became even bigger. The fire grew much larger and covered the entire area around it, along with the clones. But Seonchun stuck his knife in front of him to stop Hyun's force. But the girl did not calm down and, holding her sword tightly, jumped high into the air. He tried to cut Seonchun and managed to dodge her first blow. Hyun swung again, and her bat flew as close as possible to the boy's body, and he realized that he could not dodge all these blows in time. But at that moment, Lee's bat seemed to split into pieces and the fire engulfed the boy. The guy landed on the ground, tired and hesitant from the blow and his restraint, and he noticed that all of Hyun's wounds had healed, but he couldn't figure out what skill she had. Meanwhile, Lee came up to him and asked if he was still holding on. She looked great. And while she was talking, Seonchun took out a pouch and quietly called for the fifth clone and quickly threw it. And the fifth one, having skillfully caught it, silently understood the master's intention and began to quickly untie it, and pouring its contents into my mouth because that bag contained crushed low-level crystals. Hyun noticed this and started screaming about what Sang Jong-woo had given the clone, to which he snidely replied that if she was from Haesong, she should know what it was. And she finally realized that the clone had just eaten the crystals, and the girl's eyes rounded at the thought. And Seungchan only added that she shouldn't play the fool and remembered how much Haesong and Silver Moon had made them, because he was told that one such crystal increases the characteristics of 100 precious stones, and so he saved some for himself. He even tested it on himself, but nothing good came of it because his performance did not increase like that of a gem. But then he fed 3 of them to his clone, and finally a monster was born that did not obey the boy's commands. And before Hyun's eyes, a huge red monster 5 times bigger than her grew up, and the guy only added that they should know all the effects of this. The monster was terrible, had horns, a toothy mouth like a human body, and sharp claws. But even this did not scare Hyun. She exclaimed that these stones increased her characteristic by only half and rushed straight at the monster. And at that moment, yelling that this was typical behavior for a B rank, the monster hit her with his fist. That she flew 100 meters away without letting go of her sword. But Seungchan only hissed with satisfaction that it seemed Hyun had finally bitten her tongue, and he exclaimed that the bonus to characteristics from the crystal is so small only for visible characteristics, but the increase in strength from turning into a monster is different. At that moment, Hyun was lying on a pile of stones and did not move, but the guy kept telling her that one crystal was enough to show her power. The guy looked at the monster and whispered that there was one small thing about his clone that was not very accurate anymore, because the monster was already at full strength and began to pound his fists on everything he saw around him, smashing everything to pieces. Seonchun grimaced, realizing that the clone no longer recognized him. He shouted at everyone to stay away from the 5th clone, while Hyun continued to lie unconscious. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and hissed that she didn't care about anything. Her guild would take care of everything if she killed this guy. And gathering her last strength, she grabbed her bat and took to the air again. Hyun easily began to jump on the monster's body as if on steps, getting closer to its head. In about 5 seconds, she was there and started swinging her bat, but the monster finally noticed her and struck her with his huge sword, making her fall to the ground. Bitterly, Lee got up, her body bleeding from the wounds and her bones aching from the fall. But its fierce strength was enough to lift it back into the air to attack again. She masterfully turned around in midair and hit him on the head so hard that he fell to the ground. And then he landed squarely on his feet in front of Seonchun, who almost dropped his sword in fright. And after making 2 jumps, Hyun hissed in his face, if she killed him, his clones would probably disappear as well. How strong is she? And at that moment she was attacked by 2 clones with their backs to their master. But that was not the case. And Hyun began to bravely repel the boy's attacks with gritted teeth. And at the moment when one of them tried to stab her with a dagger, she easily grabbed the blade, exclaiming that it would not be nearly enough. She launched her power right into his dagger. A huge explosion occurred, and the guy was struck by lightning and fell over. And Hyun stood there as if nothing had happened, and shouted that clones don't hit vital organs, or that they had never done this to a human. Seonchun's patience ran out, and he decided to act drastically, cutting his trophy sword's leg, which caused it to light up. Hyun noticed this and asked him if he really cut himself or if he was giving up. But the process was already underway, and Seonchun heard the familiar voice of the sword in his head. His eyes lit up, and he began to attack. Hyun swung his sword directly at her neck, and she only managed to dodge the swift blow. She fell down in surprise, still hiding behind her bat, thinking that Seonchun was fast enough to try to finish her off. And the guy just shouted at her, or she shouted at him, as if to mock him. Meanwhile, the clumsy monster finally stood up and, seeing Hyun in front of him, screamed furiously. And raising his foot, He aimed to step on the girl, who barely had time to put the bat in front of her before the monster stepped on her. And having a couple of seconds, Hyun managed to run away from the monster's leg, screaming for it to finally go away. Meanwhile, the clones immediately formed their fireballs and launched them directly at Hyun, and she barely repelled this attack, swearing and shouting that she did not need these small balls. But Lee didn't notice that the monster began to form a mega fireball with its mouth and launched it directly at her because she was recklessly standing in its way. And a fierce column of fire enveloped her body, and only Hyun could be heard shouting the boy's name. But unfortunately, it was intact, and so was her bat. Hyun quickly activated it, and she launched a terrible column of fire directly at Sonchan, who only had time to think that he had not seen such a huge area of coverage and would not be able to turn away. But at that moment, something incredible happened. Something fell on the guy, like a cloak that covered him from the fire and explosion that was going on around him. And when he came out from under the cloak, he only whispered what it was and heard a familiar voice. It was Arya, who shouted that it was the latest development of experimental armor. It's lightweight, malleable, and damage-absorbing. It can be worn as extra protection, and it's cooler than a bat. The clone translated all of this, and Sanchan conveyed his gratitude to Arya. Meanwhile, Hyun sat and looked at the whole guy, not believing her eyes as he survived after such a thing, and whispered that they were mocking her. And being in deep shock, she got up and walked away like a zombie, repeating that she was being mocked, and at that moment she did not notice. Like a monster, he got to his feet and saw the victim and prepared to attack it. A second later, and Hyun was already lying in a pile of stones from the monster's blow, and she didn't even realize what had happened. The monster's fire was so accurate that her bat seemed to break, and Hyun realized that she had nowhere to redirect the damage. And at that moment, the monster noticed her and finally pawed at her. He pressed it deeply into the ground and shouted victoriously, and from the ground he could still hear Hyun's voice saying that it needed to be redirected to another target. The ground shook and parted, and the body of the girl, who was strangely still alive, became visible. In agony and fright, when she saw the monster, she instinctively raised her legs to fight back. But the monster didn't see her anymore because he went on smashing everything around him. Lee was lying there and couldn't even get up. She felt like a flattened cake that could barely breathe. Sanchan came up to her and said that she had done a good job, and on top of that he punched her hard, despite the fact that she was a girl. But Hyun fell into her subconscious, where she remembered her meeting with Chimera when she was going to fight in Sonchang. And Chimera told her that he thought he was done with hunting. But Hyun explained to him that she was summoned by Shin Ji-young, the son of the guild head, to which the Chimera was surprised, reminding him that Shin's rank was lower than hers. He asked why she was helping him, and Hyun explained that Shin would soon become the head of their guild. And Captain Jinnik will never become chairman because he is an idiot and got his position only because of his connections. She added that young Juyeon has his drawbacks, but he is very talented and also very handsome. The Chimera looked at the book in silence and then asked what the essence of her task would be, and she explained that the task was to knock all the stupidity out of the hunter Song Chang-woo, but not to take his life, to which Chimera replied that he would not have agreed in her place, and Hyun looked at him in surprise, not understanding his words. The Chimera closed the book and explained that it was not necessary to stir up the hive, but rather to focus on showing their loyalty to the current head. But Hyun attacked Chimera, shouting at him why he was acting like a dog on a leash, and he lowered his head and whispered quietly that she didn't know Seongchan, and he added that he would definitely lose. These were the words that were running through the mind of the wounded Lee on the pile of stones. And Sonchan was still standing next to her, asking if she had already come to her senses, because after all, A-rank hunters are quite strong. She turned her eyes to him and whispered why she was still alive, to which the guy replied that he didn't really feel sorry for her when he beat her. But the guy admitted that he had never taken anyone's life before, and Hyun snapped that she had tried to do it, and if he continued to be like this. And at that moment, unable to bear her words, Sonchan turned around and struck her with his sword near her head, driving him into the ground, and Haeun's eyes grew wide with fright. But the guy bent down and whispered that this was her last chance, because he has already been repaid his debts, and they can call it quits and forget about what happened and let her and her guild disappear forever. And pointing to the clones, he added that although he had never taken anyone's life, he had many ways to do so. He leaned even closer to her and looked directly into her eyes, which made her shrink. Rising slightly, Sonchan opened the entrance to the subspace portal with his hand. Where was his seventh clone with a swollen head? And when the guy came in, he asked him how he was feeling, to which he whispered that everything hurt. Meanwhile, Hyun continued to lie with her hands on her chest, but suddenly she grabbed her face and cried out that Sonchan was so handsome, as if she had fallen in love with him. After all this, the teams that stole Sochan's loot disappeared somewhere, and after a few days his clones recovered and he finally returned to life. The seventh clone was sent to Heritage to develop a skill area, and was also fed selected steaks. At the same time, a couple of new subjects were added to the academy. The teams that stole the clones' loot immediately disappeared as soon as the guy dealt with Hyun. Most likely, someone from the Haesong Guild was behind them, or rather, the boy suspected Shin Ji-young. With these thoughts in mind, he walked around the yard until he heard a familiar voice calling out to him. It was Ju-yeon. Sanchin looked back at him and asked where he was going. The guy was confused for a moment by such impudence. Suddenly, their meeting was interrupted by Haeon, who happily called out to the boy and said that he had finally returned. But Sanchin still told Ju-young that he was going to class, and he offered to go along. But the guy stayed with Haeon, glancing at Shin, who had already left, thinking it was definitely his doing. In the meantime, all the students went to the chapel, and a minister with a star around his neck came out and ordered them to sit down. And he ordered everyone to pray to the system. Only Sanchan could not believe in his heart that this was now their compulsory subject, not understanding why they should pray to the system. And he asked Haeon about it, to which she explained that the curriculum states that they will study the history of the system and conduct services. But the guy did not understand how this would be connected to hunting, but Haeon said dreamily that she would come to the chapel just for fun. The minister reprimanded them and asked for silence in the hall, and Sanchan just rolled his eyes. Suddenly, he stood up and asked the entire room if he could leave, and after receiving permission, he snuck into the restroom, where he called a clone and exchanged clothes. After a while, a clone dressed as Sungchan returned to the hall and sat down, announcing to the surprised Haeon that he had returned from the toilet and his name was Sungchan. Meanwhile, Song Chang-woo was walking through the academy courtyard, playing and creating a fireball, determined that only a clone would take this class. Suddenly, he saw Ju-yeon 30 meters away, talking to someone on the phone. The latter was yelling loudly into the phone, while not noticing Sanchan behind him, and continued to shout how it could have happened that the captain failed. The only B-rank hunter was screaming as hard as he could, and at this point, Sanchan could not stand it any longer and asked him what was wrong with the B-rank hunter. Jian was startled by the question and abruptly turned off the phone, shouting at him for listening to other people's conversations. But Sanchan understood everything and responded in the same spirit to whoever was talking, and even after he had interfered with my hunting process. Ji-young made a puzzled face and asked what he meant, to which Sungchan started shouting that they probably taught everyone in the guild to speak the same way. Ta-shin reminded him of how he had offered him money because Sungchan had gone nuts for a couple of unfortunate monsters. The guy listened to his tirade and said that it was good to be rich, and he was willing to bet that Ju-yeon was raised by a whole bunch of teachers and nannies. He added that he was telling the same lies as his father. Ji-young rudely asked if he wanted to continue, and Sungchan sharply replied that he did not mind. Shin released fire from his palm and shouted out what the guy wanted and added that if he got something, everyone from the Haesong Guild would leave him alone. And with a loud fire, he demanded that the boy give him the elixir, and at the same moment he would be expelled from the academy. Meanwhile, the students noticed their argument and a crowd began to gather. But Jian exclaimed that it was no longer necessary and formed a huge fireball that filled the sky. Sanchin stared at her in amazement because compared to her, his balloon was just a child's toy. The balloon formed a strange pattern in the sky, like a gear, and began to spin, and a woman shouted that it was enough. She asked the guys who turned to her in surprise what was going on. He added that they could show their skills on the territory of the core, but that was too much. It was the head of the Phoenix Guild, Hwang Yong-hee. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Heritage, someone unknown was closely watching the footage from the camera attached to the clone's weapon, and a clone of the monster from the last fight. The stranger was staring at the screen, demanding that this crystal-eating specimen be delivered to him. The stranger was elderly and stood in the laboratory and explained that when the weapon was thrown into subspace, both the person and the place were captured on camera. Arya appeared on the screen in front of him, and he asked where this place was and how he could get a copy from there. It was Trevor Lawn, the executive director of Tron Industries, a weapons manufacturing corporation, and he gave the order to prepare a drone to bring the sample. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the academy, Ji-young looked closely at Hwang Yonho and recognized her as the head of the Phoenix Guild. She also looked at him and said sarcastically that she hadn't seen him for a long time. Surprised, Shin asked her what she was doing at the academy, and she proudly replied that she was teaching at the institution. When Sungchan heard that Yonho was a teacher, he was also surprised that she had become a professor. But Hwang, after a moment's silence, suggested that the boys discuss everything somewhere else. And pointing to the large crowd of students around them, who were standing and looking at them, she explained that they were attracting too much attention. So they all three went to the nearest student cafe, where Yonho asked them both what had happened between them. Ji-young frowned and remained silent, while Sungchan burst out in one breath, shouting that Shin had ordered others to steal his loot and was continuing to hurt him. Ta-shin pretended not to hear, and asked Hwang that he couldn't believe his eyes that she was teaching here, because most of the teachers here were C or B rank. Yeonho, lighting a cigarette, replied that it was because there were F and D students here and that they had to keep everyone under control in the next class. She added that she had been invited because of them, and the guys silently shook their heads. But she interrupted their fight because they would soon have the opportunity to compete in the next class. Meanwhile, Arya was examining the body of a clone that had been placed in an analytical Baroque chamber. She wrote down his performance and characteristics in disbelief, and after taking a sample of his blood, I came to the conclusion that it was real blood because it contained plasma cells, and even the blood type could be transfused. One of her employees asked her if she was saying that it was all man-made, and she replied that all her previous theories had fallen apart. And she explained that each clone has its own body and they eat and use skills separately using their own mana, and do not depend on Sanchen's mana. She stared at the electronic scoreboard and wondered if there had ever been a clone like it, but it was not a called-up creature, and suddenly her thoughts were cut short. Because at that moment, Arya heard a terrible crash and the sound of broken glass. The laboratory's co-workers started shouting that an unknown flying machine had crashed into the building. Indeed, a huge drone crashed into the last floors of the building, and the entire building shook from the impact. The aircraft itself flew completely to the floor, breaking the window. And everyone on the floor froze in horror and heard the sound of the door opening, and a huge robot came out and said that they had successfully entered, and that the target of the hijacking was a higher priority mission. Suddenly, the drone activated the defense system and someone's voice ordered the intruders to leave the building. The robot changed the task in the main task and announced that the highest priority was to eliminate any obstacles and took out the pistols and started shooting. Meanwhile, Arya gave the order that many combat drones had come out of the aircraft, so it was necessary to concentrate security in that sector and evacuate everyone. Suddenly, the clone got up and asked which floor they had crashed into. He offered to help the surprised Arya stop the invaders. Meanwhile, the guards came running from all over the building and started shooting the drones. But the battle was not equal. The bullets bounced off the armor of the drones, and the guards were shot as if in a shooting gallery. And the robot repeated in a metallic voice that the elimination of any obstacles was the highest priority. Suddenly, a young man in armor popped up from somewhere and shouted that he would distract her. He loudly ordered all the guards from other floors to gather and began to form a ball with his hands. But a robot was already standing in his way and was about to attack him. The man rushed at the robot with all his might, trying to knock it over. But at that moment, another robot of the same kind jumped in to help him. And after him, there were already 10 people running, repeating the same words to each other that removing any obstacles was their highest priority. But the man managed to notice that the drones changed their weapons as soon as they saw his skill, which meant that these were not ordinary terrorist drones. And at that moment, the drones repeated their mantra and attacked the man from all sides. He fought back with lightning and tried to dodge their weapons. But the attack was uneven, and the drones were getting closer and closer to him. And at one point, all the drones squeezed him into a circle and simultaneously pointed their weapons at him. Unfortunately, there were too many of them. But at that moment, the clone jumped up to him and with a few swings of his sword scattered all the drones like tin cans. The man asked him in surprise who he was, and the clone replied that he was the 7th and had come to help destroy the offenders. But no one understood him, and the man asked him if he was probably from the 7th floor, but warned him to be careful because there were still many drones running around. And they both simultaneously looked back at the buzz and saw the drone standing in front of them again, announcing that the main task was changing. And after these words, everyone heard a scraping sound. The drone's body and head opened, and the guy saw that inside it was like a cage made of metal ribs. The drone added that the mission was of the highest priority to capture the target. Meanwhile, Hwang Young-ho stood in front of the students and introduced herself and what she would be teaching: the theory and practice of battles, and in its lessons, students will form a team of 3 and fight 3-on-3 using all their skills. But they will be divided by their level of strength. And then Sung-chan realized why Hwang was talking about the possibility of fighting against each other in the cafe. Yeonho stopped talking and looked at the audience and asked if anyone had any additional questions. Suddenly, one of the boys raised his hand and apologized, looking rather confused and asking if they were supposed to hunt monsters. So why do we have to compete with people? And Sanchan thought that he was interested in this as well. Hwang rolled her eyes at this question and replied that she had no idea because she was new here and the whole audience was staring at her. And after a moment of silence, she finally revealed that in any case, if she had reached the A rank, it was only because she had fought not only monsters. And she added that there could be a conflict, for example, when dividing the prey or fighting for territory, and you could easily run into another hunter. One girl from the audience also asked whether there would be any restrictions on the groups to be formed based on their ranks. Yeonho looked at the girl a little tiredly and said that she understood her question. Because there were 2 students in the audience, Sanchin and Juyong, who had the B rank, and their ranks were higher than all the others. She explained that no one had anything to worry about because these two students were receiving several restrictions and therefore no one would be crushed by force. Adding that she had explained everything in this lesson and that the remaining time should be used to form teams, she left and said goodbye. Meanwhile, Sanchan was thinking about her words about limitations and was very curious about what they might be. His thoughts were interrupted by Haeon's voice in the ringing phone. The girl asked if they would be on the same team, and the boy replied that of course they would. And he looked at the screen and was surprised to see that it was Arya Bershael calling. Realizing that something was wrong, he quickly picked up the phone. Arya's voice trembled and she said she had something for him. The guy tensed up and told her to keep talking because his interpreter was working. And Bershael barely managed to say with tears that the 7th clone had been kidnapped. At these words, Song Chang-woo was momentarily numb and automatically asked her how it was stolen. And the guy finally shouted who thought of it and how it happened. Arya was silent for a moment, collecting her thoughts, sitting in the middle of the ruined hall. Suddenly, the man who was fighting with the clone said he would explain all the details of the misfortune, and he began to tell how the clone rushed to him to fend off the robots that surrounded him. At the same time, he used an electronic grid to prevent robots from attacking him from behind, and it really worked. One man handed out lightning bolts to the robots, and the 7th scattered fireballs. The works were quite strong, but some of them were burning from the fireballs. He saw with his own eyes how one of the robots froze from the impact, and with a metallic voice, he announced that his behavioral and protection module had been recalibrated, but another robot jumped up and grabbed the man by the throat and began to squeeze him like a vice. And the clone ran up and began to slash the nearby robot with his sword right in the head. Suddenly, the robot that was strangling the man shouted at the 7th robot to stop, because if he took one step, he would strangle the man. And the man shouted at that moment to ignore the guy and kill everyone. But the robot continued to say in a metallic voice that they would not harm anyone else if the clone stopped resisting. And the guy stopped. Squeezing his hand, he asked the man if he worked for Heritage, and the man barely said that it didn't matter, as reinforcements were already coming. But the clone exclaimed that his commander ordered him to help the Legacy as much as possible, but he could not harm the Legacy's employees. At that moment, the man shouted to the 7th man to quickly raise his weapon because a robot was coming at him from behind. He opened his metal body and captured the guy as if in a cage. The man sat in complete despair, and crying repeated that it was his fault completely. He was crying and apologizing, and Son-chun calmly replied that there was no need to apologize and asked him to hang on the line and activated the drafting skill. The 7th clone, who was still in the robot's grip, felt his master's call, and the robot noticed someone calling on mana. He quickly activated the preventive protocol, and the summoning skill was cancelled and the clone was electrocuted. The power of the current was transmitted to Sanchin, and he panicked and couldn't understand what had happened. But finally he realized that the clone was being removed and the use of the skill was blocked. And he explained to Arya that it would not be possible to return the 7th through subspace, to which she replied that she would not ask to resummon the clone because it was their mistake. But she still asked Song Chang-woo to refrain from destroying the clone for now, and they will definitely bring back the 7th one. And she guesses who is behind it, to which Son-chan promised not to destroy it because he was planning not to use it while he was on a mission in the Legacy anyway, and Arya thanked him for his understanding. Meanwhile, the man who was still sitting next to the girl asked who they were going to destroy, frightened, and she explained that it was not a person but a clone. Son-chan tried to calm himself down, thinking that the Legacy must have an army of hunters for such purposes. But he returned to the classroom, and as soon as he entered, his classmates rushed to him shouting that they wanted to join his team. The guy looked at the crowd in amazement, wondering what was going on. Did they all come to him? But when he looked up, he saw the same crowd near Juyeon, which looked like some kind of fan club. And he remembered how the teacher promised to make the problem harder for B ranks, and rather no one knew about it. Suddenly, his thoughts that he would not have any problems were interrupted by the voice of teacher Yeonho. She shouted that Sung-chan was forbidden to use his clones during this task, and the guy was frightened to hear this and asked how it was possible. And she explained that the evaluation is partly influenced by how the team works together and how well all members fulfill their roles. And clones will sow confusion, and this requirement is separate from the restrictions. And the students, hearing this, began to whisper among themselves, recalling all of Son-chun's mistakes. Sung-chan Woo asked them again who would go to him, and all the students simultaneously turned around and ran to Juju, shouting for an appointment. And the boy was left alone and wandered to his seat without noticing Haeon, who was sitting there angry as a panther. Finally, he approached her and asked if she wanted to join his team, to which she replied irritably that he had finally remembered her. After a bit of arguing, they created a team that was joined by another guy, Choi Jongpyo, a D-rank hunter. Although Sung-chan accused him of running to Juju first, and he saw it, Choi explained that he was just loyal to the academy. Hyeon was also looking at the stranger suspiciously, and Sungchan offered to tell him what skill he had. Yikoi explained that he can give buffs using his defensive skill and considers it the strongest defensive skill in the academy. And Haeyeon added that she creates balls of mana, and they are as strong as fireballs but much faster, and created 2 balls at the same time. And only Sungchan mumbled that he knew nothing else but how to create clones when he looked at Choi and asked if he really wanted to be at Juju's. And why did he not succeed then? He had a sufficient D rank for the academy, to which Chope was silent for a moment and answered, hesitantly, that he had recruited others. Meanwhile, Juyeon was selecting people for his team, and 2 men were showing off their skills in front of him. The 2 strangers were throwing fireballs that made huge holes in the walls. One of them was yelling that he hadn't passed the test for promotion yet. And Jiyeon, after watching them for a while, called out loudly to them. One of them was Moon Do-won, an F-rank hunter, and the other was An Sokin, an E-rank hunter, both of whom were bandits and thugs. Juyeon watched them and thought that their skills were at least C-rank, and maybe higher. And who would have thought that the dumbass Sokin could have so much strength? Meanwhile, somewhere in the middle of the desert, a man with a gun was walking alone. From time to time, he was attacked by desert monsters, whose huge scorpions he easily destroyed. Those were some legless monsters, worms with snake heads, which he also destroyed. With his huge sword, they screamed throughout the desert and fell helplessly, and the stranger slowly stepped over their bodies and continued walking. He had a strange appearance and was dressed in a long cloak and had a gray long beard and braids. When he reached the middle of the next dune, he suddenly stopped and the ground moved under his feet. Suddenly, a fantastic worm of enormous size grew out from under it. It had no head and was covered with numerous spikes. In general, the worm looked like a huge, strange pillar, similar to a tower in the middle of the desert. Suddenly, the worm cracked, making a noise and a whistle that vibrated everything around it. And the man, grabbing his head, just grumbled that so much time had passed and he was not getting used to it. It was Kaiser Laban, a blade seeker, hunter of the C rank, a thin man in his late 20s, when his phone rang, which meant he had to go. At that moment, in the academy building, Hwang Yeonho ran to the center of the Great Hall, and the air around her began to glow and turned into a dome. Yeonho stopped and was covered by a dome on all sides, and she announced that everyone would compete inside this field and added that her skill was mana fusion. And she explained that she could cancel and weaken any curse spells and buffs, after which Seonchun realized how she managed to make the orb disappear. Meanwhile, Hwang sternly informed everyone that there will be some restrictions in this space, namely, death spells, or something like that will be weakened. But all the students can use their spells or weapons, and even if someone hits someone in the head, everyone will survive. The students stood and were silent, and after a few seconds of silence, Jeonho asked if everyone understood. But at that moment, Ji-young and Moon Do-won stood with their heads down and thought about something. The whole crowd of students was silent, and Jeonho cheerfully announced that everyone was going to start the practical lesson. And waving to the audience, she explained that there would be 6 barriers in which 12 teams would compete simultaneously, and then she would distribute the losers. And the winners in the groups and the second round will begin, adding that these competitions are not to determine the winner, but to more accurately assess their abilities. And after a bit of silence, Yeonho called Ji-young and Song Chang-woo over from the crowd. She took out 2 bottles and handed them to the boys and ordered them to drink them before the battle began. These were weakening potions that were supposed to reduce the characteristics to the average performance of an E-ranked academy student. The boys stared at the bottles in amazement, and Sungchan finally realized what kind of anchor she was talking about. Yeonho explained that it was poison, but its effects were very short-lived, and she slyly added that if the boys did not drink the potion but used something else to neutralize the effect, it would be a violation of the rules and they would be expelled. After these words, the students rushed through the barriers, some of them shouting that Seonchan could not use clones and that his characteristics were those of an F-ranked hunter. And Sung Chang-woo, hearing these words, said that they were right, and Cheongpaek assured him that they could win if they worked as a team. And Hyun added that Sungchan has a lot of skills besides cloning. Meanwhile, behind them stood Ji-young and his team. And there was a big, ugly man in armor wandering around him. Seonchan looked at him carefully because he didn't remember him from the class. Meanwhile, the guild assistant Phoenix called the boys to drink the potion. She handed each of them a bottle of a greenish drink, and the boys opened them simultaneously. But they simultaneously drank every last drop of the potion, and it tasted so bad that they both grimaced. Seonchan was enveloped in green light, and the boy bent over in pain, and Haeyeon rushed to his aid in fright. The guy was thrown into the heat and then into the cold, and he felt his strength and health reflexes rapidly decreasing, and his body felt powerless. Suddenly, he felt the reverse process of mana and endurance begin. His reflexes began to increase, and his resistance to the poison was activated, and his body shook. At that moment, Sonchun realized that all his characteristics were restored, and the poison was extinguished and neutralized, and the boy went numb with surprise. Meanwhile, in the Heritage headquarters, builders were trying to strengthen the walls to prevent them from collapsing, and Bershael stood there watching them work when suddenly someone called her name and she looked around in surprise. And I saw Kaiser Laban, who joyfully exclaimed that they hadn't seen each other for 100 years. Arya rushed to the man exclaiming that he had finally come, to which he replied that of course he had come and had questions. Namely, how it happened that the main headquarters of the Legacy was taken by surprise, and Arya briefly described all the events that had taken place. Kaiser exclaimed that this was something incredible, clones with real bodies, because he had never heard of such a skill, to which Arya explained that the clone had to be returned no matter what, but Kaiser could not understand why such risks were taken. Is it really because of some skills? To which Bershael replied that the reason is not only in skills. The point is that they need to finish the clone research, and then they will realize their plan. And this is their plan. The Kaiser was silent for a few seconds, thinking about her words, and then replied that it was really very important and that he had to get to work. Because in the world of hunters, there are two characteristics that are difficult to increase: regeneration and resistance to poisons. And regeneration requires training through injury. The only way to resist poisons is by drinking them, and in return, the hunter gains the ability to neutralize them on his own. But this is quite dangerous. But there are always exceptions, because there was one case when a hunter increased his level of resistance by drinking poison every morning, and it was the 7th clone. At this time, Sonchun stood in shock, realizing that his characteristics had not changed at all, and in fact, his resistance to the poison had even increased slightly. This made a big difference in the competition. Meanwhile, the assistant announced to everyone that the test was about to begin, so the teams needed to get ready. Sung Chan's team got ready, Hyun formed the bullets, Sung Chang-woo took out his weapon, and Zhong Pai was about to give everyone his buff. One of the teams also prepared to attack Sonchan's team, and one of them whispered soothingly that they should act as they had in training. And after the command to start the battle, both teams ran to meet each other. And then something unexpected happened, because Sonchan flew into the air and attacked one of the enemy team members who barely had time to react. He waved his weapon away, and Sonchan noticed that everything was happening in slow motion, and he would be able to dodge attacks the way his clones did. And he quickly jumped behind the enemy, shouting that he was moving too slowly. He stuck his dagger in and shouted that he had -1 enemy. But Sonchan realized that if he killed the entire team at once, it would look rather suspicious, and everyone would realize that the potion had not worked. Therefore, it is likely that he will be given a stronger potion before the next battle, and he deliberately missed, which his opponent took advantage of by grabbing his blade. And at that moment, the guy decided to give in and missed another fist punch from his opponent, who had managed to deliver it. The blow threw Sonchan to the side, and he fell over several times, turning over his head and fell bitterly nearby. Chanpei and Haeon rushed to the boy in horror, shouting his name. Meanwhile, Sonchan lay there with his eyes open, thinking that he would have won an Oscar for such a game, because most likely the people around him thought he had lost. And Chanpei was screaming that he didn't understand how this could happen when he gave out his buff, and whether the stats had dropped so low that there was such a drop. And when he said that, Sung Chang-woo, barely standing up, hurried to reassure them that he was fine and not too hurt, and thanked them for the cool work buff. But at that moment, the members of the attacking team looked at him in surprise, not understanding whether he was weakened or strong, and could not understand anything. And no one noticed how an angry Chanpei decided to take revenge for Sonchan and attacked one of the attackers. Shouting to Haeon to attack as well, he clutched his hands together trying to overthrow the man. And Haeon, hearing the order, quickly formed 3 fireballs of mana, and she threw them in the direction of the attacker, and the sound of the explosion was heard. She hit him perfectly and put him out of action for a while. Chanpei rushed to the next attacker, announcing to everyone that they would definitely deal with them, and began to strike. And a 4-man fight ensued. Haeon and Choi were hitting the attackers with their weapons, deftly dodging their attacks. And Sonchan looked at this ball in amazement and thought that his team probably had no chance of winning without his participation, and how to help them without giving himself away. And then an idea came to mind. The guy jumped up and ran towards the attacker's girlfriend, pulling out his dagger and shouting that he would not forget this. The girl looked frightened, not understanding his behavior, and automatically activated her Stone Lord skill, throwing stones in Sungchan's direction. And one of the boulders hit him directly, and Sonchan yelped loudly as if in pain. And he flew with her toward the other attackers, directing his flight and thinking about how best to play his loss. And when he reached the ground, He directed his fall directly at the heads of the other team members, who were hit by a boulder and now screaming in pain. Chanpei and Heian watched all this action in confusion, not understanding what was happening. And right in front of them, Sonchan stood up and cheerfully shouted that he was completely fine and thanked them for the cool buff because it was all thanks to him. He tried to convince everyone of this, and the girl who attacked him was scared and mumbled that she did not have the skill to fly. The poor girl swore that it wasn't her, but Sonchan screamed that it was her skill that was incredible, turning the tables on her. The girl was so desperate that she unwittingly activated her skill and threw stones at Sonchan, that he barely had time to blink his eyes and take out his buff shield and hide behind it. And the whole pile of stones hit the shield, which attracted them all like a magnet and shattered into rubble, protecting the guy. And the girl blinked her tear-stained eyes in fright, not understanding again how she could not resist this time. And only Heian exclaimed that she was the fastest of all and showed her bullets that smashed those stones. This meant that the competition was over and an assistant came out to them and put points in the overall standings, surprised that everything was over so quickly. She announced that the second team had won the fourth hurdle, and Seongchan, along with Heian and Jongpei, exclaimed with joy at the results. And at that moment, Sonchan wondered what Juyon's team was doing, and he was so curious. A real tragedy happened at the number 5 barrier. A big, ugly man named Soken was hanging around Yuyon. He struck with his clawed hand, which was limited by a magical circle, at his attacker, who was lying almost unconscious, begging for mercy, and Juyon and the other 2 participants looked on as if paralyzed as their inadequate teammate committed an outrage. And Juyon could not stand it and began to beg him to stop because the attacker's team had already surrendered and admitted defeat. But he did not hear and continued to beat. An assistant rushed to them, demanding that they stop and end the fight. But Soken did not hear anyone and continued to deliver terrible blows, despite the restrictive circles. Jono came running to their cries and told the big man that he had hearing problems or something had gotten into his ear and that he couldn't hear, and ordered him to stop. Having unleashed the magic of his fist, Soken finally released the victim from his claws, as if hearing a ban for the first time, explaining that he simply did not understand. At the same time, he whispered quietly that this magic circle did not allow him to hit as hard as he would like, and that without all this, he could do it with one punch. To which Juyung stood there, unable to say a word, and Moonduhwan skeptically muttered that if not for this, they would definitely not have lost. Meanwhile, Yeonho thought it was her fault for failing to recognize these characteristics in these low-level hunters and ordered to call for medical help. After these words, the beaten man was put on a stretcher and taken out of the room. Watching this drama, Yeon only whispered that Ju Young's team had gone too far, but Seungchan reassured her, explaining that there would be 6 winning teams in the end, which meant that there was a 1 in 5 chance of meeting Young, so they left. The guy suggested that everyone rest before the next battle, which promised to be no less difficult. Meanwhile, Yeonho asked the assistant if the winners and losers had already been determined, to which she replied that everything had already been listed and she would create new pairs. But Yeonho asked to make sure that the second team from the 4th barrier and the first team from the 5th barrier competed in the next round, and the assistant rounded her eyes. And she asked Yeonho again, frightened, if she really wanted the fight between Seongchan and Juju to take place. But Yeonho remained silent, thinking that Seungchan's movements did not look like they would be with a potion, and the boy did not use any spells. And she didn't care about the stunt that Seongchan pulled because the best way to deal with guys is to bump their heads together. She exclaimed that it would be interesting. Meanwhile, in the Nevada desert, Tron Industries was hidden from public view. FBI officers broke into his door, shouting that Tron Industries was under suspicion of drug trafficking and an attack on heritage. They tried to get inside the building, demanding assistance in this investigation, but the armored doors were closed. One of the FBI officers was shouting that they were being ignored, while the other was reassuring that they had a warrant and would enter by force. And he turned to one of the employees who was very tall and had huge muscles, inviting him to break down the door. He rolled up his sleeves and activated the skill All-Metal Shell with a roar and launched his power at that door. That there was a huge explosion that sent a blast wave and everything was covered in thick smoke. But a minute later, everything cleared up and Giant Joe was surprised to see a completely intact door in front of him. And at that moment, everyone heard an incomprehensible creak above the door. Metal plates opened and a red peephole appeared. The FBI officers looked at him frightened, realizing that something was about to happen. And the peephole lit up with a bright red light and beeped loudly, emitting laser beams. It spread to the entire area in front of the Institute's entrance where the employees were standing, and it went through the body of Big Joe. It happened so fast that he fell to the ground without any signs of life. Meanwhile, Kaiser Laban stood in the middle of the desert, gazing tiredly into the distance. And he muttered irritably that he had to get out of the desert to get to the inheritance to find himself back here again. He continued to talk to himself, repeating Arya's words that Tron Industries was somewhere around here. Looking around, he caught himself thinking that he was annoyed by a certain smell. Finally, he realized that it was the smell, or rather the stench of a burnt body, and looked closely and saw a robot burning everything around him. And Kaiser came closer and called out to the robot, but it did not pay attention to him and continued to burn everything with its metal hands with lasers. Laban got annoyed and asked him what he was doing and burning, but the robot remained silent. It looked very similar to the robots that had invaded the Heritage headquarters. The Kaiser finally broke down and shouted that if he was silent and ignored the question, he would ask it differently, and drew his sword. And looking at his hands with lasers, I wondered if this was Tron Industries. But quickly approaching the robot from the back, he struck it with his sword as hard as he could on the body, shattering it into metal parts. Thinking that he will consider these details as a positive answer to his question, he began to approach the entrance of the institute, saying to himself that he needed to see what kind of place it was and that he shouldn't let anyone stop him. Meanwhile, Trevor Lawn stood in the Tron Industries lab and muttered that crystal-enhanced monsterization blocks normal leveling, and all he has to do is find out how stones lose their properties when they are ground. And if it weren't for this sample, he would be standing still. Trevor Lawn continued to stare at the huge flask of liquid in front of him and repeated that now humanity has hope. But suddenly, his dialogue was interrupted by some strange sounds he heard behind him, and the security system reported that the security system was destroyed. Lon whispered aloud that the FBI had managed to break through the security system and armored doors. And at that moment, the system reported that the FBI was destroyed because a C-rank hunter appeared looking for a blade, and Trevor said in despair. He rushed to his computer, shouting that they were trying to stop him again, but he had just gotten to the point, and at that moment he ordered a sample to be prepared. The seventh clone was in a flask with a solution and connected to oxygen, and while he was unconscious, Trevor only whispered that he would make a weapon out of it. At that moment, Kaiser was walking down the corridors of the Institute. On either side of him were similar flasks with monsters, which he was staring at in shock. But the man hoped that the seventh clone was okay, and to be honest, he could not even imagine that there could be such a huge laboratory underground. While Kaiser was in such reflections, he unnoticed that he had entered an incredibly large hall with strange, thick pillars lining the perimeter. At that moment, the man heard someone order him to stop, calling him the Blade Seeker. The Kaiser stopped in his tracks, not knowing who could have known him. But the voice continued to say that he was an artificial intelligence system that controlled the place, and that the Kaiser was currently on private property, Tron Industries Corporation, to which Kaiser replied that this corporation had attacked the Legacy and stolen the boy, to which the intelligence replied that he did not know about it. And he saw several robots repeating in a metallic voice that it was not a request, but a demand. But at that moment, dozens of robots began running toward the Kaiser from all sides, alerted by artificial intelligence that high-tech robots were attacking the guest. This was the last warning for Kaiser to leave the research institute. Laban could not understand what kind of combat bots they were, and he quickly decided to engage them in an unequal battle by grabbing his sword and swinging it around, shouting to the robots that he only sees piles of scrap metal and therefore will have no problems with them. Meanwhile, in the Academy's auditorium, Haeun stood and called out to Sonchana, almost crying, and pointing to Juyeon's team, she reminded him that he had assured him that the probability of meeting them in the next battle was only 20%. Chompe, who was standing next to him, was also surprised to ask why they and Sonchan could not say a word when they realized who they would be fighting. But in reality, he was pretending to be some kind of clumsy weakling, repeating nonsense like Buff Chongpei is better than everyone else, and Hyun was trying to bring him to his senses. Juyung's team looked at Sonchan's behavior with surprise and curiosity, whispering whether this guy was a B rank because he was behaving inappropriately. And only Shin Ji-young looked at the boy suspiciously and shouted to everyone to stay alert because he needed a lightning victory. But he also wanted to end it all quickly, so his team moved to meet Seongchan's team, which had already grouped behind Zhongpie's shield, who activated his defensive diffuser skill and began casting his buff. Meanwhile, Sung Chang-woo looked at the attackers and realized that this time he had better not pretend, because the characteristics of the two opponents were about C rank, and so we will have to fight with all our might. Hwang Yonho looked at the preparations and ordered her assistant to get the medics ready just in case. She loudly shouted to the winning teams to get ready because their battle would begin right now. At that moment, a huge man with clawed hands rushed towards Sonchan, shouting that he needed to see what this B rank could do. And he grabbed the guy with one hand and swung with the other, which was covered with a magic ring. But at that moment, Song Chang-woo also activated his attack, which was limited to the same magic ring. And with all my strength, I punched the big guy right in the jaw, so that everyone around heard this clang. The big man, in his surprise and astonishment, shouted that it could not be that the blow was so strong and that his opponent had taken a laxative. But Sung-chan looked at his palm and thought that this must be the limitation Huang was talking about because he wanted to knock the big guy out. But the force of the blow simply did not pass through his arm. And at that moment, Soken swung his arm again. Meanwhile, Ji-young was watching them fight, and Sung Chang-woo couldn't figure out if the potion had worked on him. But there was no chance that his resistance to the poison was as strong as Seong-chan's, because in the last battle, Ji-young didn't move at all. And Son-chan was sure at that moment that Ju-young was 100% weakened and had snuck up on him behind his back. When he noticed the guy sneaking away, he looked back and asked if he had decided to go after him first. And Son-chan, straightening up, resolutely stood in an attack pose, shouting. Suddenly, at that moment, there was a crack and lightning struck the entire room, and everyone looked up at the ceiling and saw it shatter, and huge pieces of glass falling on their heads. But in the meantime, Son-chan's time to use the protective diffuser ran out because he exceeded the limit and parts of the glass got stuck in his armor. And Jian also looked at his palms and came to the conclusion that the effectiveness of his spells in this barrier did not show his full power. But he looked at the mutilated Son-chan on his knees and exclaimed that it was still possible to work with it, and his hand was enveloped in a magic ring. I added that the guy should watch carefully how his team loses thanks to him. But Son-chan smiled and took the dagger in his hand and hissed that he would do everything to prevent this from happening. Meanwhile, in the lab, Lon was hysterical, panicking at the computer's readouts, and the security system was telling him that the battle bots were destroyed and the backup bots were also destroyed. He began to enter the data muttering with the drug they gave the 7th clone, to which the system replied that an erasing drug was prepared that would destroy it. The clone's memory will allow you to control its actions, and it will increase its basic characteristics and endurance, and this will improve the clone's combat. At these words, Trevor Lon smiled with satisfaction and pressed a button on the remote control with the words to release the clone immediately. Meanwhile, Choi Jong-pyo tried to hold onto his shield, which was being struck one after another. And Moon Do-won activated the series of strike skill, which increased his skill for each swing of the weapon. And poor Chanpei could barely keep his shield from each of his blows, which became stronger and stronger. But Dokvan was annoyed that his punch was supposed to cut off his arm, but it didn't. Meanwhile, Son-chan, seeing Chongpei barely holding onto his punch, rushed to his aid. But Ju-young noticed this and shouted after him where he was going and activated the instant freeze skill and threw an ice wall at him. But Sung-chan threw a shot over his shoulder to keep Ji-young out of his way, and the latter, furious, threw a fireball that shattered the ice into pieces. And then, shouting that he was going to show a real fireball, he formed a huge ball and threw it at the guy with a roar. And at that moment, the enraged Song Chang-woo turned around and formed a glass wall right in front of the bullet's stream of fire that he had allegedly bumped into it, and the guy was holding the glass, which was already cracked by force. Meanwhile, Ji-young, surprised by what he saw, shouted out where he had learned such tricks, and Sung-chan just ran on, cursing foully. Meanwhile, Hyona formed her mana balls to try to fend off the big guy who had already noticed her, and started walking right at her, asking what she was doing and at the same time activating the skill Hunting for the Weakling, which increased the characteristics at the expense of a weak opponent. And the big guy came even closer to Haeon, laughing, and asked if this was her attacking skill, while catching her balls with his hands. But suddenly he was attacked by Son-chan, who finally reached them and hit the big man in the side with his whole body. The guy was as if molded of rage and covered in blood, trying to shout at him who he thought he was. At that moment, something unexplainable happened, and Son-chan fell to his knees and grabbed his head in pain, and Haeon saw this and rushed to his side to save him. Son-chan was in so much pain that he thought his head was going to burst, and at that moment he received a message that he had a new skill. Meanwhile, Ji-young, shocked by what he saw and not understanding what had happened, shouted that now was the chance to focus on Seong-chan, and Moon Do-won, muttering that he saw no reason for this, nevertheless activated the skill Endless Series of Strikes, which significantly increased the next attack. But at that moment, Soken said that everyone's ears were perked up about whether Son-chan would be able to block it and activated the intensified hunt for the wimp. But Son-chan was not at a loss and formed a large fireball and activated the gusty wind and hellfire skills. At this point, Do-won, Seong-chan, and Soken simultaneously launched their skills at each other at almost the same point, and there was a huge explosion of such great force that everything was moved around and stones fell. But at some point, Soken, having guessed when Son-chan was bent over in front of him, straightened up and shouted that he would be killed, swung his arms and hit him. And again there was a huge explosion. Everything was covered with smoke and no one could see any of the opponents. Hyun and Jongpae screamed in fear and ran to find Seong-chan, and the assistant rushed to get the doctors, but only Hwang Yeonho calmly told her not to rush because, at that moment, Songchan received the Metal Bone skill, and his skeleton became iron and absolutely all his stats increased many times over, and meanwhile, Soken ran out of the hunt skill limit. And Songchan also received the invulnerable skill, and his basic characteristics increased again, and the guy changed his appearance from all the skills. His eyes lit up and he asked the big man what was wrong, and like an animal, he attacked him with his fists. Suddenly, Huang Youngho yelled at Song Chan-woo to stop immediately, realizing that Seok-hee was in serious danger. But the guy didn't seem to hear her, and not noticing the magic rings around his arms and torso that Yeonho had sent, he clenched his fists and attacked. The guy hit Soken in the stomach with such fierce force that he screamed in pain and the ground moved under everyone's feet. He struck again and again, and in half a minute they were no longer visible because everything was covered in smoke. Poor Soken could not resist the blows and fell screaming, splattering blood all over the place. At that moment, all the spectators of this fight were simply numb. Neither Haeon nor Chanpei had ever seen anything like it. And Jujeon's eyes became incredibly large, and even the seasoned Do-won looked at his partner in shock, and only Songchan, emerging from the pile of smoke, hoarsely explained to everyone that this was the end of the line. Meanwhile, in the lab, Trevor Lawn was working on the 7th clone. The artificial intelligence told him that according to the data, Songchan had acquired new skills. Grandfather was furious at what he heard because it was what could suppress the monsterization, and he got a weapon for the clone that would surpass even a C-rank hunter. Trevor approached the clone and happily said that his name was now T01, and the intelligence announced that his brain had been rewired and Lone was now his commander. He added that, according to video surveillance, the searcher of the blade is already on the 7th floor and will be in the laboratory in 5 minutes. But Trevor Lawn was delighted with this news and approached the clone and told him that he had a task to perform, namely to go and destroy the intruder. The 7th clone stood there, unmoving, and Lone rushed to him, saying that something must be wrong and that he did not understand him, even though he had built in a translator. Trevor Lawn lost his temper and started shouting at the clone that he had ordered him to leave immediately and destroy it, and started grabbing the clone by the arms. But the clone briefly told him that he was number 7 and his eyes lit up. He only listens to his commander's orders and punched Lawn in the stomach. At this point, the artificial intelligence called out to Trevor Lawn, who was already lying on the floor, and the clone exclaimed that everyone in the room was hostile to him. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the academy, Huang Yeonho was trying to put up a magic dome and cut off Songchan, nervously thinking that the boy was not a B-ranked one. And her assistant was screaming that it was necessary to stop this brutal fight immediately. But Yeonho had no intention of stopping him and only ordered him to treat the hunters who had left, as there were still other participants on both sides. She looked at the destroyed magic dome and realized that the spell hadn't worked on either Ji-young or Song Chan-woo. And I couldn't understand why the weakening potion didn't reduce the skill level, because high-level skills had to spend all their mana without a trace. And Songchan would have passed out a long time ago, but as a result of her imposed restrictions, she didn't affect anything or anyone in particular, and gave the order to resume the battle. After this order, Moon Do-won asked Jujeon what he should do, but he stood there staring silently at one point. He looked at Do-won in disbelief and wondered why this hunter was the only one left with him. But Do-kwon called him again, shouting for him to come to his senses because Songchan had already started walking toward them. Ji-young was flustered and apologized for the interruption, and Do-won finally exhaled because he had reached his captain and had to make a decision immediately. But Ju-young remembered his father and his instructions to get the damn elixir and show his abilities, and for a moment he thought he was a fool. And the guy at that moment firmly decided that he would not retreat and told Do-won that he would create acceleration so that he could tie up Songchan. At this point, Ji-young activated his skill and created an acceleration that gave a huge bonus to reflexes, and Do-won picked it up, thinking that this buff is just incredible and has insane speed. And Do-kwon looked at Songchan, who was approaching, and confidently thought that he could take down this monster. When he got close to Songjong, Woo Do-won swung his sword at him and the sword split into 2 pieces and his acceleration skill ended. Moon looked at the pieces of the sword and couldn't believe his eyes that his buff was over so quickly. But Songchan, seeing his confusion, barked loudly that he would be sent to rest quickly and clenched his fists. And by activating the Ice Wall skill, which could create huge ice icicles that injure and stop the opponent, Ji-young, who was horrified to see Moon's sword being dealt with, launched a new force. But Songchan only increased his resistance to cold several times. At that moment, Moon Do-won realized that he was really in trouble and felt sick with helplessness. And Ji-young created a fireball and raised it into the air with the intention of throwing it at Songchan. But he was beaten to the punch by Sun Chang-woo, who rushed to Do-won, grabbing him by the throat with one hand. And with his other hand, he punched him in the head with a furious rage. The picture brought tears to Ju-yeon's eyes, and only one thought pulsed in his head. Why? Oh, why? Dokvan twisted from the impact, ran out of air and fell to his knees. And Juyeon hysterically shouted why he was able to get all this. The guy was desperate because of everything that had happened in front of him and that he was now alone. At this moment, with the last of his strength, he activated the skill of the Lord of the Stones, and the wind rose around him and stones appeared, spinning in a circle. Meanwhile, Chongpei ordered Hyeon to hide behind him because he had his shield buff in front of him. And the assistant looked at it all in shock, as if paralyzed, thinking that this was no longer a practical lesson. The fragments of the terrible boulders were already flying towards Sonchani, and Ju Young looked hopefully in that direction, hoping that at least this would stop Seongchan. Meanwhile, the stones exploded from the accumulation and everything was covered in black smoke. The explosion made Juyeon shudder, looking hopefully into the blackness. But in a moment, his insides went cold because the black smoke parted and Seongchan stood in front of him, small stones sticking out of his body. And saying that Juyeon should not try to blame his defeats on others, the boy clenched his fist and swung. But at that moment, Hwang Yonho jumped up to the boys and put a huge magic ring on Seongchan's hand. And holding the punch, Song Chang-woo shouted to them both that the competition was over. After announcing the winner of the competition, Seongchan's team stood at last in his usual form, with Ji-young lying at his feet. Yonho dryly ordered him to summon all his clones to clean the room. And after about 10 minutes, 2 clones appeared with brooms and rags and began to clean everything around them as if nothing terrible had happened. Hwang finally calmed down a bit and told Seongchan that she thought all this would probably be enough. She ordered him to follow her and they walked in silence down a long corridor. After a couple of minutes, Yonho asked the boy how he managed to circumvent the effects of the weakening potion. But Seongchan was silent and didn't know how to explain it to her. These thoughts made him sweat and they stopped. Seongchan gathered his courage and explained that the poison was cleared after he drank the bottle, to which Yonho asked in surprise. She asked him if he had such a great resistance to poisons, and the boy only answered 8,138. She sarcastically added that it was probably enough to chew on fly agaric to get this effect. The guy looked down and mumbled that he had gained it through hard work. He thought that it was the work of his expensive clones. Meanwhile, Yonho told him that technically there were no violations and that this time she would keep quiet. And she would come up with something to answer the students' questions about this and ordered the boy to leave quickly, and he ran happily outside. When he came out, he breathed in fresh air and said out loud to himself that he had survived all this by some miracle, recalling recent events. Looking at his palms, the guy could not understand what kind of new skill appeared out of nowhere because its effect was incredible, meaning invulnerable. He even thought that maybe it was because of the clone that his body became hard as a diamond, doubling the passive effect of physical and magical resistance. Because the 7th clone was the only explanation, he decided to test his theory by trying to summon it again. And he launched his privileged protocol, trying to enter a telepathic connection, but nothing happened. But the guy wasn't even upset. He was in a good mood from the recent battle and walked through the academy's courtyard, muttering that the 7th clone was no longer a little boy, and that the legacy had promised him that he would be released. He went on quietly. Meanwhile, at Tron Industries, events were developing at a frantic pace as the artificial intelligence system tried to stop the 7th clone. He had already taken out a weapon and, being uncontrollable, was destroying everything around him while the system was shouting that he was destroying priceless research samples and equipment. At the same time, the clone shouted that he only listened to his commander's orders. Suddenly, the 7th one heard footsteps, and the Kaiser came into the room, asking if he was the 7th clone. To which he replied that he was correct. Laban looked around and said that he saw that the clone had already dealt with everything. And looking at Trevor Lawn's lying body, he added that the clone had made his task much easier and that he had to get out of there. The 7th looked at Kaiser and asked who he was working for, and Laban explained that he had been sent by the legacy with whom the clone was supposed to cooperate for 3 months. For some reason, the clone slyly squinted his eyes and whispered the name of the headquarters of the Heritage Apartment. And the Kaiser asked him if he had received an order to cooperate with the legacy. And at that moment, the 7th grabbed his head and Laban asked if he was okay. The clone frowned and told him that he did not remember receiving such an order from the commander, and illuminated the Kaiser's flashlight and the intelligence system at that moment. She exclaimed that the memory-erasing drug was working and Industries was ordering her to attack the Blade Seeker, to which the clone replied that he only followed orders from his commander. And at that moment, Kaiser finally realized that the guy's brain had been rebooted to erase his memory and he had forgotten some orders. He told him that he could have checked with his commander and that would have solved the problem. But unfortunately, he was out of touch, so he took up the sword just in case. He quickly snatched it away and added that this meant he would have to bring the clone back by force. But the man replied that after those words, he was probably his enemy as well. Meanwhile, events were unfolding at the local hospital of the Academy of Hunters, where, after the battle, Juyeon was treated in the ward and finally regained consciousness. And I sat on the bed and remembered Sonchun's last words about not trying to shift his defeats onto others. The guy was in complete despair, realizing that he had lost that fight completely, even after using all his forbidden techniques. Juyeon got up and went to the door, thinking that he had failed again. He felt back to normal, so he went out into the courtyard of the academy and wandered silently, flying somewhere in his mind. Suddenly, a familiar clawed hand grabbed him painfully by the throat and squeezed so hard that he began to choke. It was Soken who screamed that Juyeon was mocking him because he had been knocked out in battle by a single blow as a B-rank hunter who was trying to get the elixir. Juyeon's tears started to fall from his eyes, and Soken kept shouting at him that he was not capable of beating Seongchun even when he was banned from clones. Suddenly, Soken jerked in fright, receiving a fierce kick from Seongchun, who appeared seemingly out of nowhere, saying that he was already there. Soken fell to the ground from the force of the blow, and Sun Chang-woo shouted that he had better keep his mouth shut, given that he had already been beaten. But after a few minutes of lying down, the big man regained consciousness and began to struggle to get up. And Seongchun kept mocking him, reminding him of his words about the barrier that limited his strength, and he suggested that he try again, waving toward the two clones that were already approaching. Soken's eyes gaped, realizing that the world was begging him to wait. He still couldn't get up, but Seongchun gave the order to teach this scoundrel a lesson, and one of the clones rushed at the big man and punched him with all his might, who only screamed not to be touched. Seongchun watched with satisfaction as his enemy was being taught a lesson, and Ji-young noticed him and the fight and began to sneak up behind him. As Ju-young crept closer, he coughed and quietly asked why Seongchun had saved him, and intelligently asked him to stop the fight. The guy was surprised to hear that Soken had told a lot of lies about him. He added that he had probably forgotten how he had prevented the clones from hunting, and that's why nothing had changed between them, and they were far from friends. Seongchun continued to stand proudly with his back to Ju-young, and without looking back exclaimed that he must think he was a cool guy. He looked around and offered to teach him a lesson with his fists as well. Meanwhile, Juyeon looked quite pitiful. He felt defeated, but said he heard the captain of the 2nd Brigade intervene in the battle, and he had nothing to do with it, because he only asked to make it so that he could just steal the carcasses of monsters and not destroy anyone. But the clones continued to beat Soken. But at that time, in the laboratory of Tron Industries, Kaiser was sitting astride an unconscious clone, judging that it was probably not quite B-rank. But the man still couldn't believe that the clone was able to track the trajectories of his attacks, and mirrored his blade at the right angle in battle. He was looking at the clone and muttering that it would be better if he passed out this time and didn't get up, and the man's thoughts switched to the actual number of clones. And at this point, he even wanted a student. Laban got up because he had other tasks to solve. He looked at Trevor lying there and shouted to him that he had long since woken up, and that he was pretending to be an old man, and he jumped up and started shouting what Laban wanted him to do. He began to beg for mercy, and Kaiser only calmly asked if Trevor was really the founder of Tron Industries. Because the artificial intelligence had a female voice and resembled Alice's, and didn't know her, Laban grabbed the handle of the sword in a threatening manner. Hearing these words, Trevor Lawn began to hysterically shout how the Blade Seeker knew this and what he knew, and his grandfather was shocked and sweating, to which Laban calmly asked if the girl was alive, and summarized that Trevor was one of the researchers in that experiment and probably knows someone else. Instantly, the Kaiser's face became covered with sadness, and he quietly asked where Alice and her beloved Gnistian Lieber were, and promised to pay gold for the information. My grandfather was frightened and asked if the two were a couple, and the Kaiser snapped at him that he was the only one asking questions. He added that most likely Trevor and Lieber were friends if they participated in the study together, and again demanded that his grandfather tell him everything immediately, at which Trevor grumbled and mumbled that he hadn't heard of Lieber for years and they weren't friends for sure. And the Kaiser asked if their relationship was bad because he planned to kill Lieber with his own hands and clenched his fists. To save himself, the cunning old man began to tell him that he knew something interesting, namely that there was a workshop that Lieber often used. The Kaiser thought about it, and Trevor continued to say that he was not sure if Lieber was there because it had been 50 years since he had been there. But Laban stopped his story, saying that this information suited him, and asked where the place was, to which the old man helpfully gave him the coordinates of the workshop. Asking for the number of his electronic bracelet, Kaiser looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he meant, and lifting the clone to his feet. He ordered Trevor to write the coordinates in the usual way on paper, and he frightenedly agreed and quickly adjusted the numbers. The Kaiser took one look at the piece of paper and said that they had to go, and Trevor began to persuade him to tell him where Alice was and whether she was safe, to which Laban cut him off sharply, saying that only he was asking the questions here, and he loaded the clone onto his shoulder and proudly walked away. Meanwhile, Seongchan's phone rang. It was Arya, and she said that the seventh clone had already been returned, but that there were some problems with it, most likely. Several experiments were performed on him, and it seems that he had erased Song-chan's last orders, and she asked him to speak again about their cooperation. Yi Song-chang promised to repeat all his orders and happily hung up the phone, thinking about the research that confirmed the theory of skills from the clone. Most likely, it was the seventh who earned them, because with these skills and characteristics, promotion to A rank should not be a problem now. And exclaiming that the mission to liberate him was successful and no one would interfere with his hunt, and having won the competition, Song-chan ran away joyfully. Meanwhile, rumors spread in the hunting grounds that the clones had defeated the A-ranked hunter and the entire B-ranked team, and everyone was shocked by the news. The rumors grew to become fabricated facts, and after a while it got to the point where everyone was afraid to even look the clones in the eye out of fear. A few days and one evening in a local bar went by like that. Sung-chan Hyeon and Choi Jong-pyo gathered to celebrate their victories with a rich dinner and drinks. They had a great time telling each other how great everyone did, and were really on top of their game. Sung-chan praised Chongpei's buffet, and he modestly replied that it wasn't just him, and no one noticed when one of the visitors came to their table. Finally, Sung Chang-woo looked up and heard someone exclaim that it couldn't be the hunter star who had come, and Sung Chang's eyes rounded at that. The visitor kept shouting that he thought he was so cool because he had a B. A girl tried to pull him away because he was drunk. She kept apologizing and pulling him away, and the guy kept shouting that he was going to tell everything. Son-chan asked them in surprise who they were, and the guy was shouting that Son-chan had taken over all the hunting grounds of the F and E zones, and that he had barely raised the money for a pass and could not hunt. Hyeon began to calm Sung-chan down, who was getting nervous and was making excuses for not sending any clones to zones below C rank recently. But the drunken guy was persistent. He pulled out his phone and poked Son-chan in the face, shouting for him to look. Son-chan looked at the photo and was stunned. It was his clones taking hunters hostage. One of the clones was very similar to clone number 2, and the drunk guy kept shouting that the clones claimed that these were their zones, and that they should be warned about it. Son-chan took this photo and the coordinates of the area to investigate the misunderstanding himself, but Haeon did not understand what happened, and So-chan explained that most likely someone disguised as his clones entered the land and took the prey. He thought this was complete nonsense because he had never given such orders, and the second clone had not been hunting at all recently. It was quite strange that even Choi asked the guy what it could mean when someone decided to dress up as a clone. But Son-chan remained silent, wondering who was behind it, and the whole group left the bar. And after a bit of silence, he asked Choi if he had heard anything. Maybe someone had done it before, to which he replied that he had only heard about scoundrels, the ones who stole the loot from Son-chan's clones, and then disappeared. The boy thought about it, and everything came together in his head, and he clenched his fists in anger. Choi added that he had never gone to a B-ranked dungeon. Seong-chang asked Haeon what she thought about it, and she replied that she was only F-rank, and that's why she never went to any zones, and it was obvious that this fact annoyed her. Kayon reminded the boy of their conversation during class when she asked him to take her to any area when she entered college. She reminded him again that he had promised her that, and that she had already entered the academy, and Son-chan blushed at these words. He tried to turn it into a joke, asking if that was the reason why she didn't go, and Kayon replied in the same vein that she was waiting for him. Meanwhile, he thought about everything he had learned, analyzing every detail. And Haeon said that tomorrow they would go to the hunting area, and the girl beamed with happiness and took him at his word. The next day at the agency's building, Jim Son-chan was already at the agency early to quickly get ready and put on his armor. Junmo looked at him and asked him if there would be another competition, to which Sung Chang-woo replied that he had decided to go to the hunting area on his own. But Khan didn't understand why, and the guy explained to him that he wanted to meet someone and that some smart guy was pretending to be a clone and taking the loot from others. Junmo asked what he was referring to which Sung-chan showed a photo of the second clone and called him over to his side and pulled out his phone. He showed the photo and asked the clone if it was him, and Kang said that the clone really looked like the other one. But the second one firmly replied that it was not him because he had not left the agency except for the trip to the portal, and their bodies were noticeably different in size. He began to cite the percentage difference between the two, and Son-chan barely stopped him and calmed him down. I asked him if he could recognize this stranger if he saw him in person, and the clone replied that he would recognize him 100%. After a while, Sung Chang-woo, along with Hyun and the clone, were already in the hunting area and successfully beat the skeletons. The guy praised the happy Haeon and said that she was doing great, and she was happy as a child about her first catch in the E-rank zone. Son-chan watched her closely and recommended that she take on a task to raise her rank because she was really good at it. At that moment, he quietly ordered the clone to leave. Haeon noticed this and asked where he had sent him, to which Sung-chan explained that the clone would look for the best places. The girl looked around and said that for some reason it was very empty and there was no one around. Thinking that there was really no one at all because everyone was afraid of him, he telepathically told the clone that he had climbed to the highest point. He must find the scoundrels because their reputation has fallen below the surface. Meanwhile, on one of the lawns of the zone, the hunters were stacking their prey when an unfamiliar silhouette appeared in front of them. When I asked with whose permission they were hunting here, one of the hunters gaped in horror at what he saw, because in front of him stood 3 clones who announced that this was their place, and the hunters had to give up their prey and disappear, to which they shouted that it was their property. But at that moment, the clone pulled out a dagger and asked if they didn't know who they were, and the hunters began to panic and run away, leaving the monsters behind. The clones, waiting until they were alone, rushed to the skeletons and began to take off their gold jewelry in a bag, and one of them remembered Song Chan-woo, who must have already picked up their trail. One of the clones took off his wig and muttered that what he and the others had experienced was all because of Sung-chan. Meanwhile, Haeyeon was in full swing and shaped her bullets to hit the skeletons as if in a shooting gallery. Song Chang-woo watched her attacks and encouraged her, saying that she finally understood how much damage she needed to do to destroy her opponent. But Haeyeon could barely breathe from fatigue, and at that moment, Sung-chan received a message from the clone that he had walked around the entire area and found no one suspicious. And Sung-chan decided to open subspace and summoned all the clones except the one guarding the hospital to search the area. In a minute, all the clones were standing around him, and the guy gave the order to divide the area into squares and search it in different places. And one of the clones began to carefully examine the unfamiliar footprints on the ground, and Haeyeon, getting excited, chased after the skeletons, hitting them with her fireballs of mana. And the clones began their search, occasionally bumping into hunters who looked at them in horror, afraid that their prey would be taken away from them, except for Haeyeon, who collected gold jewelry from skeletons and admired their beauty. 2 hours passed, and one of the clones called Sanchun and reported that there was no one in the zone, and they searched every nook and cranny and found no one. Sanchun listened in disappointment and ordered them to return to their normal work. Meanwhile, Haeyeon handed over all the jewelry she had collected for payment and received an incredible amount of money, and she was happy because she didn't think she would earn that much. She offered Sanchun to split the money between the two of them, but he refused and told her to take it all for herself and celebrate it well. But Haeyeon was afraid that he would regret this decision, to which Sungchan only laughed, explaining that she had no idea how much he had earned. He said that it was time for them to go home, to which Haeyeon agreed, and they walked along the corridors of the zone. Suddenly, Sung Chan-woo listened and heard a familiar voice. He looked out and saw Shin Ji-young talking to the guards about something. The guy backed away from the corner and ordered Haeyeon to hide quickly. He looked out again, wondering why Ju-yeon was wandering around here, because it meant something was wrong and maybe all the events in the zone were his fault. That evening at the JM agency, Song-chan Junmo and Kim Woo-hyun gathered for a meeting. Woo-hyun insisted that it was definitely Jungmo. Junmo was of the same opinion, explaining that Ju-young had no reason to hunt in that area, and that this was not the first time he had tried to interfere with Songchan's work, to which the guy replied that he had personally warned Yuyeon, and that it was somehow strange and stupid of him to do such a thing. Suddenly, Woo-hyun asked him if the commander of one of Haesong's units hadn't attacked him recently, and she asked Songchan why he spared her, to which the boy looked at her in surprise. But Woo-hyun asked him at that moment that he never give her that opportunity again because these are no longer toys. She added that he would meet more and more people on his way who would not care about his rules of the game. As a confirmation of her words, the tyranny of the clone imitators was getting worse every day, and they continued to rob hunters in the hunting area. They even took away the equipment in addition to the prey, without hearing the hunters shouting how they would work without it. In response, the clones beat the hunters, and there was even a case when they hit a girl for her equipment. She fainted, and her partner was forced to give away their clothes and the carcasses of giant rats, even though there were only a few of them. Their fellow hunters demanded that the victims report the incident and have their licenses revoked, but the victims feared for their lives. It got to the point where hunters came to the entrance of the zone and immediately asked the guards if Sanchan was hunting, but they refused to let them because of the secret information. And it put incredible pressure on Sanchan and his clones, and he was so sick of it that he decided to stop it because the academy was already looking down on him. Because if things continued like this situation could affect his grades. He habitually dialed the phone number of clone number 2 and asked if he had found any imitators, but the clone said that he hadn't found anyone. He added that for some reason the Haesong Guild was in the E-rank hunting zone, and the guy couldn't believe his ears and asked if he was sure about it. Standing on a cliff and looking down at the gathering of Haeson's gang with flags, he replied that he was absolutely sure of it. And Sanchan, after hearing this, angrily and decisively opened his subspace, saying that he would go there personally. Meanwhile, one of Haesong's hunters brought the selected equipment and showed it to the gang leader, and at that moment an explosion sounded outside them. It was through subspace that Sanchin teleported to them, and he came straight at them with his trophy sword, shouting who these idiots were. Meanwhile, the chairman ordered to inform the captain that they had finally found Song Chan-woo and asked the boy if he knew who they were. These words made the guy's insides boil with hatred for the Haesong Guild, and he did not answer an idle question, but asked himself whether they were really all behind these outrages in the zone. And after these words, he drew his sword and told them that this was not a game. But the gang leader began to root him in anger, offering to check whether he was alive or not, and he ordered his subordinates to finish him off, and they rushed at the guy from all sides. And one of the hunters jumped with a dagger directly to his face and received a sword in return, and a fight broke out, with only sparks and a roar from their furious sparring. Sanchin had just put his sword to his attacker when he suddenly heard a painfully familiar voice behind him. He was screaming for all the idiots to stop because it was the real Song Jang-woo. It was the familiar Lee Hyun, captain of the 2nd Assault Squad of the Haesong Guild. At these words, the guy stopped and looked at Hyun in surprise, asking what it meant. Hyun cheerfully exclaimed to him that they had finally met, and asked him what he had been doing in the past weeks to become so strong, to which Sonchan replied that she shouldn't change the subject, as if they weren't the ones who were imitating them. For some reason, Hyun was embarrassed and explained that it was certainly not them. Why would they want to do that? And the boy heard the familiar male voice again, saying that they were just trying to catch these imitators for him. It was Ju-yeon himself. Sungchan was surprised to see him and said that Ju-young had always had the ability to be invisible, but why were they trying to catch imitators? And he explained that Sung Chang-woo had been bothering him all along, and that this act was his repentance, recalling Sonchan's words that his interference in his hunt would never be forgotten. The boy was impressed by everything he was told and asked again how Haesong was going to catch the imitators, to which Ju-jung mysteriously replied that they had thrown the bait in the area where they hunted the fish people. The hunter was standing there, and the imitators quietly approached and called out to him. When asked who authorized him to hunt in this area, the hunter replied that he had received his permission from the head office. But the imitators did not lag behind. There were already 3 of them, and demanded to know his rank, and he calmly replied that he had F rank and offered to disperse peacefully. Suddenly, one of them shouted that he didn't know who he was and called him names. And to the hunter's surprise, he called himself Sonchan and added that it was he who had trampled on the A-ranked hunter. But he heard back that the Sunshine Hunter also knew it was Moon Du-hwan from the New Moon Guild. He turned around and slashed at the trees with his sword, and they fell like matches. He added that he was facing only pathetic imitators and would now personally explain who gave him permission. The imitators stood and some even sat down in shock, and Do-won asked with curiosity if they talked to all F ranks like that. He started laughing that the main one was not Sanchan, and the masked imitator hissed that he would regret it, because he is none other than the real Sun Chan-woo, and the hunter has probably never seen him in person. Suddenly, the air shone, and Do-hwan exclaimed with satisfaction to everyone to look at the real one, and everyone looked around and saw Seongchan and Juju. Sanchan looked at the imitator and whispered that it was indeed the imitator who was giving everyone around him a nightmare, and Ju-yeon picked up the bag and said that it was probably his personal equipment. He added that most likely the imitator hid him inside the zone and changed his clothes here. Sanchan shook out the bag and picked up the clothes and twirled them around. They seemed familiar to him because he had heard about them from Agent Junmo when he was interviewing a clone skill owner, and it was before the guy had even joined the agency. At the interview, there was Kim Dong-hyun, a D-rank hunter, and his skill was ghostly cloning. And the guy looked at Dong-hyun and asked him what he was copying. After these words, the imitator finally took off the hooded wig and mask, and it was indeed Kim Dong-hyun, a D-rank hunter with the ghostly cloning skill. And Dong-hyun started shouting that if Sungchan had the same skill as him and he hadn't become insanely popular, no one would have looked at him as garbage. But the guy was even disgusted to listen to him and turned his back on him. But he still threw him a bag of clothes to change into. He turned around and sharply clenched his fists and yelled that his clothes would be useful for protecting his skull because he intended to leave a few dents in it. Dong-hyun nervously changed his clothes, and Sungchan's words hurt his self-confidence so badly that he felt dizzy. And with this fierce anger, Kim rose into the air waving his long sword. But in a second, he was already at Son Chun's face, looking him in the eye with hatred. Meanwhile, Ji-young approached Do-won, praising him for his excellent work and saying that he had already deposited money into his account. Moon turned around and it became clear that he had a huge wound on his side, but he didn't pay attention to it because he was watching the fight, noting that Kim had his own style of fighting, because he knew how to put himself in the place of a clone and was embodied in a clone. And Dokvan stopped talking, staring intently at the boy's movements as if he was trying to memorize something. But these tricks of Dong-hyun's didn't work on Sonchun, who easily repelled the attacks as if he were playing. In addition to his sword, he successfully struck with his fists, hitting Donghyun's head squarely. And in one of these successful attacks, Sanchan hit Kim with all his might, sending him flying 20 meters away and hitting a tree. But he could not get up because he was dizzy. Sanchan came over and told him to get up because they were not done yet. But Kim was lying there moaning, and he asked the boy if his strength was the result of hard training. He added that he also trained day and night because he was used to the fact that others did not take his skills seriously because his clone had no offensive advantages. He stood up and began to attack Sanchan again, shouting that once everyone mistook him for a boy because he was wearing a hood and began to avoid him. Out of fear, in the hunting areas, everyone confused him with Sanchan and ran away from him. Leaving their prey and apologizing, the hunters immediately vacated the hunting grounds. And then he realized that it was not about his personality at all, but about the way everyone looked at these events because everyone was the same and self-confident. Everyone was so afraid of him that they did not even dare to touch his clones, even though his farce would have been revealed immediately if someone had fought him. But with only the bamboo spear skill, Dongyun kept all the teams of hunters in fear. And Dongyun asked the boy if he knew what it was like when people looked down on him and laughed at his skill, which he had from birth. For a moment he was frightened and said that he did not know what it was like, but it was only a moment of fear. But at that very moment, Kim drew his sword so close that Seongchan barely stopped him with his hand and exclaimed that he had no need to know. Meanwhile, Ji-young asked Moon, looking at Seongchan, how he managed to figure out the real Dongyun from the clones. But the boys continued to beat each other mercilessly, and Seongchan shouted that Donghyun was given a chance and was lying, because the agency said that they sent a message to Kim that he was hired. But he ignored it because the agency had a low rating, and he kept shouting that Kim had surrendered every time someone looked down on him, and when other hunters mistook him for Sanchan. He struck him a dozen times at once. Moon Du-hwan grimaced at what he saw and said that it was painful to watch, and that he would probably leave and say goodbye. And the fight continued. Donghyun was already begging the guy to stop, but he had no intention of doing so and hit him hard in the head so that Kim flew off again. The guy was furious and shouted at him that he had lost his chance to prove himself worthy and hit Donghyun again, that he fell down bleeding and did not get up. Finally, his most important battle ended in defeat. Ju-young stood and looked at Kim Donghyun without saying a word, and the angry Sanchan exclaimed that he must have something to think about, and he quietly replied that he probably did. He added that he decided to investigate these cases on his own for the same reason, because all these events were not similar to Sanchan's behavior and such outrage. At that moment, Ji-young turned to Sung Chang-woo and quietly and sincerely apologized to him. He said that now he could finally do it properly because he was doing things no better than Donghyun. Sanchan smiled at these words and replied that he was very happy to hear it from him and that he understood everything correctly. Ji-young looked at Donghyun and asked what Sung-chan would do now, to which he replied that he wanted to first contact the people who had been affected. But then Shin Ju-young said he had an idea for Kim, namely to revive Donghyun and take him to the area with the skeletons. And they did just that, ordering him to collect crystals. They were like a red rag for skeletons, and they chased Kim, who was screaming for someone to save him and cursing the guys who had invented it all. Sanchan finally returned home with the 5th and 6th clones, and he happily walked into the kitchen carrying a huge plate with a lid on it and solemnly said that he had always felt embarrassed because he had never had time. He did not pay them for their hard work during the hunt, and, removing the lid, placed a pie with crystals in front of him as a special and favorite dish for them. The clones' eyes rounded with surprise and such generosity that they could not say a word. But in a moment, they pounced on the pie, eating it in 2 cheeks, and Sanchan promised himself that he would feed them crystals more often. The guy finally sat down and mumbled that he was very happy that he was able to solve all the problems with the victims of the copycat, and even found a supplier of crystals for himself. But he couldn't get Juyeon's words out of his head when he said that he should be wary of the academy, and that this place was created not only for studying. The guy then asked him what he meant, and Juyeon promised to find out and let him know. And turning to leave, he added that he could only say one thing for now: do not approach the chapel under any circumstances, and mysteriously left. Sanchan recalled that it was in the chapel that he had a lesson on the history of the system, and he sent a clone instead because he thought it was a waste of time. Meanwhile, in the academy's president's office, Yeonho was showing Sanchan's report card, where he received the highest grade for the competition, and Won Haksu was screaming at the person who dared to give the boy the highest mark, hinting that he didn't want it. But Yeonho tried to explain that she had given all the restrictions and potions and the ban on using clones, and the evaluation consists of all the actions he had taken. And Haksu was screaming that he heard that the potion didn't work, but Yeonho assured him that he had definitely drunk it. But Vaughn shouted that he had put her there so that she could use something because the academy wanted to keep high-level hunters within the framework of the academy. And the girl irritatedly asked if the academy really used potions to keep high-ranking hunters from controlling them. She added that if Sanchan gets angry, no one will be able to stop him, and it is obvious to everyone that with all the restrictions he has been given, he has overcome them. Haksu calmed down a bit and began to explain that the academy just wanted to make sure that high country hunters followed the rules and obeyed, to which Yanho sharply replied that he should go and tell them himself because they were doing well in the curriculum and slammed the door and left. And finally, she shouted that Haksu should not dare to call her again, otherwise she would finish him off. And after these words, all the glass from the windows near the door flew out. Haksu tried to stop her, but he cursed and said, "Let her go," and he would see how long she would last and appointed her as the chapel's manager. Meanwhile, all the students gathered in the classroom, where a young monster hunting teacher walked in and introduced himself as C-rank hunter Chan Seong-hwan. He asked them what was the most important thing in hunting monsters, and they answered that it was characteristics and good equipment. But the teacher emphasized that it was strategy. He asked them to look at the textbooks on the table, which described the strategies for each monster, and Sonchan and Haeon opened the books with interest. And Sonchan, having read half of the paragraph about the giant rat, recoiled in surprise because the book described the wrong ways to hunt it. The guy put his hand over his mouth in horror because what was recommended in the book could lead to the hunter's death because it was far from reality. He closed the book, realizing that his clones who watched the online lectures and then put those skills into practice hundreds of times, and the material in the book. I looked at the lecturer, who continued to say that he suggested that everyone skip the theory and go straight to practice. And all the students happily went down to the academy's training room for monster battles, where all kinds of monsters were in flasks with a solution. Songwon led everyone to the carcass of a giant rat and explained that it looks like a real one, but everything in the room is modeled thanks to skill-based development. Therefore, everyone will study in this room without risking their lives, but the pain will remain, and I ordered everyone to be very careful. And he looked at the students in Sungchan and Hyun who were standing in front of him and added that they would also learn to be afraid of monsters, and they looked at him in surprise. At this point, Sanchun wondered if there were any restrictions on the number of clones in the room, and the lecturer explained to him that monsters would be issued according to ranks. And there are no restrictions on the number of clones, to which the guy denied that for some reason the clone summoning doesn't work for him personally in this room. For some reason the lecturer was nervous, but said that it was very strange because everything should work and opened several additional capsules of space for Sanchan personally. And before everyone's eyes, clones of the guy came out of the capsules with frightened eyes, but with weapons at the ready because they were a little scared of teleportation. Sanchan rushed to hug them joyfully, and the students looked at his twins with interest because most of them had never seen them in person but had only heard stories. Meanwhile, the teacher was surprised to think that it was impossible for clones to enter the virtual world, which meant that the boy's skill contradicted the laws of the universe. But without giving a sign, he calmly announced to everyone to get ready to enter their subspaces and wished to defeat all the monsters, and Sanchan and the clones went over to a strange and dark place that resembled some kind of mangled and scary forest. There was no daylight and nothing was visible, and suddenly the boys heard someone crying softly and no one was around. And then someone asked if anyone was there. For a moment, Sanchan thought he was imagining things, but the voice was real and clear. In a moment, he saw a girl's head peeking out from among the trees, a girl screaming for someone to save her, which was quite strange because it was impossible in the dark. I could see her completely, namely that she had no eyes and was covered in blood, and the girl kept saying that she was in a lot of pain. Suddenly, male silhouettes appeared behind her, saying that they were very cold and asking them to save her. And Sanchan and the clones froze for a moment, and the boy remembered the teacher's words that monsters would appear according to his rank, and realized why they were so scary. But he boldly went to meet them, resolutely drawing his trophy sword and preparing for serious trials. But as Sanchan got closer to the monsters and saw how they looked, he thought that they must have chosen special ones for him, and that it was too much. And at that moment, everything became clear because the unfortunate girl and boys instantly turned into a familiar dragonfly. Meanwhile, someone was quietly sneaking around the training room with the subspace capsules, peering into each flask as if looking for someone. The stranger silently stopped in front of the capsule with the body of Sanchan, who was in a teleportation dream, and froze. Surprisingly, it was the teacher Jang Sung-wan, who for some reason left the class and snuck into Sung Chan-woo's flask with evil intentions. Indeed, he quietly began to draw his sword to break the subspace capsule and destroy Sanchan without being noticed. Suddenly, someone's voice asked him if he could help him with this, and it was Sanchan himself who realized the intention and the strange attitude toward him.